She is an elite agent, proficient in both medicine and poison, possessing the appearance of a young girl, but the temperament of a wicked spirit. Her visage is sweet and innocent, yet she strikes without hesitation. A perfect blend of angelic charm and demonic mischief. What kind of upheaval will she bring to this realm when she transmigrates into the body of a seemingly useless little girl? A certain prince laments, "I thought her weak and easily deceived, hence I withdrew my engagement. Who would have guessed she is sharp-tongued and astute? I misjudged her." A certain crown prince sighs, "She is nothing but a captivating enchantress. Though delicate and soft, she cannot be easily subdued by a certain emperor who pierces the truth. She is rather cunning." She retorts, "And you are a great pervert." The emperor then scoops her into his arms, declaring, "Then yield to me, a match made in heaven. Cunning and perversion. Ning Shumao. I yearn for a heart that is true, to grow old together without parting." The wicked king replies, "If you seek a devoted partner, why surround yourself with so many handsome suitors?" Ning Shumao smiles innocently. "I must have a vast selection to choose from, so I can decide which one to indulge in." The wicked king extinguishes the blossoms surrounding her, grinning broadly. "Little Shumao, now there's only me left. Come, come, everything is ready. All that's missing is your submission." The narrative unfolds on a cloudless day, with the scorching sun beating down, turning the earth to ash. In the center of a square made of blue stone, a tall iron cage stands, within which lies a frail girl, her dark hair obscuring her face. She remains motionless, blood oozing beneath her, forming a crimson pool. Is she dead? She must have died in the collision. At least she had some sense of shame otherwise. It would be even worse. It seems she truly was caught stealing a lover otherwise. Why would she choose to end her life in such a way? Such a wretched creature deserves this fate. Indeed, she is utterly shameless. The sixth prince, with such benevolence, offered to marry her as a concubine despite her being an orphan waste. Yet she dared to run off with another man, bringing disgrace upon the Ning family. What a pity we missed the scene where the chastity beast tears her apart. The buzzing discussions resemble the incessant flapping of 1,000 flies. How noisy! It's unbearable. Ning Shumao awakens in a daze, her ears filled with various insults. The clamor not only pained her forehead, but also throbbed in her mind. Which ruffians dare disturb her slumber? They must be courting death. Silence. If you continue to make noise, I will send you to meet the king of hell. She growls, shaking her head. It must be her subordinates after days without poison from her. They dared to provoke her. She has a severe case of morning anger. At her words, the surroundings fall silent. Ning Shumao smirks slightly. This tactic still works. As the leader of agents, she is not to be trifled with. With just a hint of her anger, they become as docile as chicks. Wait, something is amiss. Why does her voice sound so hoarse? Her throat burns, as if she had swallowed a pound of iron sand. She's alive. She didn't die. This wretched girl is still breathing. It seems she is unwilling to leave this world. She even dares to scold us. Who does she think she is? After a moment of silence, the insults resume even louder. Ning Shumao stiffens, finally opening her eyes and slowly raising her head, scanning her surroundings with a calm demeanor. In the blink of an eye, she comprehends her situation. Under the hot sun, surrounded by curious onlookers, she finds herself akin to a monkey in a zoo, confined within a searing iron cage for all to gawk at. What is happening? She was clearly at home, sleeping. How did she end up here? Ning Shumao, bewildered, glances around and cannot help but rub her head, only to find her fingers sticky with fresh blood. Her gaze suddenly fixes on her small hand. A diminutive hand, pale and slender, with calluses on the palm and unhealthy pale blue nails. This is not her hand. Her original hands, though small, were never this tiny. This is undoubtedly the hand of an 11 or 12-year-old child. It bears no resemblance to her 22-year-old bow-tie's delicate fingers. Am I dreaming? No, in dreams, one does not feel pain, yet the torment she experiences is all too real. Is this reality? But the scene is far too bizarre. Could it be that she has transmigrated? It appears to be a case of borrowing a body. How kitsch! Even more absurd is that she has taken on the life of a child. As an agent, Ning Shumao is quick to adapt. She merely stares in shock for a moment, her lips twitching slightly. She soon senses the fiery pain in her forehead, and her head feels a bit woozy, darkness clouding her vision. This is a symptom of excessive blood loss. She rolls over and sits up, placing her left hand on her right pulse. Malnourished, losing too much blood with a slight concussion. With a swift motion, she tears a strip from her skirt and adeptly wraps it around her forehead, tightly binding the wound. The onlookers stare, dumbfounded, at the girl who moments ago seemed like a frightened mouse, now calmly tending to her injury, momentarily at a loss for words. The crowd falls silent once more. This girl, with blood stains on her forehead and cheeks, her plain attire soiled beyond recognition, appeared utterly destitute, as if she were filth beneath people's feet. Yet now, as she sits there, bandaging her wounds and tidying her hair, her movements flow like water, exuding an extraordinary grace. She embodies elegance and nobility, reminiscent of a maiden preening before a mirror in the springtime, far removed from the image of a disgraced, noble woman facing execution. Among the spectators, most are common folk living at the bottom of society, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the wealthy. Witnessing the fall of someone who once stood high above them brings an odd sense of satisfaction, as if this elevates their own stature. Ning Suimo's calm and elegance are particularly jarring in their eyes. Shameless. Why bother with your hair? Who are you trying to seduce? She truly is a loose woman even now. She seeks to entice men. Indeed, the insults rise again. Ning Suimo narrows her eyes, her bright gaze flowing like water toward those who dare to insult her. Her eyes are dark and profound. Those who are so gleeful in their taunts shiver under her piercing gaze, as if doused with ice water. Unconsciously, they fall silent. Ning Suimo does not react further. She continues to leisurely comb her long hair. As she does so, fragments of memories that do not belong to her flutter mind. She recognizes them as the original owner's memories. Coincidentally, the original owner is also named Ning Suimo, the sole beloved daughter of the Jingyuan Marquis of the Chongkong Kingdom. The Marquis, once a great general, earned tremendous merit for the kingdom. To reward and win his favor, the current ruler betrothed her to his sixth prince when she was merely 6 years old. In this realm, people cultivate a form of internal energy known as telekinetic power, and nearly everyone possesses it to some extent, even the common folk. It is said that a great general should not have a daughter without talent. The Jingyuan Marquis, gifted with extraordinary telekinetic abilities, has a wife who is also a prodigy in this art, yet they bore a daughter utterly devoid of any power. She became a laughingstock in the Chongkong Kingdom, a source of shame for the Marquis household. Chapter 3. The innocent girl framed the mother of the sixth prince was initially displeased with the marriage arrangement. However, as a concubine of little favor and with no power or influence from her family, she ultimately conceded, considering the strength of the Jingyuan Marquis as a potential support for her son. Unexpectedly, when Ning Suimo was merely 8 years old, the Jingyuan Marquis perished on the battlefield. Ning Madam, heartbroken, abandoned her young daughter to follow her husband in death, leading to the swift decline of the Jingyuan Marquis. The distant relatives of the Marquis took advantage of Ning Suimo's youth, openly and covertly attempting to seize the family's assets. In just a few years, the once prosperous estate was reduced to nothing but an empty shell. As the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The servants and maidservants of the Jingyuan Marquis also sought new opportunities. By the time Ning Suimo turned 12, only a loyal old servant remained, and the two relied on each other, enduring hardships and suffering together. Meanwhile, her fiancé, the sixth prince, grew increasingly discontent with the marriage. Naturally, he wished to dissolve the engagement, but, bound by imperial decree, dared not act overtly. Instead, he devised various schemes to humiliate her, hoping to provoke her into initiating the annulment. Little did he know, Ning Suimo had become deeply infatuated with him, viewing him as her lifeline. Despite enduring countless humiliations, she steadfastly refused to voice her desire to break off the engagement. Even last year, when the sixth prince finally found fault with her and made it clear that marrying her would only allow her to be a secondary consort, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced, determined to remain at his side. What she did not anticipate was that her unwavering devotion would not endear her to the sixth prince. Instead, it only fueled his disdain and desire to be rid of her entirely. He grew increasingly cold and dismissive towards her. Despite her humble and cautious demeanor, calamity befell her. Last night, she was drugged in her own home, and upon awakening, she found herself in a disheveled state, lying in bed with an unfamiliar man, an undeniable scene of infidelity. Such a scandal involving a future imperial consort naturally sent shockwaves throughout the city. In an era where women faced severe scrutiny, those deemed immoral often met with dire consequences. drowning, burning, or hanging. Given this predicament, Ning Xiumo realized that not only would she be unable to become the sixth prince's secondary consort, but survival itself would prove exceedingly difficult. She cried out in her innocence. Yet with evidence stacked against her, who would heed her pleas? She was forcibly confined in a cage and paraded to the square, where she was subjected to public humiliation and scorn under the scorching sun. With her frail constitution, this torment nearly took her life. Ultimately, unable to endure such degradation, she tragically took her own life by colliding with the iron bars of her cage. These memories belong to the original owner of this body, and they surge within the mind of Ning Xiumo, a modern-day agent. She gently brushed her fingers across her cheek, realizing that the reason she possessed these memories was due to the lingering resentment of the original owner. The young girl could not rest in peace. Rest now, dear girl. Since your body has been entrusted to me, I shall avenge your grievances. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. The sixth prince has arrived. A voice from the crowd called out, prompting the throng to part like a tide, creating a pathway. Chapter 4. The little girl plays with the prince. 36 astute guards flanked the path, while 4 young maidens held aloft the heavy royal canopy reserved for princes. Beneath it stood the sixth prince, Ji Yunhao, resplendent in fine garments, his handsome visage radiating an air of noble authority. He approached slowly, halting 3 paces from the cage, casting a disdainful glance at Ning Xiumo. Ning Xiumo, do you have anything to say for yourself? Ning Xiumo lifted her gaze, her deep black eyes meeting Ji Yunhao's. A slow smile crept across her lips. Sixth prince, what would you have me say? Her voice, somewhat hoarse from a day in the sun, took on an oddly melodious quality. Ji Yunhao furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback by her unexpected query. This insolent girl had been wailing her innocence since her capture, her voice hoarse and her eyes swollen, yet no one believed her. She had cried until sunset, and in a fit of despair, she had struck the cage, leading him to believe she had perished. Thus, he came to inspect, intending to bestow a thin coffin upon her to enhance his reputation as a benevolent prince. To his surprise, she had not died, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Expecting to see a disheveled, filthy, and lifeless Ning Xiumo, he instead found her composed, having tidied her hair and sitting with an air of tranquility, as though she were in a serene tea-house rather than a cage. Her smile, though pale, sparkled with an enchanting allure, catching the attention of those around. He had never realized her smile could be so sweet, a blend of innocence with a hint of mischief. A flutter of excitement coursed through Ji Yunhao, though he quickly masked it with a frown. This prince wishes to hear the truth. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Ning Xiumo casually wrapped her arms around her knees, resting her chin upon them, and replied without hesitation, Xiumo acknowledges her crime. Did she just admit guilt? Ji Yunhao's voice softened. Then we shall discuss your punishment. Before he could finish, Ning Xiumo interjected, Xiumo acknowledges her crime, but it is not the crime you imply, Your Highness, but rather another. Another crime? Ji Yunhao's heart leapt with joy. The more transgressions she confessed, the more justified his actions in dealing with her. What other crimes do you speak of? Ning Xiumo blinked, letting out a gentle sigh. My crime is clinging to this engagement despite the decline of my family. Foolishly considering you, the sixth prince, as my sole reliance. This has forced you to resort to underhanded tactics to frame this orphan girl. Should this become public knowledge, it would surely tarnish your honorable reputation. Indeed, I now realize how grievous my sins are. Her words flowed rapidly, each syllable clear as day, resonating throughout the crowd. By the time Ji Yunhao's guards reacted to silence her, she had already finished speaking. Despite having been seated, she deftly evaded their attempts to silence her, leaving the guards momentarily dumbfounded. How had she managed to evade their grasp? Chapter 5. The little girl's eloquence. The guards exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. Was the sixth prince feeling guilty about silencing her? Ninquemo blinket innocently. Ji Yunhao's expression darkened. You dare to engage in illicit conduct with other men and then accuse me unjustly? His voice chilled the air, sharp as a winter gale. Ning Xiumo twirled a strand of hair around her finger, tilting her head to scrutinize Ji Yunhao. Does the sixth prince have such little faith in himself? Her words seemed nonsensical, causing Ji Yunhao to frown. What do you mean? How does this relate to my confidence? Ning Xiumo blinked again. Do you not understand? Xiumo is the sixth prince's fiancée. You possess power and influence, and your appearance is, well, acceptable. You are certainly a far superior choice compared to that ruffian. Li Sanlang. Even a fool would recognize whom I should choose. Why would I engage with that scoundrel, allowing the sixth prince to catch me in such a scandal? I am not so foolish. Unless someone has long harbored resentment about this marriage and deliberately sought to ruin my reputation, whoever orchestrated this treacherous plot is undoubtedly linked to the sixth prince, who seems to relish the outcome. Thus, do not blame me for placing this scandal upon your shoulders. She spoke with clarity and conviction, and a significant portion of the onlookers found themselves swayed by her reasoning, casting subtle glances towards Ji Yunhao. A low murmur rippled through the crowd. Although no one dared to speak loudly, their eyes exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Ji Yunhao's expression darkened. Ning Xuemo, even as you stand at death's door, you still choose to speak nonsense. Do you think you are worthy of my consideration? Ning Xuemo nodded in feigned agreement. I am unworthy, indeed. It seems that in your eyes, I am not even deserving of being schemed against. How could I possibly merit the position of your consort? You must loathe this engagement, wishing for me to vanish from this world. Her voice grew more poignant as she continued. I have failed to recognize my own insignificance. Imagining I still held the status of a daughter of the Jinyuan Marquis, forgetting that I am but a powerless orphan. No one will come to my aid now, as my father devoted his life to the safety of Chong Kong, yet upon his death, no one remains to protect his only daughter. As her voice faltered with emotion, the ordinary folk, while often harboring resentment against the wealthy, felt a pang of sympathy for the vulnerable. Seeing Ning Xuemo alone in the iron cage, her head bowed, tears glistening in her large eyes, evoked a sense of pity among them. The Jinyuan Marquis had once been a guardian of the Chong Kong people, earning their deep respect. Now, upon hearing Ning Xuemo's words, many began to feel a sense of compassion regarding the royal family's treatment of such a solitary girl as cruel and unjust. Their accusatory gazes turned towards Ji Yunhao. Chapter 6. The radiance of innocence. Ji Yunhao was taken aback by Ning Xuemo's unexpected eloquence, her every word laced with meaning, yet cleverly avoiding any incriminating evidence. It was as though she had transformed entirely. Had she hidden her true nature all along, or was this a desperate outburst? Regardless of the reason, the situation had escalated beyond his control. She could not be allowed to survive. His handsome face darkened. Ning Xuemo, you excel at manipulating hearts. Do not feign innocence to garner sympathy. Whether you were plotted against or acted willingly, the truth remains. You were caught in a compromising situation with that scoundrel. Your virtue is lost, tainting the dignity of the royal family. If you possessed any sense of shame, you would embrace your fate with dignity rather than cling to life. In this realm, akin to ancient China, the standards imposed upon women were harsh. Any loss of virtue was deemed unforgivable, and only death could absolve the humiliation. Ning Xuemo rolled her eyes inwardly, cursing the oppressive old society. What a farce! Do you truly think you have a right to demand my fidelity? Slowly, she raised her head. My lord, what if I have not lost my virtue? In her past life, she had been a skilled operative, adept in combat as well as poison and medicine. Upon awakening, she had sensed her own state. She had not been sullied by that rogue Li Sanlang. She remained untouched. Ji Yunhao scoffed derisively. Caught in the act, how could you possibly claim to be virtuous? You are lost in delusions. Ning Xuemo, perplexed, recalled the memories of her predecessor. Li Sanlang was notorious for his lewd exploits, frequenting brothels. At that moment, the original owner had been drugged, and with such a temptress at his side, it was implausible that he would not entertain wicked thoughts. She did not wish to delve into the intricacies of the matter. What mattered now was that she was indeed still pure. Yet this frail body could barely harness a fraction of her former strength, rendering her proud skills in poison useless. Otherwise, a swift sprinkling of poison would have incapacitated her foes, making them regret provoking the master of toxins. But for now, with no power or poison at her disposal, she could only feign submission to this contemptible prince, seeking to preserve her life. Although it seemed improbable, she was indeed innocent, ready to submit to any examination. Surely, there existed some elder women in this world who could determine a maiden's purity? With a cold smirk, Ji Yunhao replied, Very well, you have asked for it. Prepare for the purity examination. He gestured to a nearby guard, who nodded and set off. What is this purity examination? Ning Xuemo searched her predecessor's memories, realizing that due to her sheltered upbringing, the original owner likely had no knowledge of such a test. Meanwhile, The crowd was abuzz with excitement, some whispering to one another, while others watched with the fervor of an audience at a grand performance, casting sympathetic glances towards Ning Xiuema. An elder woman bluntly advised, "Little girl, you will not pass the purity examination. It would be better to confess and seek a swift end. Once the examiners arrive, you will suffer greatly, not only facing death but enduring many other torments." Yes, indeed, no one had ever passed the purity examination, and those who attempted met with a gruesome fate. "Do not bring upon yourself further suffering, my dear," another chimed in. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Divine Emperor. Many joined the chorus of warnings. Ning Xiuema's earlier words had stirred compassion in many hearts, leading them to view the lonely girl from the Marquis' household as no different from themselves, a victim of the oppressive elite, perhaps even worse off. This united them in a shared indignation, unknowingly aligning Ning Xiuema with their cause. Ji Yunhao's expression darkened. Regardless of Ning Xiuema's guilt or innocence, he had already been branded as a tormentor of the weak by the impoverished onlookers. This wretched girl must perish. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, commotion erupted on the left side of the square as the crowd surged with excitement. The Divine Emperor has arrived. Oh, it is truly the Divine Emperor. Today is a fortunate day indeed to witness the Emperor's procession. Enough. Kneel, kneel. A low murmur spread through the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, everyone knelt in reverence, including Ji Yunhao, who quickly led his guards to do the same. The previously chaotic square fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On the spacious, clean street adjacent to the square, a diverse procession of people knelt along the roadside, all holding their breath, afraid to make sound. At the opposite end of the street, a grand procession approached. At the forefront were 16 pairs of boys and girls clad in flowing lavender robes, scattering flowers in their wake. Behind them followed 18 pairs of youths dressed in similar attire, neither monks nor Taoists, their hair cascading freely yet meticulously arranged, lightly waving dusters that released a subtle, fragrant aroma, enveloping the street in an ethereal mist. Further back were 16 maidens, draped in pale purple gowns like clouds, each adorned with long, flowing veils. These delicate fabrics intertwined like blossoms, supporting a grand, sky-blue palanquin. This palanquin was unlike any ordinary sedan chair, crafted for 8 bearers, its body made of an unknown material, radiating the hue of the purest sky. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow upon it, leaving no trace of color behind, as if the light had been entirely consumed by the vibrant blue. Rising from the palanquin was a slender, antenna-like structure, also in azure, subtly emanating a soft luminescence. Crowned with a large, radiant ruby that sparkled like a miniature sun, captivating all who beheld it. Each maiden wore a delicate veil, shrouding their faces in mystery, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. All descriptions seem insufficient to capture the grandeur of this procession. The palanquin's curtains hung tightly, concealing its occupant. Yet everyone knew this was the carriage of the most powerful divine emperor of the continent. Wherever the emperor passed, all bowed in submission, and even the emperor himself was no exception. Whether it is the youthful road openers, the fragrant youths, or the maiden carrying the sedan chair, each moves with a lightness of step, their snow-white socks untouched by dust, as if they float effortlessly through the bustling streets. The revered emperor, known simply as the divine sovereign, is a myth upon this continent. It is said that his mental prowess has reached its pinnacle, rendering him an immortal deity, venerated by the emperors of all nations, who dare not show even the slightest disrespect. Chapter 8. The bold young girl, he commands a multitude of disciples, each a prodigious talent in mental cultivation, with the finest individuals from all realms emerging from his tutelage. Among them are the outer disciples, who, while not officially recognized, have also achieved remarkable prowess. The inner disciples, however, adhere strictly to their master's teachings, remaining detached from worldly affairs and political matters, existing beyond the trifles of the 3 realms. Ning Xiuema's father, Ning Luofeng, is a disciple of the divine sovereign's foremost student. Due to his many concerns, he could not formally enter the divine sovereign's fold, and thus remained an outer disciple, acquiring some skills from the outer teachings. Even so, he has become a formidable warrior, achieving greatness and earning a reputation as a remarkable general. Rumors abound that the divine sovereign resides atop a celestial mountain within the worry-free sea, rarely descending. When he does, it is always accompanied by a grand procession, his movements shrouded in mystery. He never notifies the monarchs of the nations, often appearing unexpectedly in a realm, as if materializing from thin air. This occasion was no different, as his entourage suddenly emerged on the street, creating a sensation. The divine sovereign cherishes tranquility, and even amidst the throngs, his sedan chair must traverse in absolute silence. The citizens of Tianzi continent seem to be well aware of the sovereign's peculiarities. Thus, upon sighting his procession, they kneel silently, not daring to utter a sound. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, Ning Xuema is familiar with this divine sovereign. Observing the throngs kneeling in silence, she hesitates for a moment, her eyes flashing before she suddenly cries out, "Injustice." The tale of Do Ian June Snow. Her voice, filled with emotion, resonates through the stillness, sending shivers through the crowd. This girl has gone mad. How dare she raise her voice where the divine sovereign passes, creating such a commotion? Is she courting death? Everyone knows that the divine sovereign, even while traversing this realm, never intervenes in human affairs. Not even 1,000 mourners kneeling beside his sedan would elicit a response. The procession would continue, perhaps even incurring punishment for the noise. The sixth prince felt a chill run down his spine. The divine sovereign has strict rules. Anyone who disrupts his passage faces consequences, and the officials present are liable, facing demotion or even worse. As the highest-ranking official present, he will be the first to bear the brunt of any punishment. Fortunately, he is close to the cage, and with a swift gesture, he directs a forceful wind towards Ning Xuema, commanding in a low voice, "Silence, if you wish to live." His skills are considerable within the Longkong kingdom, and even a dozen men would struggle to approach him. Even formidable warriors would find it challenging to evade his strikes. Much to his surprise, Ning Xuema suddenly lunges forward, narrowly avoiding his attack. The sixth prince is momentarily stunned. Ning Xuema seizes the thick iron bars of the cage, shouting, "Divine Sovereign, your esteemed disciple is being wronged. If I am condemned unjustly, it would be a slap to your face." Chapter 9. The proud divine sovereign. Her words burst forth like firecrackers, shocking the crowd into pale silence. No one has ever dared to speak to the divine sovereign in such a manner. This girl appears to have the courage of a tiger. Ji Yunhao, filled with rage, contemplates silencing her once more. Yet, the divine sovereign's sedan, which had been gliding forward, suddenly comes to a halt. The hearts of the kneeling citizens seem to stop in unison, holding their breath in anticipation. All heads bow lower, making Ning Xuema, perched atop the cage, stand out like a crane among chickens. In truth, she has gambled everything. Ji Yunhao has murderous intent, even if she manages to pass some test. He has numerous ways to see her executed. In a realm where royal authority reigns supreme, this little girl, lacking in power, stands no chance against the prince. She must seize this opportunity to gain a chance at survival, taking a dangerous gamble. Her eyes widen as she gazes at the sedan, sensing an icy gaze upon her, chilling her heart. With the divine sovereign's sedan halted, Ji Yunhao dares not act against her, remaining prostrate, frozen in place. Someone from within the sedan whispers instructions to an attendant, a young boy who approaches the sedan and, with a graceful bow, leaps into the square in an instant. The boy appears no more than 8 or 9 years old, his hair cascading like silk, his face pale and delicate, yet his demeanor is surprisingly composed. Standing before the cage, he glances at Ning Xuema and then at Ji Yunhao, declaring, "Justice." The divine sovereign demands these 2 words. If this girl is wronged, she shall be released immediately, and the mastermind behind her plight shall be pursued. If she is not wronged and has lost her virtue, she shall face death by 1,000 cuts as a warning to others. Ji Yunhao does not dare to be negligent before the boy, bowing in acquiescence. Ning Guemo, observing the distant sedan, then casting a glance at the diminutive figure sent by the divine sovereign, feels a twinge of discomfort. The divine sovereign is far too proud. After her fervent cries, he sends merely a child as an arbiter. Is it truly reliable to entrust such a significant matter to an 8 or 9-year-old? She voices her thoughts. "Dear young celestial, this situation is not fair." The boy raises an eyebrow in surprise. "What further fairness do you seek?" Ning Xuemo responds without hesitation. "Having been wronged, I have endured immense suffering, confined in a cage, exposed to the elements, and pelted with foul eggs and rotten vegetables. This is a tremendous grievance. If it is proven that I am indeed innocent, it cannot simply end with my release. The sixth prince must provide me with compensation. After all, I am a little disciple of the divine sovereign. Granting me fairness is also granting it to him. Her every word invokes the name of the divine sovereign, causing Ji Yunhao to grind his teeth in frustration, unable to refute her. The boy turns to Ji Yunhao. Your Highness, what say you? Ji Yunhao bows deeply. If Miss Ning is indeed wronged and has not lost her virtue, I, the prince, am willing to grant her the title of secondary consort. Upon her coming of age, I shall carry her across the threshold in a grand procession, and I shall never cast her aside. Chapter 10. The young girl seeks to annul the engagement. This is the highest honor for a secondary consort. And Ji Yunhao believes that Ning Xuema will be overjoyed by this compensation. After all, she had previously sought every means to enter his household, enduring humiliation and hardship. Yet, as soon as Ji Yunhao's words leave his lips, Ning Xuema bursts into laughter. Such a light compensation. I refuse. Ji Yunhao's expression darkens. Then what do you wish for? Do you desire to be my primary consort? How presumptuous of her! Ning Xuema smirks. Your Highness thinks too highly of yourself. I am not interested in your position as primary consort. Then what do you seek? If I am indeed wronged, I implore the celestial youth to allow me to annul my engagement with the sixth prince. Let it be known that I, Ning Xuema, am the one to proactively seek this annulment, for I no longer desire him. The sixth prince must declare thrice in public. I have been rejected by Miss Ning. The conditions presented were utterly astonishing, causing all present to widen their eyes and gaze at the audacious young girl within the iron cage. Their expressions varied, some filled with admiration, others deeming her a lunatic. Yet, the youth found it amusing. Sixth prince, can you acquiesce to Miss Ning's request? Ji Yunhao, clearly taken aback, wore a countenance as dark as a soot-covered pot. Yet he had no choice but to respond. This prince can agree. Ning Xuema was not finished. It seems that my desire to annul the engagement aligns with your interests. Sixth prince, for both emotional and logical reasons, you ought to offer me some compensation. How about this? The sixth prince should gift me 1,000 taels of gold. 1,000 taels of gold for the position of a concubine. Surely, you would still profit from this transaction. Ji Yunhao could hardly contain his disbelief. Within this capital, countless noble ladies yearned to become his concubine. Yet this oblivious girl was prepared to sell such a position for merely 1,000 taels of gold. Although the young man maintained a serious facade, amusement flickered in his eyes. Miss Ning, are you aware that the position of a concubine to the sixth prince is worth its weight in gold? Why would you not wish to take on this role? Ning Xuema nonchalantly seated herself within the cage. Is this difficult to comprehend? It is quite simple. I, Ning Xuema, refuse to marry a heartless and scrupulous, cowardly scoundrel. I would rather have 1,000 taels of gold. Even with the poise of a royal, Ji Yunhao found himself unable to maintain his composure. Heartless and scrupulous? It is my first time being described in such a manner. How did you arrive at such a definition, Miss Ning? Ning Xuema shot him a glance. Do you truly wish to know? I believe it is best to preserve your dignity in public, so I shall refrain from elaborating. Ji Yunhao's anger surged, and he clenched his teeth. You wouldn't dare speak the truth, would you? This prince does not require you to spare my dignity. Ning Xuema sighed. Very well, you have asked for it. Listen closely. My father, the Marquis of Jingyuan, has saved your life. Yet you treat his daughter in such a manner. This is heartless. You, a grown man, pressuring a lonely, defenseless girl. This is unjust. As my fiancé, you lack the ability to protect your concubine from slander and malice. Is that not cowardly? Regardless of whether you orchestrated this behind the scenes, it is inextricably linked to you. You are aware that I have been wronged, yet you seek to deepen my misfortune. If you're not treacherous, then who is? I would not accept you even if you offered yourself to me. Naturally, I must annul the engagement. Her words rang with conviction, leaving Ji Yunhao's handsome face shifting between shades of green and white, struggling to articulate. You speak nonsense. Let us await the judgment of the virginity beast. The audacity of a defenseless young girl daring to annul an imperial engagement was miraculous, igniting the gossiping fervor among the crowd. The spectators, initially coming and going, now stood fixed in place, eagerly anticipating the outcome. In the subconscious of the common folk, there was a prevailing hope that Ning Xiuma would prevail, avenging their grievances. Yet, their skepticism lingered. After all, she had been caught in bed with another, and her partner was a notorious rake. They could hardly believe that Li Sanlang and Ning Xiuma had merely shared a bed without further intimacy. This girl was merely fighting a desperate battle. Even if she somehow retained her purity, escaping the claws of the virginity beast was unlikely. No woman had ever survived its scrutiny. Thus, the possibility of Ning Xiuma's victory appeared exceedingly slim, if not non-existent. Countless gazes fell upon her, filled with pity and regret. The world labeled her a waste, timid and inarticulate. Yet with every word she spoke, she astounded them with her eloquence and sharp wit, leaving even the articulate sixth prince at a loss for words. Moreover, though her complexion was pale and somewhat rough, it was evident that years of malnutrition were to blame. With proper nourishment, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. It was tragic to think that such a clever and captivating young woman might perish at the hands of the virginity beast. The sixth prince's actions in ensnaring her were truly cruel. Ultimately, the virginity beast was brought forth, carried by 8 guards, enclosed within a larger iron cage. Its presence loomed ominously. As the red silk draping the cage fell, Ning Xiuma faced the creature, separated only by iron bars. Though the commoners had heard tales of the virginity beast, few had witnessed its form. This royal treasure was employed only when noble women were accused of misconduct, yet refused to confess. The instances of noble women losing their virtue before marriage were rare, and most who were caught were secretly executed by their families, never reaching the courts. Only a select few, clinging to their luck, would deny their guilt and be cast into the jaws of the virginity beast, meeting a gruesome end. The beast, resembling a tiger in size, was covered in golden fur, its face grim and fierce, reminiscent of a pet Pekingese, with 2 horns jutting from its head, iron gray in hue and shaped like deer antlers. Its 4 snow-white hooves resembled fluffy pom-poms, yet the claws within were as sharp as blades. Ning Xiuma gazed at the virginity beast, her expression filled with disbelief. Was this truly the virginity beast? It appeared to be a failed hybrid, more grotesque than a lion-tiger cross. Its size dwarfed hers by 3-fold, with green eyes reminiscent of ghostly flames, exuding an aura of bloodshed that compelled the surrounding crowd to instinctively retreat. Ning Xiuma, do you not wish to prove your innocence? Then step into the virginity beast cage. Ji Yunhao's voice was cold. Did this creature truly possess the ability to discern a woman's purity? Was it not a matter of life and death to entrust a young girl's virtue to such a being? What barbaric customs prevailed in this backward land? Ning Xiuma silently scoffed as the cage imprisoning her opened, revealing a youth sent by the emperor, smiling at her with a dreamy expression. Miss Ning, you wouldn't have any regrets, would you? Determined, Ning Xiuma steeled herself. It was either take the plunge or face the consequences. With resolve, she bent and stepped out of her cage. The guards opened the cage containing the virginity beast. The door was small and low, barely accommodating a slender girl, and the beast could not escape. The virginity beast appeared agitated, its golden fur bristling, nostrils flaring, and it stomped its hooves, occasionally displaying its gleaming claws to Ning Xiuma. Though she had always been fearless, having once fought tigers and leopards with her bare hands, her current frail body lacked the strength for a genuine counterattack. More critically, she was unarmed, with no sharp objects at her disposal. How could she contend with this creature? Its formidable presence suggested it was even stronger than tigers or leopards. If it lacked the ability to validate purity and merely attacked women, she would be doomed. She had not traversed into this world merely to be fodder for beasts. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed the crowd encircled her like a tightly shut drum, leaving her no chance of escape. Little girl, with this celestial youth overseeing, do not entertain other notions. Otherwise, your demise will be far worse. If you scheme now, you will be at odds with the entire sun and moon sect. The youth spoke earnestly, presenting a facade more imposing than that of Ji Yunhao, placing an even heavier burden upon Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma pursed her lips, confident in her innocence. She knew that the gathered crowd had clear eyes and understood that she was wronged. She would soon prove her purity. As she spoke, she gracefully strolled in front of the onlookers, her demeanor reminiscent of a glamorous star serenading her audience. Every gesture exuded an enchanting charm, capturing the attention of everyone present, including the iron-willed guards of the Sixth Prince. The Sixth Prince, Ji Yun-hao, felt a surge of displeasure as he noticed numerous men captivated by Ning Xiuma's presence. With a scornful huff, he commanded, "Stop dawdling. If you wish to prove your innocence, hurry inside." Ning Xiuma discreetly gripped the 2 iron hairpins she had stealthily acquired, bolstering her resolve. As a skilled agent, her talent for thievery surpassed that of a mere pickpocket. Having made her circle, she now possessed her weapons without anyone noticing. "Everyone, bear witness for me. If I emerge alive from the purity-testing beast cage, you must ensure that the Sixth Prince fulfills his promise." With a playful kiss gesture to the audience, she swiftly and decisively entered the cage. Though the crowd did not comprehend her last words, her confident entrance elicited cheers of encouragement. Among the women sent into the cage, most were paralyzed by fear upon encountering the beast, forcibly pushed inside by the guards. Yet this young girl willingly entered. Such remarkable courage warranted admiration. The crowd's attention was wholly fixated on Ning Xiuma, oblivious to the sudden brightness in the purity-testing beast's eyes as it heard her final words. "Where are you from?" The beast's mouth opened wide, unexpectedly uttering a sentence in English. Ning Xiuma was taken aback. "You can't speak English?" It continued, noticing her astonished expression, and awkwardly repeated, "Memeta." The clumsy pronunciation resembled a foreigner struggling to speak Chinese. Finally realizing that the creature could indeed speak English, Ning Xiuma's mind raced. "I am from China. And you?" As an international agent, her command of English was impeccable, with a flawless London accent. The beast's eyes sparkled with joy. It had not encountered someone who could understand it in nearly a century. It revealed that its soul had also traversed time from the 21st century. Previously a rebellious individual from a foreign land who had visited China, it had learned a few phrases of broken Chinese, mostly internet slang. The beast, having slipped and fallen in the shower at age 12, woke up transformed into this creature, confined like a monkey in a cage. For years it had been isolated, unable to communicate with anyone, including a mute servant who fed it, thwarting its attempts to learn Chinese. The prolonged confinement had driven it nearly mad, its emotions volatile. Whenever a girl was brought to be tested, the beast's primal fury would erupt, tearing her apart without regard for her purity, merely to vent its pent-up frustration. Now, encountering someone who understood it, the beast poured out its history in a torrent of words. The onlookers were astonished by the surreal scene. The petite Ning Xiuma conversing effortlessly with the towering beast, occasionally reaching out to pat its shoulder in a comforting manner. The beast's once sorrowful face now radiated gratitude, rubbing against her like a large cat. The crowd was dumbfounded. Never had anyone interacted so harmoniously with the beast. Ning Xiuma had indeed created a miracle. Resisting the urge to yawn, she found the chatty creature fascinating. It recounted its school days, the grades it had attended, and even the name of its childhood crush. Impressed by its retention of language after nearly a century of solitude, Ning Xiuma admired the beast's remarkable memory. It lamented its plight, fearing it would forget its humanity and had been talking to itself for years. Curiously, it inquired about Ning Xiuma's background. She candidly shared her identity as a top agent, prompting the beast's eyes to glimmer with admiration. It professed its long-standing fascination with spies, having watched numerous films, including 007 and Mission Impossible, with enthusiasm. Ning Xiuma couldn't help but smirk at its naive idealization of espionage, glancing at its imposing physique. She mused about the irony of such a formidable creature harboring a child's heart. Though it had been in this world for quite some time, its lack of interaction had stunted its emotional growth, unlike herself, who possessed the soul of a seasoned agent within a youthful frame. Their conversation lasted nearly half an hour, while the audience remained transfixed, even as the sun bore down relentlessly, sweat pouring from their brows. The young attendant sent by the emperor observed with astonishment. After a century of the beast's peculiar behavior, it was unexpected that this seemingly inept girl could communicate with it so effortlessly. She was anything but ordinary. When Ning Xiuma emerged from the cage, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Even the previously stoic attendant displayed a hint of smile. Ning Xiuma beamed and bowed to the attendant, requesting him to ensure justice was served. The attendant nodded slightly, turning to Ji Yun-hao. "Sixth Prince, what do you say?" His expression was a mix of indecision and complexity as he regarded Ning Xiuma, responding with feigned nonchalance. It appears that Miss Ning has indeed been wronged. I shall provide her with proper compensation and thoroughly investigate those who conspired against her. Regret flickered in his heart for having annulled their engagement. Perhaps marrying this clever girl as a concubine would not be such a poor choice after all. He refrained from mentioning the broken engagement, but Ning Xiuma, perceptive as she was, had already discerned his thoughts. She addressed the attendant with a respectful bow. Surely, you can embody the emperor's notion of justice and ensure the sixth prince fulfills his wager. The recent wager dictated that if Ning Suimuo emerged victorious, Ji Yunhao would be compelled to publicly exclaim thrice, "This prince has been rejected by Miss Suimuo," and bestow upon her 1,000 taels of gold. The gold was a trivial matter. However, uttering such words would utterly disgrace him. What would become of his reputation? Ji Yunhao's complexion turned nearly green with rage. If this girl insisted on enforcing the terms of the wager, he would secretly eliminate her to quell the resentment in his heart. Ning Suimuo was acutely aware of her current lack of influence and power, understanding the necessity of leaving a sliver of mercy for Ji Yunhao, lest she drive him to desperation. With a gentle sigh, she remarked, "Your Highness, given your esteemed status, it would be inappropriate for you to utter such things. Let us compromise. If you fulfill your promise to annul the engagement and grant me 1,000 taels of gold, I would be satisfied. Furthermore, I have taken a liking to this rare beast of virtue and wish to bring it back to the Jingyuan Marquis's residence to rear it personally." This compromise was indeed the most advantageous for Ji Yunhao. There were only 3 such beasts in the entirety of the Longkong kingdom. They were exceedingly precious. One resided in the palace, another in his estate, and the last in the Dali temple. A flicker of dark light flashed in his eyes as he readily acquiesced. "Very well, I shall grant your request. However, this beast remains the property of this prince. You shall only have the right to rear it. As for the engagement, you are still young. I shall retain the engagement for 2 years. If, after that period, you still refuse, it shall automatically be dissolved. How does that sound?" Was the prince attempting to stall, regretting his decision? No way. She would not indulge such thoughts, lest they lead to future entanglements. Ning Suimuo resolutely shook her head. "I prefer matters to be straightforward. Surely, your Highness is a person of decisiveness. Let us promptly dissolve the engagement." At this juncture, Ji Yunhao could no longer persist, and, under the witness of the celestial being, reluctantly agreed to annul the engagement. The once grand Jingyuan Marquis's residence now lay in desolation, its faded sign, crumbling entrance, overgrown courtyard. An empty hall told a tale of neglect. A gust of wind swept through, swirling the dust and eliciting a sneeze from Ning Suimuo upon her entrance. How impoverished! How dilapidated! The beast, unceremoniously brought in, offered its candid critique in English, a language it had retained for convenience. Ning Suimuo merely raised an eyebrow. Chapter 16. Rebuilding the Marquis's residence, the Jingyuan Marquis had dedicated his life to the nation, earning countless accolades. Yet he lived humbly, relying solely on his meager salary to support his family. The estate, once prosperous, had fallen into ruin after the demise of the general and his wife, with valuable possessions claimed by various relatives, leaving behind only an empty shell. Following the chaos of the previous day, the sole elderly servant had been cast out, wandering the streets. It was only upon her return that Ning Suimuo fortuitously encountered him and brought him back. In the midst of the commotion, he had injured his foot and was now limping about, diligently cleaning tables and chairs while muttering his gratitude for divine intervention that allowed the young lady to clear her name. Ning Suimuo understood that the original owner of this body had shared a deep bond with the old servant, akin to that of father and daughter. He was the only individual who had ever treated her kindly. Listening to his ramblings, she felt no impatience, allowing him to speak freely. As they conversed, Ji Yunhao's guards grandly delivered 2,000 taels of gold. When the chest was opened, the sight of neatly stacked gold ingots left the old servant's eyes wide with astonishment. He had never beheld such wealth. The guard bowed before Ning Suimuo. "Miss Ning, this is a gift of 2,000 taels from my lord. Please acknowledge receipt." Still sipping the inferior tea brewed by the old servant, Ning Suimuo looked up. Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be 1,000 taels? The guard, with an air of arrogance, replied, "My lord, moved by your family's poverty, has kindly doubled the amount." His expression was one of contempt, looking down upon her, as if bestowing charity upon a beggar. The old servant's expression shifted. One could slay a soldier, but not insult him. His mistress was the daughter of the Jingyuan Marquis, possessing an indomitable spirit, and would never accept such pity. He was about to vehemently rebuke the guard, demanding the excess be returned, when Ning Suimuo, with a playful flick of tea leaves, smiled and said, "I am most grateful to your lord for his generosity." She casually picked up a gold ingot, weighing it in her hand, and tossed it to the old servant. "Old Zhong, this is for you to buy some wine." The old servant had no choice but to accept. Her reaction left the guard momentarily speechless, as if he had struck a pillow, feeling an inexplicable emptiness. Without further ado, he slinked away. Old Zhong looked at Ning Suimuo with a complex expression Mississippi. Ning Suimuo waved her hand. "Old Zhong, I know what you wish to say. There is no need to voice it. I am fully aware of my own judgment." Standing, she circled the chest brimming with gold, her eyes sparkling. "I am in dire need of funds, and it is rare for a fool to offer more. Why refuse such a gift?" She paced the hall. "Old Zhong, you are growing old and may find some tasks too burdensome. Please post a notice stating that the Jingyuan Marquis' residence is seeking servants. Those with nimble hands and loyalty will be prioritized, with a monthly salary of 3 taels of silver, selected based on merit." Old Zhong gasped. "Miss, the standard salary for servants is but 1 tael of silver. Is our offer not too high?" Ning Suimuo replied, "Only through generous compensation can we attract quality talent. Follow my instructions. I require 2 top-notch chefs, for maids to attend to my needs, for young men to maintain the courtyard, and 8 guards with 3rd-tier spiritual powers. The chefs shall receive 5 taels. The maids and young men 3 taels, and the guards 10 taels a month." Each condition she proposed was enticingly lucrative, far exceeding the market rates. Chapter 17. Rebuilding the Marquis's residence. Her eyes gleamed with determination. She was resolute in rejuvenating the Jingyuan Marquis's residence, restoring its former grandeur, ensuring that no one in the capital would dare belittle it again. Though she maintained a charming smile, an air of authority surrounded her, compelling silence and admiration. This confident young lady was a first for Old Zhong, whose spirits soared in response to her energy. "Yes, miss, I shall take care of it immediately." He straightened his back and departed. "Hey, what are you two babbling about?" The beast, neglected thus far, finally expressed its dissatisfaction. Ning Suimuo approached the iron cage, responding in English, "Nothing of consequence, merely delegating some tasks. By the way, the east courtyard is quite nice. You may reside there." The beast, displeased, rattled the cage. "That's acceptable, but you must first release me from this confinement." Ning Suimuo shook her head. "The cage is inscribed with spells. I cannot open it. You must squeeze through that small door." The beast rolled its eyes. "That hole is far too tiny. How could I possibly fit through?" "Ning quemos ruket. Then I am at an impasse. You might as well stay put in the cage for now. I shall find a way to release you later." Even if she could pry open the cage, she understood the peril. The beast, in its current form, retained its bloodthirsty instincts, having caused the demise of many young maidens. If freed, should it succumb to its primal urges, chaos would ensue. The beast huffed. "Then how do you expect me to go to the east courtyard?" Ning Suimuo assessed its size and proposed, "Why not carry the cage yourself? You are large and a divine beast. Surely you possess the strength?" The beast was momentarily speechless. As the two engaged in their banter, a commotion erupted from the front courtyard, followed by hurried footsteps racing toward the hall. "Aunt Ning, you cannot barge in. My lady's health is fragile. She cannot receive guests." Old Zhong's voice was slightly breathless, having struggled to keep pace, hindered by his injury. "What nonsense is this? Is it forbidden to visit my own niece?" In the midst of a conversation, a woman in her 30s burst into the room like a gust of wind. "Xuemo, your aunt has come to visit," she exclaimed, shaking the 2 small bags of snacks in her hand, her sharp eyes greedily fixed on the open treasure chest. She quickly darted over, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear niece, where did you acquire such a wealth of gold? It cannot possibly be fake, can it?" She reached out to grab it, but with a swift motion, the chest lid slammed shut, nearly pinching her hand. Unwilling to back down, she looked up to find Ning Suimuo leisurely perched atop the chest, a smile teasing her lips. "Second madam, are you here to take advantage of me again?" This second madam was the distant relative of the original owner, Ning Suimuo, the wife of a man who had risen from poverty. After suffering a childhood of neglect and hardship, he had eventually achieved success and fame. leading to a flood of relatives seeking to claim kinship and benefit from his newfound wealth. Though the Marquis of Jinyuan extended his help to these relatives out of familial duty, they repaid his kindness with jealousy and scheming. After the deaths of the Marquis and his wife, rather than honoring the general's generosity, these relatives sought to plunder the estate, leaving young Ning Shui Mo utterly defenseless against their bullying. Among these relatives, the second madam was the most domineering. Once, when Ning Shui Mo had attempted to intervene, she had been met with several stinging slaps, leaving her face bruised for days. Due to the Marquis's recent financial struggles, the second madam had not visited in nearly half a year, but upon hearing of Ning Shui Mo's fortune, she had come rushing back like a fly drawn to a foul odor. Ning Shui Mo promptly exposed her intentions, causing the second madam's facade to falter. Xua Montak, how can you speak to your elder in such a manner? I came to see you out of kindness, and you repay me with scorn. With a scoff, Ning Shui Mo retorted, Second madam, your visits always seem to coincide with your desire to take something of value. Last time, you even managed to carry away a grand armchair, remarkably without being crushed beneath it. The sharpness of her words caused the second madam's face to flush with humiliation. You insolent girl, this is how you address your elders? No wonder your parents perished early. You have no manners. I shall discipline you on their behalf. With that, she lunged at Ning Shui Mo, her formidable second-tier abilities and martial prowess making her a formidable opponent. She had grown accustomed to bullying Ning Shui Mo, often resorting to violence without fear of repercussion. However, Ning Shui Mo was prepared. As the second madam struck, a loud crack echoed through the room, followed by a thud as the second madam was sent sprawling against a pillar, yelping in shock. Stunned, the aging servant, Uncle Zhong, could hardly believe his eyes. His young mistress had not been the one thrown aside, but rather the domineering second madam. As the second madam rose, disheveled and bruised, she gaped at Ning Shui Mo, bewildered. What sorcery did you employ, you wretched girl? Calmly, Ning Shui Mo wiped her hands with a handkerchief and tossed it aside. Care to guess? The second madam, her face burning with humiliation and pain, struggled to regain her composure. You will regret this. I shall teach you a lesson. Yet, Ning Shui Mo sat confidently atop the chest, her demeanor unyielding. The second madam, having suffered a significant defeat, could not allow a mere child to diminish her pride. She charged again, but after a series of falls and humiliating defeats, she eventually collapsed in tears, crying out for mercy. Ning Shui Mo, amused, watched the spectacle unfold, recalling the sharp-tongued characters from her readings. Realizing that more relatives would soon arrive, she decided to confront the situation head-on. She gestured for Uncle Zhong to bring tea, and the second madam, mistaking her calmness for fear, cried louder, demanding respect. Which of you deserves tea? Ning Shui Mo replied casually, You may wail all you wish. It may earn you a reward. As the second madam continued to bellow, Ning Shui Mo sipped her tea leisurely, taunting her, Are you thirsty from all that shouting? Would you like a cup? In a moment of desperation, the second madam found herself instinctively reaching for the offered cup, only to be met with scalding tea splashed across her face. The chaos continued as she shrieked in pain, the echoes of her cries resonating throughout the estate. A dignified inquiry echoed from outside the hall as 6 individuals stormed in with great fervor. Ning Shuima's long lashes fluttered momentarily. How splendid! All the relatives, uncle, elder uncle, aunt, 5th cousin, 6th cousin, and elder cousin, arrived in full force. The second lady, her face adorned with remnants of tea leaves, rushed towards her husband, exclaiming, Darling, you must stand up for me. This little wretch is tormenting me. The uncle, taken aback by his wife's disheveled state, stammered, What happened? The second lady, wailing and pounding her legs, recounted the events, embellishing her tale. Of course, she omitted the part where she lunged for a chest of gold. She ultimately collapsed on the ground, moaning incessantly about her broken leg, fractured arm, and twisted waist, portraying herself as a grievously injured victim. The uncle's expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky. Ning Xiuma, how could you be so ruthless? Your aunt came to visit you out of kindness, yet you laid such a vicious hand upon her. What is your intent? If you do not provide an explanation, I shall not let this matter rest. The others chimed in agreement. Indeed, we are your kin, having cared for you, yet you repay us with such ingratitude. It is truly disheartening. This cannot simply be brushed aside. You have injured your aunt, committing an act of rebellion against your own family. If you do not offer an explanation, we shall report you to the authorities, allowing you to experience the hardships of confinement." Voices clamored, a cacophony of threats and intimidation. Yet, their eyes occasionally darted towards the golden chest, yearning to seize its contents. Ning Xiuma listened in silence until they fell quiet, then blinked and asked, "So what do you wish to do?" Her voice, tender and youthful, led them to believe she was merely a frightened child, prompting them to heighten their intimidation. The uncle, filled with self-importance, declared, "You have grievously harmed your aunt, a crime unforgivable. However, considering your youth, we elders shall not be too harsh. Yet, your aunt's injuries require proper treatment. She cannot move and needs assistance, which entails expenses. You shall compensate her with 1,000 taels of gold." Before Ning Xiuma could respond, the others erupted in protest. Rumors suggested she had acquired 1,000 taels of gold, and if she were to compensate the second family, what would they gain? That is utterly unreasonable. The injuries are mere superficial wounds. A few medicinal herbs will suffice. Your demand is exaggerated. The aunt interjected. Indeed, at most, compensation of 100 taels would be sufficient. Adding in lost wages, let Xiuma pay you 200 taels, the elder uncle chimed in. Your greed is insatiable, uncle. You are indeed being unreasonable, the fifth cousin asserted. The second aunt, flustered, exclaimed, "What do you think you are, champions of justice? It is I who was injured. Do you believe I am unaware of your intentions? You simply wish to partake in the spoils of this gold." They argued fiercely over the ownership of the gold, their faces flushed in indignation. Ning Xiuma observed their quarrel with a smirk, her lips curled in amusement. After a lengthy dispute, voices grew hoarse, yet none would yield, escalating their volume. "Shut up." The beast of judgment, having watched the spectacle, could no longer contain itself and roared. "For heaven's sake, you are all shouting in Chinese. And that girl ISNT translating for me. It sounds like a duck hearing thunder, utterly incomprehensible." Its voice boomed like thunder in the hall, causing everyone to shiver and fall silent. The beast, a divine creature, exuded an intimidating presence when angered. It rattled the iron cage before it, unleashing a series of roars that left the crowd dazed and disoriented, their spirits shaken. Ning Xiuma approached the cage, gently patting its claw, soothingly speaking in Mandarin. "You detest disturbances, don't you? Would you like to tear apart those who disturb your peace?" The beast, unable to comprehend her words, but sensing her gentle tone, nodded regally. Its gesture nearly frightened the others into submission, prompting them to shrink back. Ning Xiuma sighed. "Shall I release you from this cage? I happen to know how to dispel the seals." She pretended to gesture a spell, causing the crowd to panic, hastily interjecting, "Ning Xiuma, you cannot open that cage. We cannot allow it to harm anyone. All right, we shall cease our quarrel. Let us discuss the matter of the gold's ownership amicably." The elder uncle's voice softened. They huddled together again, seeking a mutually agreeable resolution. After a vigorous negotiation, they finally reached a consensus to divide the gold into 5 portions, granting the second aunt an additional share due to her injuries, while the others would share the remainder equally. By the time they presented their distribution plan, 2 hours had elapsed. During this interval, Ning Xiuma had indulged in 2 pots of tea and 3 plates of pastries. As they hurried toward the chest of gold, she slowly interjected, "Have you all had your fill of chaos? If you have, you may take your leave." The crowd fell silent, the elder uncle's expression darkening. "Xiuma, what kind of language is this? These are your elders present." Ning Xiuma tossed her hair aside, a scoff escaping her lips. "Elders? You? Each of you disregards the kindness bestowed by the Marquis during his lifetime, relentlessly bullying his only vulnerable daughter and seizing the treasures of the Jingyuan Marquis estate. Is this the behavior of elders? Do not tarnish the term elders with your actions." Her words left the crowd speechless, their faces flushed with indignation. The uncle retorted, "You have indeed injured your aunt, an undeniable fact. You must compensate her." Ning Xiuma's cold laughter echoed. "This is the Jingyuan Marquis estate. She intruded uninvited, a mere commoner, and bullied the young lady of the Marquis household, attempting to seize the gold gifted by the 6th prince. What crime is this? That she has not been killed is already a stroke of luck, yet she dares to greedily demand compensation? Where's her sense of shame?" Her countenance hardened, an aura of cold menace enveloping her, transforming the atmosphere entirely. The pressure she emanated chilled the hearts of all present, rendering them speechless. "Uncle," the elder uncle stammered, struggling to regain his composure. "You are mistaken. Even if you do not compensate your aunt, having received this 1,000 taels of gold, you ought to assist your relatives. That is the right thing to do. You know, every family has its own struggles. We are in need of money." Ning Shuma smiled, a smile laced with sarcasm, as she opened the chest of gold and lifted a bar of gold, weighing it in her hand. "You're in need of money, so I, an orphan, should selflessly provide you with gold? What kind of absurd reasoning is that? This gold belongs to me. Even if I were to cast it to the dogs, it is not your place to comment." With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the gold into the beast's cage. The creature, observing the gold rolling beneath its feet, looked puzzled. It recognized the gold, but did not grasp Ning Shiwama's intent. With its large paw, it nudged and pressed the gold beneath its palm. The crowd gasped in disbelief as Ning Shiwama continued to scatter the gold bars into the cage. By the time they comprehended her actions, half the chest of gold had already been tossed into the cage. Those skilled in martial arts rushed forward, shouting, "Stop! What are you doing?" Countless hands reached out, eager to seize the gold within the chest. A cold glimmer flashed in Ning Suimuo's eyes as she delivered a swift kick, causing the chest lid to slam shut and entrap several fingers. Amidst the anguished screams, Ning Suimuo deftly spun, and before the crowd could comprehend her movements, she effortlessly lifted the golden chest, twisting and weaving her way out of their encirclement. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, the chest of gold had already been deposited within an iron cage. The iron cage was imposing, yet the entrance was small, barely accommodating one person at a time, with the chest of gold gleaming enticingly just inside the gate. Ning Suimuo exchanged a few words with the guardian beast and then turned back to address the crowd. "If you truly desire the gold, feel free to enter the cage and retrieve it. Take as much as you wish." The onlookers glanced at the formidable guardian beast within the cage, its menacing visage rendering them hesitant. Yet, the gold was tantalizingly close, and they found themselves frozen in indecision. Ning Suimuo crossed her arms, her voice icy as she declared, "I will count to 10. If you do not dare to enter, you shall leave the residence of the Jinyuan Marquis at once." 1. Her clear counting resonated throughout the hall, each number strikingly distinct. The crowd found themselves momentarily paralyzed. One particularly sullen uncle, realizing the situation, hatched a plan. If he could subdue this girl and compel her to retrieve the gold herself, it would be the ideal solution. He stealthily moved closer to Ning Suimuo, poised to strike. Suddenly, a symphony of footsteps approached from outside, and the hall darkened as 8 agile young men strode in, their movements swift and graceful. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Ning Suimuo, bowing in unison. "Young mistress." The second aunt and her companions were taken aback, only to be followed by the arrival of old Zhong, who bowed before Ning Suimuo and reported, "Young mistress, these are the guards I summoned on your behalf, each possessing a mental prowess of at least the 2nd tier. They are true warriors, willing to stand by your side and protect you." It turned out that while the others were clamoring, old Zhong had discreetly left to recruit help at Ning Suimuo's behest, under the promise of generous rewards. The Jinyuan Marquis' offer attracted many eager applicants. Although old Zhong was elderly, his ability to discern talent was exceptional. He had carefully selected 8 guards to bring back. The formidable presence of the 8 men caused the second aunt and her cohorts to instinctively withdraw, their confidence waning. By the time Ning Suimuo reached the count of 3, she smiled and glanced around. "What's this? No one dares to take a chance? I'm offering you an opportunity. It's your choice to refuse." Her melodious voice echoed in the hall, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense as everyone held their breath. Unbeknownst to them, atop the hall's ceiling, a figure in black crouched, having observed the unfolding events for an unknown duration. His translucent vantage point allowed him to witness every detail below. He was a personal shadow guard of the 6th prince, Ji Yunhao, sent to ascertain the true nature of this marquis's daughter. After Ji Yunhao's public humiliation, he harbored resentment and suspected that Ning Suimuo's relatives were not to be underestimated. Their ostentatious display of gold was, in fact, a calculated ploy to undermine her. Initially disinterested, the shadow guard soon found himself captivated by the girl's every action. Not only did she communicate with beasts, but her combat skills were unlike anything he had ever seen, displaying a cunning beyond her years. To dismiss her as a waste would be a grave error. If a sixth prince were to overlook her, it would indeed be a monumental loss. Completely absorbed in Ning Suimuo, he was startled when a hand tapped his shoulder. A voice drifting softly from behind. Is it captivating? The shadow guard nearly leapt in surprise, quickly turning to face a young man clad in moonlit robes. With hair as dark as ink, sharp features, and eyes like autumn waters, he stood resplendent under the moonlight, adorned with jade and a large jade ring on his thumb. Holding a white jade flute, he exuded an air of refined elegance, yet beneath lay an unmistakable aura of nobility. The shadow guard instinctively bowed. Your Highness, Yi Yunhuang, the crown prince of the Longkong Kingdom, was indeed a legend. In the realm of Tianxi, martial cultivation was categorized into two distinct paths. Ordinary martial practitioners, who were typically of the first or second tier of mental prowess, and sorcerers, who possessed a third tier or higher. The majority of practitioners belonged to the former category, while the latter had the potential for greater development and were further divided into three tiers: heaven, earth, and man, each with 10 levels. Those able to reach the pinnacle of sorcery were exceedingly rare, often becoming masters of their craft. The legendary tier, heaven, was said to be attained by the emperor, yet no living soul had witnessed his prowess. The mental prowess tiers spanned from 1 to 10, with higher tiers facilitating more effective cultivation. Most practitioners hovered around the first and second tiers, with few reaching the third or fourth, and even fewer achieving the fifth tier, making them highly sought after. As for Ji Yanhuang, his mental prowess reached the sixth tier, and at such a tender age, he had already attained the third tier of earth, becoming the pride of the Longkong Kingdom. Shortly after his potential was recognized, the former emperor proclaimed him as crown prince, and he was taken under the wing of the foremost disciple of the enigmatic Sun and Moon sect, nurturing him with utmost care. Although a prince, he seldom resided in the palace and spent most of his time cultivating within the Sun and Moon sect. His keen insights ensured that he remained informed about events within the kingdom. Intelligent, decisive, and shrewd, he outshone his peers, and none dared to covet his position as crown prince. His claim to the throne was as steadfast as iron. The shadow guard had not anticipated encountering such an illustrious prince here. Instinctively, he prepared to bow in respect. Ji Yanhuang raised his flute, an invisible force preventing the guard from kneeling. Should you let go, do not linger. Inform my sixth brother to uphold the dignity of the royal family. Ji Yanhuang's voice was calm, yet authoritative. Yes, your highness, the shadow guard responded quickly, bowing before swiftly departing. The two conversed using a secretive method, rendering their words inaudible to outsiders, thus avoiding alarming the crowd in the hall. Ji Yanhuang casually pointed at the roof tiles, which transformed into a mirror, reflecting the scene within the hall. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as the second ant writhed on the ground, bloodied and in agony, akin to a fish out of water. She was unwilling to leave empty-handed, and upon spotting the golden chest at the iron cage's entrance, her heart was irresistibly drawn to it. Seizing the moment while the truth-testing beast turned away, she lunged forward, attempting to grasp the gold. She believed her speed was sufficient, but little did she know that the beast was even swifter. In the blink of an eye, her arm was gruesomely torn away. Chapter 25. The crown prince, as witness her husband, noticing the dire situation, rushed to embrace her and rolled to the side, preventing her from being dragged into the iron cage and torn apart, thus saving her life. This scene was so horrific that it left everyone stunned, even the newly hired 8 guards who broke into a cold sweat. These individuals were new recruits, lacking loyalty to Ning Suimuo, and a few among them harbored thoughts of seizing the gold. However, witnessing this, their trepidation extinguished any ill intentions. Ji Yanhuang observed from above, intrigued by the girl's cunning. Her strategy of using a shocking display was executed with finesse. What began as a mere visit out of boredom had unexpectedly turned into a captivating spectacle. Little did he know, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. The second uncle, still shaken, rose to confront Ning Suimuo, who, with a firm grip on his arm, inquired, "Would you like her arm to grow back?" Everyone froze in disbelief. Could a severed arm truly regenerate? What a ludicrous notion. Even the finest doctors could not achieve such a feat. The second uncle retorted angrily, "Ning Suimuo, are you still jesting with us? Who possesses the ability to reattach a severed limb?" Ning Suimuo pointed to herself and decisively replied, "I do." The crowd gazed at her with skepticism, as if she were a peculiar creature. Casting her eyes upon the writhing second ant, she smirked. I can restore her severed arm within an hour. Of course, you may choose not to believe me and simply remove her, lest you dirty my floor. The second ant, having lost an arm and in despair, found a flicker of hope in Ning Suimuo's words, despite her skepticism. I believe. Please do your magic, she pleaded. Ning Suimuo stated, to save you, I require one condition. What condition? Return all the items taken from the Jingyuan Marquis's residence over the years. Not a single item can be missing. Ning Suimuo laid out her terms. The second uncle hesitated, realizing that the valuables pilfered over the years were worth a staggering 2,000 taels of gold, far more painful to relinquish than death itself. He contemplated negotiating further, but Ning Suimuo swiftly cut him off. You have half a cup of tea's time to consider. If you exceed that, even if you offer your entire fortune, I will be powerless to assist. Both the second uncle and second aunt were miserly, loath to part with anything without gain. After a fierce internal struggle, the second uncle ultimately chose to forego the chance to save her. There is no such thing as reattaching a severed arm. You must be up to some trickery. I refuse to believe it. Let us go, my dear. If I cannot reattach her arm, not only will you not reclaim your previous possessions, but I will also generously gift you the 2,000 taels of gold. Ninquemo proclaimet. The offer was tempting, yet the second uncle remained skeptical. You're merely deceiving me. What if her arm cannot be reattached, and you refuse to hand over the gold? I can serve as a witness. A clear, magnetic voice resonated from above. A man appeared, effortlessly descending. His silhouette, illuminated by candlelight, was tall, elegant, and strikingly handsome, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. His presence shone brighter than the entire hall's illumination, and his aura, gentle as the breeze, sent a chill down the spines of those gathered, compelling them to avert their gazes. Chapter 26. The Crown Prince as witness. Most individuals in the hall were common folk, unaccustomed to encountering a celestial being like the Crown Prince. They stood frozen in disbelief. Old Zhong, however, was the first to recover, bowing deeply. We welcome your highness. The hall was struck dumb, a thunderbolt from the blue. Even Ning Suimuo was momentarily taken aback. The Crown Prince. Kneeling, the crowd trembled. We pay our respects to your highness. Ning Suimuo understood who the Crown Prince was, but was puzzled as to why this exalted figure was eavesdropping from a rooftop. How long had he been listening? Yet, such inquiries were best left unvoiced, given his immense power. Her small stature was unwise to challenge. With the Crown Prince as a witness, the second uncle dared not utter another word and promptly agreed to formalize the written agreement with Ning Suimuo. Though the second uncle's household had pilfered various items over the years, Old Zhong had meticulously noted each one, totaling 5,000 taels of silver. No one dared to play tricks in front of the Crown Prince, and even the second uncle, who had once contemplated deceit, remained silent, secretly hoping that Ning Suimuo would fail. The Crown Prince, Ji Yinhuang, fixed his moonlight gaze upon Ning Suimuo. Miss Suimuo, with my presence as witness, you may proceed with your treatment. In this tumultuous realm, where martial prowess was revered, injuries were commonplace, leading to a high regard for healers. Although many practiced medicine, few reached the level of national physicians, making them exceedingly rare, often sought after by various factions. Even within the palace, skilled doctors were a rarity, revered as national treasures. Due to his status, Ji Qianhuang was acquainted with many eminent healers, but even the most skilled lacked the ability to reattach severed limbs. Thus, Ning Suimuo's claim astonished him. And fearing the second uncle's reluctance to part with silver, he chose to reveal himself. With the Crown Prince's decree, preparations were swiftly executed. A pristine quiet room, immaculate to the last speck, was prepared. Ji Yinhuang even utilized his powers to ensure it was thoroughly cleansed, though it fell short of a modern sterile operating room. It sufficed. Your Highness, please wait in the hall, Ning Suimuo said with a bow, unceremoniously ushering him away. Ji Yinhuang had initially intended to witness her efforts firsthand, but Ning Suimuo's words dissuaded him. To perform my work, I must be entirely undraped. Without hesitation, Ji Yinhuang turned to exit. I shall remain in the hall. He had no interest in viewing the exposed form of an older woman. The second aunt was rendered unconscious by Ji Yinhuang's special technique, ensuring she would not awaken. Allowing Ning Suimuo to work on her without fear of her thrashing in pain. Minutes turned into half an hour. Silence enveloped the quiet room, occasionally broken by the soft clink of instruments. The crowd in the hall held their breath, aware that with the crown prince present, they could only stand in deference. Old Joan, anxious, presented fresh tea with a new set of utensils, but Ji and Huang merely glanced and replied coolly, "Set it down." He had a slight obsession with perfection. Everything he encountered needed to be of the highest quality. The aroma of this tea was far inferior to what he typically enjoyed, rendering it unpalatable. Old Joan, fearing to speak further, brought out an array of new delicacies, yet Ji Yun Huang remained untouched. As the hour for dinner had long passed, those present began to feel a pang of hunger. However, the young prince showed no inclination to eat, and naturally, they dared not bring it up. With nearly an hour gone by, the second uncle, feeling a slight sense of relief in his belly, was about to announce that the time had come when the sound of the quiet room door echoed, and Ning Xiaoma emerged. All is well, the connection has been made. In her previous life, she not only studied traditional Chinese medicine, but also trained in surgery under a world-renowned medical genius. As a secret agent, she often faced perilous situations, resulting in frequent injuries among herself and her subordinates. With her presence, they could always expect timely treatment. Not only could she reattach an amputated arm, but she could also mend a punctured heart, provided the rescue was prompt. The instruments of this era were, of course, inferior to modern precision tools. Yet her exceptional skills allowed her to reattach the second aunt's arm with remarkable craftsmanship. Furthermore, she employed a special technique to slightly unblock the blood vessels. And by the time the crowd rushed in to examine the second aunt's injury, the severed fingers were already twitching involuntarily. A miracle. It was nothing short of a miracle. Where did she acquire such medical prowess? Ji and Huang's gaze towards Ning Xiaoma brimmed with curiosity. The second uncle began to regret his previous stance and thought of ways to evade responsibility. How can this be considered a proper reattachment? You merely stitch the arm back on. Surely she will not regain movement, nor will she be able to grasp anything. Ji and Huang's lips curled slightly. Whether she can grasp something can be determined by a simple test. With an open palm, a gold ingot appeared in her hand, which she casually placed into the injured second aunt's grip, saying languidly, "If you can hold it, this gold ingot is yours." Although the second aunt was in a state of slumber, her innate greed stirred within her. As soon as her palm touched the gold, she instinctively trembled and immediately clutched it tightly. The second uncle was left speechless. Ji Yanhuang flicked his fingers, and the second aunt awakened from her stupor. Her resilience was astonishing. Upon waking, she disregarded her arm, which was wrapped tightly like a dumpling, and instinctively raised her palm to inspect the gold in her grasp. The second uncle had intended to argue that she might not be able to lift her arm, but seeing his wife perform that very action left him at a loss for words. In the presence of the prince, the couple dared not openly dispute the matter. Yet the prospect of compensating several thousand taels of silver felt like a painful loss. The second aunt resolved to make another attempt. Ning Xiaoma stated that the lady's arm would be as good as new, but now it can only barely grasp something, and any slight elevation causes excruciating pain. This should not be counted as a full recovery. Ning Xiaoma cast her a sidelong glance. Even the most resilient creature requires time to heal after a fracture, let alone your arm, which has been reattached. Take proper care for a month, and if it is not healed by then, you may return to seek me out. Recovery from such injuries typically requires 100 days. Can it truly be expected to heal in a month? Chapter 28. Intimacy. Not even the second uncle and his wife believed it, but Ji Yunhuang had his own methods. With a snap of his fingers, guards appeared as if summoned from the heavens, kneeling before him. Ji Yunhuang commanded indifferently, "Carry this woman into the Dali temple, and have the officers find a quiet room for her to recuperate for a month. Bring her back to see me after that." The second aunt's face turned pale with fear. Could one simply enter the government office? Once inside, one would not come out unscathed. She pleaded loudly, insisting she could recover at home. Naturally, Ji Yanhuang would not relent. He had little interest in her well-being, his primary concern being whether Ning Xiaoma's medical skills could achieve the results she claimed. With a mere wave of his hand, the second aunt was unceremoniously taken away. The officers at the Dali Temple were as astute as forensic experts. If the second aunt attempted any mischief there, she would find no opportunity. He felt assured. Since the prince had arranged it, none of them dared voice dissent, leaving one by one in a state of defeat. with the prince as a guarantor. Ning Xiuma had no fear of the second uncle causing trouble. She stretched her small hand and yawned, this day having been filled with tension and unpredictable turns, leaving her little body fatigued. Her gesture was clearly a signal for others to leave, yet the young prince pretended not to notice, leisurely engaging in conversation with Ning Xiuma, inquiring about her medical lineage. Ning Xiuma, however, was not foolish enough to reveal her origins. Instead, she provided an answer that sounded mysterious and left no room for skepticism. It was bestowed by heaven. I inadvertently acquired it through a dream when a celestial imparted knowledge to me. Yi Yunhuang. He naturally did not believe her fanciful tale, and after several more exchanges, he found her to be as innocent and carefree as she appeared, her eyes sparkling like crystal, and her words were as elusive as water. Despite his inquiries, he could extract no hint of flaw. As night deepened, Ning Xiuma could no longer restrain herself and inquired, "Your Highness, the night grows late. When shall you return to your residence?" Jian Huang suddenly raised his hand and ruffled her hair. "Very well, I shall not disturb you further. I will return now and come to visit you in a few days." With that, he sauntered away. Ning Xiuma sat for a moment, stunned, realizing she had not managed to evade the prince's touch. Although his movements seemed unhurried, they flowed with the grace of water, and before she could react, an inexplicable pressure immobilized her entirely, allowing him to pat her head as if she were a child. This prince was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Her current abilities were not even on the same level. Should he wish to harm her, it would be effortless. It seemed she needed to retreat and diligently cultivate her skills, at the very least to strengthen her current body and restore her former prowess. As she sat there contemplating her future, the testing beast within its iron cage could no longer contain itself, thumping against the bars with a loud clang. "When will you prepare my meal, woman? Did you not promise to serve me a grand feast and a fine wine? I am starving. I demand 10 roasted suckling pigs, 5 whole roasted lambs, and 10 pounds of medium-rare beefsteak." It rattled off a myriad of dishes it relished in its previous life, concluding with a vehement declaration, "And no more cow brains. I have eaten them for 100 years, and I am utterly sick of them." Chapter 29. He did no wrong. The food for the testing beast consisted of a special kind of divine cow's head, freshly severed. For other testing beasts, it may have been a delectable meal, but for the unfortunate creature now trapped in a beast's body, each meal was a torturous battle against itself. Now, it was finally adopted by a young girl who understood its language, and it would no longer suffer such torment. Ning Xiuma generously instructed old Zhong, and the newly hired chef was eager to showcase his skills, quickly preparing a splendid banquet, including everything the testing beast had ordered. To Ning Xiuma's surprise, this robust creature proved to be quite the lightweight when it came to alcohol. After merely half a jar of bamboo leaf wine, it was already 7 parts drunk, lamenting its sorrows with a night of howling English songs, keeping everyone in the residence awake in terror. Ning Xiuma had a pot of hangover soup prepared and coaxed it to drink, which finally calmed it down. It lay there, mumbling and mewling about the frustrations of being transformed into a beast over the years. It had expected to achieve greatness like the protagonists of other male-centered novels, surrounded by countless beauties vying for its attention. Instead, it had been confined to a cage for 100 years, gnawing on cow heads, and not a single female beast had crossed its path. Initially, Ning Xiuma felt that being transported to another world in her sleep was already a considerable hardship. But after hearing the testing beast's lamentations, she felt a sense of completeness. This creature had endured far worse. The newly arrived servants of the Jingyuan Marquis's residence witnessed the following extraordinary scene. Their young master spread a blanket in front of the iron cage and engaged in a lengthy conversation with the ferocious creature known as the test beast, eventually affectionately naming it Tom. This bewildered the onlookers. Tom? Could it be that this test beast was actually a female? Such a peculiar name. The creature's English name was indeed Tom, and for the first time in a century, someone had uttered its original name, which touched it deeply and further enhanced its fondness for Ning Xiuma, thereby refreshing its loyalty. It was a creature of integrity. Having promised Ning Xiuma to guard the gold, it remained vigilant even after indulging in drink, simply resting atop the chest of gold after consuming a hangover remedy. In the residence of the 6th prince, the moonlight was splendid and the flowers were in full bloom. In the octagonal pavilion within the garden, Ji Yunhao sat in the main seat, surrounded by 3 enchanting beauties adorned in shades of peach and green. These 3 were his concubines, hardly deserving even the title of secondary consorts. Your Highness, congratulations on finally breaking off that engagement. Ning Xiuma is even inferior to us. How could she possibly be worthy of being your secondary consort? Spoke the beauty in peach. Indeed, Your Highness, your decision to rescind the engagement was astute. That worthless girl isn't even fit to serve you as a maid, let alone anything else. Chimed in the beauty in green. To Your Highness, for finally shedding that burden, let us raise a toast. The beauty in pale yellow proclaimed, lifting her cup. Ji Yunhao's previously sullen expression softened slightly. They were correct. After all, worthlessness is still worthlessness, and even if she occasionally stood out, it did not change her inherent nature. He was now one of the more favored princes in the royal family, with his status only destined to rise. Rescinding this engagement was indeed the right choice. He had made no mistake. He raised his cup and gazed at the moonlight. That worthless girl must be entangled in troubles with her so-called relatives right now. He mused. Chapter 30. The unexpected. Perhaps those 2,000 taels of gold had already been seized, and she had been mercilessly beaten. A vision flashed before him of Ning Xiuma being brutally struck down. There was a sense of balance restored within him. It was he who had initiated the dissolution of their engagement, casting her aside. Her subsequent actions were merely a desperate attempt to regain her dignity, and she must have regretted it deeply. He took another drink, oblivious to the fact that his thoughts had been revolving around that girl throughout the evening. Your Highness, the surroundings dimmed as one of his shadow guards appeared silently before him, kneeling on the ground. What news? Ji Yunhao inquired, expecting good tidings. The shadow guard glanced at his 3 concubines, hesitating to speak. They were all familiar faces, yet he deemed it appropriate to share. Ji Yunhao was eager to let these concubines hear just how miserable that wretched girl had become. The prince's command is paramount, the shadow guard began, finally relaying everything he had witnessed at the residence of the Duke of Jinyuan. His memory and verbal articulation were exceptional, painting a vivid picture. However, as Ji Yunhao listened, his face darkened. Before the shadow guard could finish, he slammed his palm on the table. Are you saying she possesses martial skills? Her relatives are unable to contend with her. Instead, they were soundly defeated by her. Indeed, Miss Ning's martial arts are peculiar, yet remarkably effective. I have never encountered anything like it. Ji Yunhao's expression soured further, recalling the scene in the plaza where Ning Xiuma had skillfully avoided his strikes. Could it be that the so-called worthless physique was merely a facade? Surely not. The crystal ball used for measuring mental prowess had never erred. A fiery turmoil ignited within him, and with a sharp crack, he crushed his wine cup in his grip. The shadow guard paused, as if he had more to say. Impatient, Ji Yunhao pressed. What happened next? Did no one dare to seize the gold? The shadow guard lowered his head. I did not witness the subsequent developments. His Highness the Crown Prince discovered my presence. Ji Yunhao stiffened, caught off guard. My third brother? He was there? Since when? The shadow guard, abashed, replied. I was unaware of the Crown Prince's arrival. By the time I noticed, he was already behind me. His Highness instructed me to convey a message to you. Relaying Ji Yunhao's brother's words verbatim. Ji Yunhao felt as though he had been struck across the face. The sting was palpable. The 3 beauties, who had previously been fawning over him, fell silent in his presence. The bold beauty in peach mustered her courage to remark, that girl's relatives are merely a bunch of useless fools. It's no surprise they can't handle her. There's no need for the prince to concern himself. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. The crown prince may have merely been passing by. Get lost. Ji Yunhao suddenly smashed the table, sending wine and dishes crashing to the ground. The beauties fled in disarray. His anger remained unquenched. Passing by? What nonsense! Could the crown prince simply wander into someone else's residence? He had not anticipated that the usually perfectionist crown prince, who regarded others with disdain, would develop an interest in that woman. He had thought he had cast aside nothing more than a tattered cloth, only to realize. He clenched his teeth in the shadows, quietly commanding, this woman is peculiar. Send someone to keep a close watch. Report back immediately at the slightest hint of disturbance. For several consecutive days, Ning Xiuma's life was leisurely yet fulfilling. Chapter 31. She can set up arrays? The Duke of Jingyuan's residence was in disarray, yet fortunately, she had money now and an exceptionally capable old steward who managed all the mundane tasks while reporting significant matters to her. Every pavilion and tower in the Duke's estate had been freshly painted, and the newly hired servants, under the old steward's guidance, operated with an organized chaos. The old steward, having shed his previous despondence, stood tall and proud, exuding vitality. His mistress had endured great hardships, emerging as if reborn, finally embodying the aura of a general's daughter. From now on, the Duke of Jingyuan's residence would no longer be subjugated. More importantly, the young lady had inexplicably acquired remarkable medical skills, almost bordering on the miraculous. The old steward, who had formerly been slightly hunched, found himself cured of his long-standing ailment after Ning Xuema administered a few acupuncture treatments. He felt rejuvenated by a decade, his voice booming with newfound vigor, and he expressed profound gratitude towards his young mistress, dedicating all his energy to managing the Duke's residence. Within just 10 days, everything had fallen into place. Ning Xuema had not been idle during this time. She was concocting various medicines and acquiring suitable tools, and she also brewed a collection of poisons. Given her current frail condition and limited abilities, despite the apparent orderliness of the Duke's estate, countless undercurrents swirled around her, with many plotting to drag her back into despair. She needed to ensure her safety. In her weakened state, poisons had become indispensable. Of course, in her spare time, she was also honing her martial skills, though she preferred to keep her unique training methods hidden. Fortunately, she had a dedicated training room, where she practiced diligently for 2 hours each day. With the increasing number of people in the Duke's residence, she took precautions to prevent intrusions into her training and medicinal rooms by setting up Zhuge Liang's 8-formation array around them. In this realm, where the art of cultivation flourished, there was little emphasis on strategic formations. Even in confrontations between armies, the formations displayed were the most common, leaving them utterly ignorant of more intricate tactics. Thus, the omnipotent Shadow Guard, despite his best efforts, was unable to breach the vicinity of these 2 rooms. Consequently, Ji Yunhao received reports stating, Miss Ning, upon waking today, entered an octagonal pavilion for 3 hours, and later moved to a small building concealed by lush trees for another 3 hours. The nature of these locations remains uncertain. Each time I stealthily followed, I experienced hallucinations and could not enter to investigate. An array? Ji Yunhao's breath caught, and he furrowed his brow. Only those sorcerers who had attained the 3rd level of Earth-tier mental prowess could create such confining arrays. In the kingdom of Chongkong, only a handful had the capability to set such formations, merely 3 or 4 individuals. One was the crown prince, while the others held significant positions within various sects. Rarely emerging from seclusion, the untalented girl can actually create a formation. This is utterly astonishing. Are your eyes deceiving you? Is it truly a formation? He inquired in a low voice. The Shadow Guard pondered for a moment and replied candidly. It resembles a formation, yet it diverges from the traditional concept. The legendary formations utilize talismans as a medium and mental energy as their essence. It is said that those who enter such formations may be harmed by spells, rendering them disoriented. However, Miss Ning's array seems to be constructed using flowers, plants, and stones, with numerous diverging paths that obscure the correct route. I believe that if we were to destroy those arranged flora and fauna, it could potentially dismantle the formation. Yet, doing so would inevitably alert the Jingyuan Marquis's residence. Hence I hesitated to act hastily. Chapter 32. The prince lost in thought. Ji Yunhao's expression darkened as he posed several more inquiries to the Shadow Guard, such as the recent acquisitions of the Jingyuan Marquis's household and the movements of its members. The Shadow Guard provided detailed answers, presenting a meticulously recorded list to Ji Yunhao. Upon reviewing the list, Ji Yunhao's face turned pale with disbelief. While the purchases of furniture and decor were reasonable for enhancing the appearance of the Marquis's residence, he was taken aback to find numerous tools, countless embroidery needles, various threads, and an array of jars and bottles. Most alarmingly, it appeared that the girl intended to open a pharmacy, having acquired 10 pounds of every conceivable herb, common or rare. Ji Yunhao stared at the densely packed list, feeling utterly confounded. He had heard of her assisting his second aunt with her severed arm, but was unaware of the outcome, given that she was currently under close surveillance at the Dali Temple. Could it be that this girl possessed remarkable medical skills? It seemed improbable. Why had he never heard of such a talent before? Was it possible that the Crown Prince had orchestrated a scheme, using her as a decoy? The thoughts of Ji Yunhuang were inscrutable, and after dismissing the shadow guard, he sat in contemplation, unable to unravel the mystery. The prince appeared engrossed, still admiring the moon in the garden at that moment. A delicate voice interrupted him as a woman in green emerged from around the corner. This lady possessed exquisite features and a graceful figure, her ethereal presence captivating. Suddenly tripping, she allowed a small gasp and stumbled into Ji Yunhao's embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him, causing his expression to soften. "Dai Chao, what brings you here?" The prince had not visited Dai Chao for several days, prompting her to seek him out. "I couldn't help but come," Dai Chao playfully chided. "You've been rather busy lately, neglecting me. Allow me to make amends." Without hesitation, Ji Yunhao kissed her, his hands wandering restlessly. "Oh, you're so mischievous. Always teasing me." Dai Chao blushed, giggling in his arms, her small hands playfully resisting yet inviting. As Ji Yunhao's interest grew, he found himself indulging more and more, as if he were consuming forbidden fruit. Just as things were reaching a fervent climax, Dai Chao suddenly grasped his wayward hand, halting further advances. "Your Highness, we cannot continue like this. After all, we are not yet wed." Ji Yunhao's enthusiasm was abruptly dampened, and he retorted, "Dai Chao, I am determined to marry you. In a few days, I shall request my father to bless our union. I will never abandon you. You see, I have even turned down offers for a secondary consort for your sake. Your Highness, my intentions are for your benefit as well. If that useless girl truly becomes the sixth prince's secondary consort, it would bring shame to the entire sixth prince's residence. I refuse to associate with such a waste." Di Chao scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain for Ning Suimuo. "Waste? Is that girl truly as inept as you claim?" Ji Yunhao recalled Ning Suimuo's enigmatic smile and the recent information he had gathered, a wave of irritation washing over him. "Your Highness? Your Highness?" Dai Chao waved her hand in front of his face, finally bringing him back to reality. Chapter 33. A chance encounter. The girl in his arms was disheveled, her fair skin barely concealed. Yet, he found himself losing interest and gently pushed her away. "Enough, Dai Chao. The night is deepening. You should return. It would be unwise for us to be discovered." Ji Yunhao was astonished that he could become lost in thought. This had never happened before. Di Chao, feeling a sense of uncertainty, looked up at him, wrapping her arms around his. "Your Highness, I have recently learned a new method of brewing tea and wish to share my skills with you." Ji Yunhao nodded, readily agreeing. "Very well. Let us meet at Wanghe Tower tomorrow. I shall sample my beloved's improved craftsmanship." Dai Chao smiled radiantly, satisfied as she departed. Her agility was impressive, and she vanished into the garden like a fleeting shadow. Yunhao exhaled softly, relieved. He was confident he had not made the wrong choice. This woman was indeed meant to be his rightful consort. Dai Chao was the favored daughter of the esteemed General Hu Qinghua, originally serving under Ning Suimuo's father. The deceased Jingyuan Marquis, Hu Qinghua was renowned for his valor and wisdom, adept in both warfare and courtly affairs. Following the Marquis's death, he ascended to the position of commander, wielding significant power, making him a key player in the court. Capturing his daughter Dai Chao's heart was no small feat, as she had initially admired the third prince, the crown prince himself. However, the crown prince, indifferent to her affections, had treated her dismissively, leading her to relinquish her hopes. Ji Yunhao seized this opportunity to win her over. Dai Chao possessed noble lineage, beauty, and talent, embodying the perfect match for him. Thus, he cherished her, even risking his father's ire to sever ties with Ning Suimuo. This girl was precisely what he desired. Ning Suimuo was not worthy to even carry her shoes. His decision to withdraw from that engagement was undoubtedly correct. Wanghe Tower was the most prestigious tea house in the capital of Chongkong Kingdom, boasting the finest amenities and decor, albeit at exorbitant prices. A single cup of ordinary tea here could cost 10 taels of silver, equivalent to a mid-level martial artist's monthly stipend. Only the wealthy and powerful frequented this establishment, indulging in lavish expenditures. Ning Suimuo sat at a table on the second floor, cringing as she gazed at the small red clay teapot before her, inhaling its fragrant aroma with a resigned sigh. Ordering tea here differed from modern customs. Rather than selecting a type of tea, patrons chose the variety of teapot. She had casually requested the red clay pot and ascended the stairs. When the tea master presented the exquisite tea set on a jewel-encrusted golden tray, Ning Suimuo finally understood the unusual glances from the surrounding patrons upon her order. This was, indeed, the most expensive option. In this establishment, red clay teapots surpassed all others in value, with a single pot of tea brewed from it costing a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. Although she had recently acquired a fortune, her expenditures had been considerable, and in just half a month, she had already depleted 3/4 of her 2,000 taels of gold, leaving her with merely 500 taels. In this context, 500 taels of gold was equivalent to 2,500 taels of silver. She felt an urgent need to stop the financial drain, prompting her to venture out today in search of profitable opportunities. Chapter 34. Money is a scoundrel. Spending can yield returns after tiring from her stroll on the bustling streets. She had wandered into the tea house for a brief respite and a sip of tea to soothe her throat. Little did she expect that her casual tea order would cost her 1,000 taels of silver. The pain of this expenditure was almost unbearable. No wonder the staff treated her with such deference after she placed her order. They must have seen her as a lucrative target. Fortunately, the exquisite tea snacks here are complimentary. Otherwise, she would feel even more pained. The tea room on the second floor undoubtedly caters to the elite. Its unusual design features bamboo walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings from renowned masters. The artworks here mirror those of ancient China, showcasing both meticulous and expressive styles, with bold cursive and elegant regular script. Among the displayed works, several are by artists of contemporary fame, some of whom Ning Xuema has heard of, each piece valued at a considerable sum. Simply taking one home could easily yield thousands of taels of silver. The most prominent piece, centrally hung, is a magnificent landscape painting. It is an ink-wash masterpiece depicting towering mountains, swirling clouds, strange trees, and flowing streams, all exuding a grandeur and vitality that transports the viewer into the scenery itself. In one corner, an inscription reveals the time of creation and the artist's name, Hans Hanyu. Ning Xuema murmured the name. She recognized this artist as a titan in the world of calligraphy and painting, comparable to Su Beihong and Qi Baishe of her era. Their works could easily be exchanged for several luxurious estates, and acquiring them is no simple feat. It seems this tea house has indeed invested significantly to elevate its status. After sipping her tea and savoring a snack, Ning Xuema found that the expense of 1,000 taels felt less burdensome. Money is merely a resource. It can be earned again, and with her capabilities, she need not worry about financial struggles in this era. Moreover, she had just learned of a lucrative opportunity. Rumors spoke of countless medicinal herbs in Tianshu Mountain, 100 miles from the main city, many of which are rare treasures. She plans to explore the area soon, hoping to stumble upon something extraordinarily valuable, which could lead to a windfall. However, she is also aware of the numerous magical beasts that inhabit the mountain, making it perilous for herb gatherers, often resulting in their disappearance. If she were to venture there, she must prepare thoroughly, as she did not come to this world merely to be prey for beasts. As she pondered her next steps towards wealth, the light at the entrance dimmed momentarily, and two individuals entered. Both were adorned in splendid garments. The man was tall and handsome, his piercing eyes radiating authority, while the woman, with her elegantly styled hair and refined demeanor, exuded the grace of a noble lady. This tea room, decorated with a modern flair reminiscent of a music CF, featured semi-transparent screens and potted plants separating the seating areas. Since Ning Xuema was seated quietly in a corner by the window, the newcomers did not notice her presence. She merely cast a cursory glance at them before shifting her gaze away. The sixth prince, Ji Yunhao, her former fiancé, now held no significance for her. She had limited energy and would not waste it on irrelevant individuals. As for the woman accompanying him, Ning Xuema smirked slightly, lifting her teacup to take a delicate sip. Chapter 35. Disputes and contentions. With a slight smile, Ning Xuema raised her teacup and took a gentle sip of tea, closing her eyes to listen to the melodious tunes played by the musician behind the beaded curtain. The skill required to perform in such an esteemed establishment was undoubtedly exceptional. The notes flowed like water, resonating harmoniously with the fragrant tea, bringing a rare tranquility to her heart. Having an appreciation for music, especially traditional melodies, she relished listening to various instruments, such as the guqin, pipa, eru, and piano, often indulging in playing them herself as a source of leisure. Though she hadn't heard the specific piece being played, its serene quality cleansed her spirit, allowing her to reflect on her own affairs. The other patrons in the tea room remained absorbed in the music, exchanging whispers occasionally. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the serene atmosphere. Everyone turned to the source of the noise in surprise. Had someone else used a tea set? Didn't I explicitly instruct you to reserve a set of red clay tea ware for me? Mr. Daichong fumed. The tea attendant, distressed at the sight of the shattered cup, quietly replied, Miss Hu, that set is indeed the one you frequently use. The bamboo-style red clay set was never requested by you, so I lent it to another guest. Just because I commonly use this set does not mean it's available for this occasion. I instructed you to reserve it entirely for me. Retrieve that tea set immediately. Clean it thoroughly and bring it back. One more word, and I'll have you punished. Hu Daichong, eager to assert her status as the daughter of a great general in front of Ji Yunhao, became increasingly aggressive. The power of General Hu and the sixth prince far surpassed that of the tea house staff, who hurriedly rushed to inform their manager. Moments later, a cultured middle-aged scholar, exuding an air of refinement, approached with purpose. He exchanged pleasantries with the sixth prince and Miss Hu before turning his attention to Ning Shuma's table, discreetly assessing her. Today, she donned a pale, pink gauzy dress, enhancing her youthful, delicate appearance, resembling an innocent child. He hardly regarded her, bowing slightly. Esteemed guest, I apologize for the inconvenience. This tea set was previously reserved by another guest, and our staff mistakenly delivered it to you. Would you kindly allow us to reclaim it? I assure you, I will offer you a pot of fine tea as compensation. Ning Xuan lifted her gaze, her large eyes blinking innocently, her lips pursed slightly. Manager, the fault lies with you. I distinctly heard that the guests over there did not originally reserve this tea set. How has it suddenly become pre-ordered? Frankly, I have no particular attachment to this tea set. Had you been honest, I might have willingly relinquished it. However, now that you blatantly lie, clearly considering me a naive child, I have no intention of giving it up. The manager faltered, initially believing her youthful appearance and amiable demeanor would make her easy to deceive. He was taken aback by her sharp retort, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment. But before he could finish, Hu Daichong had already approached, having overheard the exchange. Chapter 36. Confronting provocation. Hu Daichong, now standing above Ning Xuema, looked down at her with disdain. Oh, I wondered who dared to take my tea set. It turns out to be you, a worthless girl. Manager, this is your oversight. This tea house is meant for dignitaries. How could you allow such lowly individuals to enter? Her tone dripped with contempt, permeating the tea room like aged vinegar, drawing the attention of many curious eyes towards Ning Xuema. Though Ning Xuema had recently gained notoriety for her public humiliation, many still recognized her as someone wronged. While no one respected a worthless person, witnessing Hu Daichong's brazen bullying of a young girl stirred a sense of disapproval among the patrons. Most remained silent, while a few eager to curry favor with the sixth prince, and Hu Daichong chimed in. Indeed, she should be expelled. Out with her. Such a person does not belong in this tea house. Begone. Leave at once. With the flattery of a few individuals, Hu Daichong became increasingly smug, her gaze once again falling upon Ning Xuemo's face, eager to witness her trembling in anger or appearing dazed with fear. To her surprise, however, Ning Xuemo remained composed, idly twirling a teacup in her hand, her gaze towards her akin to that of a spectator observing a monkey's antics. This scornful look pierced Hu Daichong's pride, prompting her to exclaim, What are you staring at, you wretched girl? Feeling guilty? Ning Xuemo smiled lightly and replied, Who are you calling wretched? Wretched? That's you. Hu Daichong retorted almost without thinking. Indeed, she had branded herself as such. Ning Xuemo's voice was as crisp as a silver bell. Since you have acknowledged it yourself, I shall refrain from further comment. Do take care to rid yourself of that label soon. A chuckle escaped from some patrons in the tea house, unable to suppress their amusement at the girl's sharp retort. Finally, Hu Daichong's realization struck her. Her face flushed crimson as she raised her hand to strike, You insolent little wretch. Her movements were swift as the wind, and she channeled her energy, determined to knock out Ning Xuemo's small, white teeth. Yet, Ning Xuemo merely raised her hand slightly. Before Hu Daichong's palm could make contact, she suddenly yelped and withdrew her hand in a hurry. It hurts. It hurts so much, she complained, as though stung by a wasp, her palm throbbing painfully. You little wretch, how dare you ambush me? Ning Xuemo raised an eyebrow. Hu Daichong, what grand performance are you putting on? You were the one who tried to hit me, was it not? You are finished. You dare to stab this princess. Hu Daishang raised the injured hand, as if it were a banner. You wretched girl cannot deny it. You prick my palm. Yet, when she opened her palm, she found it rosy and devoid of any mark, let alone a pinprick. The onlookers, sharp-eyed, exchanged glances of skepticism. Realizing something was amiss, Hu Daishang withdrew her hand and stared in disbelief, momentarily speechless. Ning Shui Mo sighed lightly and glanced towards a nearby tea table. Sixth prince. Is it true your future princess has been pricked? Aren't you going to come and show some concern? The room fell silent at the mention of the sixth prince's future bride. All eyes turned towards Ji Yunhao, who felt a surge of anger towards Hu Daishang. They were not yet engaged, and the premature revelation tarnished his reputation, especially since he had just annulled his engagement with Ning Shui Mo. Yet, with Ning Shui Mo calling him out, he had no choice but to step forward, his gaze fixed on her, momentarily taken aback. In the mere span of days, this girl had transformed remarkably. Her once pallid complexion now radiated vitality, and her previously sharp chin now exhibited a perfect curve. Perhaps due to the warm weather, a faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, and her large, crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with a clarity that resembled a tranquil lake, instilling an inexplicable peace in those who gazed into them. The breeze blew in through the window, causing her pink garments to flutter gracefully. She appeared innocent, pure, and utterly harmless. Despite retaining her familiar features, her aura had shifted dramatically, emanating an enchanting allure that rendered her captivating. Ji Yunhao steeled himself, his expression darkening as he reprimanded. Ning Shui Mo, what nonsense are you spouting? Ning Shui Mo blinked innocently. How can it be nonsense? Sixth prince. This Miss Hu Daishang is already carrying your child. Do you not intend to marry her? Wasn't your relentless pursuit to annul our engagement all for her? A thunderclap of revelation. A child. This implied that the sixth prince and Miss Hu Daishang had long been entangled in their affair. The crowd's expressions grew increasingly discerning and nuanced. Hu Daishang's face flushed crimson, for she was indeed pregnant, barely a month along. Believing her condition to be inconspicuous, yet Ning Shui Mo had exposed her so brazenly, igniting a mixture of shame and rage within her. Ning Kui Mo, you dare to slander me. Ji Yunhao was momentarily stunned, his handsome face darkening further. In the kingdom of Chong Kong, whether or not an engagement existed, premarital indiscretions were the most disgraceful of actions, inciting public scorn. Even a man permitted multiple wives would be reviled if you're discovered entangled with a respectable woman without formal ties. Ning Kui Mo, do you comprehend the consequences of your slander? Ji Yunhao's voice was icy. Ning Shui Mo's expression grew more innocent. I understand, but I speak only the truth. Miss Hu has been pregnant for 45 days. She tilted her head slightly, her hair ornaments swaying as she blinked innocently. Could it be that the child in her womb, isn't yours? How Yu Di Sheng was left speechless. Yi Yunhao. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Hu Daishang felt a wave of panic. Ning Shui Mo's disclosure of her pregnancy was alarmingly accurate. How could she possibly know? The physician who had examined her had been silenced. Ning Shui Mo, how dare you tarnish my reputation? I shall kill you. A glint of cold light flashed in Hu Daishang's palm as a sword materialized, aimed directly at Ning Shui Mo. Ji Yunhao instinctively raised his hand to intervene, but hesitated, his gaze flickering with thought. Ning Shui Mo, however, was prepared, as the sword nearly grazed her neck. She swiftly crouched down, causing Hu Daishang's lethal strike to miss entirely. Hu Daishang, unable to halt her momentum, thrust the sword into the red clay teapot on the table, shattering it into fragments, along with 2 matching teacups. Ah, Miss Hu, have you lost your temper? It's all right if you break the establishment's precious teaware, but do take care of your health. You wouldn't want to disturb your pregnancy. Ning Shui Mo spun gracefully, resuming her seat, addressing Hu Daishang with utmost seriousness. Hu Daishang was infuriated, her lips trembling. You still dare to spout nonsense. You little wretch, I will not rest until you are dead. She flipped her wrist, the sword radiating a fierce light as it lunged towards Ning Shui Mo in a relentless barrage. Ning Shui Mo, like a willow in the wind, evaded the onslaught, narrowly escaping several lethal strikes. Just as another wave of sword light surged towards her, she let out a soft gasp, her chair tipping over as she slipped away like a fish, deftly escaping the encirclement of Hu Daishang's blade. As she glided past Hu Daishang, A sudden sting at her ankle sent a sharp pain coursing through her, a surge of heat racing up to her abdomen. Her face paled, and she gasped, dropping the sword to clutch her belly, bending over in agony, nearly rolling on the ground. Daishang, what is wrong? Ji Yun how instinctively supported her. Hu Daishang felt a warmth pooling in a sensitive area, and her heart raced with dread. Is it true? Could I be losing a baby? The words escaped her lips, and the room fell silent. It was undeniable. What Ning Shuimo had claimed was indeed true. Initially skeptical of her assertions, the crowd now regarded Hu Daishang with disdain. This foolish woman. Ji Yun how cursed inwardly, but could not express his fury. He turned to Ning Shuimo, his voice low and menacing. Well done. If anything were to happen to her, I will not spare you. Ning Shuimo was furious. Ji Yunhao, Hu Daishang, you two have been secretly colluding, harboring illicit feelings for each other. In your quest for personal gain, you attempt to frame me, aiming to ruin my reputation. Fortunately, the divine intervention of the verification beast proved my innocence, sparing me from unjust suffering. As an orphan, I cannot contend with your powerful connections, nor do I respect your character. Hence, I complied with your wishes and swiftly annulled our engagement, allowing you two wretches to achieve your desires. Yet, you remain unsatisfied and continue to bully me, an orphan. Do you truly believe that this world lacks law and justice? Do you think you can dominate all? Everyone here can attest to my truth. It was she who provoked me, striking and attacking with lethal intent. I did not retaliate, and her own actions caused her distress. How does that implicate me? Tears welled in her large eyes. Is this how you treat people? Hu Daishang, I once considered you a good friend. When I was 7, you chased after me, calling me sister, insisting that despite our age difference, I deserve your respect as the elder. You vow to be my best friend forever. Is this how you repay that kindness? I have tolerated your provocations, even as you stole my fiancée and sought to avoid conflict. I never anticipated that you would conspire against me and now threaten and slander me. Her words, rapid and precise, struck the hearts of those present like bullets. Suddenly, the truth was laid bare. Everyone realized the reality of the situation. Their contempt for Ji Yunhao and Hu Daishang deepening. Ji Yunhao's expression darkened, his mind racing. Although he was not directly responsible for Ning Shuima's plight, he had deduced the true culprit, none other than the woman in his arms. However, he could not reveal her, as he still had use for her and wished to marry Hu Daishang to gain the support of General Hu. He initially sought a scapegoat to smooth over this incident, but Ning Shuima's revelations now tied him to it, leaving him unable to defend himself. The patrons of the tea house were influential figures. He could not silence them all. His gaze returned to Ning Shuima, a flash of frost glinting in his eyes. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Hu Daishang, feeling a surge of warmth, clutched his sleeve, trembling. Your Highness, save our child. I am bleeding. Ji Yunhao instinctively looked down, seeing a large wet stain on Hu Daishang's skirt. What is that smell? Someone murmured, wrinkling their nose. Is that the stench of urine? Another chimed in, fanning their nose in disgust. Miss Hu, are you certain that you are bleeding and not experiencing incontinence? Ning Shuima stepped back, her own nose crinkling in distaste, a cold smile forming within. This ungrateful woman. Once, Hu Daishang had been impoverished, begging on the streets while her father was gravely ill. Ning Shuima, then just 7, had witnessed her distress and arranged for her rescue. Out of compassion, she had even ensured Hu Daishang's father received proper medical care, elevating their family status. Yet, after the fall of the Ning family, Hu Daishang had treated her with disdain, often humiliating her publicly and even violently retaliating against her for minor disputes. To capture Ning Shuima's fiancé, Hu Daishang had employed every despicable tactic, aiming to bring about her downfall. Ning Shuima had been drugged and imprisoned in a cage under her manipulation. Such a woman deserved no mercy. When she had deliberately targeted a pressure point on Hu Daishang's leg, causing her to lose control, it was merely a taste of justice. Ning Shuima would not allow Hu Daishang to miscarry. Instead, the child would become a stone fetus, destined to remain within her forever, stripping her of the ability to bear children. This was the retribution for the fallen original owner of this body. Justice could not be forsaken. The humiliation of a noble lady experiencing incontinence in public was unparalleled, a disgrace that would echo through the ages. As the crowd's gaze fell upon Hu Daishang's stained skirt, she had never felt such shame before, wishing for the earth to swallow her whole. Her face fluctuated between shades of green and white, her chest heaving, before she suddenly burst into tears, covering her face. Ning Xiuma raised an eyebrow in mock confusion. It was merely incontinence, not a miscarriage. Why are you crying? A flash of gold suddenly struck toward Ning Xiuma like lightning. It was so unexpected, with no warning, that she barely had time to react. She evaded the worst of it, but the blow landed squarely on her back, sending her staggering. Ning Xiuma quickly regained her balance. Looking up to see Ji Yunhao standing before her, his palm glowing with a golden whip. Ning Quemo, apolokise. The spot on her back throbbed painfully, and she turned to check, realizing she was bleeding. How dare he? Her fingers curled into fists. Why did he strike her in front of everyone? Because I was once your fiancé. I have the right to discipline you on behalf of your parents. Ji Yunhao's golden whip flashed again, aimed at Ning Xiuma. This time, she was prepared. Instinctively, she tried to employ the evasion techniques she had mastered, but the pain in her back suddenly seized her, rendering her legs numb and immobile. In a moment of desperation, she raised her arm to shield herself. Looking at her tattered sleeve, the skin beneath it was bruised and sore, the pain spreading through her entire arm. Was there poison on that strange golden whip? It had rendered her temporarily incapacitated. Ning Xiuma, I will repeat myself, quickly apologized to Hudi Shang. Ji Yunhao advanced, his presence suffocating, like a vengeful spirit. I refuse to apologize to that wretched woman. Strike her down. Strike her down. Hudi Shang yelled from the sidelines. Ning Xiuma stumbled back, her weakened legs giving way, and she fell to the ground with a thud. The crowd murmured, casting furtive glances. Yet none dared intervene. Whether the daughter of a general or a prince, they were not figures to provoke, and the stakes of involvement were too high. Some had already slipped away, fearing repercussions. Ning Xiuma felt a sharp pain coursing through her body, unable to rise. She looked into Ji Yunhao's murderous gaze, feeling a chill in her heart. She had underestimated him. She thought her strength had returned, and that her formidable skills would protect her. Yet Ji Yunhao had openly attacked her in front of all. In this moment, she was utterly alone, without family or friends to come to her aid. Observing Ji Yunhao's expression, it was evident that even if she momentarily softened and apologized to Hudi Chang, he would not let her off the hook. He would undoubtedly concoct other means to thoroughly humiliate her. As Ji Yunhao prepared to strike again, a cold smile slowly crept upon her lips. Yi Yunhao, if I do not perish, I shall ensure that the grievances of today are repaid tenfold. Her gaze was so frigid that it sent a chill through Ji Yunhao's heart, simultaneously stirring within him an indescribable sense of resentment and fury. This girl, who once heeded his every word, whose every glance was once tenderly fixed upon him, had now become a stranger. She had once cherished him deeply, yet now, despite addressing him as prince, her eyes regarded him as nothing more than a piece of refuse. The affection she once held for him had vanished entirely. Ironically, at this moment, she radiated a brilliance that was no longer for his sake. If that were the case, he might as well end her life. At the very least, her gaze had not yet lingered on another man, for he had once been her betrothed. Even if he were to kill her now, it could easily be dismissed as an accident. His father would not punish him for the death of an orphan girl. The most he might face would be a fine or a few days of confinement, after which he could claim regret and offer compensation, taking her as a concubine instead, ensuring that she remained his until her demise. Countless schemes whirled through his mind in an instant. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ji Yunhao's eyes as the peculiar golden whip in his hand transformed into a slender thread. His arm raised as the whip danced through the air like a serpent, aimed at Ning Xiuma's neck. Ning Xiuma's body was already numb with pain, unable to evade the strike. She could only close her eyes, never anticipating that she would meet her end in such a pitiful manner today. Hudi Chang's eyes sparkled with frenzied triumph. She was acutely aware of the whip's lethal power. If it truly struck Ning Xiuma, it would shatter her throat and extinguish her breath. Just as Ji Yunhao's whip, like a venomous snake, was about to make contact with Ning Xiuma's neck, a flash of pale blue light suddenly appeared, forming a protective shield before her in an instant. Ji Yunhao's deadly strike collided with the shield, causing it to ripple like water. His hand, trembling as the golden whip nearly slipped from his grasp. His expression shifted, and he took a step back. Elder brother, a shadow at the entrance flickered. and Ji Yanhuang stepped inside. Dressed in a subtly luxurious thin robe, he retained a grand jade ring on his thumb, with a belt of jade that flowed like a pool of emerald water. His demeanor was refined, yet carried an air of unapproachable nobility. "Greetings, Your Highness." The entire assembly knelt, including Ji Yunhao. Cutie Chang's eyes flashed with complexity. She too knelt, but with a soft and melodious voice, she said, "Cutie Chang pays her respects to His Highness. Your arrival is a great honor. I beg your forgiveness for not greeting you sooner." However, she could not continue, for the prince she had just welcomed did not spare her a glance, instead bending down to assist the fallen Ning Xiuma. "Xiuma, how do you feel?" The onlookers were taken aback. The prince, known for his fastidious nature and disdain for disorder, was actually personally aiding a bloodied girl, one branded as the foremost waste. Cutie Chang's face paled once more, while Ji Yunhao's expression darkened. How could his typically perfectionist brother show such kindness to a waste? His gaze fixated on Ji Yunhuang's hand supporting Ning Xiuma, his emotions shifting like shadows. As Ji Yunhuang lifted Ning Xiuma into his arms, Ji Yunhao hesitated, stepping forward with a violent hand, a pill rolling within. "Xiuma, this is for treating whip wounds. I truly did not intend to strike you. It was just that you." "What was it?" Ji Yunhuang interjected, his tone flat yet startling Ji Yunhao. He collected himself, clearing his throat, about to explain when Cutie Chang interjected eagerly. "Your Highness, it was her arrogance that provoked this. She insulted the royal family and deserved punishment." Ji Yunhuang shot her a glance, lightly remarking, "Who taught you the rules that permit a common girl to interrupt the words of a prince?" Cutie Chang was momentarily speechless. Although she was the daughter of a marshal, she held no title and was indeed a commoner. This prince, seemingly mild-mannered, was not one to be trifled with. If truly provoked, he would not hesitate to act, even against a royal uncle. The emperor had bestowed upon him the right to execute first and report later. Naturally, Cutie Chang dared not provoke him, and despite her resentment, she retreated awkwardly. Ji Yunhao felt a twinge of embarrassment as his hand lingered in the air. Yet Ning Xiuma did not glance his way, nor did she show any intention of accepting the vial. He withdrew his hand awkwardly, addressing Ji Yunhuang. "Brother, you are unaware. Xiuma was speaking nonsense, slandering me and Miss Hu. I did not wish to see her continue down this path, which is why I acted against her." "Slandering you?" Ji Yunhuang asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. "So, Miss Hu is not with child?" Ji Yunhao paused, preparing to deny it, when he suddenly spotted a court physician among the onlookers, and his elder brother was about to signal to the physician. He inhaled sharply, lowering his voice. "Brother, this matter is my fault. It was a moment of weakness that led to my error, but I intend to marry her. I plan to seek Father's pardon in the coming days and request a marriage decree. Brother, this issue involves royal propriety. I implore you to let it be for now." Ji Yanhuang's expression turned frigid. "Regardless, since this is true, it cannot be deemed Xiuma's slander against you. Why did you resort to such violence against her?" "I was merely enraged, and seeing her, a mere girl, speaking recklessly, I thought to discipline her. I did not intend to take her life. It was merely an unfortunate accident. You are not her kin. By what right do you punish her? I was once her betrothed, after all. Indeed, once. Just once. Sixth brother, you have already broken off the engagement. She is no longer connected to you in any way. You have no right to meddle in her affairs." Ji Yanhuang's words were cool as he embraced Ning Xiuma and began to depart. Ji Yunhao watched as Ning Xiuma nestled obediently in Ji Yunhuang's arms. Ji Yunhao observed Ning Xiuma nestled in Ji Yunhuang's embrace, his fingers tightening in his sleeves as a chill crept through him. Striding forward, he called out, "Xiuma, this whip wound can only be treated with my specially formulated medicine. You." Ning Xiuma lifted her small face from Ji Yunhuang's shoulder and extended her tiny hands towards Ji Yunhao. Was she forgiving him? Was she willing to accept his medicine? A thrill of joy surged within Ji Yunhao as he eagerly handed the pill to her. This pill was meant for both external application and internal consumption. With a soft pop, the pill was crushed in Ning Xiuma's grasp, turning into powder. She opened her palm and blew gently, sending the powder swirling towards Ji Yunhao, nearly covering his face. "Yi Yunhao?" Ning Xiuma's thin lips curled into a smile. "Ji Yunhao, our enmity is now established. May you brace yourself, for I shall retaliate." Ji Yunhao watched as she was gracefully lifted into a modest yet elegant carriage by Ji Yunhuang, feeling an inexplicable chill seep into his heart. "Prince, are we just going to let that wretched girl go?" Hudy Chang approached, her voice laced with indignation. Ji Yunhao took a step to the side, coolly responding, "Hudy Chang, you are a lady of distinction. Do you not fear that your reputation might suffer from such language towards that wretched girl?" He turned and strode away, suddenly filled with a sense of regret, as if he had traded a watermelon for a sesame seed. Hudy Chang felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words. She has always endeavored to present herself as a lady in front of Ji Yunhao, speaking softly and never uttering harsh words. However, upon encountering Ning Xiuma, every time she lays eyes on the girl, it evokes memories of her own lowly past. She does not wish to recall the debt of gratitude Ning Xiuma once bestowed upon her. Rather, she is haunted by the ugliest aspects of herself that were laid bare before that little girl. This discomfort compels her to trample upon Ning Xiuma, as if only then could she find some semblance of psychological equilibrium. That little wretch, having already sunk to the depths of disgrace, today has managed to humiliate her so profoundly. She has now resolved to settle the score with her. She swears not to rest until she has obliterated her enemy. Her hands clenched tightly, as if she were grasping Ning Xiuma's delicate neck. "Xiuma, you should not have destroyed that pill. After all, it is the only antidote for this whip injury." The luxurious carriage was spacious and well-equipped. Ning Xiuma was nestled within a snow-white silk quilt, soft as a cloud. And though she lay comfortably, Ji Yunhuang sat opposite her. As Ning Xiuma lowered her gaze to examine the wounds on her arm, she calmly stated, "I do not need the detestable concoction from that scoundrel. I can concoct the antidote myself." Residue of the antidote lingered on her hands. With just a whiff, she could discern its components. Ji Yunhuang's eyes brightened. "You can actually formulate that antidote?" According to his knowledge, the antidote for Ji Yunhao's soul whipping was a royal secret, known only to the court alchemists, and he alone possessed the recipe. Many physicians sought to acquire it, but had never succeeded. This young girl managed to shatter an antidote pill and can concoct it herself? Yet, Ning Xiuma chose not to respond. Wiping her small hands clean with a nearby silk handkerchief, resting her chin on her palm, her eyes narrowing into a smile as she gazed at Ji Yunhuang. Chapter 44. It is better for her to owe a favor. Ning Xiuma did not answer him, instead continuing to clean her hands, propping her chin up, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she regarded Ji Yunhuang. "Your Highness, are you quite interested in this antidote? Perhaps I could share the method of its preparation with you. As a token of gratitude for your life-saving intervention." Ji Yunhuang's gaze flickered, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I'm not particularly interested in the recipe. As long as you can concoct the antidote to relieve the whip's poison." He had begun to grasp a hint of this little fox's temperament. She appeared cunning, yet had a clear sense of gratitude and enmity, unwilling to owe anyone anything. Thus, it was better for her to maintain this debt of gratitude. How tiresome! Ning Xiuma languidly turned over, momentarily forgetting her injuries. However, this motion exacerbated her wounds, eliciting a soft hiss as she bit her lip to suppress the pain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Ji Yunhuang observed her slightly pale visage. He understood the agony of such whip wounds. Even a sturdy man would groan under such torment. Yet, this young girl managed to endure in silence and even smile. What kind of life must she have led to cultivate such resilience? He had already investigated matters within the Ning Jinjuan Marquis and was aware of the hardships Ning Xiuma had endured over the years, often subjected to bullying. Her capacity for suffering did not surprise him, but her ability to withstand pain was indeed beyond his expectations, earning his subtle admiration. Initially, he had only been intrigued by her medical skills and peculiar lightness of foot, but now he found himself drawn to her as a person. Watching her press her pale lips together to endure the pain stirred a feeling of compassion within him. Compassion? Ji Yunhuang was taken aback. Could it be that he felt compassion? Born a rare prodigy, he excelled at everything he learned, yet he bore the flaw of lacking emotion. Though he appeared gentle and refined, he remained indifferent to all. Even in the face of his beloved mother's death, he felt no pang of sorrow. His father had proclaimed him to be born of royal lineage, destined to be a king, advising him to remain unfeeling, not to be swayed by emotions, thus ensuring he could be just and resolute. Yet, he harbored a tinge of regret, never anticipating that today, upon seeing Ning Xiuma, he would experience such a feeling. This sensation was novel to him, and he gazed at Ning Xiuma, momentarily lost in thought. Ning Xiuma believed the pain from the whip would only be temporary. Once she endured it, all would be well. However, to her dismay, half an hour passed, and the pain intensified rather than subsided, rendering her unable to find peace in her lying position. Ji Yinhuang, observing the increasing beads of sweat on her forehead, suddenly recalled something and spoke. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this type of whip injury will continue to ache indefinitely unless treated with a specific antidote." Ning Guemo. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder that scoundrel Ji Yunhao remained so composed when she shattered the pill and blew the remnants in his face. He must have been certain she would return to beg him for help. Had she known, she would have first consumed his antidote to alleviate the pain, allowing her to deal with him later when her wounds healed, thus venting her frustrations rather than seeking a fleeting relief. Must she endure this pain while concocting the antidote? Goodness, the agony made her want to strike someone. She could not settle her mind at all. Chapter 45. A hug is a hug. And to hug are also a hug. Ji Yinhuang, observing her furrowed brow, likely guessed her thoughts. How about you return to the prince's residence with me? I can send someone to request the antidote for my sixth brother. No one would refuse the request of His Highness the Crown Prince, least of all Ji Yunhao. This was indeed a viable solution. She was currently suffering so much that beads of sweat drenched her, and were it not for her fierce will, her fingers would likely tremble uncontrollably. Under such circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to concoct the medicine herself. Ning Xiuma nodded. "I appreciate your highness's kindness." Though her words were steady, her lips had begun to quiver. Ji Yinhuang observed her for a moment, then raised his sleeve to wipe the large beads of sweat from her forehead. "You are still a child. If it hurts, you should cry out, even if it means shedding a few tears. Why must you endure in silence?" Ning Xiuma was momentarily taken aback. In her previous life, she had undergone rigorous training to withstand pain. Thus, despite often portraying a cute and innocent demeanor, she rarely cried. She had silently endured every hardship, to the point that she had almost forgotten what true weeping felt like. In her mind, crying was a sign of weakness, reserved only for the purpose of feigning vulnerability to dismantle others' defenses. Ji Yinhuang's words warmed her inexplicably. This crown prince, regardless of his motives, was genuinely concerned for her. She smiled, revealing her dimples. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but I do not wish to cry." Her mind was now filled with thoughts of beating Ji Yunhao into a pulp. Ji Yinhuang gently flicked her forehead with his finger. "You are being contradictory. Why must you be so stubborn?" This gesture was undeniably intimate, causing Ning Xiuma's hair to stand on end, and she instinctively shifted back. Though Ji Yunhuang seldom returned to the kingdom of Chong Kong, his prince's residence remained the most majestic among the royal estates. Certainly, it far surpassed Ning Xiuma's marquisate in grandeur. The carriage drove straight in, and while Ning Xiuma could not see the specific sights of the prince's residence, the sounds of kneeling greetings and synchronized salutes hinted at its vastness. After a quarter of an hour, the carriage finally came to a halt. "Welcome back to the residence, Your Highness." Outside, a chorus of respectful greetings rang out, the voices numbering over 100. "Xiuma, you are currently unable to move comfortably. Allow me to carry you down." Without waiting for her response, Ji Yinhuang scooped her up as servants respectfully lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, and he strode down with her in his arms. Below, 2 rows of people knelt, one row of maidservants, the other of attendants, with a richly dressed steward at the forefront. Ning Xiuma nestled in Ji Yunhuang's embrace, acutely aware of the myriad gazes fixed upon her. She did not need to see to know that those looks were filled with astonishment and disbelief. After all, their crown prince was cradling a so-called waste. However, she did not hear the low gasps of surprise emitted by the patrons of the tea house. It seemed that the rules of the prince's residence were indeed quite commendable. She was in considerable pain and could hardly stand, so she simply rested her head against his chest, waiting for him to carry her inside. After all, she had already been embraced in the tea house, in urgent circumstances. A hug was merely a hug, whether it was 1 or 2. Being a woman of the modern age, she was indifferent to such matters. Hearing Ji Yunhuang issue numerous commands to his servants, Ning Xiuma was aware that he would not harm her at this moment and chose to disregard the orders. Your Highness, shall we have the maids carry this young lady? For maidservants approached with a spring stool, intending to take Ning Xiuma from Ji Yunhuang's arms. Chapter 46. Jealousy no need. Ji Yunhuang replied without even glancing at the stool, striding into the room while still holding Ning Xiuma. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at his retreating figure. It was already surprising enough that the usually aloof crown prince had personally carried a girl. But even more astonishing was that he had taken her back to his own chamber. Was it not customary for no woman to enter the crown prince's quarters? Who on earth was this girl? Countless eyes turned to Mo Chi, the personal shadow guard who had accompanied the crown prince that day. Mo Chi maintained a stoic expression, devoid of any emotions. He was not one to indulge in gossip, especially regarding the crown prince's affairs, which were beyond his purview. He vanished upon turning away. As a shadow guard, he rarely revealed himself. Had it not been for the urgent need for him to drive the carriage today, he would have remained unseen. Ning Xiuma was unaware that the room where she now lay was Ji Yunhuang's chamber. Surrounded by the faint scent of fragrant clouds, she casually surveyed the room's decor, her mind conjuring just 4 words: taste ethereal. The room was predominantly adorned in black and white, with ink-wash landscape paintings draping the bed, a black and white marbled screen, and a white jade table featuring a cloud stone bonsai that emanated a delicate mist, its fragrance soothing and far-reaching, refreshing to the senses. Ninguemo inhalet gently. The aroma was indeed pleasant and seemed to possess analgesic properties. Lying here, the pain from her whip wounds felt somewhat alleviated. A glance was all it took for her to discern that although the items in the room appeared ordinary, each was of considerable worth. Far from what one would encounter in the marketplace. Xiuma, remain here for the time being. Those seeking the antidote from the 6th prince will return shortly. Ji Yunhuang said as he tucked her blanket. Today, the crown prince was remarkably gentle with her. Thank you, Your Highness, Ning Xiuma coughed lightly, casting another appreciative glance around the room. I never expected a guest room to be arranged so elegantly. Truly, the prince's residence is affluent. Ji Yunhuang paused slightly and coughed. This is my chamber. Ah? Ning Xiuma's eyes widened. This room is infused with a refreshing fragrance that can alleviate your pain, Ji Yunhuang explained further. Now I understand. Ning Xiuma glanced at the cloud stone bonsai, realizing it was indeed a rare fragrance. However, if he were to place her in a guest room and move the bonsai there, wouldn't that suffice? The bonsai cannot be moved, Ji Yunhuang, perceptive as he was, clarified. Ning Xiuma nodded in comprehension. Thank you very much. This crown prince is truly warm-hearted, even offering his chamber to me. Ji Yunhuang suddenly reached out and gently tapped her head. Do not overthink. You are still a child. What can I do to you? Rest assured. Ning Xiuma. Elder brother, I am not overthinking at all. Your Highness, the 6th prince requests an audience, came to report from the guard outside. Ji Yunhuang frowned slightly. He had merely sent someone to ask Ji Yunhao for the antidote. Why had Ji Yunhao come personally? Xiuma, stay here and rest. I shall see what is amiss, he declared, striding out. In the parlor, Ji Yunhao sat at the head of the table as a maidservant served tea. Ji Yunhao inquired, where is His Highness the Crown Prince today? The 6th prince should not wait long. Someone has already gone to inform him, came the response from the maidservants, who were astute enough not to answer Ji Yunhao's question directly. Ji Yunhao smiled slightly, and as he reached for the tea, he brushed against one of the maidservants' hands. With a flick of his wrist, a smooth pearl appeared in her palm, and he said softly, Thank you, my lady. Your grace is admirable, and I appreciate you. The maidservant was taken aback and blushed. Ji Yunhao's handsome visage and captivating smile made her heart flutter. She discreetly withdrew her hand, the pearl discreetly slipping into her sleeve pocket. His Highness and the newcomer are in the chamber. They should arrive shortly, the maidservant added. Ji Yunhao tightened his grip on the teacup. His elder brother had actually arranged for Ning Xiuma to stay in his chamber. Why? What intentions did his elder brother harbor? He felt increasingly uneasy, as if sitting on pins and needles, wishing to rush to Ji Yunhuang's chamber immediately. Just then, light footsteps echoed at the door. Little 6, why have you come personally? Ji Yunhuang entered. Ji Yunhao rose to greet him, 3rd brother. Ji Yunhuang waved dismissively. There is no need for such formalities at home. Just hand over the antidote to my servant. There is no need for you to come in person. It is I who harmed her, and my heart is heavy. so I wanted to see how she fared. What else could it be? You know well the effects of your whip. Little six, I must say, how could you be so harsh to a girl? I was infuriated by her at the time. I lost my temper. Ji Yunhao lowered his head. His soul-severing whip was a formidable weapon, ranking among the top 5 in the kingdom of Chongkong. It inflicted not only physical pain, but also spiritual torment, causing one to feel as if their very soul were being torn apart. Ji Yunhao was not known for his patience. He had used that whip on countless individuals who defied him, often waiting until they had suffered enough before deciding whether to provide an antidote. Even the most rebellious would submit after experiencing his whip once. For a second lash would only deepen their agony and prolong their suffering. Of course, there were those with stubborn spirits who met their end rather than concede. His intention in whipping Ning Xiuma at the tea house was twofold: to teach her a lesson in anger and to make her yield completely to him, ensuring her obedience. If she could heed his words in the future, he might even consider taking her as a concubine. Initially, he wished to distance himself from her, but now he found himself unwilling to let her fall into someone else's hands, blooming beside another. His plans were carefully laid, but he never anticipated encountering Ji Yunhuang there, nor that the esteemed crown prince would personally carry her away. This stirred a sense of crisis within him. Ji Yunhuang cast a fleeting glance at him, perceiving his ulterior motives without bothering to expose them. He extended his hand over the antidote. Yi Yunhuang, with his gentle demeanor yet commanding presence, left Ji Yunhao no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, he produced a porcelain vial, still not entirely convinced. This remedy has a special application. Why not allow me to administer it personally? Chapter 48, Jealousy over the years. You have used that soul-severing whip to injure 1,248 individuals, all of whom you treated personally? Ji Yunhuang's tone was calm. It sent a chill down Ji Yunhao's spine. He had not expected his seemingly indifferent brother to have investigated him so thoroughly. Embarrassed, he handed the vial to Ji Yunhuang. I merely thought that she is my fiancée. It would be inappropriate for another to administer her treatment. You have already called off the engagement. There is no longer any connection. Ji Yunhuang took the antidote and turned to leave. Third brother, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Ji Yunhao pressed on, still unwilling to relent. If you are unsure, then do not speak. Yi Yunhuang, disinterested in further conversation, strode purposefully towards the exit. After all, she had once been betrothed to the younger brother, and even though the engagement had been annulled, that fact could not be concealed. If the third brother were to harbor any feelings for her, it would surely invite ridicule from the populace. Ji Yunhao decided to express his thoughts candidly. Ji Yunhuang turned slowly, her striking features revealing no discernible emotion. What feelings could I possibly have for her? Ji Yunhao was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt a sense of relief. It seemed his elder brother bore no particular affection for that girl. He bowed respectfully. It was a thoughtless remark from me. How could someone of your stature entertain thoughts about such a mere girl? The maids within your residence are far more distinguished. But brother, I understand your pity for her. Nonetheless, placing her in your chamber for recovery seems rather inappropriate. I would suggest a simple guest room instead. Before he could finish, Ji Yunhuang interjected, "Why would I require your guidance on how to arrange her?" The remark left Ji Yunhao speechless. Ji Yunhuang scanned the hall and spoke coolly. Who has been so indiscreet? There were 4 maids in the hall, and upon hearing his words, they all knelt down. The maid who had served tea was particularly terrified, trembling uncontrollably. For one misstep, all would be punished. Ji Yunhuang uttered another 8 words, and the 3 other maids fixed their gazes on the tea-serving maid. Realizing she could not escape, the maid pleaded, "Your Highness, forgive me. It was my careless words. I acknowledge my wrongdoing." Ji Yunhuang extended his hand. "Bring me the soul whip." Ji Yunhao dared not refuse, handing over the golden whip. Crack, crack, crack. As the golden light flickered, 3 bloody lash marks appeared on the tea maid's body. In agony, the maid writhed on the ground, her cries piercing, causing the others to tremble in fear, their heads bowed low. Ji Yunhuang tossed the whip back to Ji Yunhao. "You, the 6th brother, are responsible for her punishment. You may offer her the antidote, but once you do not acknowledge me as your brother again." He then turned on his heel to leave, pausing at the door to add nonchalantly, "She is the daughter of the late Marquis Jingyuan and deserves everyone's respect. Do not compare her to mere maids." With that, he vanished. Ji Yunhao was left feeling awkward, his handsome face flushed. The punished maid, barely conscious from the pain, crawled towards him, grasping his robe. "My lord, please save me. Grant me the antidote." Ji Yunhao kicked her away in disgust and addressed the steward at the door. "I take my leave. Please convey my farewell to His Royal Highness." The steward exchanged pleasantries and escorted Ji Yunhao out. The maid continued to writhe in pain, her voice hoarse from screams. "Someone, throw her out," the steward commanded, instructing his men to drag the maid away like a dead dog. Although she was still alive, without any antidote, she was destined to suffer until death. With such a cautionary tale in mind, the other maids and attendants in the prince's residence became increasingly diligent, ensuring that no one dared to speak out of turn again. Ning Xiuma's injuries were on her back, arm, and shoulder. The wounds on her arm and shoulder were manageable, but the injury on her back required assistance, necessitating the removal of her clothing. Holding the vial of medicine, Ning Xiuma glanced at Ji Yanhuang, who sat beside her with an air of indifference. "Your Highness, would you not like to take a stroll?" Ji Yanhuang's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I have completed all my official duties and need not venture out." He must be doing this intentionally, Ning Xiuma thought, gritting her teeth inwardly. "I need to apply the medicine." "Go ahead, Ning Kue Mohesitatet. Then could your Highness summon a maid to assist me with the medicine on my back? This chamber does not permit any women to enter, except for shadow guards. Do you wish for one of them to attend to your wounds?" Ji Yanhuang raised an eyebrow. Ning Xiuma replied, "Your Highness, exceptions can be made. I'm also a girl, and I have entered Haven Ti. Since you have already made an exception once, why not do so a second time?" Ji Yanhuang regarded her thoughtfully. "One exception leads to another. Thus, I have decided that to prevent a third exception, there shall not be a second. You will be my sole exception." "Your sole exception, indeed." Ning Xiuma could not fathom why this prince insisted on personally applying her medicine. Was he a lecherous fiend, seeking to take advantage of her? At present, she was hardly developed. What was there to admire? Moreover, within his residence, there were countless beauties who would flock to him at a mere beckon. Why would he wish to gaze upon an underdeveloped girl? Was he perhaps a fan of such young maidens? A flicker of doubt crossed Ning Xiuma's eyes as she regarded Ji Yanhuang. Ji Yanhuang raised his hand, prepared to tap her forehead. "Why do you regard me with such eyes? If I intended to take advantage of you, would I need to lend aid in your recovery?" "That is true," Ning Xiuma blurted out. "Then why must you personally tend to my wounds?" Ji Yanhuang replied, "Firstly, it is a rule I cannot break. Secondly, I do not wish for you to bear unsightly scars at such a tender age. The scars from the soul whip cannot be erased merely with an antidote. They require my unique healing method." Understanding dawned on her. Ning Xiuma, not wanting scars herself, thought it would be beneficial to witness this era's unique healing techniques. With her straightforward nature, she immediately removed her clothing and positioned herself accordingly, discreetly covering herself with cloth while exposing her bare back and arms. "Your Highness, please proceed." Ji Yanhuang thought to himself, "She is remarkably forthright." This girl was indeed not of ordinary candor. She was hardly more than 13, and given her malnourishment, her body had yet to develop fully. On her pale, frail back, a vivid red lash mark resembled a large centipede, strikingly ugly. As Ning Xiuma lay there, she remained unaware of Ji Yanhuang's keen gaze fixed on a certain spot on her shoulder. There lay a faint red birthmark, shaped like a pagoda cloud, which appeared rather peculiar. Ji Yanhuang's fingers brushed against the birthmark on her back, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his eyes. She was not a mere impostor. She was truly Ning Xiuma. 12 years ago, he had inadvertently seen her as an infant and had been curious enough to touch that very mark. While many aspects could be mimicked, this could not. Beyond her parents and himself, few were privy to the existence of this birthmark. Indeed, she might not even be aware of it herself. He dissolved the remaining half of the medicine in water, using his fingertips to delicately apply it inch by inch to her wounds. Ning Xiuma felt as though his fingertips carried an electric current, soothing her pain and leaving a gentle warmth before settling into a cool sensation, followed by a slight itch. Having endured numerous injuries in her past life, she recognized the sensation of healing, which felt no different from her previous experiences, perhaps even faster than in modern times. It appeared that this prince possessed remarkable healing skills. Before long, her back was treated, and sensing he was about to conclude, Ning Xiuma quickly shifted her arm in his direction. "Could you please treat the wounds on my arm and shoulder as well?" From behind, Ji Yanhuang chuckled lightly, Did you not express a desire to avoid my treatment? Your Highness mentioned that one exception leads to another. Since you have already treated my back, why not extend the treatment to a few more areas? One should see a task through to completion. With her pain alleviated, Ning Xuema's voice grew clearer. You are quite adept at taking advantage of opportunities, Ji Yanhuang remarked. His tone a blend of amusement and intrigue. Had you been this clever earlier, you might not have been bullied. You seem like a completely different person now. Did he begin to harbor doubts about her identity? The prince had often heard of the saying to be placed in a desperate situation only to be reborn. Having once faced death, I naturally possess a broader perspective. It is only reasonable for one's temperament to change. Indeed, a shift in disposition is quite plausible. Yet, your sudden acquisition of new abilities comes as quite the surprise. Perhaps the heavens, having witnessed the humiliation I endured, decided to bestow upon me certain talents, allowing me a chance to turn my fortunes around. Ji Yanhuang sighed, realizing that Ning Xuema answered every inquiry without faltering. Her sharp intellect, rendering even the astute Ji Yanhuang unable to find any flaw in her words. He suppressed a sigh and focused on treating her whip wounds on her arm and shoulder. Ning Xuema observed his actions intently, noting the faint green glow emanating from his fingertips as he applied ointment to her wounds, bringing a soothing coolness. Was this the rejuvenation technique only attainable through the cultivation of wood element telekinesis? Previously, she had only encountered it in games, yet now she witnessed its reality. Telekinesis, such a wondrous concept. Did she truly possess none? Since her transmigration, it was her first moment of curiosity regarding telekinesis. Soon, the treatment concluded, and Ji Yanhuang expertly bandaged her wounds while advising her on precautions for the following days before rising to wash his hands. Ning Xuema gazed at his tall figure, a thought stirring within her. Regardless of the circumstances, this prince had treated her quite well. As a prodigy in telekinesis, he surely possessed books on its cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, she boldly decided to ask him directly. Ji Yanhuang appeared taken aback. Aren't you considered a telekinesis wastrel? Even if you were to read such texts, it would be futile. Chapter 51. Do you wish to invite me to share your bed? He turned to Ning Xuema, noticing her bright, expressive eyes sparkling in the candlelight, as if a thought occurred to him. Xuema, would you like to undergo a retest? Perhaps after this great change. The heavens have not only granted you abilities, but have also altered your previously wasted constitution. Ning Xuema's eyes brightened. Yes, I have long been displeased with this wasted identity. What if there was an error in the testing instrument during childhood? Very well, you should rest here today, and tomorrow I will take you. Ning Xuema glanced out the window, where the evening sky was painted with hues of red. Restlessness took hold of her, and she threw off the covers to sit up. Why not go now? Ji Yanhuang sighed. You are rather impatient. Your injuries have yet to heal fully, and you're still weak. Even if you wish to test, the results would not be accurate. It is best to rest for the night and recuperate before proceeding. Ning Xuema surveyed the room, which contained only the single bed. Tentatively, she inquired, Prince, where will you sleep tonight? Ji Yanhuang regarded her with a half-smile. Are you inviting me to share your bed? Invite you? Nonsense. Your Highness certainly jokes, and this jest is far from amusing. Surely, you have multiple palaces at your disposal, with countless beautiful companions eager to invite you to share their beds. Please be sure to close the door when you leave. Ning Xuema lay back down, closing her eyes, fatigue weighing upon her after the day's exertions. I have no beauties, only this one chamber, Ji Yanhuang stated slowly. Ning Xuema opened her eyes in surprise. He appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old, and according to the customs of this era, even without a primary consort, he should have several secondary wives or concubines. How could he still be single? Could he possibly be a? She couldn't help but examine him closely. His handsome and gentle exterior contrasted with his cold demeanor and formidable presence. Was he perhaps a cunning strategist? What was the societal stance on romantic relationships in this era? Did they regard them as abominable, or simply turn a blind eye? She searched her memories for any relevant information, but found nothing. Ji Yanhuang felt slightly uneasy under her scrutinizing gaze. Little girl, why do you look at me so? Ning Xuema cautiously asked. What is your view on male companions? Male companions? What do you mean? Ji Yanhuang expressed his confusion. Ning Xuema elaborated. Male companions are the handsome young men kept by officials. Upon seeing Ji Yanhuang's continued bewilderment, she boldly clarified. They are men who warm the bed. Ji and Huang grimaced in disgust. Men can warm the bed? What nonsense fills your head? Have you been struck by the soul whip and lost your wits? He reached to check her forehead. No fever? Ning Xiuma. No wonder there was no mention of in my memories. It seems this land has no concept of such. It appears this prince is not fond of men. Ah, he is quite pure. In an era rampant with promiscuity, such a virtuous man is rarer than a giant panda. Ning Xiuma's gaze turned respectful as she cupped her hands in a gesture of apology. I misunderstood, Your Highness. Please forgive me. Chapter 52, Little Dragon Girl. Not at all. Ji Yanhuang replied casually, though he was puzzled about what she had misunderstood. Did that mean the prince would sleep in the guest chamber tonight? Such benevolence from the prince left Ning Xiuma feeling indebted. Before she could express her gratitude, she was taken aback by the sight of soft ropes emerging from Ji Yanhuang's sleeve, tied at both ends to the pillars. What does this mean? Ji Yanhuang floated gracefully, lying horizontally on the soft ropes, which swayed slightly as his garments billowed, giving the impression of him resting mid-air. Tonight, I shall sleep here. Little dragon girl. No. Little dragon boy. Could it be that this prince is a disciple of the ancient tomb sect? Rumors suggested he was a student of the greatest sect in the world. Could it be that this greatest sect was actually a branch of the ancient tomb sect? Your Highness, do members of the Sun and Moon sect sleep in such a manner? Ji and Huang turned slightly on the soft ropes. Little girl, speak not of nonsense. It is the Sun and Moon sect. Ning Xiuma touched her nose, conceding that she had mistakenly referred to it as the Sun and Moon sect of the East. Nonetheless, it sounded so mystical and flamboyant. Surely its nature was similar to that of the Sun and Moon sect. Yet, she wondered if their leader, the esteemed emperor, was as captivating as the legendary figure of the East. In that moment, her thoughts wandered far and wide. Ji Yunhuang continued. Such a resting method is reserved for the direct descendants of the Sun and Moon sect and the deeper one's cultivation. The finer the ropes they sleep upon. My master sleeps on ropes as thin as a pinky finger. Ning Xiuma glanced at the ropes beneath Ji Yanhuang, which were nearly the thickness of her fist. Your master must be a disciple of the emperor. Then, if he sleeps on something as thin as a pinky, what about your grandmaster, the emperor? Would he not sleep on a thread? Ji Yanhuang's expression darkened. Her reasoning was rather audacious. He chuckled softly. No one has ever witnessed the emperor resting. Ning Xiuma, intrigued, asked, Is that so? Have not his disciples and the attendants serving him ever seen? Ji Yanhuang lowered his gaze. No one has seen. In fact, the location where the emperor rests at night has always been a mystery. Ning Xiuma, truly enigmatic. Could it be the fabled 3 burrows of a cunning rabbit? This emperor seems to possess a strong sense of suspicion, mistrusting everyone. Or perhaps he is merely putting on a facade. Your Highness, does the emperor have a youthful appearance, with hair as white as snow and an ethereal demeanor? She lamented that during her brief encounter, she hadn't even caught a glimpse of the hem of his robe, feeling a twinge of regret for missing the chance to meet such a remarkable figure. Thus, she sought a knowledgeable person to inquire further. Ji Yanhuang sighed. Xiuma, has no one ever told you that matters regarding the emperor should not be discussed lightly? Ning Xiuma rubbed her nose, recalling that this was indeed a guideline. With a smile, she replied, Here, it is only you and I. A brief discussion should pose no issue, right? Moreover, you are his direct disciple and should have encountered him several times. Could you share a few words with me? Her large, sparkling eyes were quite endearing. Ji Yanhuang's heart skipped a beat, and she finally managed to say a few sentences. During my time of the Sun Moon sect, I have only met the emperor twice. He wears a mask constantly, and no one knows his true appearance. However, his hair is quite dark, cascading like a curtain. Truly, there is no one who possesses such an ethereal demeanor, far beyond that of an ordinary person. Upon reaching this point, she fell silent, unwilling to discuss the emperor further, clearly filled with genuine admiration for her master. Ning Xiuma smiled, but remained unconvinced. This emperor must be quite aged, a seasoned figure in the world, knowing precisely how to maintain an air of mystery. It seems his magical abilities may not be exceptionally formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to maintain his youth, retaining only his raven-black hair. The face behind that mask might be riddled with wrinkles, perhaps so creased that one could catch a fly in them. Xiuma, what were you thinking? Ji Yanhuang inquired, sensing something odd in her expression. Oh, nothing. Ning Xiuma naturally refrained from divulging her inner musings. She swung her legs off the bed, My injuries have nearly healed. It is best I return home to rest and not disturb His Highness any longer. Farewell. She offered a slight bow to Ji and Huang and turned to leave. If she were to share a room with the Crown Prince tonight, even if nothing were to transpire, she would still be unable to clear her name. According to the customs of this era, she would ultimately be bound to marry him as either wife or concubine. Although she did not hold these customs in high regard, she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. As she moved, the whip wounds on her body began to throb again, the recently healed injuries feeling as if they would split open, causing her forehead to bead with sweat. Ji and Huang, aware of her concerns, felt a twinge of sadness in his eyes. This young girl seemed utterly uninterested in becoming his woman. Did she understand what she would be sacrificing by leaving? He swung his legs off the bed, raising a hand to emit a soft white light. Ning Xiuma felt a jolt throughout her body, and she found herself lying back on the bed. You must not move yet. You need to rest for the night. I shall take my leave and not disturb your reputation. I will come to call for you tomorrow morning. With a wave of his sleeve, he retracted the soft rope and exited. Moments later, two maidservants' voices could be heard outside the palace. His Highness has sent us to attend to Miss Ning's rest. Should Miss Ning require anything, please do not hesitate to command us. Ning Xiuma, temporarily immobilized due to the pressure points Ji and Huang had sealed, was relieved she could still speak and casually inquired, "Where is the Crown Prince?" "The Crown Prince has left the estate and will return early tomorrow," the maidservant replied. This Crown Prince would rather sleep elsewhere than in his own guest room. Truly a peculiar individual. Unbeknownst to Ning Xiuma, the Crown Prince had a significant preference for specific sleeping arrangements, necessitating familiar surroundings to ensure restful sleep. In the Fifth Prince's residence, Fifth Prince Jianxiao was a man of strict routines, retiring to bed promptly at the hour of high. However, on this night, he found himself unable to sleep. His third brother, Crown Prince Jianhuang, had unexpectedly visited, insisting on playing a few rounds of chess. Among the princes, Ji Yunxiao's chess skills were the only ones comparable to those of the Crown Prince, so the brothers engaged in an exhilarating match in the octagonal pavilion designated for chess. Though Ji Yunxiao was a leisurely prince, he possessed a keen network of informants and received news rapidly. This evening, Ji and Huang appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally making incorrect moves, a stark contrast to his usual style. Ji Yunxiao teased him, "Third brother, I heard an interesting rumor today. It seems you gave the sixth prince a taste of his own medicine at the tea house, and even took his little wife to your home. Is there any truth to this?" Ji and Huang maintained his composure, replying lightly, "What wife of the sixth prince? She has long since been divorced. She is now merely the daughter of the Marquis of Jinyuan." With a loud clack, Ji Yunxiao's chess piece fell from his hand. "No way. Third brother, have you truly developed feelings for that little girl? She's nothing but a waste. Even the sixth prince despises her." "A waste? Perhaps she merely lacks the aptitude for cultivation," Ji and Huang remarked, placing a piece on the board. Defending her are we? It seems your heart of stone has finally begun to stir. However, third brother, allow me to offer some sincere advice. She was once engaged to the sixth prince. Even though the engagement has been severed, taking her on now may lead to awkwardness. With so many beauties in the world eager to win your favor, why entangle yourself with her? Not to mention, even if you wish to marry her as a concubine, our father would never agree for the sake of the royal family's reputation. With a sharp clack, Ji and Huang nearly shattered the chessboard with his piece. "Fifth brother, what did I ever say I wanted to take a wife or concubine? You are overthinking. Come, since it is rare for us brothers to gather. If I do not keep you company for the night, I would be remiss for you to call me third brother." His pace of play quickened significantly. Yi Yungxiao is lipstvichet. Who was keeping whom company? He had never stayed awake this late, and fatigue was beginning to weigh on him. Ning Xiuma was abruptly awakened by commotion. She opened her eyes to see flickering lights outside the window, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps. "Lord Lu, no one is permitted to enter the Crown Prince's quarters without his permission, especially since His Highness is currently absent." She discerned the steward of the Crown Prince's residence speaking. "This estate is acting under imperial orders. If the criminal is indeed hiding in the Crown Prince's quarters, how can we apprehend him without entering?" Lord Lu's voice was authoritative. "That is unfortunate. Regardless, the Crown Prince's quarters cannot be intruded upon. If His Highness takes offense, we shall both suffer the consequences. Perhaps we should wait for the Crown Prince to return?" The steward insisted. "Is there a criminal hiding in the Crown Prince's quarters? Could it be that Lord Lu is after her?" Ning Quemo wondered it. "Why? She had seemingly committed no crime against the crown. However, she was acutely aware that once involved in royal matters, countless conspiracies would ensnare her. Their bold approach to capture someone clearly indicated they had some compromising information on her. As a destitute orphan, if any influential figures wished to eliminate her, there were surely many scapegoats available. She could not simply wait for her doom. If they managed to apprehend her and drag her into some prison, her life would likely come to an end. Ning Xiuma instinctively attempted to leap from her bed. But the moment she moved, a wave of numbness surged through her, rendering her limbs foreign and immobile. Cursed be it! Ji Yanhuang had sealed her acupoints to ensure her rest, and now they remained unbroken. She was utterly helpless. Straining her ears, she listened as the exchange continued between Lord Liu and the Crown Prince's steward outside, neither party forcing their way in. It appeared that Lord Liu held a significant amount of respect for the Crown Prince. She let out a slight sigh of relief. If this continued, perhaps the matter would be settled upon Ji Yunhuang's return, affording her a chance to escape. But where had Ji Yunhuang gone? If he were present, even if Lord Liu acted under imperial command, he would not allow her to be taken away so easily. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes, silently channeling the meager internal energy she had recently cultivated to break the seal on her acupoints. Relying on others was unreliable. She must save herself. First, she needed to regain her mobility. Given her frail constitution, her internal energy was limited, and Ji Yunhuang's acupoint sealing technique was particularly unique, making it difficult for her to undo it. As she focused and exerted herself, she suddenly heard a melodious female voice from outside. "What is this ruckus disturbing my crown prince brother?" Lord Liu responded, "Your Highness, the daughter of Marshal who passed away suddenly upon returning home today, and Ning Xiuma, daughter of the Marquis of Jinyuan, is a prime suspect. I have been ordered by the Emperor to apprehend her, but the steward refuses to allow me entry, though separated by a considerable distance." Ning Xiuma clearly heard Lord Liu's words, her mind ringing with disbelief. Hu Daichang has died. How could this be? She had merely employed a special acupressure technique to disturb her pregnancy, at worst leading to potential infertility in the future. How could it possibly result in sudden death? Outside the palace, the steward reiterated his previous words, yet the princess responded with a cold smile. "No one may enter the crown prince's chambers, but I am permitted. The imperial decree cannot be defied. I shall assist you this once." As her words fell, the grand doors of the chamber were forcefully swung open. Ning Xiuma was momentarily dazzled, and before her stood a young lady clad in splendid attire. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with phoenix-like eyes and a delicate cherry blossom mouth. Her raven hair was elegantly tied up, adorned with a white jade hairpin featuring a peony blossom. She wore a moon-white gown of fish silk, exuding an ethereal grace, yet her presence was commanding. Looking down at Ning Xiuma, she appraised her with a discerning gaze, a glimmer of dark light flickering in her eyes. "So you are Ning Xiuma? At such a tender age, you possess such alluring charm. I wonder what despicable means you employed to have the crown prince keep you in his chambers, tarnishing his reputation." The hostility this princess harbored towards her was palpable, akin to that of a rival in love. Ning Xiuma narrowed her eyes slightly, her mind racing through the information she had about this princess. Her name was Ji Yunyao, who had not grown up in the imperial palace. It was said that the late emperor, during a tour, had taken a commoner as his consort, resulting in the birth of this princess 9 months later. It was only when Ji Yunyao reached the age of 15 that her dying mother revealed her true identity, prompting her to journey to the capital to seek her family. This tale bore resemblance to Zi Wei from Princess Pearl, yet unlike Zi Wei, Ji Yunyao's quest for her family was smooth, and she soon became a revered princess upon her arrival in the capital. With many princes under the old emperor's rule, Ji Yunyao, being the only princess, was naturally cherished. It was said that her relationship with her royal brothers was amicable, especially with the crown prince. Reports suggested that Ji Yunyao was favored by Ji Yunhuang, trailing closely behind him like a shadow whenever he returned to the capital, with the gates of the crown prince's residence always open for her. The rumors proved true. Ji Yunyao could freely enter the crown prince's chambers, a place from which others were barred. Ning Xiuma sensed the intense animosity emanating from Ji Yunyao, and as she lowered her gaze, a slight smirk graced her lips. It appeared that the princess harbored impure feelings for her crown prince brother. An illicit romance? What are you grinning at? You wretched servant. Even at the brink of death, you still find amusement. Ji Yunyao's fury ignited. Chapter 56. Forbidden Love. Ning Xiuma lifted her gaze. Your Highness has misunderstood. My relationship with the Crown Prince is entirely innocent. We are merely friends. He has kept me here solely because he values my medical skills and wished to treat my injuries. Since I cannot move post-treatment, I remain here. To avoid misunderstandings, His Highness has left the residence. You insult me by calling me a seductress and accusing me of underhanded tactics, but you also demean your Crown Prince brother. Is he truly such a shallow man? A woman blinded by jealousy is beyond reason. Ning Xiuma, now at her mercy, wished to avoid being consumed by her wrath. The first step was to distance herself from Ji Yunhuang to alleviate some of the princess's hostility, thus sparing herself further suffering. Indeed, upon uttering these words, the hostility in Ji Yunyao's eyes diminished slightly, though suspicion lingered. Medical skills? What could a worthless girl like you possibly know of medicine? Ning Xiuma maintained her smile, calmly explaining, I would not dare lie before your Highness. Recently, I successfully treated a woman whose arm was severed. Should your Highness doubt my words, you may inquire at the Dali Temple. The woman is currently recovering there. Suspicion deepened in Ji Yunyao's eyes, but I have never heard of such an event. Ning Xiuma suddenly comprehended. True divine healers were scarce in this realm, coveted by various nations and factions. To prevent word from reaching others, Ji Yunhuang likely suppressed the news of her treatment of the severed arm. No wonder, during her recent strolls through the streets, she had not overheard anyone discussing this gossip. It had not circulated at all. If your Highness does not believe me, you may ask the Crown Prince when he returns. He will surely confirm that I speak the truth. Ji Yunyao's phoenix eyes narrowed, while she still harbored doubts. The animosity in her gaze had lessened considerably. I shall inquire about this matter, but regarding your alleged involvement in Miss Hu's death, you must accompany me to the Ministry of Justice to provide an explanation. She gestured, releasing Ning Xiuma's pressure point. Get up and follow me. Ning Xiuma stretched her slightly stiff limbs. Her whip wounds still throbbed painfully, and her body was far less agile than usual due to the injuries. It was evident that this princess was a master of mental prowess, and attempting to escape under her watchful eye would yield no hope, only further suffering. Such foolishness was not in Ning Xiuma's nature. Her goal was merely to stall for time until the Crown Prince returned. Had she known, she would have preferred to rest in the same room as him. She rose slowly, donned her shoes with care, and adjusted her attire with deliberation. Impatiently, Ji Yunyao remarked, Why are you moving so slowly? Hurry up. Ning Xiuma silently cursed her ancestors while maintaining a compliant expression. Yes, your Highness. I have sustained injuries, and my movements are somewhat sluggish. I hope for your Highness's understanding. Ji Yunyao was aware of her recent beating and understood the potency of the soul whip, scoffing lightly. Yet she ceased her urging. Ning Xiuma took her time, managing to delay for a full quarter of an hour before finally preparing herself. In the midst of her preparations, she cast a glance out the window, feeling desolate as she inwardly cursed. Where on earth was that scoundrel Ji Yunhuang? Why had he not returned yet? Chapter 57. Forbidden Love. At that very moment, Ji Yunhuang found himself in an utterly unexpected location, the Imperial Palace. He had planned to engage in a game of chess with Ji Yun Xiao to pass the night, but at the stroke of midnight, he received an urgent imperial edict summoning him to the palace. The imperial command was absolute, compelling him to bid farewell to the fifth prince and enter the palace directly. Unbeknownst to him, mere moments after his departure, the guards from the Crown Prince's residence hurriedly sought the fifth prince to report the Ministry of Justice's intent to apprehend someone, but found him absent. Upon entering the palace, Ji Yunhuang discovered his father. The emperor had caught a slight cold and was resting on the dragon bed, specifically requesting his company. Resigned, Ji Yunhuang decided to stay, as he had nowhere else to go that night. He found his father somewhat loquacious, asking him about recent affairs and engaging in a meandering conversation, to which Ji Yunhuang could only respond perfunctorily. An inexplicable sense of anxiety stirred within him, prompting a desire to return to his residence. Yet his father was unusually clingy that night, refusing to let him leave. Ning Xiuma had delayed long enough, but with Ji Yunhuang yet to return. She was ultimately escorted by Ji Yunyao and handed over to Lord Liu of the Ministry of Justice. Naturally, Ning Xiuma inquired about the reason for her arrest. Yet Lord Liu succinctly replied, You shall learn the reason upon your arrival at the Ministry of Justice. If you are wrongfully accused, you shall be released." He ordered her to be shackled with iron chains. Aware that she could not escape given her current state, Ning Xiumal refrained from futile struggles, gritting her teeth and following them. To her dismay, rather than being taken to the Grand Hall of the Ministry of Justice, she was directly delivered to the prison. A long, narrow corridor, thick, dark stone walls, flickering oil lamps casting eerie shadows, the damp and pungent odor, and the anguished cries emanating from the depths of the cells. Everything aligned with Ning Xiumal's expectations of an ancient prison, even more chilling than she had imagined. When Lord Lu's men pushed her into the prison, handing her over to a gaunt, wiry man, Ning Xiumal sensed that trouble was imminent. The man was of short stature, appearing to be of similar height and build as Ning Xiumal, yet his face was marred by deep wrinkles, and his drooping eyes emitted a sharp, knife-like glint. He donned a dark red robe, speckled with brown stains that resembled dried blood. Seemingly disabled, he was pushed in a wheelchair by a prison guard. His grotesque appearance exuded a dark, macabre aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Accompanying Ning Xiumal were 6 officers from the Ministry of Justice, one of whom exchanged pleasantries with the man. From their conversation, Ning Xiumal discerned that he was called Tu Dao, a name that resonated with an ominous and lethal vibe. After a brief exchange, Tu Dao subtly nodded, his piercing gaze sizing up Ning Xiumal, causing an inexplicable chill to creep over her, a sensation akin to being brushed by a blade, as if a predator had set its sights on her. Panic gripped her. Were they truly going to torture her without a trial? Was she to be subjected to a brutal display of power? Her fingers tightened into a fist, the chains on her wrists clinking ominously. The 6 officers turned to leave, and Tu Dao cast one last glance at her, his eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light as he commanded the guards to escort her inside. Chapter 58. Forbidden Love, Where Are You Taking Me? Ning Xiumal stood her ground. Tu Dao grinned, revealing a set of unnaturally white teeth. "To the place you belong. After all, you killed the daughter of General Hu. You don't expect to reside in luxury, do you? I did not harm her. Her death has nothing to do with me. Little girl, you won't hold that opinion for long," he replied ominously. "Take her to the interrogation chamber." His tone darkened as he commanded. Ning Xiumal felt a sinking sensation in her heart. They intended to torture her without even a semblance of an investigation. It was evident they sought to coerce her into a confession, to plunge her into an abyss from which she could never escape. Who was orchestrating such cruel machinations against her? With her still bearing the scars of previous whippings, her abilities diminished, and her movements hindered by shackles, she was flanked by 16 formidable guards, their keen eyes betraying their considerable martial prowess. Charging through them would be a fool's endeavor. Resolutely, she followed their lead into the depths of the prison. The ground beneath her feet was uneven cobblestones, stained with dark red splotches that glimmered in the flickering light of oil lamps. The further she ventured, the more pungent the stench of blood became, and the sight of prisoners confined in iron-barred cells was harrowing. Some were sprawled on filthy straw, others grasping the iron bars, and a few lay on the grimy stone floor, each bearing the marks of unspeakable torment. Though their postures varied, they shared a commonality. Each had suffered the most brutal of punishments, their hair disheveled, clothing tattered, and flesh marred, their bodies contorted into grotesque forms. Each trembled and groaned. The sound's a haunting chorus that sent chills down her spine. "Did you see that, little girl? These individuals are unyielding, enduring such suffering for no reason." Tu Dao's voice slithered through the dark corridor, his tone reminiscent of a hissing serpent. Ning Xiumal lowered her gaze, choosing silence. In her past life, she had witnessed her share of hardship. During her training as an operative, she had experienced the tortures that befell those who were captured. Waterboarding, the tiger bench, even the electric chair, but those had occurred in a modern society with international scrutiny and media oversight. The horrors she now beheld were akin to descending into the depths of hell, far surpassing the infamous tortures of the Qing dynasty. These individuals had been stripped of their humanity. She knew her delicate frame would not withstand such brutality, even if, by some miracle, she were to survive. What would be left of her if she became a wraith like them? What should she do? Wait for rescue? The people she knew in this world were few. The only one who genuinely cared for her was the crown prince, yet he was nowhere to be found. He might not arrive in time tonight, and even if he did, the situation seemed dire. It was evident this was a trap, a scheme devised to obliterate her completely. Whoever was behind this had likely extinguished every possibility of her escape. Otherwise, Ji Wang would have arrived by now. She refused to believe that the crown prince could be so utterly cut off from news. He must have been ensnared in some way. Chapter 59. The 18 levels of hell. No one would come to her rescue tonight. She must save herself. Yet, how could she possibly escape this fortress of despair? Tu Yidao's serpentine gaze remained fixated upon her, his triangular eyes sparkling with surprise. Many formidable men had entered this place, only to be paralyzed with fear at the sight of the other prisoners' plight. Even the bravest among them turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. Yet Ning Xuan maintained her composure, merely pursing her lips and lowering her head, her expression inscrutable. With an unappealing visage, a stature reminiscent of a dwarf, a grating voice, and crippled legs, Tu Yidao often found himself overshadowed by those around him. His pride, however, was immense, leading him down a path of darkness and aberration. Despite his unfortunate looks, he possessed unparalleled skill and a penchant for cruel interrogation methods, quickly rising from a mere guard to the head warden. The path of his ascent was paved with countless lives extinguished. His cold demeanor and merciless tactics ensured that no prisoner, whether innocent or guilty, left his presence unbroken. His repertoire of torture was so varied and vicious that it struck terror into the hearts of all who heard of it. In the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, he was known as the Butcher King of Hell. Years of bloodshed had pushed him further down the slope of madness, and he harbored a peculiar obsession with witnessing the fear of his captives, relishing the sound of their wails as if they were the sweetest melodies to his ears. His favorite victims were young and beautiful women. Witnessing their suffering under his hands provided him with a twisted sense of accomplishment. And tonight, Ning Xuema found herself ensnared in the clutches of such a monster. What chance did she have of survival? A chilling scream echoed from a chamber at the end of the corridor, unmistakably a woman's voice, piercing and ghostly. Ning Xuema's body jolted, her eyes widening in horror. That chamber was the interrogation room, and she had finally glimpsed the true nature of the torture that transpired within its walls. The sight was enough to chill even the most seasoned of souls. The room was filled with grotesque instruments of torment, the floor slick with congealed blood, the stench overwhelming, evoking an urge to vomit. In the center of the room, a person was nailed to the stone wall, a girl, her body grotesquely contorted, drenched in blood, her chest horrifyingly absent, having been vivisected. A searing iron rod was thrust into her most vulnerable area, emitting wisps of smoke as the scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Despite her harrowing state, Ning Xuan recognized her as a girl, her face unblemished, her delicate fingers still intact. The stark contrast between her exquisite visage and her ravaged body was jarring. Ning Xuan felt an icy wave wash over her. Tu Yidao's eyes remained fixed on her, delight evident in his expression as he observed her reaction. Little girl, you may not recognize her, but she is a renowned beauty of our Long Kong kingdom. Chapter 60. The 18 layers of hell. Tu Yidao's gaze, sharp and serpentine, fixated upon Ning Xuema. Observing her complexion shift, he reveled in her distress, chuckling, "Little girl, you might not recognize her. She is a renowned lady of our Chong Kong nation." From a young age, she displayed prodigious mental prowess, catching the eye of the second largest sect, the Tianqing sect, and became an inner disciple of their three guardians. Once, she was a pride of our nation. Yet, her downfall came from her own folly as she dared to infiltrate the royal palace to steal the princess's possessions. Caught red-handed by the princess, she was brought here. Though her spirit is resilient, she has endured much agony because she refuses to confess. Alas, what a pity! Tu Yidao lamented, shaking his head. I did not steal. It was Ji Yunyao who framed me. The woman, in excruciating pain, yet lucid, weakly protested. Alas, it seems the torment you've suffered is insufficient. I shall personally attend to your needs. Tu Yidao sneered, leisurely pushing his wheelchair closer. You monster, just kill me. The woman shrieked. My dear beauty, until you confess, how could I bear to end your life? I can only tend to you, Tu Yidao replied, extracting a delicate, gossamer-like blade from his person, his icy fingers caressing the woman's tender cheek with a sigh. Such beauty, such delicate skin. If removed, it would make a splendid mask. Fear not. I shall not ruin your visage. I will preserve it intact. The woman trembled violently, her teeth chattering, her indomitable spirit evident despite her battered form, her bones shattered beyond repair. If not for the iron nails restraining her, she would surely collapse like a heap of refuse. This girl was utterly broken. Even if she survived, she would be a mere shell of her former self. Tu Yidao sought not the truth but the results he desired. Thus, her cries of innocence were futile. Cold sweat beaded on Ning Xiuma's palms. Was she to perish here tonight? She watched helplessly as Tu Yidao began to peel away the woman's entire face. The woman's screams pierced the air, and despite Ning Xiuma's courage, she was drenched in cold sweat. The woman, repeatedly plunged into unconsciousness only to be revived by icy water, found herself caught between the desire to live and the wish for death. At last, when cold water splashed upon her once more, she broke down completely. I confess. I beg for a swift death. Tu Yidao chuckled, a blend of pride and mock compassion evident in his demeanor. Oh, poor child. Had you confessed sooner, you would not have endured such torment. Other jailers presented pre-written confessions, urging the woman to sign. Ning Xiuma finally comprehended Tu Yidao's true intentions. He sought only to extract a forced confession. The woman, dragged from the wall, slumped like a rag doll, blood pooling beneath her. After she signed, Tu Yidao, satisfied, folded the document, casually plunging his blade into her heart. The woman shuddered, releasing her final breath, finally still. Take her away. Toss her in a mass grave to feed the wild dogs. Tu Yidao commanded dismissively, retreating in his wheelchair. The woman, now unrecognizable, was dragged out, leaving only Ning Xiuma, Tu Yidao, and a few jailers in the chamber. Chapter 61. Self-rescue. Tu Yidao shook the skin he had just peeled from the woman, presenting it to Ning Xiuma. Little girl, do you find my craft satisfactory? Instinctively, she recoiled 2 steps, her gaze fixated on the skin. Tu Yidao's skill was undeniable. The skin was as thin as gossamer, uniformly thin, without a single flaw or incision, appearing remarkably pristine. Are you frightened, little girl? If so, confess quietly. Truth be told, I rather fancy your delicate visage. If I were to remove it, it would surely be exquisite. Tu Yidao taunted, his icy fingers almost grazing her cheek, cackling. On the count of 3, if you do not confess, I shall place you upon the rack. The jailers, long influenced by Tu Yidao's madness, bore predatory glints in their eyes, eagerly awaiting her defiance to drag her to the torture device. Daily, her lower back throbbed with pain, rigidity akin to stone, alternating between sharp and dull aches radiating down her thighs, muscles spasming. Ninquemo sutendispoke. Articulating a series of technical terms, this segment is derived from the symptoms of ankylosing spondylitis, as noted from Baidu. The other jailers were perplexed, but Tu Yidao froze, his triangular eyes gleaming with a predatory light. Little girl, what did you say? Ning Xiuma's eyes sparkled like clear waters, softly stating, the pain in my legs begins as stabbing, then transitions to dull ache at the joints, gradually swelling and deforming. 3 years hence, all sensation lost. Stiff as wood or stone. Tu Yidao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Ning Xiuma as if she were a monster. You. The symptoms she described mirrored his affliction perfectly. No one in all of Chong Kong had discerned his condition, let alone treated it. He had suffered in silence for 6 years until now, when a mere girl laid bare his suffering. His previously despondent heart leaped with hope. You know this ailment? Ning Xiuma nodded with a smile. Not only do I know, but I can also treat it. The usually stoic Tu Yidao's hand trembled slightly. How can it be treated? Release me, and I shall heal you, Ning Xiuma replied boldly. A flicker of dark intrigue crossed Tu Yidao's eyes. You boast, girl. I have sought countless physicians, none able to remedy my suffering. Do you truly possess the means? I do not believe you. The commoner can demonstrate her skills right here. Should there be no effect, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. After a moment's contemplation, Tu Yidao, unable to resist temptation, nodded. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Ning Xiuma glanced at the iron chains binding her wrists. Please prepare 20 silver needles. She listed a series of items, concluding with a request. To treat your condition requires precision. These chains are an impediment. The items she requested were readily available in the prison, and soon Tu Yidao had them fetched. The chains were removed from her wrists. Although shackled at her ankles and rendered powerless, Tu Idao felt no fear of her deceit. Ning quemo smilet softly. And before the watchful eyes of the jailers, she began her treatment. Her movements were swift and precise, employing an ancient acupuncture technique she had learned in the modern world, capable of producing results in a remarkably short span of time. After completing the acupuncture, she stood. Effects should manifest within half an hour, enabling you to stand. Tu Idao's expression was one of skepticism. He had consumed countless remedies and endured numerous needles over the years, all yielding no results. Chapter 62. Self-rescue. Could this girl truly induce movement in his legs with just a handful of needles? Ning Xuema paid him no mind. Having completed the acupuncture, she settled onto a set of torture instruments, closing her eyes to recuperate, needing every moment to heal herself. Unbeknownst to her, a small half-hour had passed, and a warm sensation surged through Tu Idao's previously rigid waist, spreading down to his legs, dissolving the numbness that had plagued him. Then, before the astonished gaze of the jailers, his legs twitched. They moved. They moved, someone exclaimed. Though Tu Idao's expression remained grim, his hands trembled with excitement. His legs had sensation. Truly, they had sensation. Struggling to contain his elation, he cautiously attempted to rise from the wheelchair, taking trembling steps akin to a child learning to walk. Though his legs ached and felt numb, his heart soared with joy. He could walk. After 3 years of disability, he finally experienced the sensation of walking on his own legs once more. The congratulatory voices of the guards echoed around him. After taking a leisurely dozen steps, he returned to his wheelchair, his expression darkening. Young lady, although I can walk a few steps, my legs ache and feel numb. The pain is even greater than before. It has hardly made any difference. Bring forth the punishment. When Ning Xuema had administered acupuncture earlier, he had secretly memorized her technique, allowing him to treat himself in the future without relying on this young girl. Yet, the orders regarding Ning Xuema had come directly from above. Even with 8 lives, he would not dare to release her privately, nor could he allow her to survive the night. The guards, though perplexed by Tu Idao's intentions, had always followed his lead and promptly agreed, stepping forward to apprehend Ning Xuema. My lord, the girl merely suggested that this treatment might show some effect. She only wishes for you to observe the results. If you wish to cure your ailment completely, another treatment plan will be necessary. Ning Xuema spoke. Tu Idao paused for a moment, then waved his hand, signaling the guards to step back. What is your alternative treatment plan? Ning Xuema smiled, but remained silent. After a moment of reflection, Tu Idao coldly inquired. I know you will present conditions. What are they? Do not expect me to release you. I have no authority to do so. Ning Xuema sighed softly. I am aware that it is impossible for you to set me free. I have but one request. Grant me 1 night without punishment. Can you agree? Tu Idao's eyes flickered slightly as he pondered, not directly answering her, but instead asking, how long will your alternative treatment take? At least 3 hours, Ning Xuema replied without hesitation. Tu Idao glanced at the hourglass nearby. There were still 4 hours until dawn, at which point he would be required to report results. And 3 hours would be ample time to fully exploit a young girl. He smiled, striving to appear benevolent and sincere. Very well, I shall grant you that. Ning Xuema's eyes sparkled with hope as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I will ensure a thorough treatment so that you may be completely healed and no longer suffer from this affliction. Tu Idao nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. That is pleasing to hear. I quite like you, young lady. Granting you 1 night is not a burden. Perhaps by morning someone will come to rescue you, and you will be saved. Ning Xuema thought it wise to express her gratitude for this opportunity. Her smile bloomed like a flower. Chapter 63. Playing the fool to catch the tiger while Tu Idao comforted her. A cold smile crept into his heart. After all, she was just a young girl, Tu Na Vi, so easy to deceive and charm. The higher-ups had clearly stated that he could employ any means necessary against her, provided she confessed tonight. Once she confessed, he would execute her, creating the illusion of a suicide born of guilt. Everything had been meticulously arranged, and the girl still believed she could barter her medical skills for her life. How very innocent. She was indeed talented, but what a pity. He had calculated that Ning Xuema's treatment would occupy 3 hours, leaving him with ample time to manipulate her into confessing. He could cure his ailment and fulfill the orders from above, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. Fearing that Ning Xuema might not be fully committed to her treatment, He spoke to her with particular kindness, acquiescing to her various requests. For instance, he unlocked her restraints, gathered the necessary surgical tools, and dispatched all guards to wait outside, as she insisted on absolute tranquility for the duration of her treatment. Tu Dao, possessing considerable mental prowess, could withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 dozen ordinary men despite his inability to walk. Naturally, he dismissed the frail girl as a threat. Even alone with her in a room, he felt no fear of her mischief. Should she dare to act out, he could crush every bone in her body in an instant. The others, too, believed such a slender girl could not pose any real threat. After preparing everything, they all retreated. Tu Dao discreetly assessed Ning Xiuma's delicate face, which radiated relief and joy, clearly believing in his promise and waiting eagerly for her rescue the following day. With such trust in him, she would surely not act against him, allowing Tu Dao to relax further. Once Ning Xiuma had organized her needles, she began to crouch in front of him to perform the acupuncture. Each needle was inserted right under Tu Dao's watchful eyes, targeting non-lethal acupoints. Initially wary, Tu Dao gradually relaxed, observing the small head bowed in concentration before him. Her face flushed from the exertion of frequent needlework, as wicked thoughts began to stir within him. This girl, though somewhat frail, possessed a charming visage, particularly sweet when she smiled. To execute her outright would be a tragic waste. Perhaps he would first indulge himself with her before. As this idea delighted him, a sinister smile spread across his face. It must be said that her acupuncture technique was peculiar yet effective. After 30 needles, he began to experience a tingling warmth coursing through his body, an indescribable sensation of comfort washing over him. He let out a soft hum, intending to praise her, but to his surprise, he found himself unable to utter a single word. His throat had seemingly become paralyzed, and his nerves no longer obeyed his commands. What was happening? Tu Dao instinctively attempted to rise, yet his brain had sent commands to his limbs that refused to respond. It felt as though he were trapped in a nightmare, fully aware, able to see everything, yet unable to call out or move. Chapter 64. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. It felt as if he were ensnared in a nightmare, fully aware, able to see everything, yet unable to call out or move. Fear flickered in Tu Dao's triangular eyes as he watched Ning Xiuma slowly rise and smile at him. Her sweet expression filled with an eerie chill. "My lord, how do you feel?" Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as he wished to scold her or summon his men outside, but found himself utterly voiceless. This young girl's medical skills were remarkable, indeed, quite impressive. Tu Dao did not respond, yet was astonished to hear his own voice echoing throughout the chamber. His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Ning Xiuma converse, as if she were imitating him perfectly. The guards waiting outside, initially anxious for their leader, found reassurance in hearing such dialogue. Tu Dao had previously instructed them not to enter, regardless of what sounds they heard, unless he called for them. Growing somewhat bored outside, the four moved away to engage in a game of Pai Gao. "My lord, you never intended to spare me, did you? You want me to heal you and then dispose of me, correct?" Ning Xiuma spoke softly, her breath warm against his ear. Tu Dao, drenched in cold sweat, yearned to shake his head in denial, yet his head refused to comply. "Do not attempt to deny it. I have already discerned your intentions." Ning Xiuma smiled, casually retrieving a small hammer from a nearby table, waving it before Tu Dao. "Now, tell me, who is behind this plot against me? Who seeks my life?" Tu Dao could not respond, his eyes darting desperately. "Oh, I forgot you cannot speak right now. How about this? I will name names one by one, and if it is you, look down. If it is not, shake your head." How could he dare to respond? Tu Dao clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. "Oh dear, you are quite uncooperative. It seems that I must resort to some extreme measures, though it pains me to do so." Just as the last word fell from her lips, the hammer in her hand struck the left calf of Tu Dao with a precision that was both casual and deliberate, landing squarely on the joint of his bone with a sharp crack. The excruciating pain caused Tu Dao to convulse violently, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He opened his eyes, staring incredulously at the grinning girl before him, nearly convinced she was a demon reincarnated. Ning Xiuma, undeterred, asked him whether he would speak, and with each refusal, she brought the hammer down upon his bones, each strike shattering yet another fragment of his skeletal structure. Throughout his life, Tu Dao had broken countless bones, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. The agony of his fractured bones was piercing, rendering his complexion a ghastly shade of green and white, cold sweat pouring down his body, though he could neither scream nor struggle. His face contorted in a grotesque mask of pain. He had presumed that even if Ning Xiuama subdued him, she would not resort to such torturous methods. After all, inflicting such torment required immense psychological fortitude, and most would falter at the sight, let alone wield the hammer themselves, especially a delicate young girl. Yet, when Ning Xiuama remained unfazed as she shattered the bones in both his legs, he realized that this girl was no ordinary child. She was a little devil. As Ning Xiuama progressed towards his lumbar spine, Tu Yidao could no longer endure the torment, his eyes betraying a glimmer of desperation for mercy. "Are you ready to talk?" Ning Xiuama paused, her voice soft and gentle. Tu Yidao's eyes frantically darted up and down, a silent nod of acquiescence. Ning Xiuama feigned disappointment. "I thought your bones would be tougher. Turns out they are rather fragile." She began to name individuals she suspected, mentioning the sixth prince, the crown prince, and the princess, until she reached the name of Princess Ji Yunyao. At first, Tu Yidao's eyes darted in denial, but then, as if recalling something, they began to move up and down, signaling his acknowledgement. Could it truly be Ji Yunyao? With her venomous nature, it was not beyond her capabilities. The girl who had just been tortured to death was indeed her doing. That girl harbored a peculiar obsession with her crown prince brother, and her jealousy could easily lead to murderous intent if Ji Yunhuang showed even a hint of kindness towards another woman. Ning Xiuama pondered silently, her gaze shifting to Tu Yidao, who seemed to be watching her with a hint of trepidation. Ning Xiuama, adept at reading people, smiled and lifted Tu Yidao's chin with her hammer. "You've been naughty, telling lies." Tu Yidao's eyes spun in denial. Ning Xiuama's expression hardened. "I detest being lied to." With that, her hammer struck twice, shattering the bones in his jaw. Tu Yidao curled in agony, his mouth agape like a gasping frog, his throat emitting raspy sounds. If he could move, he would have rolled away by now. Sweat drenched his clothing, and though he fought to remain conscious, the pain was unbearable. Ning Xiuama regarded him coldly. After all, he had spent his life inflicting similar suffering upon others, and today was his turn to experience the torment he had wrought. She was one to repay kindness with gratitude and vengeance with vengeance, embodying both angel and demon as circumstances dictated. Tu Yidao was merely unfortunate to cross her path. The scales of justice were finally balancing. In less than half an hour, Tu Yidao's psychological defenses crumbled under her relentless assault, and he finally began to speak the truth. When Ning Xiuama uttered the name of the current emperor, he nodded in affirmation. The emperor? Ning Xiuama had merely posed a casual question, never anticipating such a stroke of luck. Why would the emperor harbor such a vendetta against a mere girl? After all, Lord Ning had contributed significantly to the emperor's rise to power, acting as his right hand. Why would he turn against the daughter of a loyal minister? Ning Xiuama, still unfamiliar with the intricacies of this society, found herself at a loss. Realizing she could not unravel these complexities, she resolved not to dwell on them. If the emperor sought her demise, it seemed her chances of escaping this predicament were slim. She could delay until dawn, but ultimately, the word death loomed ominously over her. She had to devise a different strategy for her escape. It was tragic that only a few days after her arrival in this world, she had already provoked a formidable foe. Was the deity of her transmigration testing her abilities or merely seeking her demise? Resigned to neither surrender nor passive acceptance, Ning Xiuama began to devise a plan for her own salvation, starting by escaping this prison. Her keen gaze swept over Tu Yidao, and he felt a shiver run down his spine under her inscrutable scrutiny. She rummaged through his belongings, finally retrieving the very knife he used to skin others, turning it over in her palm. "Your technique in skinning is quite proficient. I would like to learn from you. Let's see how well you fare when the roles are reversed. If I do not execute it well, you must bear with it." Tu Yidao's face blanched in terror. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Was this retribution coming swiftly? Just moments ago, he had skinned a girl's face, and now another was about to do the same to him. For him, skinning others was a pleasure, but having his own skin flayed was a nightmare beyond comprehension. He watched in horror as Ning Xiuama approached, the blade in her hand gleaming ominously. An hour passed, then another, and finally 3. Outside, the four jailers, who had been playing a game of Pai Gao, began to grow weary, their energy waning, yet they dared not sleep. Anxious for their superior, they were aware of Ning Xiuma's insistence on absolute silence during her treatment, fearing any disruption might jeopardize the outcome. Just as they continued their game, a piercing scream shattered the air, startling the four into dropping their cards. They exchanged glances, then rushed towards the torture chamber. The haunting screams were unmistakably feminine, escalating in terror with each cry. As they neared the door to the chamber, the screams abruptly ceased, as if cut off mid-note. The jailers exchanged uncertain glances. One tentatively speaking up, "Boss, what is happening? Have you begun?" The earlier screams, though not distinctly human, were clearly those of a girl. It was evident that Tu Yidao had commenced his cruel work on her. "Come in, you four," came Tu Yidao's voice from within. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. The girl was nailed to the wall in a star shape, her clothing in tatters. Her body slashed to the point where her original skin was barely discernible. Below her, the carnage was so severe that her gender was unrecognizable, and a heated iron had even been thrust into her flesh. Her face, if one could even call it that, was a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, barely retaining the semblance of features. She convulsed continuously, blood dripping down, mingling with the stains left by her predecessors. Though the scene was horrific, the four jailers had witnessed such brutality countless times, merely glancing at the girl before their focus shifted to Tu Yidao, their eyes lingering on his legs. "Boss, was that girl deceiving you? What about your legs? I told you, the best doctors couldn't heal the boss's legs. How could this little girl possibly succeed?" Yes, indeed. That little girl was clearly stalling for time, and our leader saw through her ruse and punished her severely. Chapter 67. Escape. Yes, indeed. That little girl was clearly stalling for time, and our leader saw through her ruse and punished her severely. This girl certainly deserves a lesson. Our boss was so angered that he took matters into his own hands. This fool, does she not realize that no matter how long she drags this out, she cannot escape death? Boss, are you tired? Let us handle the matters that follow. The four of them, eager and restless, approached. The man in the wheelchair, Tu Yidao, slowly rose and took a couple steps forward. Under the watchful eyes of his subordinates, he brushed off his robes and yawned. "Well, you can handle the matters ahead. I'm feeling a bit sensitive to noise today, so I've rendered her vocal cords unusable. She will be unable to speak. Let us proceed as originally planned once she confesses." The four subordinates, astonished by his steady gait, naturally showered him with compliments and congratulations. Tu Yidao, ever cold and aloof, merely nodded faintly. The others were accustomed to his demeanor and raised no suspicions, urging him to take a rest while they managed the subsequent affairs. Tu Yidao yawned again, remarking, "Then I'll leave the hard work to you, brothers. If this matter is handled well, there will be rewards for everyone." With that, he sauntered away amidst their flattery. Upon seeing the four enter, the girl against the wall's eyes lit up momentarily, and she opened her mouth as if to call out, but her throat was destroyed, and she could only emit a faint rasping sound. When she realized the four were ignoring her, despair flickered in her eyes. After Tu Yidao departed, the four slowly approached her. Some wielded knives, others carried fire tongs, and some held hammers, grinning wickedly at her bloodied form. "Little girl, your medical skills are impressive. You managed to cure our boss's chronic ailment. But our boss is known for his mercilessness. Do you think that just because you cured him, he will spare you for even one night? TSK, you are truly naive. He will treat you as he wishes. Our boss is ever so decisive. Her leg bones are already shattered." One of them, relishing the moment, poked at the girl's noodle-like legs. Alas, what a clever little girl she was, looking quite decent, and now she has become this. TSK. The brothers had initially intended to let her experience the pleasures of manhood before the torture, but now, facing such a pitiful sight, they felt no interest. One appeared to lament. "Hey, third brother, do you think our boss already had a taste before the torture?" Another chuckled, lewd glances sweeping over the girl's broken form. "No need to ask. The pleasure stick has already been applied to her, hasn't it? Our boss always does this after sampling fresh meat." The third brother cast a glance at her ruined form. The four, devoid of further thoughts, yawned in boredom, merely wanting to complete their task and return to slumber. They proceeded to employ various despicable methods of coercion against the girl pinned to the wall, compelling her to confess. perhaps too fatigued. They momentarily forgot that the girl's vocal cords had been destroyed, and after several torturous methods, they finally remembered she could not speak. One suggested she indicate with nods or shakes. The girl complied hurriedly with nods. Satisfied, the four of them relaxed, procuring the prepared confession for her to sign. Chapter 68. Mistaken identity. The skin on the girl's hands had been flayed away, leaving only a small patch of skin on her thumb. Perhaps due to the excruciating pain, her hands trembled, and she struggled to write a few words, nearly causing the four jailers to lose their composure. What she wrote was, "I am Tui Dao. Damn, how dare she impersonate our boss at a time like this?" The four wasted no time in inflicting further punishment, making her feel as if she were rolling in hell for several rounds before they presented another confession for her to sign. To their surprise, after she wrote those 5 words, she trembled and added another line. "I truly am Tui Dao. I was ambushed. She skinned me to impersonate me." The pain caused her handwriting to resemble a dog's paw, crooked and uneven, yet the four managed to decipher it. Initially, they believed she was up to no good again, and 3 of them cursed her before preparing to subject her to the cruelest torture yet. The third brother, being more cautious, stopped the others. Could it be true? He had been the most forceful, and while the victim's skin was already a mess, he still felt that the texture beneath his fingers did not resemble that of a young girl. The 4 exchanged glances, suppressing their nausea as they examined her body. After a moment, they slowly stepped back. Although the victim's physical features had been severely distorted, their familiarity with bodily structures allowed them to discern that certain attributes were indeed not those of a girl, nor were they youthful. Could it be they had truly swapped her out? Was the one they had tortured their leader, Tu Idao? The 4 pairs of eyes turned toward the victim. A glimmer of hope shone in her eyes as she desperately gestured toward them. It was a signal they often used, one outsiders would not comprehend. Due to her body being pinned, her arm movement was severely limited, making her gestures slow and laborious, yet unmistakably clear. The third brother exclaimed, "Heavens, he really is our boss." He leaped forward, intending to free the captive. However, the leader among them reached out to stop him, casting a dark glance at the victim, suddenly smirking coldly. "You still wish to impersonate our boss? You truly are seeking death." Second brother, fourth brother, prepare the flaying tools. It seems she will not confess without a genuine threat. They could not acknowledge Tu Idao. He was known for his cold and vengeful nature, and they had inadvertently subjected him to various tortures. Given his character, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment. Should he survive, they would face his brutal retribution. Their only recourse was to continue down this mistaken path. The other 3 understood as well, exchanging glances before choosing to proceed with their erroneous course. Tui Dao was now utterly despondent. The tortures he had devised were now being inflicted upon him. He was well aware of the flaying process, and knowing it only deepened his despair. He could not withstand such punishment, and the 4 would not allow him to endure it. They had made up their minds to proceed with their mistaken identity. If he wished to suffer less, he could only comply with their demands. When he finally resigned himself to signing the confession, the 4 of them sighed in relief, dragging him down from the wall as if he were a dead dog, hauling him to a quiet room, and forcing him to compose a suicide note in the handwriting of Ning Xiuma. Chapter 69. Mistaken identity. Tu Idao was skilled in penmanship, often taking pride in it, yet now it became his death warrant. The 4 jailers collected everything they needed, finally at ease. The leader struck Tu Idao with a knife, uttering a sincere remark. "Boss, do not blame us. Who told you to be deceived by a little girl? Moreover, all of this was already arranged by you. We merely acted upon your initial instructions. Rest in peace." With a swift motion, he pierced Tu Idao's heart, ending his life decisively. Following their prearranged steps, they incinerated Tu Idao's corpse. All of this was ordered from above. After obtaining Ning Xiuma's confession and the suicide note, they disposed of the body to eliminate any evidence of coercion. Originally, everything was meticulously planned, yet they had not anticipated encountering the anomaly that was Ning Xiuma, leading to such significant upheaval. After erasing all traces, the 4 finally remembered Ning Xiuma, who had impersonated Tu Idao, and rushed to the prison entrance to inquire, learning that Lord Tu had left at the 4th watch. It was likely that they had returned home to sleep. The 4 of them naturally recognized the residence of Tu Idao and promptly made their way there. As they had predicted, Tu Idao had not returned. His mysterious disappearance could not be easily explained, so the four conferred and suddenly devised a plan. They found a beggar resembling Tu Dao, got him thoroughly intoxicated, and led him stumbling towards the only large lake in the city, where naturally people would see Tu Dao. But no one would pay attention to this drunken man. After ensuring the performance was convincing, they pushed the beggar into the lake and only felt at ease when they saw him drown. This lake was home to a vicious beast, as ferocious as a crocodile, and anything that fell into the water would be devoured, leaving no trace behind. Thus, they feared no subsequent discovery of a corpse. The only concern they had was for the fleeing Ning Xiuema. If she escaped far away and never appeared again, they would have no fear. What worried them was if that girl sought to overturn the verdict and return to seek justice. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The four of them separately sought out various reliable friends to secretly search for Ning Xiuema's whereabouts. And of course, they also checked the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. By dawn, reports came back from all sides, revealing no sign of Ning Xiuema, and indeed she had not returned to the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. It seemed that the cunning girl had already fled the city. At this point, the four had no other recourse but to discreetly send people outside the city to search, instructing them to eliminate her if found, to prevent future troubles. After a night of turmoil, they were utterly fatigued, yet could not return to rest, as they were to provide testimonies at dawn and needed to hurry back. Ji Yunhuang had spent the entire night in the palace, vigilantly guarding the bed of the current emperor, Li Xuan. Only when dawn broke did Li Xuan allow him to leave. Hurrying out of the palace, he encountered the almost frantic steward of the crown princess residence, who reported a piece of shocking news that struck him like a thunderbolt. The Ning family's eldest daughter had been taken by the Ministry of Justice last night. The charge was the murder of General Yuanshu's daughter, Hu Daichang. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Yunhuang rushed to the Ministry of Justice, barging into the main hall, where he found Lord Liu, who had personally led the troops to capture her at the crown princess residence. Lord Liu wore a face of 4 smiles as he informed him that they had imprisoned Ning Xiuema in a heavy cell and that she had confessed, providing her testimony. Upon hearing that she had been confined in the heavy cell, Ji Yunhuang's expression darkened. Others might not know what that heavy cell entailed, but he was all too aware. He had inadvertently entered it before and was well aware of the methods employed by the jailers. Even a man of iron could be reduced to a mere shadow of himself there. Once inside, escape was nearly impossible. What else more? How could a delicate girl like Ning Xiuema endure such torment? How terrified must she be, isolated and helpless, after spending a night in that dreadful place? He quickly scanned the testimony, disdainfully tossing it to the ground with a cold laugh. I do not believe it. I witnessed everything that transpired in the tea house yesterday. She did not harm Hu Daichang. They merely exchanged a few heated words, and it was Hu Daichang who attacked her. If it were not for her agility, she would have suffered greatly. Lord Liu smiled apologetically. Perhaps she harbored resentment and took the opportunity to secretly enter the general's residence at night to poison Miss Hu. Such nonsense. Ji Yunhuang's expression turned even colder. She was injured in the tea house. I brought her back to the crown princess residence. When would she have had the time to poison anyone? Perhaps she took advantage of the crown prince not being present to sneak out and commit murder. This was even more absurd. Tell me, when did Hu Daichang die? Around the first watch of the evening. This was even more problematic. I left the crown princess residence at around the 3rd watch. Prior to that, she was with me the entire time. How could she possibly have left to kill anyone? Lord Liu was left speechless by his rebuttal. Perhaps she secretly sent someone else. She did indeed confess. Once inside, even if she were a man, she would confess without hesitation. Where is she now? The usually composed and gentle crown prince was no longer calm. He seized Lord Liu by the collar. The murderous intent radiating from him made Lord Liu tremble. This morning, she committed suicide out of fear of punishment in the heavy cell. Dead. With a thud, Lord Liu was thrown to the ground. Ji Yunhuang swiftly vanished from the Ministry of Justice's main door. Lord Liu, pained from the fall, struggled to rise, his face ashen, unable to regain his composure for a long time. In all his years of service, it was the first time he had witnessed the crown prince so enraged. It seemed the crown prince held that little girl in extremely high regard. Inside the torture chamber of the Ministry of Justice, though the blood on the floor had been washed away, the strong stench of blood lingered in the air, sharp and pungent. After surveying the chamber, Ji Yunhuang's heart sank. The torture devices were stained with blood, and in the crevices he found remnants of the fabric worn by Ning Xiuma, soaked through with blood, revealing the extent of her suffering under brutal interrogation the previous night. The 4 jailers, responsible for administering the punishments, trembled as they knelt, watching the crown prince pace through the chamber, each step seeming to stomp on their hearts. They had never anticipated that the crown prince would personally come to inspect so thoroughly. Did she truly die? Ji and Huang finally halted, looking down at them. Why, yes. She committed suicide out of fear of punishment, the jailer replied, reciting the rehearsed line. Where's the body? Burned, burned. Yi Yunwang's fury erupted, his murderous aura overwhelming. Who gave you the audacity? As his rage surged, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees, causing the 4 jailers to tremble even more, prostrating themselves. Reporting to your highness, after Miss Ning died, we immediately reported it. Those above ordered us to burn the body due to the heat, fearing it would decay since she is the daughter of the Marquis. Since she had confessed and committed suicide, they decided not to pursue further and instructed us to cremate her and return the ashes to the Jingyuan Marquis' residence. This was also a rehearsed line. Ji and Huang's limbs turned cold. At this moment, he understood this was a trap, most likely orchestrated by his father. Emperor Lishuan had first ensnared him in the palace, then swiftly captured Ning Xiuma, coercing her under duress until she confessed, only to silence her thereafter. Although he had guessed the mastermind behind this scheme, he could not fathom why Emperor Lishuan would go to such lengths against a mere girl. She held no power, no influence, nor any means to pose even the slightest threat to the imperial authority. Did she? He was perplexed, and the visage of Ning Xiuma's cheerful face flashed before him, causing a pang in his heart. The girl who had smiled at him just the night before was gone? She had possessed extraordinary talents. She could undoubtedly shine brightly in the kingdom of Chong Kong. He glanced around at the torture devices and the 4 kneeling jailers, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he slowly inquired, "Where is Tu Idao? Bring him to me." The 4 recounted the previously agreed-upon story of Tu Idao's whereabouts, stating that after leaving the prison last night, he had gotten drunk and accidentally fallen into the Luoxiao Lake. They only learned of this when someone came to inform them in the morning. Ji and Huang found this puzzling. He knew that Tu Idao was not one to indulge in alcohol, rarely partaking. He had once remarked that those who frequently drank would have unsteady hands, and his line of work required utmost precision. Unsteady hands were unacceptable. How could someone like him become inebriated? This doubt briefly crossed Ji Yinhuang's mind, but was soon cast aside. To him, the life or death of such a person was of no concern whatsoever. His gaze returned to the 4 individuals. Since you cannot find him, I shall inquire of you. How many forms of punishment did you inflict upon Miss Ning last night? The 4 naturally dared not confess, desperately bowing and vehemently denying it. How could Ji Yinhuang be oblivious to their tricks? His eyes were frigid, and his voice icy. It matters not if you refuse to confess. I shall have someone make you taste the instruments of torture in this chamber. He had not had the opportunity to save her, so he would exact vengeance in her stead. Outside, the sun shone brightly. Ji Yinhuang stood before the prison of the Ministry of Justice and glanced up at the sun hanging in the sky, letting out a soft sigh. In just one night, everything had changed. That clever little girl had vanished without a trace, and he would never see her again. Chapter 72. The Living Her Your Highness. Shall we return to the manor? His chief bodyguard bowed respectfully, inviting him into the carriage. Ji Yinhuang looked at the carriage, the very one he had used to bring Ning Xuanyuo to the prince's residence the day before. The carriage remained the same, yet that person was gone forever. Ji Yinhuang waved his hand. Burn this carriage. He would consider a pyre for her. He mounted his horse, shook the reins, and galloped away. The guards exchanged glances. The carriage appeared unremarkable, yet the materials and craftsmanship were of the highest quality, worth a fortune, and it was undoubtedly the prince's favorite. Meticulously maintained and never allowed to suffer even a scratch. And now, just like that, it was to be burned. No one dared to disobey the prince's command. The chief guard immediately arranged for one group to set the carriage ablaze while another pursued the prince to ensure his safety. Outside the newly painted residence of the Marquis of Jingyuan, white banners fluttered, and the sound of weeping echoed within. Ji Yinhuang reined in his horse before the gates of the Marquis' residence, peering inside with a gentle sigh before turning to leave. He understood that those who entered the Ministry of Justice's dungeons never emerged alive, so he held no doubt regarding Ning Xuanyuo's demise. He did not wish to see her coffin. Inside, There would be nothing but ashes, no longer her essence, and entering would only deepen his sorrow. Ji and Huang had not slept all night and felt somewhat fatigued. He returned to his prince's residence, intending to rest thoroughly. He pushed open the door to his chamber, and as if sensing something, a flash of light flickered in his palm, and a long sword appeared, slicing through the bed curtains. Upon seeing the scene on the bed, even the ever-composed Ji Yunhuang was momentarily stunned. A person lay sleeping beneath the brocade quilt, her soft black hair splayed across the pillow, her rosy face and fluttering lashes indicating she was in a deep slumber. It was none other than the supposedly deceased Ning Suimuo. Ji Yunhuang could scarcely believe his eyes. He instinctively rubbed them and slowly approached. The little one was likely too exhausted to awaken, as she remained oblivious even with him so close. He gently brushed his fingers against her cheek, warm and soft. She was real, alive. A person who had supposedly perished and been burned to ashes suddenly appeared in his bed. And Ji Yunhuang almost thought he was dreaming. Neither Lord Liu nor those 4 jailers could possibly lie, nor would they dare. What on earth was happening? Ji Yunhuang stood by the bed, momentarily lost in thought, unable to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, the brocade quilt lifted, flying towards him. Though caught off guard, Ji Yunhuang was an unparalleled master. He flowed backward, his palms swiping to the side, causing the quilt to fall gracefully to the ground. The little figure that had been lying on the bed now stood before him, a short sword angled menacingly in her grasp. Upon recognizing Ji Yunhuang's visage, Ning Suimuo exhaled in relief, lowering her sword and offering a slight smile, her dimples appearing. "You startled me. Your Highness, you have finally returned." The girl's alertness was commendable. Ji Yunhuang's eyes sparkled with admiration, a smile gracing his lips. "You are the one who startled this prince. Come now, tell me how you escaped from the dungeon." His curiosity was piqued. Upon hearing his tone, Ning Suimuo realized he was already aware of the general circumstances. Chapter 73. A long story. Ning Suimuo, upon hearing his tone, recognized he was aware of the main events. She pursed her lips. "Your Highness, I am innocent. The death of Hu Daichang has nothing to do with me. I did not kill her." Ji Yunhuang nodded slightly. "This prince understands, but I am curious about how you managed to escape." Ning Suimuo sighed. "This tale is rather lengthy. I almost did not get to see your Highness. May I have a sip of water first?" She felt a severe dryness in her throat. Last night, she had skinned Tu Yidao, taking the opportunity to disguise herself as him, and subsequently left the prison. Her understanding of human nature was profound. She knew Tu Yidao would not survive. Even if the 4 jailers realized they had wronged the person, they would carry on with their mistake and tidy things up for her, so there was no need for her to linger. She had taken many lives in her past and had performed surgeries on many. Cutting into flesh was as routine as breathing for her. Thus, she was able to act decisively when punishing Tu Yidao. However, surgery and punishment were inherently different concepts. The former could involve anesthesia, while the latter was a matter of enduring agony. At that moment, Ning Suimuo appeared calm and steady on the surface, but internally, her stomach churned violently, nearly making her retch, especially since, to disguise herself as Tu Yidao, she had to wear his skin like a mask. The scent of blood filled her nostrils, intensifying her nausea. Once she hurried out of the dungeon, she found a secluded spot to vomit. In a rush, she tore off the face mask, stole a new set of clothes from a tailor's shop, and, under the cover of night, jumped into a small river for a thorough wash. Due to her psychological trauma, she felt as if the blood of Tu Yidao still clung to her hands and body, so she lingered in the water for a full hour before emerging. Donning fresh clothes, relieved to no longer detect the stench of blood. If it had been another girl, having narrowly escaped death, she would have fled far from the city, ideally beyond the borders of Chong Kong, never to return. One could simply consider this a silent loss. However, Ning Suimuo had no intention of fleeing. She was not one to bear humiliation silently. Being wronged and retreating like a turtle was no different. Since she had taken on the mantle of the Ning family's eldest daughter, she could not tarnish the girl's reputation. She would clear her name. Even if she had to depart later, she would leave with her honor intact, ensuring those who conspired against her would not have the last laugh. Moreover, she had just revitalized the Jingyuan residence, where many awaited her care. Most importantly, the test of chastity beast was still in her mansion. A loyal companion she did not wish to abandon. Even more crucial was that the case of Hu Daichong should not be too difficult to unravel. As long as she survived the night, upon Ji Yunhuang's return, she could leverage his power to turn the tide. That night, she had far too much to accomplish, and her small body was struggling to keep up. She desperately needed a place to rest and regain her strength. Where was the safest haven? Where was her refuge? Naturally, it was the prince's palace. Thus, after bathing, Ning Suimuo hurried to the prince's residence. Along the way, she happened to witness those 4 jailers disposing of a false Tu Dao into the lake. She hid in the shadows, and once the 4 departed, she discarded the clothing and skin of Tu Dao into the water one by one. Chapter 74. Escape. Since Ji Yunhuang was not at the residence, and Lord Lu had audaciously taken her from the prince's palace, the guards were in disarray that night, their vigilance significantly lax. Consequently, Ning Suimuo easily infiltrated the palace. The prince's sleeping quarters were off limits without his command. Thus Ning Suimuo rested soundly here, without even having a single dream. Perhaps due to an extended soak in the river last night, she awoke feeling slightly dazed, her hand instinctively moving to her forehead as she muttered a low curse. Her head felt warm. Indeed, she had caught a cold. No wonder the usually alert her had slept so soundly today. It took her quite some time to notice the prince's presence. Naturally, she could not divulge the truth about how she extricated herself from her predicament. But she had anticipated that Ji Yunhuang would inevitably inquire, and had thus prepared a plausible narrative. When Ji Yunhuang asked, she promptly recounted her fabricated tale. She claimed that while imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice, the executioner, Tu Dao, intended to torture her. However, she discerned his leg ailment and struck a bargain. She would cure his affliction, and in return, he would facilitate her escape. Tu Dao agreed. She spent half the night treating him and, wary of his potential change of heart, deliberately withheld the final step of her treatment, stipulating that she would only complete it after regaining her freedom. Desperate for complete recovery, Tu Dao had indeed disguised her as a corpse to smuggle her out of the prison. Upon her escape, feeling utterly wronged, she sought out the prince instead of fleeing. Moreover, she did not forget to flatter Ji Yunhuang, expressing her belief that he, being a man of justice, would surely not allow her to bear the weight of this injustice, thus prompting her visit. Her words were 7 parts truth and 3 parts fabrication, seamlessly woven together. Ji Yunhuang regarded her with a bemused expression, a faint smile playing at his lips. The court physicians could not heal Tu Dao's leg ailment. How could you possibly have cured him overnight? Ning Shuima smiled. Did your highness forget? I am quite skilled in the art of healing. Of course, if your highness doubts my words, you may interrogate Tu Dao. However, he may be hesitant to admit the truth for fear of retribution, yet I am certain you possess other means to extract a confession from him. Tu Dao is dead. Yi Yunhuang replied succinctly. Ning Shuima's eyes widened in disbelief. Dead? But he seemed perfectly fine last night. Ji Yunhuang scrutinized her again. Her eyes were as clear as water, betraying no hint of deceit. He felt a mixture of emotions stir within him. This girl was indeed enigmatic. She appeared innocent and pure, yet she possessed the cunning of a sly fox. Ji Yunhuang chuckled softly. I have heard that he drowned in the lake after drinking too much this morning. Perhaps, elated by the sudden restoration of his leg, he indulged excessively and met his demise. Ning Shuima's expression turned contemplative, tinged with regret. Is that so? What a shame. Just as he began to walk freely, his good fortune was abruptly cut short. Ji Yunhuang had already initiated an investigation into Tu Dao's affairs upon exiting the Ministry of Justice. He knew well that Tu Dao had indeed walked out of the prison, with the guards even congratulating him. Although Ji Yunhuang was not intimately acquainted with Tu Dao, he was aware of his reputation. Understanding that no one who fell into his hands emerged unscathed, he had not anticipated that Ning Shuima would employ such a clever ruse to save herself. Chapter 75. The struggle for the bed. Tu Dao had long suffered from his leg ailment, so it was no surprise that he would be tempted by such a glimmer of hope. However, Ji Yunhuang was astonished by Tu Dao's audacity in releasing her so brazenly. Seemingly struck by a thought, he asked Ning Shuima, "Did you confess while imprisoned?" Ning Shuima shook her head. "I did not kill anyone, so of course I did not." Ji Yunhuang recalled the confession in Lord Lu's possession, and a thought crossed his mind. "Shuima, write a few characters for me to examine." Having been an operative in her past life, Ning Shuima possessed the skill to mimic various handwriting styles. She quickly penned a few characters in the style of the original Ning Xiuma. Ji Yin Huang inspected her writing, a master of calligraphy himself, and compared it with the signature on the confession in his mind. A subtle smile graced his lips as he comprehended the truth. Upon a cursory glance, the two scripts appeared similar, but they could not deceive his discerning eye. The signature on the confession was a forgery. It seemed Tu Yidao had received a death order mandating him to extract a confession last night and subsequently eliminate the witness. Yet, it was precisely this order that emboldened Tu Yidao to execute such a scheme, allowing him to release her while arranging for someone else to forge Ning Xiuma's handwriting on the confession and pen a fabricated suicide note. Had Ning Xiuma not sought him out, he might have been deceived as well. Yet, could Tu Yidao truly be the sort to release someone so discreetly? Given his character, even for the sake of treating his leg, he should not have left such a significant loose end. Perhaps there were matters he was unaware of. He cast another glance at Ning Xiuma, who was now combing her hair. The wooden comb glided through her raven locks, soft as satin. She looked enchanting while grooming herself, and Ji Yin Huang found himself stealing glances. "What do you intend to do next?" he inquired. Ning Xiuma gazed at him with wide eyes. "Of course, I shall ask your highness to testify on my behalf and clear my name." Ji Yin Huang pondered for a moment before making a decision. "Very well, I shall rest for 2 hours, then proceed to the palace to vindicate you." Ning Xiuma appeared puzzled. "If your highness can clear my name, why not act immediately?" Ji Yin Huang yawned. "Little Xiuma, I did not sleep a wink last night. Surely you must allow me some time to recuperate so that I may effectively advocate for you." "No? Very well. I shall heed your wishes and wait a few hours," she consented. As a former operative, patience was one of her greatest virtues, so she readily acquiesced. To be honest, she had also only slept for a little over an hour last night and was feeling somewhat drowsy. Without hesitation, she leaped onto the large bed and smiled at Ji Yin Huang. "Your highness must be accustomed to sleeping on soft bedding. I see. You lie there as steady as a mountain, seemingly at ease. I presume you are quite accustomed to it. As for me, I would surely tumble off the soft bedding, so I can only settle for the bed." While speaking, she had already burrowed under the covers. Ji Yin Huang, having paused momentarily while removing his outer robe, shot her a bemused glance. "You certainly have the audacity. Only she would dare to claim his royal bed with such boldness." Ning Xiuma appeared on the verge of dozing off, rubbing her eyes. "Does your highness not wish it? If not, then I shall simply curl up in a chair and rest for a while." With that, she began to lift the covers to get out of bed. Chapter 76. Healing. Ji Yin Huang gently grasped her hand to prevent her from leaving the bed. "All right, you may rest here. We wouldn't want anyone to think I'm bullying child." He furrowed his brow slightly, sensing her hand was warm. "You have a fever?" Ning Xiuma nonchalantly withdrew her hand. "I'm just a bit weak. I caught a chill last night." She spoke with a slight nasal tone. Her naturally watery eyes, combined with her mild cold, gave her cheeks a rosy hue that made her look particularly endearing. Ji Yin Huang felt a stirring in his heart and, without hesitation, pulled her upright. "I shall treat you." In the Long-Kong continent, due to the general prevalence of mental power, colds were rare, but when one occurred, they often lingered. It was crucial to treat it promptly at the onset of symptoms for a swift recovery. Logically, the original Ning Xiuma, being inept in mental power, should have frequently suffered from colds. However, perhaps due to her impoverished circumstances and exposure to harsh elements, she had never caught one, despite her frail appearance. She had applied acupressure techniques on herself when she first felt unwell, and in her previous life, such methods would have sufficed for a cure. After her treatment, she had gone to bed, but to her dismay, she awoke not only feeling no better but seemingly worse, with a slight dizziness and nasal congestion. Although she had initially dismissed her cold, Ji Yin Huang's serious demeanor now piqued her concern. She had numerous tasks to attend to, and simply no time to recuperate. Instead, she decided to observe how this era treated colds, considering it a learning opportunity. Thus, she did not refuse and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." She sat there, watching his movements. Ji Yin Huang sat opposite her, took her hands, and connected them with his own. A warm, ethereal energy flowed from his palms into her body like a gentle stream. This method resembled the healing scenes often depicted in martial arts films. Ning Xiuma felt a wave of warm, ethereal energy surge into her, coursing through her meridians and bringing a refreshing coolness to her previously stagnant blood. She sensed her body warming up, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and her previously congested nose starting to clear. Indeed, this mental energy treatment was remarkable. It felt akin to taking a potent fever-reducing medicine. The effects were immediate. The mental energy of this world was truly wondrous. If she could acquire such energy and combine it with her medical skills, she would surely excel even more. However, she found herself momentarily distracted. When Ji Yunhuang's mental energy reached near her dantian, it suddenly vanished without a trace. Had he withdrawn it? Ning Xiumao opened her eyes, intending to urge him to continue his healing, to let the mental energy circulate through all her blood vessels. To her surprise, Ji Yunhuang was staring at her with a perplexed expression, his demeanor somewhat strange. What was happening? Was it over already? Ning Xiumao moved her arms and legs, feeling a mix of relief and lingering soreness. Ji Yunhuang scrutinized her. You did not attempt to absorb my mental energy, did you? Ning Xiumao was genuinely puzzled. Absorb your mental energy? How could that be? You are healing me. Why would I absorb your energy? Ji Yunhuang seemed to realize something. You must not have intended to absorb my energy. Only a master of mental energy, trained in some nefarious arts, could absorb another's energy. Given that Ning Xiumao was a mental energy novice, even if she wished to absorb it, she lacked the capability. So what had just occurred? His mental energy had vanished like a cow sinking into the sea when it reached her dantian. Moreover, he felt a sudden tightness in his arm, as if all his mental energy were surging outward. If he had not been astute enough to retract his hand quickly, he might have lost a significant amount of his energy. He regarded Ning Xiumao thoughtfully. In the Longkong continent, those who practiced the art of absorbing others' mental energy were typically members of cults, and their power would need to be at least at the second level of the earth tier. Even an extraordinary genius would require a minimum of 20 years to cultivate such skills. However, Ning Xiumao was merely 13. Even if she had been practicing in her mother's womb, she wouldn't be able to master it now. Moreover, she possessed no mental energy within her. He felt a mixture of suspicion and confusion, yet maintained a calm exterior, taking her hand again. Perhaps I was simply too fatigued and misinterpreted the situation. Let's try again. He sent his mental energy flowing into her once more. He appeared unchanged, but he was now much more cautious. As he guided his mental energy to clear another meridian, it traveled to her dantian without any unusual sensations this time. Could it be that he had simply misjudged due to fatigue earlier? After a little while, under Ji Yunhuang's mental energy, Ning Xiumao began to sweat profusely, and the heaviness in her head and limbs dissipated entirely. Once Ji Yunhuang withdrew his energy, she leaped up, her face alight with joy. Your Highness, your skills are truly remarkable. My cold is completely cured. In her excitement, she jumped a bit too hastily and stumbled on the blanket, leaning towards Ji Yunhuang. Instinctively, he opened his arms, teasing, Are you trying to throw yourself into my embrace? Just as he finished his sentence, as she was about to fall into his arms, Ning Xiumao suddenly pushed against his chest with her palm, using the momentum to twist and regain her balance from an unexpected angle. He caught a whiff of her faint, sweet scent, but ended up with a palm against his chest instead of a warm embrace. If he were less skilled, that push might have knocked him down. He staggered slightly, gazing at Ning Xiumao with a deeper curiosity. What kind of lightness training had this girl undergone? Despite his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered anything like it. Once she steadied herself, a sense of relief washed over her. Suddenly, she noticed Ji Yunhuang's intense gaze, causing her heart to skip a beat. As a former agent, she had an instinctive aversion to closeness with anyone. That push had been purely instinctive, a reflex before her brain could catch up. After completing her action, she realized it had perhaps been excessive. She cleared her throat and smiled. I nearly fell and inconvenienced your highness. My apologies. Ji Yunhuang was speechless. Was he her palm strike rather impolite? What kind of logic was that? This girl had an extraordinary reaction speed. Moreover, she seemed to harbor a deep-seated wariness towards him. Ning Xiumao felt a twinge of guilt. Had her earlier push landed on an ordinary person, it might have sent them flying. I apologize, your highness. It was indeed my rudeness. She bowed sincerely. Ji Yunhuang stared at her for a moment, exhaling a sigh of mild exasperation. Very well, I shall overlook it this once. Consider it a favor owed to me. Now go wash off that sweat. Having soaked her gauzy dress with sweat, she felt uncomfortable as it clung to her skin. This prince indeed had a cleanliness obsession. Despite his earlier warmth, he now wore a face of distaste. Yet, His expression relieved Ning Xiuama. His earlier demeanor had been so peculiar that she had almost believed he held affection for her. Now, it seemed her suspicions were unfounded. Although her mental age was over 20, this body was merely 13, a small girl who should be carefree and playful. She wished to navigate this continent with ease, avoiding entanglements, especially with someone of such high status as the prince. If he truly developed feelings for her and sought to take her as a wife or concubine, she would find it challenging to refuse. Even if she managed to decline, it would lead to complications. Thankfully, it appeared she had been overly suspicious. Ning Xiuama smiled brightly, waving cheerfully. "Very well, I will go wash up. Your Highness, please rest. I shall not disturb you." As she turned to leave, Ji Yanhuang glanced at her, suddenly finding her smile somewhat irritating, and jumped off the bed. "Aren't you afraid of startling the people in the prince's manor by exiting alone?" Indeed, after all, to the servants, she was still the one taken by Lord Liu. Emerging from the prince's chambers would surely cause quite a stir. She blinked. "What should I do then? Should your Highness order someone to bring in bathing water?" Ji Yanhuang replied coolly. "This is my sleeping chamber, not a bathhouse." This prince was truly particular. He neither allowed her to leave nor permitted anyone to bring in bathing water, yet insisted she bathe. How was she supposed to wash? Dry cleaning? Or perhaps some celestial cleansing technique? Surely not. Ning Xiuama spread her hands. "Then what does your Highness suggest I do?" Ji Yanhuang opened the door. "I shall escort you." He stepped out first. Ning Xiuama could only follow, feeling somewhat incredulous. To bathe, she required the prince's personal guidance. What an honor. Since Ji Yanhuang's return, the prince's manor had resumed its usual order, with maids and guards diligently attending to their duties. Ji Yanhuang led her through the prince's residence, traversing courtyards and corridors. Along the way, they encountered numerous maids and guards, who, upon catching sight of Ji Yanhuang, immediately knelt and pressed their foreheads against the ground, not daring to lift their heads until the two had passed. Naturally, some noticed Ning Xiuama, and though they were astonished, none dared to utter a word of speculation. Indeed, no one would dare to spread this news beyond the prince's residence. For the fate of the tea-serving maid who had once let slip a word to the sixth Prince Ji Yunhao served as a living example. After passing through 3 courtyards and winding around 2 corridors, they approached a pond. Chapter 79. The peculiar Ning Xiuama found it puzzling. Was a mere bath worth such a trek? "Your Highness, is the bathhouse really so far away?" she inquired, quickening her pace to match Ji Yanhuang's. "It is not a bathhouse, but a hot spring. After working up a sweat, a soak in the hot spring will be more beneficial. There's a hot spring available." Ning Xiuama's eyes sparkled. Since arriving in this land, her bathing had been confined to a tub, or, at best, a river, and she had longed for the comfort of a hot spring. Following Ji Yanhuang, they turned into another courtyard, arriving at a small structure adorned with the characters Dichuan Spring. 4 maids stood at the entrance, bowing in unison as they greeted, "Your Highness." Ji Yanhuang acknowledged them with a slight nod and proceeded forward, while the maids eagerly opened the door, saying, "Your Highness, everything is prepared." Without hesitation, Ji Yanhuang stepped inside, and Ning Xiuama instinctively followed. "Miss, please wait outside. His Highness does not require any attendance while bathing." The 4 maids interjected, blocking her path. Ning Xiuama raised an eyebrow. Who said she intended to serve the prince during his bath? Before she could respond, Ji Yanhuang, having already entered, called back, "Let her in." Ning Xiuama stepped inside, leaving the maids astonished. Everyone knew that this hot spring was reserved solely for the prince. Even other princes were not permitted to indulge in its waters. Even Ji Yanhuang's favored sister, Ji Yuyao, had once begged for a chance to bathe and had been denied. What could be the reason today? Ning Xiuama finally beheld the hot spring, and upon closer inspection, her lips twitched. It was rather small. The spring was circular, edged with various gemstones. Approximately 2 meters in diameter, with a depth of over a meter. Steam rose from the surface, and the appearance of the spring resembled a lotus bud. The bottom was covered with smooth, colorful stones, exuding an artistic charm. As she tilted her head to observe, she was startled to see Ji Yanhuang removing his garments. Was the prince also going to soak? Wasn't this meant for her? Having shed his outer robe, Ji Yanhuang replied, "I come here every day for a soak." Ning Xiuama was taken aback. Did he intend for them to bathe together? This pool is too small for 2. Ji Yanhuang rolled up his trousers, glancing at her. "Do you think I intend to share a bath with you?" Her Her expression clearly conveyed that very thought. You wishful thinker. Only the crown princess is permitted to share such intimacy with me. Ji Yanhuang stepped barefoot into the water, his tone rather brusque. Ning Xuema sighed in relief, smiling brightly. That's good then. Fortunately, I am not your crown princess. You may bathe first. I will join you shortly. She turned to leave. Did I say you could leave first? Ji Yanhuang called after her. Ning Xuema turned back. Brother, you have already entered the water. How can you not bathe first? Wait, why are you still dressed? Observe how I do it. The method of soaking in this hot spring is rather unique. If I do not teach you, you might inadvertently step on something and scald yourself. Chapter 80. Inner strength. Ji Yanhuang moved his feet over the stones at the bottom of the hot spring, causing bubbles to rise, some white, some colorless, and others vividly colored. These stones represent different elements and temperatures. Your constitution is currently weak. Do not step on the black stones. But the green ones are safe to tread halfway. As Ji Yanhuang began to instruct her on the nuances of soaking in the spring, Ning Xuema was overwhelmed with an urge to yawn. Was soaking in a hot spring truly akin to navigating a maze? Wasn't it tiring? You must tread carefully based on your own adaptability. Do not rush. Ji Yanhuang elaborated for a full 2 minutes. Ning Xuema fought to suppress her yawns while nodding vigorously. All right, I understand. She was adept at mechanisms, and remembering these steps will be no challenge for her. Finally, Ji Yanhuang exited the pool, casting a worried glance back at her. Remember what I said. If you sense something amiss, come ashore immediately or call for me. I will be waiting outside. Ning Xuema felt an impulse to rub her temples. Wasn't it merely a soak? Why did he treat it as if defusing a bomb? She assured him she would be fine, and he finally departed. Once the door was closed behind him, she began to undress. Though Ji Yanhuang occasionally jested with her, he was quite proud and proper. Surely, he would not secretly watch her bathe. Hot spring, here I come. It's been far too long. She leaped into the water, but the moment she did, she felt something was off. The hot spring seemed to possess a gentle electric current, with countless fine tendrils penetrating her skin, sending a shiver through her. More alarmingly, half of her body was engulfed in warmth while the other half felt icy cold, resulting in a peculiar contrast, one side flushed red, the other pale white. This hot spring was truly bizarre. Ning Xuema felt her blood surging on one side while congealing on the other. Glancing down, she realized her cold foot rested upon a black stone. Quickly, she lifted her chilled left foot, only to find her entire body suddenly ablaze. Looking down again, she saw her right foot on a fiery red stone, which she believed she should also avoid. She swiftly adjusted her stance based on Ji Yanhuang's earlier instructions, and once she stabilized herself, she finally began to feel more comfortable. After a moment of soaking, she discovered the remarkable benefits of this hot spring. The gentle electric current seemed to flow along her bloodstream, facilitating smoother circulation. The hot spring not only cleansed her exterior, but also helped eliminate internal impurities. Even more astonishing, the water temperature within the spring adjusted automatically to her body's needs, and due to the interplay of temperature and the gentle current, her internal energy began to harmonize and flow more freely. During her time here, while she was also working on regulating her physical functions, she was diligently practicing the inner strength techniques from her previous life. Regardless of whether she focused on mental power or not, she was determined to cultivate her inner strength. This would make her movements more agile and enhance her self-defense capabilities. With her own unique method, her new body was proving to be a promising vessel for such training. In just over 10 days, her inner strength had already reached 1/5 of what it was in her past life. She estimated that within a year, she could restore her former abilities. Even if she could not dominate this continent, self-preservation would be within her grasp. Chapter 81. Jade carving. Now, immersed in this hot spring, she felt her inner strength flowing vibrantly, surging forth more rapidly than during her usual training. Ning Xuema was delighted, and she certainly would not miss this prime opportunity to practice. After a quick rinse, she settled into a half-sitting position at the bottom of the pool, slowly calming her mind and half closing her eyes. Just as she was about to begin her practice, she suddenly sensed something and opened her eyes wide in astonishment. Before her, unbeknownst to her, sat another figure, half submerged in the water, a man whose presence was indescribably mesmerizing. Only his upper half was visible, yet it was enough to leave her breathless. Her hair flowed like seaweed, undulating gracefully in the water, while her skin shimmered like jade, exuding a gentle radiance. Her long eyelashes fluttered softly, and her perfectly curved lips were slightly pursed. Under the shimmering light of the water, it seemed as if a faint halo enveloped him. The moon over the vast sea is bright, and the pearls shed tears. The warm sun on the blue fields gives rise to misty jade. Upon seeing him, these two lines of poetry unexpectedly surfaced in Ning Xiuma's mind, followed by a surge of astonishment. She suppressed her urge to scream. Her fingers clenched in the water as she exclaimed, "Who are you? When did you come in?" The hot spring was so small and crystal clear that if this person had been hiding there earlier, she would have undoubtedly noticed. Where had he emerged from? And how had he done so silently? The man across from her remained with his eyes closed, exuding a languid serenity, as if he were thoroughly enjoying himself. His pose with intertwined hands unchanged. Because the hot spring was so small, the distance between him and Ning Xiuma was less than a foot. Ning Xiuma, petite in stature, barely revealed her head above the water, while he sat comfortably, exposing a portion of his upper body. She observed the elegant curve of his collarbone and his striking chin, the proximity so intimate that she could almost sense his breath. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. She could not detect the slightest hint of his breathing. He appeared as if he were a flawless jade sculpture. Yet, his chest was visibly rising and falling. "Hey!" Ning Xiuo reached out to tap his shoulder. But to her shock, her hand passed through him soundlessly. Then, a faint glow flickered, and the man vanished into thin air. A ghost! Ning Xiuo nearly shuddered. Losing her footing and gulping a mouthful of her bathwater, she hurriedly steadied herself and looked around. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any other presence. Had she truly seen a ghost? No, the aura he emanated did not resemble the legends of ghosts. Rather, it felt like a three-dimensional illusion. Could it be that such advanced technology existed in this era? Even in this modern age, realism had yet to reach such heights. She was well-versed in science and instinctively glanced toward the relevant projection area, but found no trace of any similar equipment. Moreover, this was the prince's hot spring. Jian Huang would not play such a frivolous trick on her, would he? Or perhaps there was some magnetic field here, inadvertently leaving behind the illusion of that man bathing? It was said that only Jian Huang could access this place. So who was this man? Was he a favorite companion of Jian Huang? No. The man's aura was exceptionally powerful. Even when compared to the similarly strong Jian Huang, he was of an entirely different caliber. A person of such stature could never be a mere companion. Was he perhaps Jian Huang's paramour? But Jian Huang was known for his lack of interest in short-sleeve garments. Wasn't he? Ning Xiuma pondered numerous possibilities, each one dismissed in turn, leaving her perplexed. Generally bold, she was momentarily bewildered by this sudden appearance and disappearance of the man. Yet she would not abandon her desire to enjoy the hot spring. Such an opportunity was rare. She gently closed her eyes, intending to circulate her internal energy once more, when the peculiar posture and hand gesture of the man flashed through her mind. Could it be that this was a secret to cultivating mental power? Ning Xiuma decided to mimic his half-floating, half-sitting position, one hand in a fist while the other embraced it, the middle finger extended upward. Suddenly, she felt a distinct yet gentle energy rising from her lower abdomen, slowly joining the circulation, bringing warmth wherever it flowed. Her meridians felt cleansed, a pleasant tingling sensation accompanying the comfort. However, this energy was extremely faint, elusive, and intermittent, making it challenging for her to harness. A thought struck her. Was this what was referred to as mental power? She resolutely closed her eyes and employed introspection, faintly sensing a soft, green tendril extending and flowing through her veins, reminiscent of the fresh green shoots of willow branches in spring, vibrant and lively. The water of the hot spring seemed to respond to the unusual energy within her. Faint currents surging in, converging toward that touch of green, accelerating its flow inch by inch. The sensation was peculiar, akin to witnessing flowers bloom within her body, both novel and exhilarating. It felt as if a lively stream flowed within her, flanked by blooming flowers, her spirit racing alongside it. Suddenly, a patch of darkness loomed ahead, and the small river poured into the boundless void, swiftly vanishing from sight. Ning Xiuma's heart jolted, her body shivered, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Feeling a rush of warm blood surge within her, her heart racing, nearly causing her to spit blood. She swayed slightly, almost losing her balance. Hastily, she steadied herself. Ning Xiumo, are you all right? A voice rang out, and Ning Xiumo looked up to see Ji Yinhuang standing not far from the edge of the hot spring. When did he come in? She quickly crouched down, revealing only her head. I'm fine. You can go out first. I'll be done soon. Ji Yinhuang appeared relieved, crossing his arms with a smirk. What are you afraid of? Afraid this prince will take advantage of you? With your petite frame, there is hardly any difference front to back. What is there to see? Even if you invited me, I wouldn't take care to look. He sauntered out. This girl had been soaking in the hot spring for a full quarter of an hour, and he was concerned about her safety. When he called out to her a few times without response, he rushed in without hesitation. This hot spring was quite special. It was not a natural formation, but rather created by the emperor a decade ago when he passed through this area and rested at the prince's residence. It was said to connect to geothermal sources deep below, enhancing physical constitution. The water contained the essence of mental power, making cultivation within it exceptionally effective. However, entering it was not a pleasant experience. Even he could only endure half an hour during his first soak before coming out. Hence, he had given Ning Xiumo a maximum time limit of 15 minutes, expecting her to emerge in less than 5. Yet she had not only stayed the duration, but appeared as if she had fallen asleep. Upon entering, he found her eyes closed, seemingly in a slumber. He recalled how, during his first soak, he had felt unwell due to the rapid flow of mental power, his face turning as red as a tomato. Yet her complexion was rosy, showing no signs of distress. Could it be that someone of her supposed talent was unaffected by this? Or perhaps she was an exceptionally gifted individual. He suddenly found himself intrigued by the idea of re-evaluating Ning Xiumo's mental capacity. Before long, Ning Xiumo emerged, donned in a light yellow gauzy dress, her wet hair cascading over one shoulder, paired with sparkling eyes and a rosy mouth, exuding an indescribable freshness and charm. An impulse surged within Ji Yinhuang, a desire to embrace her, but he knew her character would not permit such familiarity. He felt a vague sense of disappointment for reasons he could not fathom. Ning Xiumo casually inquired, Your Highness, has anyone else used this hot spring? Ji Yinhuang furrowed his brow slightly. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Did you happen to notice any illusions while you were in there? None. Ji Yinhuang replied firmly. Did you experience any hallucinations while soaking? What did you see? It didn't feel like an illusion, though. That scene was far too vivid. But Ji Yinhuang had not witnessed it. So was it her good fortune, or had she truly conjured an illusion? Ji Yinhuang assumed she was simply fatigued from her soak and couldn't help but advise her to return to his quarters to rest, assuring her he would also return after finishing his bath. Ning Xiumo could hardly suppress a laugh. Today, the prince was unusually chatty. She playfully patted his shoulder. Your Highness, you're not my husband, so there is no need for such detailed instructions. With a smile, she departed. Ji Yinhuang was momentarily taken aback. Husband? What is that? This girl had quite the peculiar vocabulary. He wondered where she had learned such terms. However, she actually found him tedious. Who doesn't know that the esteemed crown prince speaks with utmost clarity and decisiveness? Yet today it seems he may have indeed been a bit verbose. Has he been possessed? Within the grand palace of Chong Kong, Emperor Lishuan sat restlessly in his study. He had the most exceptional son, flawless in every regard. Yet the nature of this son remained somewhat elusive to him. Although he appeared cultured and refined, he was, in fact, devoid of emotion, never ensnared by any feelings. Emperor Lishuan considered this to be an admirable trait for a ruler. Hence he hoped his son would preserve this quality, aspiring to become a wise monarch whose legacy would endure through the ages. To his astonishment, such a remarkable son had become infatuated with a mere girl, granting her numerous exceptions. And even more alarmingly, this girl was not only deemed inept, but was also the concubine of the 6th prince, who had just been jilted. He had brazenly confronted the 6th prince in the tea house and brought the girl back to his residence, stirring a tempest of gossip throughout the city. His son was the finest. He wished to see no imperfections in him. He wanted no blemish to tarnish his reputation. Hence he resorted to drastic measures to eradicate that stain. This morning, he finally received the news he had long desired, which allowed him to let Ji Yinhuang leave. And then he slept soundly. Little did he expect to dream of Ning Xiumo's father, the Marquis of Jingyuan, Ning Zhongze. In his days as a prince, Emperor Lishuan had waged wars, and Ning Zhongze had been his staunch ally. He had once risked his own safety to rescue him from the clutches of death, repeatedly putting his life on the line, even sacrificing his firstborn for him. When Emperor Lishuan was a prince, the rivalry among brothers was fierce, with open and covert battles being numerous. Ning Zhongze played a pivotal role in his struggle for the throne, devising strategies that led to his triumph, rendering him indispensable. Without Ning Zhongze, there would be no current Emperor Lishuan. Thus, even when aware that Ning Suimuo was deemed inept, Emperor Lishuan still betrothed her to one of his sons. As a means of appeasement, the relationship between Emperor Lishuan and Ning Zhongze transcended the simple bonds of sovereign and subject. They were sworn brothers, comrades in life and death. The fact that his daughter had suffered so gravely was a source of guilt for Emperor Lishuan, though he felt compelled to act thus for the sake of his son's pristine reputation. In the dream, Ning Zhongze appeared as though he had just returned from battle, enveloped in the acrid scent of blood and smoke, standing amidst a haze, gazing at him in silence, his eyes filled with veiled reproach and disappointment. Emperor Lishuan felt an unspoken guilt in the dream, unsure of what to say. Just as he contemplated inquiring, Lady Ning burst forth from behind Ning Zhongze, her hair disheveled. "Foolish monarch, why do you treat my daughter so? Was it not enough that you caused my son's death? How can you act thus towards her? Where is your conscience? Return my daughter her innocence. Restore her justice." Lady Ning's voice was as piercing as a banshee's, startling Emperor Lishuan awake. He awoke in a cold sweat, his mind still troubled. Outside, a eunuch reported the sixth prince sought an audience. Emperor Lishuan commanded him to enter. Ji Yunhao first performed the customary greeting, then presented an unexpected request. He wished to marry the deceased to Daishang as his primary consort, and simultaneously make the also deceased Ning Suimuo his secondary consort. Emperor Lishuan regarded him with a look reserved for one suffering from delusions. Hu Daishang is one matter, but why would you wish to marry Ning Suimuo as a secondary consort? Did you not always hold disdain for her, going to great lengths to sever that engagement? Had it not been for this young man publicly humiliating Ning Suimuo and breaking off the engagement, none of these subsequent events would have transpired. Ji Yunhao had prepared his justification. "Father, while I do harbor some dislike for her, she is, after all, the daughter of the Marquis Ning, a scion of loyalty. If she were to perish silently, the royal family would likely face public scrutiny and loyal subjects would feel disheartened. It would be better for me to take her as a wife, granting her a rightful status, thereby showcasing our royal grace." "So, you claim this is for the sake of the royal reputation? I am ashamed, yet being able to alleviate some of your worries is commendable." Emperor Lishuan suddenly chuckled coldly. "If you truly wish to alleviate my concerns, you should not have devised such a malicious scheme against the Ning family girl." As an emperor, having navigated through countless intrigues, he was not blind to the machinations of the younger generation. The accusations against Ning Suimuo were clearly unfounded. Ji Yunhao lowered his head. "That incident was indeed not orchestrated by me. Even if it was not your doing, you were complicit. Was it not that Hu Daishang who instigated this?" Emperor Lishuan's words struck home, and Ji Yunhao felt the weight of his father's gaze. Bowing his head further, "I only learned of it afterward." "Afterward, indeed. Did she not inform you immediately after committing the act? How else would you have been able to catch them in the act? How could you have so quickly compounded the error?" Emperor Lishuan was not easily deceived. Ji Yunhao dared not retort. "I acknowledge my faults. Hence, I wish to make amends." Emperor Lishuan fell silent for a moment, then abruptly inquired, "What of Li Sanlang? Was he not a notorious rake? How could he have refrained from approaching her? I also conducted a discreet investigation afterward. That fellow is indeed a libertine. Logically, Ning Suimuo should not have escaped his clutches. However, according to his account, he was somewhat dizzy that night and claimed to have seen a girl he wished to pursue. Yet, he inexplicably lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I had already led a group to break down the door." Emperor Lishuan's thoughts stirred. Li Sanlang would not have simply fainted without reason. Could it be that someone had secretly protected Ning Suimuo? But who would shield her? If someone truly intended to protect her, they would not have allowed her to suffer such public humiliation in the square. The thought of Marquis Jinyuan crossed his mind, causing his heart to race. Could it be that his noble spirit lingered, covertly safeguarding his own daughter? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Recalling Lady Ning's wild appearance in his dream, he shuddered inwardly. Regardless, Ning Suimuo had perished. He would not allow his most exceptional son to be tarnished. Perhaps he should restore her honor and clear her name? As he contemplated, a report came from outside. The crown prince and general who sought an audience. Emperor Lishuan's eyes flickered. All that was destined had arrived. Ji and Wang entered alongside General Hu, who was accompanied by a youth. Ji and Wang, when meeting the emperor, occasionally brought someone along, a practice permitted by Emperor Lishuan, thus drawing no undue attention. General Hu, of course, was there to seek justice for his deceased daughter and entered weeping profusely, imploring the emperor to avenge his daughter. Emperor Lishuan cast a discreet glance at Ji and Huang, who stood impassively, showing no intention of seeking retribution. Emperor Lishuan secretly sighed in relief, to be honest. He harbored an inexplicable apprehension towards the son. He retrieved the testimony regarding Ning Suimuo and the suicide note from his desk, handing them to General Hu. General Hu quickly scanned the documents, collapsing in despair, beseeching Emperor Lishuan to impose severe punishment on the perpetrator to avenge his daughter. Once General Hu had finished his eloquent plea, Emperor Lishuan spoke with indifference. Ning Suimuo indeed bore guilt for harming Miss Hu. Yet your daughter was the one who ensnared Ning Suimuo first. It is but a tit for tat. Now that Ning Suimuo has taken her own life in atonement, let this matter rest. General Hu protested. Your Majesty, my daughter is gentle and virtuous. How could she have harmed Ning Suimuo? Emperor Lishuan tossed several testimonies at him. You may examine these for yourself. He added coolly. Since the emperor himself was involved, I have also conducted a thorough investigation. The testimonies detailed how Hu Daishang had secretly dispatched guards to drug Ning Suimuo, outlining her orders and their remuneration with crystal clarity. After all, Hu Daishang was but a girl with little experience. Her efforts in such wickedness were bound to contain flaws. No one pursued the matter closely. Yet for those truly intent on investigation, there was no secret that could remain hidden. Moreover, with the renowned magistrate of the Dali Temple overseeing the case, it was only natural that the truth would emerge. General Hu still wished to absolve his daughter. In Chapter 86, the truth unfolds as Emperor Lishuan adds. If you do not believe, my dear Hu, the culprits remain imprisoned in the Dali Temple, where Minister Lan possesses sufficient evidence to confirm that the mastermind behind this affair is none other than your daughter. General Hu was rendered speechless, akin to being choked. No one questioned the investigative prowess of Minister Lan Yufeng from the Dali Temple, whose capabilities were comparable to the legendary Judge Bao. Any complex case entrusted to him was invariably resolved. Moreover, he was known for his impartiality and integrity, never succumbing to favoritism and solely focusing on the truth of the case, ensuring no wrongful convictions had transpired under his watch. Given that it was he who conducted the investigation, General Hu found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of his daughter's true nature. She harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Ning Xiuma, stemming from childhood poverty, wishing ill upon her, and it was entirely plausible for her to have schemed against her. He could only utter, Your Majesty, my daughter has indeed erred, but such folly is typical of youthful impetuosity. She did not take Ning Xiuma's life. Rather, it was lost at her hands, suggesting my daughter has suffered enough. Thus, for the sake of the esteemed Duke of Jinyuan, who has shown kindness to me, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter against Ning Xiuma. At this juncture, he had no choice but to display magnanimity. Emperor Lishuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a glance at General Hu, who was his trusted ally, he could not afford to leave him disheartened. It is commendable that General Hu is so understanding. I find great solace in this. He continued, I cannot impose undue hardship upon your daughter. Let Yunhao take your beloved as his primary consort. Although Ning Xiuma has also erred, her life, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Sixth brother has wronged her in the past. Let him take her as a secondary consort. They were once close friends, and it is my hope that in the afterlife, they may reconcile and restore their bond. Emperor Lishuan, true to his imperial nature, masterfully wielded the art of manipulation, skillfully balancing a slap with a sweet reward. With his final decree, even the aggrieved general who could voice no dissent, feeling a sense of gratitude instead. After all, his daughter had already perished. Acquiring a title for her as the primary consort of a prince was a noteworthy gain. As for Ning, her fate was destined to remain as a secondary consort, even in death, beneath his daughter. Ji Yunhao raised no objections. The image of Ning Xiuma flickered in his mind. Ultimately, she belonged to him. Even in death, she would be his secondary consort, not belonging to another. This conclusion, in fact, was rather agreeable. He inclined to respond. Yet Ji Yunhuang, who had been a silent witness thus far, interjected, "Wait. Father, there are deeper implications to this matter. It cannot be hastily resolved." Both Emperor Lishuan and Ji Yunhao were taken aback, turning to him. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. "Huang, the matter is already quite clear. What further intricacies could there be?" Ji Yunhuang shook the document he held, stating calmly, Daichang did indeed conspire against Ning Xiuema. Yet her death bears no relation to Ning Xiuema at all. Upon his utterance, the atmosphere shifted, and the expressions of those present changed drastically. Emperor Lexuan replied, "Huangya, I am aware of your inherent sense of justice and your desire to protect an innocent girl. That is why I have shielded her. However, her confession and testament are evidently clear, and you would be remiss to suggest otherwise. This testament and confession are not hers." Ji Yunhuang interrupted the emperor. "At first glance, the handwriting appears similar, yet it cannot escape my discerning eye. These documents are clearly forgeries. If the emperor harbor doubts, he should summon Lord Lan to authenticate their legitimacy." Emperor Lishuan was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the testament and confession could be fabricated. At this juncture, he could no longer refute his son's claims and sent for Minister Lan Yufeng. Shortly thereafter, Lan Yufeng entered the study, saluting those present, and Emperor Lishuan handed him Ning Xiuema's confession and testament for verification. Ji Yunhuang had evidently prepared for this moment, presenting a shopping list penned by Ning Xiuema. After a brief examination, Lan Yufeng confidently declared that the confession and testament were indeed forgeries, crafted by someone impersonating her handwriting. Emperor Lishuan's countenance darkened. He was astonished that the Ministry of Justice would dare to present him with false documents. He immediately dispatched someone to summon the Minister of Justice, Lord Liu. Upon arrival, Minister Liu, upon hearing the emperor's accusations, vehemently protested his innocence, asserting that the confession had been directly submitted by a prisoner in the high-security facility. Such an offense against the emperor was grave, leading to the immediate apprehension of the 4 torturers from the Ministry of Justice. The 4 jailers had already colluded on their testimonies, claiming that the testament and confession were extracted under the direct orders of the torturer, who had since drowned. As for Ning Xiuema, they collectively insisted that she had been instructed to incinerate the body. If these confessions were indeed false, then Ning Xiuema could not be the murderer of Hu Daichang. Emperor Lishuan had no choice but to reprimand Minister Liu and assign the case to Lord Lan, demanding a resolution within a specified time frame. Exhausted, the emperor was about to command everyone to kneel in peace when Ji Yunhuang stepped forward and said, "Father, there is no need to impose a deadline on Lord Lan for this case. I have already conducted a clandestine investigation and can reveal the truth at this very moment." Ji Yunhao's expression shifted slightly, and Emperor Lishuan's interest was piqued as he regarded Ji Yunhuang. "What do you propose?" Ji Yunhuang responded, "I implore you to move to the Woman Gate. There lies a trove of evidence and witnesses regarding Miss Hu's demise, and there the truth shall be unveiled." Emperor Lishuan furrowed his brow slightly. His objective had already been achieved, and he held little concern for the actual cause of Hu Diechang's death. However, given the situation's progression, he had no choice but to continue the inquiry. Ji Yunhao interjected, "Father, since this case harbors further complexities, it may not be resolved swiftly. It would be prudent to entrust it to Lord Lan. Once he has thoroughly examined the matter, he can provide you with a report. There is no need for you to personally attend." His words rang true, and Emperor Lishuan found them reasonable. He was the emperor, and personally presiding over the case seemed beneath him. Just as he was about to concede, Ji Yunhuang bowed and added, "Father, this matter concerns Miss Ning's reputation, as well as the circumstances surrounding General Hu's daughter's death. For the sake of the Duke of Jingyuan and General Hu, I beseech you to oversee this personally. The case is not overly complex, and you will comprehend it quickly." Having reached this point, General Hu, eager to uncover the true murderer of his daughter, added his plea for Emperor Lishuan to take charge. Reluctantly, the emperor acquiesced. Ji Yunhao's gaze flickered momentarily, and he rose to speak. "Father, I have urgent matters to attend to and must take my leave." Before he could finish, Ji Yunhuang smiled and interrupted, "Sixth brother, this matter pertains to you as well, given that both women are connected to you in some capacity. Do you not wish to uncover the true murderer of Daichang?" Ji Yunhao found himself momentarily ensnared by Ji Yunhuang's grasp, unable to extricate himself, and could only manage a smile. Of course, I wish to, but I genuinely have pressing matters to address. Rest assured, I will not delay you for long. The truth will emerge within half an hour. At this juncture, Ji Yunhao had no further retorts and resigned himself to follow. The others naturally trailed behind, soon arriving outside the woman gate. Within a designated chamber there, several individuals awaited their arrival, kneeling in respectful greeting. Among them were the finest forensic experts from the Chongkong Kingdom. Yet, the most peculiar sight was a coffin present within the chamber. General Hu's eyes widened upon spotting the coffin. He rushed forward and flung it open, his expression darkening as he turned to Ji Yunhuang. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of bringing my daughter's coffin here?" Her remains were to rest in the morning hall of the general's residence. Ji Yunhuang cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke succinctly. "Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind your daughter's tragic demise, General?" With this single statement, General Hu fell silent, for he held a profound respect for the crown prince. Beside him, Ji Yunhao regarded Ji Yunhuang with a penetrating gaze, astonished that Ji Yunhuang had managed to accomplish so much in such a brief span of time. Wasn't this crown prince supposed to have returned directly to the crown prince's residence after leaving the palace? Clearly, he must have instructed someone to carry out these actions. Ji Yunhao had secretly dispatched individuals to monitor the movements of the crown prince's residence, yet they had gleaned not a whisper of this. Observing his father's expression, it was evident that he too was in the dark. It appeared that his third brother possessed a formidable network of influence. Ji Yunhao's complexion paled slightly, his fingers nearly whitening from the tension in his clenched fist. Though anxiety brewed within him, he refrained from speaking further. His gaze shifted, suddenly landing upon the small child brought in by Ji Yunhuang. The child, diminutive in stature, stood quietly behind Ji Yunhuang, maintaining a low profile as if he were invisible, drawing little attention from those present. Initially, Ji Yunhao had overlooked him, but now a flicker of recognition stirred within him, as though the child's figure seemed vaguely familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen him before. Ji Yunhuang often surrounded himself with peculiar individuals, and given Ji Yunhao's current state of unease, he quickly averted his gaze after a brief glance at the child. The young servant kept his head bowed, yet as if sensing Ji Yunhao's scrutiny, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips, imbued with an air of mockery or derision. Ji Yunhao glanced at the coffin, frowning. How could the body of Miss Hu be exposed so brazenly? Third brother's actions are rather reckless. Ji Yunhuang replied coolly, "This is a homicide case, and it also involves the orphan daughter of the Marquis of Jingyuan. It is of utmost gravity. If the court does not clarify the matter, how can it justify the Marquis of Jingyuan's spirit in the afterlife? How can it uphold the trust of the common folk in the court?" This discourse left Ji Yunhao at a loss for words. Emperor Lishuan intervened. "Since this is to ascertain the truth behind Miss Hu's murder, surely General Hu will not harbor lingering doubts about this matter. Now, my dear Huang, where is the truth you speak of?" Chapter 89. Who is the murderer? Ji Yunhuang gestured for General Hu to approach the coffin. "General Hu, please observe. Does your daughter's appearance resemble that at the time of her demise?" General Hu had already discerned the answer and nodded. Indeed, his daughter's eyes were wide open, her lips slightly parted, with a thin blade embedded in her chest, precisely at the heart. Ji Yunhao interjected coldly. "The blade in her chest is undoubtedly the fatal wound. Moreover, this blade bore a striking resemblance to one previously wielded by Ning Xiuma." Ji Yunhuang disregarded his comment and called the coroner forward. "Examine the body." The coroner, a seasoned professional, moved swiftly. First, he scrutinized the corpse's complexion, then his hands deftly worked on the body. He extracted the blade, inspected the wound, and then examined the blade itself, finally stating, "There are minimal bloodstains around the wound. The flesh appears darkened and reddened." He delivered a series of technical observations, concluding, "From these points, it can be inferred that this blade was inserted post-mortem. This wound is not the cause of death." This revelation sent ripples of shock through the assembly, their expressions shifting. General Hu clenched his fists tightly. He stepped forward to examine the wound, confirming the coroner's assessment. If this wound was not fatal, then where lay the true cause of her death? General Hu's voice was heavy with ice. The coroner continued his examination, concentrating for a moment Then his fingers gently brushed against the hairline on the forehead of the deceased, sensing something. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled here. General Hu scrutinized the area closely. It was where long hair would typically fall, and he noticed nothing unusual. General Hu, please use a portion of your mental energy to extract from this spot. The coroner bowed slightly, though filled with skepticism. General Hu complied and placed his palm against his daughter's hairline. Moments later, he extracted a small lock of hair entwined in blood, measuring nearly a foot in length, resting ominously in his palm. A single bead of blood began to trickle from the point where the hair had been removed. Without the coroner needing to elaborate, everyone understood that this lock of hair was the fatal weapon that led to Butterfly's death. The possibility of using such soft hair as a lethal instrument was astounding. Such delicate strands had penetrated deeply into the victim's head, targeting vital areas while remaining inconspicuous externally. What a masterful and sinister method of murder. It was evident that the perpetrator was not only a mental adept, but also a meticulous strategist. Ji Yinhuang turned to Emperor Lishuan. Father, this item is the true culprit behind Butterfly's death. Only a mental adept could have approached the victim's head and executed such a maneuver. As we know, Ning Xiuma lacks any mental prowess. Does this not exonerate her? Before Emperor Lishuan could respond, Ji Yunhao scoffed. This merely proves she did not strike the fatal blow herself. What if she had secretly dispatched a skilled assassin? After all, Butterfly had no known enemies, and Ning Xiuma had recently received 2,000 taels of gold from me. She could easily hire a killer. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Ji Yunhuang chuckled softly. What the sixth brother posits is not without merit. However, he seems to overlook a critical point. To execute such a method of assassination, two conditions must be met. Chapter 90. Who is the murderer first? The assailant must have been able to approach Butterfly unawares. Second, the perpetrator must possess a mental level of at least 7th rank. In the kingdom of Chongkong, individuals of such caliber are exceedingly rare, typically holding high-ranking positions. Would such talents be inclined to commit murder for a mere 1 or 2,000 taels of gold? Even if, hypothetically, a person of such caliber existed, driven solely by greed, Ning Xiuma had already spent 1,500 taels before encountering Butterfly, leaving her with only 500 taels. Who would risk incurring the wrath of the entire kingdom of Chongkong to assassinate the daughter of a marshal for just 500 taels? The assembly fell silent, and the Minister of Justice, Lan Yufeng, spoke gravely. As far as I am aware, mental adepts of 7th rank or higher, if they pursue a life as assassins, typically belong to the renowned Blood Oath Alliance, where their fees for such tasks begin at 2,800 taels of gold. To assassinate the daughter of a marshal would likely command an even higher price. Lan Yufeng was well-versed in the affairs of the kingdom of Chongkong, and his words garnered universal credence. Emperor Lishuan nodded. It seems the notion of Ning Xiuma hiring an assassin is unfounded. But who, then, is the true murderer? Wang Ye, did you not claim to have nearly unraveled this matter? Ji Yinhuang bowed. Father, before proceeding, may I request that the lad accompanying me conduct an experiment for everyone? All eyes turned to the young boy who had been by Ji Yinhuang's side. He appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, slight of build, and his face bore an expression reminiscent of a mask, lacking any discernible emotion. He had remained quietly at Ji Yinhuang's side until now, when he slowly stepped forward. Emperor Lishuan glanced at him, finding nothing particularly unusual. It was common for Ji Yinhuang to be accompanied by various eccentric individuals, including children. As long as they posed no threat to the royal family, Emperor Lishuan turned a blind eye. His gaze rested on the boy. What experiment do you wish to conduct? The boy replied, an experiment of safe distance. No sooner had he spoken than he pivoted and, in the blink of an eye, stood before Ji Yunhao. A mere 3 feet away, Ji Yunhao was startled, instinctively taking a large step back. What are you doing? The boy paid him no mind, swiftly turning to stand before Minister Lan Yufeng and Lord Liu of the Ministry of Justice, each time reducing the distance to less than 4 feet. The individuals instinctively retreated, creating a certain distance from him. It was then that the youth stood firm and remarked, Your Majesty, as you can see, I am a stranger to these individuals. When an unfamiliar person approaches within 3 feet, one instinctively recoils until a distance of around 4 feet is established, at which point one feels more at ease. This notion intrigued the onlookers, yet proved to be quite effective. The experiment he conducted was evident. prompting the crowd to reflect on their own social interactions, leading them to nod in agreement. The youth continued, Miss who was murdered from front. Furthermore, such a technique necessitates placing one's hand near her forehead before striking unexpectedly. Who could have approached Miss who so closely within a foot's distance, without arousing her defenses? After contemplating this distance, they considered their own interactions with those around them. Given that this case had clearly shown no connection to Ning Xiaoma, the official tasked with capturing her, Lord Liu, felt increasingly uncertain and was eager to achieve results, promptly responding, It must have been a lover or an intimate acquaintance. The youth nodded in affirmation. Indeed, only those closest to her could have approached without raising her suspicions. Since Miss who was unmarried, she naturally had no children, leaving only the possibility of a lover. This inference was pointedly suggestive, and nearly all eyes in the room gravitated toward Prince Ji Yunhao. He was the lover of the butterfly gown, endowed with a formidable power surpassing the 7th rank. Who else could it be? General Hu's eyes blazed with fury. Fixating on Prince Ji Yunhao, Your Highness, do you have an explanation? Prince Ji Yunhao's complexion paled slightly, yet he could not suppress a derisive laugh. He speaks nonsense. The power of the butterfly gown is average. Anyone with sufficient strength could approach her. If such a master were to close in on her and strike, she would have no means to evade. The youth smiled gently. Your Highness makes a valid point, but it seems you have overlooked something. Come, everyone, let us observe the expression on Miss Hu's face at the moment of her death. He gestured for Lan Yufeng to approach the coffin. Lord Lan often adjudicates cases and has witnessed many victims' final expressions. What can you discern from Miss Hu's visage? After a moment of scrutiny, Lan Yufeng remarked, It is an expression of shock and disbelief. The youth pressed, in Lord Lan's view, if the deceased saw a stranger attacking her, would she appear shocked and disbelieving, or fearful and anxious? Fearful and anxious, Lan Yufeng replied thoughtfully. Miss Hu's expression at death indicates that her assailant was someone familiar to her, someone she would never have expected strike. The youth clapped his hands precisely. The identity of the murderer need not be explicitly stated, does it? Each person possessing keen insights, quickly grasped the implication. Their gazes toward Prince Ji Yunhao were laden with suspicion and condemnation. General Hu clenched his fists, then suddenly knelt before Emperor Lishuan. Your Majesty, my daughter has died unjustly. I implore you to seek justice for her. Emperor Lishuan's countenance was grave. What on earth happened? Sixth Prince? Prince Ji Yunhao's hand, concealed within his sleeves, clenched tightly. I am wronged. Father, even if I match all the criteria, what motive would I have to kill her? I cherished her deeply. How could I bear to harm her? There is more to this than meets the eye. I beseech you to discern the truth. Emperor Lishuan nodded slightly, finding merit in Prince Ji Yunhao's words. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the youth. The young sage's deductions are indeed irrefutable. Yet the 6th prince has no motive to murder the butterfly gown. He seeks to establish her as his legitimate consort. His affections for her are profound. How could he kill her? This does not add up. Emperor Lishuan spoke with uncommon courtesy toward the youth. In this realm, none dared to belittle a sage, especially one with intelligence and peculiar abilities, appearing somewhat enigmatic. Many of these sages were disciples of the emperor, holding esteemed positions, often receiving greater respect than high-ranking ministers of various nations. Occasionally, a sage would accompany Ji Yunhao, most hailing from the Sun and Moon sect. When Ning Xiaoma had previously cried out for justice in the square, it had drawn the attention of the emperor, who dispatched a sage to ensure fairness. Had the emperor not forgotten that young girl, sending another sage to investigate this wrongful death? A sudden unease crept into Emperor Lishuan's heart. With the presence of the sage, he found himself unable to act upon favoritism. His gaze toward the youth was laden with complexity. The youth, seemingly oblivious, offered a faint smile, his masked face betraying little emotion, yet the crowd inexplicably found his smile rather charming and endearing. Prince Ji Yunhao felt as if a hook had snagged his heart. Stirring suddenly, the smile seemed eerily familiar. Just as he began to ponder this, the youth's words struck him like a thunderclap. Your Highness, it is time to summon the midwives. The midwives were specialists in childbirth and postpartum care. These women, experienced in childbearing, could accurately ascertain the duration of a pregnancy through observation of the mother's belly. Clearly well prepared, Ji Yunhao sought Emperor Lishuan's approval. sending for the midwives who had been waiting outside the palace gates. The two women who entered were renowned midwives from the kingdom of Chongkong, one of whom had even assisted in the delivery of royal consorts. Under Ji Yunhao's direction, the midwives proceeded to conduct a thorough examination of the butterfly gown. After a brief period, the midwives confidently reported Miss who is approximately 50 days pregnant. The other midwife specified, more precisely, around 49 days. The announcement of this time frame caused subtle shifts in the expressions of those present. General Hu was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. Nonsense. How could it be around 50 days? The youth smiled lightly. If the child within Miss Hu is indeed Prince Ji Yunhao's, it cannot possibly be 50 days, as he was away on business 2 months ago and only returned 1 month prior. This implies that if the child is Ji Yunhao's, then the pregnancy must either exceed 2 months or be less than 1 month. The only conceivable explanation for this scenario is that Miss Hu is unfaithful, placing the blame on Ji Yunhao. The youth's cold gaze fell upon Ji Yunhao. Your Highness, that day in the tea house, Ning Xiuma inadvertently revealed the duration of Miss Hu's pregnancy, likely raising your suspicions. This prompted you to secretly investigate. Your guards, proving their worth at a critical moment, not only uncovered Miss Hu's infidelity, but also identified her lover. In a fit of rage, you sought to eliminate that rival while confronting Miss Hu, leading to a lethal confrontation, and ultimately, you attempted to frame Ning Xiuma. Every inference was as vivid as if witnessed firsthand. Ji Yunhao ground his teeth in silence. This is merely your conjecture, devoid of concrete evidence. It is hardly convincing. The youth's lips curled slightly. It seems the sixth prince will not relent until faced with undeniable proof. Very well. I shall ensure your complete conviction. He glanced at Ji Yunhao. Your Highness, we may now call upon further witnesses. More witnesses? Ji Yunhao's expression darkened. Yet with the sage present, none could impede the unfolding events. Soon, 3 individuals were brought forth from the side hall, 2 men and 1 woman. Upon seeing them, Ji Yunhao trembled, his complexion drained, fully aware that his predicament was dire. The 3 were none other than the butterfly gown's personal maid, a guard from the Hu residence, and a covert agent from Prince Ji's household. After a few simple inquiries, the truth began to surface, revealing the reality of the situation. In truth, the matter was not complex. Butterfly Gown, who appeared virtuous and gentle, harbored a more reckless nature beneath her facade. Relying on her status as the Marshal's daughter, she acted with impetuousness. Initially, she attempted to entice the crown prince, Ji Yunhuang, but when that failed, she settled for the affections of Ji Yunhao. However, she remained resentful and, during Ji Yunhao's absence, engaged with a handsome guard from the manor, which resulted in her becoming pregnant. Upon Ji Yunhao's return, she deliberately seduced him several times, intending to attribute the child to him. After growing suspicious during a visit to a tea house, Ji Yunhao conducted a secret investigation and uncovered the truth, leading to his wrath and murderous intent. The guard from the Hu Manor was the illicit lover, while the dark guard from the 6th Prince's residence was sent to assassinate him. Butterfly Gown's personal maid served as a witness to the entire affair and was initially among those targeted by Ji Yunhao. However, both survived and became living testimonies. Out of concern for their own safety, the lover and the maid disclosed the complete story and its background. The dark guard from the 6th Prince, respecting the royal authority, dared not lie. Faced with undeniable evidence, Ji Yunhao could no longer deny his actions. He knelt before Emperor Lishuan to confess, claiming his actions were born of rage. In his heart, he already felt remorse. General Hu, too, felt shame. Regardless of the circumstances, his daughter's infidelity was a disgrace, rendering him pale with embarrassment. And he dared not make further demands, simply awaiting Emperor Lishuan's judgment. Before the celestial boy, Emperor Lishuan could not show favoritism. Ultimately, he rendered a verdict. Although Ji Yunhao had committed murder, it was understandable given that Butterfly Gown had betrayed him first. In the interest of justice, Ji Yunhao received an 80-strike punishment, was stripped of his royal title, demoted to commoner, and exiled from the capital for 3 years, with a death sentence for any who dare return. Ji Yunhao's face turned ashen as he expressed gratitude for the emperor's mercy, preparing to accept his punishment when the celestial boy stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Emperor Lishuan responded, "Speak freely, celestial boy." The boy continued, Ning Xiuma has suffered such injustice. Will your majesty simply declare her innocent? Emperor Lishuan paused, sighed, and admitted, I am indeed sorry for Miss Ning. But the dead cannot be revived, and it is a regrettable situation. Her father and I share a bond of both ruler and friend. His daughter is akin to my own. He intended to bestow upon her a princess title, but was interrupted by Ji Yinhuang, who said, Your Majesty, Xiuma should have been your daughter-in-law. It is inappropriate to make her princess. Emperor Lishuan hesitated, glancing at the kneeling Ji Yunhao. Perhaps we should reinstate this wayward child as his legitimate wife. He was cut off by Ji Yinhuang. That is also inappropriate. The sixth prince is now a commoner. Xiuma should at least be a princess. I am willing. His sentence remained unfinished as the celestial boy interjected with a smile. Allow me to request some titles for her. What do you think, Your Majesty? Emperor Lishuan had already surmised what Ji Yinhuang was about to propose and felt relieved to be interrupted. He kindly asked, What titles do you wish to request, celestial boy? The boy replied, First, I ask for a pardon for her act of deceiving the emperor. Emperor Lishuan inwardly rolled his eyes, wondering how a deceased person could deceive him again, yet he readily acquiesced. I grant this. What else? The celestial boy continued. The residence of the Marquis of Jingyuan is impoverished. I request 100,000 taels of gold from your majesty. This was rather audacious, as 100,000 taels represented a lifetime salary for a high-ranking official in the kingdom of Chongkong. Moreover, with the marquis now deceased, what use would such wealth serve? Emperor Lishuan hesitated, feeling the pinch, and pondered this. The boy observed him closely. Your majesty is unwilling? Do you value 100,000 taels more than a princess's title? Emperor Lishuan felt cornered but could not refute the boy, ultimately gritting his teeth in agreement. The boy continued with two additional conditions. First, that the virginity testing beast officially belonged to Ning Xiuma. Second, that he personally supervised the punishment of the sixth prince. The first condition was readily accepted by Emperor Lishuan, though the second was somewhat excessive. Ji Yunhao's expression shifted slightly. Those familiar with palace affairs understood that the execution of the punishment held great significance. The same 80 strikes could either kill or merely bruise, appearing severe but causing little harm. If executed under normal circumstances, the officials would exercise restraint. However, if the celestial boy oversaw the punishment, no one would dare to show leniency. Ji Yunhao was strapped to the punishment chair, with 4 executioners standing by, wielding the black and red striped rods. The celestial boy walked over, gazing down at Ji Yunhao, who lay in a wretched state, and smiled. Though it was an ordinary smile, it sent chills down Ji Yunhao's spine, as if he were confronted by a malevolent spirit. Realizing he could not escape today as punishment, Ji Yunhao closed his eyes and focused his inner strength, forming an invisible protective layer around himself that would shield him from the rods. At most, he hoped to endure only minor injuries. The celestial boy circled him, chuckling, then lightly tapped a specific spot on Ji Yunhao's back, saying, The sixth prince possesses remarkable inner strength, sufficient for self-defense. There is no need for you to hold back, should you dare to show leniency. I shall ensure you receive double the punishment. He glanced back at Emperor Lishuan. Is that not so, Your Majesty? Emperor Lishuan forced a smile. Rest assured, celestial boy. They would not dare. The threat proved effective, causing the executioners to shiver and respond in unison. Yes. Ji Yinhuang, standing beside Emperor Lishuan, regarded the celestial boy with a complex expression, realizing that the child was not one to be trifled with. Ji Yunhao, in distress, lamented internally. The boy's casual tap had inadvertently struck at a critical point in his training, momentarily sealing his energy channels, leaving him unable to utilize his powers. Now, he was akin to an ordinary person. During the punishment, using inner strength was forbidden, rendering Ji Yunhao helpless and unable to voice his plight. He understood that today, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. The celestial boy, still unsatisfied, inspected the rods held by the executioners, ensuring there were no tricks before returning them. Then, he sat on a nearby chair, cheerfully announcing, Let the punishment commence. The black and red striped rod struck Ji Yunhao with fierce force. Within just a few strikes, blood began to surface. Although Ji Yunhao initially fought to maintain his dignity as a prince, gritting his teeth and enduring, his resolve crumbled after several blows, and he began to moan. As the strikes continued, his groans grew louder, nearly escalating into cries of agony. Sweat poured down his forehead, and Emperor Lishuan, hearing his wails, wore a stern expression. How could a mere beating cause such distress? A man, and a prince at that, should endure this without complaint. Such behavior was a disgrace to the royal family. In those bygone years, he fought valiantly on the battlefield, enduring the piercing agony of a poisoned arrow. With inadequate medical facilities in the army, the military physician, lacking the anesthetic, extracted the arrow and scraped the poisoned flesh, causing a small basin of blood to flow. The other soldiers, pale with fear, were astonished by his silence, as he even managed to jest with the physician amidst his suffering. It was precisely this stoic demeanor that earned him the title of the Iron-Blooded Prince, garnering the respect and affection of the entire army, thus laying the groundwork for his later usurpation of power. His unyielding character did not wish for his descendants to possess such timidity, and he looked down upon those who cried out in pain at the slightest discomfort. Originally, Ji Yunhao had won the favor of Emperor Lishuan, but following this incident, he found himself increasingly shunned, leading to the emperor's growing indifference towards him, a matter for another time. In a moment of despair, Ji Yunhao contemplated self-harm. Though he had endured injuries and punishment throughout his life, none had ever caused such excruciating pain. Each strike of the rod felt as if salt had been poured upon his wounds, stinging like 1,000 wasp stings, akin to being slowly dismembered, compelling him to cry out and struggle helplessly. Bound by specially crafted iron cuffs, he could not escape, twisting in agony as tears streamed down his face, like a caterpillar in its death throes. Witnessing his tragic cries, those around him fell to their knees to plead for mercy from Emperor Lishuan. Even Ji Yunhuang interceded, saying, "Father, the sixth brother has realized his mistakes. He has been coddled since childhood. Perhaps you could spare him a few lashes?" Emperor Lishuan's expression was as cold as ice. He deemed his son overly pampered and in dire need of rigorous discipline. Continue the punishment. Not a single stroke shall be spared. Anyone who dares to plead on his behalf will share in his punishment. His decree silenced all present. Still unsatisfied, he commanded, muffle his cries. Do not allow him to wail any longer. Consequently, Ji Yunhao's mouth was sealed with a specially designed gag, rendering him voiceless. The pain was so intense that, despite his agony, he could not succumb to unconsciousness. When he inflicted pain upon others, he relished their suffering. Now, in his own torment, he wished for the absence of pain in the world. He fixed his gaze on the young boy before him, utterly perplexed as to what offense he had committed to warrant such merciless treatment. Suddenly, a vision of Ning Xiuma flashed in his mind, stirring something within him. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Ning Xiuma. As he scrutinized the boy's masked face, he recognized the glimmer in his eyes, deep, clear, and shimmering like water, reminiscent of a serene lake. Chapter 96. She is a little demon. This boy possessed eyes that were impossibly clear, sparkling with a light that seemed to dance with mirth. Yunhoes bodhistifenet abruptly. Those eyes mirrored the girl from his memories. Could it be that this boy was Ning Xiuma in disguise? Yet, she was supposed to be dead. It was inconceivable for her to appear here. Their gazes locked for a moment, and the boy's eyes narrowed slightly, crescent-shaped and dark as the night. Ji Yunhao's eyes widened in shock. He had seen that expression before, when he had whipped Ning Xiuma. She bore the same look when she was rescued by Crown Prince Ji Yunhuang. This boy was Ning Xiuma. He instinctively wanted to shout her name, only to realize that his mouth was still gagged, voiceless. The boy tilted his head, observing Ji Yunhao's pallor, his eyes gleaming with delight. A demon. She was indeed a little demon. Their enmity was now sealed. Ji Yunhao seethed in frustration, yet he could not reveal her true identity. Ning Xiuma gazed at him with a sense of glee. This scoundrel had once lashed her thrice, causing her unbearable pain and falsely accusing her, nearly costing her life. How could she not avenge such a grievance? Seizing the moment while inspecting the punishment rods, she had slyly added a touch of venom to them, an extract from a bug she had collected from a jujube tree. This toxin, while not lethal, would induce excruciating torment, making one wish they had never been born. She believed this agony would far surpass the effects of the soul whip, providing her with the perfect opportunity for retribution. Watching Ji Yunhao's face, twisted in pain, filled her with immense satisfaction. She had never been a virtuous individual. She believed in repaying kindness with kindness and grievances with interest. If one wronged her by an inch, she would retaliate by a mile. 80 strokes, none to be spared. Ji Yunhao endured the punishment. When he was finally lifted from the torture device, he was left bloodied and bruised, unable to stand with even a patch of unscathed flesh remaining. As the attendants removed his gag, he immediately cried out, "She is Ning Xuema. Father, she is Ning Xuema." He raised a bloodied hand, pointing at the boy. A shockwave rippled through the room. Everyone present, except Ji and Huang, turned their gazes towards the boy. Emperor Lishuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boy, and then Ji Yunhao. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ning Xuema is supposed to be dead. It is she. Father, it is she. I recognize her eyes." Ji Yunhao insisted with fervor. Emperor Lishuan could not help but look at Ji and Huang. "Huang, is this boy not one of the celestial servants under the emperor's command?" Before Ji and Huang could respond, the boy lifted his hand and removed his mask. Smiling sweetly as he bowed to Emperor Lishuan, "Xuema thanks Her Majesty for clearing her name and restoring her honor." Emperor Lishuan. Seizing the moment, Ji and Huang also pleaded, "I beg your forgiveness, Father. I acted out of necessity." Xuema insisted on proving her innocence, which is why I brought her into the palace disguised. Chapter 97. She is a little demon. Emperor Lishuan paused, clearly displeased. What on earth is happening? She escaped from prison? His words contained a trap for Ning Xuema. Admitting to her escape would implicate her in a crime. Ning Xuema quickly replied, "Your Majesty, it was not I who escaped, but rather I was set free." She had prepared a well-crafted story. I was wrongfully imprisoned by Lord Liu, without regard for justice. In that dark and dismal place, I truly had no avenue for appeal. Thankfully, the executioner, upon hearing my plight, recognized my father as a man of honor, a good official for the nation and its people, and thus took the bold step to release me. I could have fled under the cover of night, but as the daughter of Lord Ning, such an escape would tarnish my father's reputation and ruin his lifelong honor. She believed Emperor Lishuan was unaware of the truth. Once he learned it, he would surely rectify the injustice against her. Hence, she sought the Crown Prince's assistance to enter the palace and plead her case. The Crown Prince, being magnanimous, immediately set about investigating, using his exceptional skills to uncover the truth. Fearing her appearance would startle the emperor, he had her disguised to accompany him. Her narrative was 7 parts truth, 3 parts fabrication, flawless in its execution, leaving Emperor Lishuan momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he coldly remarked, "As far as I know, that executioner does not possess such noble intentions." Ji and Huang stepped forward. "Father, I have also investigated this matter. The executioner did not release Miss Ning solely out of chivalry. Rather, it was because she healed his leg with her remarkable medical skills that he took the risk to set her free. His 4 guards and the gatekeepers can testify to this." He elaborated, sharing the tale of how the executioner, in a fit of joy, had drowned in his drunkenness. At last, he added, "Your Majesty, although the act of slaughtering with a single stroke is indeed a crime, by a twist of fate, he has preserved Miss Ning's life, preventing her from dying unjustly and allowing the royal family a chance for redemption. This can be considered a merit. It seems that Lord Ning is secretly watching over Miss Ning from the heavens." The final remark suddenly reminded Emperor Lishuan of the nightmare he had experienced that very morning. He cleared his throat, unwilling to let the matter rest. While it is one thing for Ning Xuema to be released, why did she disguise herself as a celestial maiden under the emperor's command? It caused me to hesitate, leading to me unjustly punishing my own son. Ning Xuema widened her eyes, feigning innocence. "I have never claimed to be a celestial maiden under the emperor's command. Has your Majesty misunderstood my identity?" Emperor Lishuan was momentarily taken aback. Upon reflection, it was true that Ning Xuema had never uttered such words. It was all a misunderstanding he had concocted. Blame it on the girl as peculiar behavior and the myriad of oddities she exhibited, combined with the fact that she was brought in by Ji and Huang. It led to his confusion. How infuriating. They must have done this on purpose. Emperor Lishuan couldn't help but glare at Ji and Huang, still unwilling to concede. "Ning Xuema, I have cleared your grievances, but your refusal to reveal your true self ultimately constitutes an act of deceiving the sovereign." Ning Xuema blinked. "Did not your Majesty already grant me a pardon for my act of deceiving the sovereign?" Chapter 98. Leading you to brilliance and elevation. So, she had been waiting for him here. This little girl was truly meticulous, leaving no room for error, managing to ensnare him without him realizing. At this moment, Emperor Lishuan found himself at a loss for words, unable to contain his scrutiny of Ning Xiuma. The young girl knelt there, tilting her head slightly as she gazed at him, her eyes bright and clear, exuding an innocent charm, yet her demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant. Emperor Lishuan sensed that this girl was far from ordinary. The Marquis Jingyuan was a man of integrity, his actions upright. Even his wife was merely a gentle and virtuous lady, devoted to her family, lacking in guile. He never expected such a clever and cunning daughter to emerge from their union. At first glance, this girl appeared like a clear pool of water, seemingly shallow, yet profoundly deep. She was a paradox, a radiant being drawing the attention of all around her. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Ji Yunhao. Was this lad blind? To overlook such an exceptional girl for a mindless butterfly gown. He spoke in a low tone. You can actually heal Tui Dao's leg? Your medical skills must be quite remarkable. You possess knowledge of many rare things. Yet I wonder who your mentor is? Ning Xiumo replied smoothly. No one taught me. It is a divine gift. A divine gift? Emperor Lishuan clearly found this hard to believe. What does that entail? Ning Xiumo casually responded. Perhaps heaven, feeling pity for my solitude, sent a celestial being in my dreams to impart medical knowledge to me, granting me a skill to rely upon. What did this celestial being look like? The emperor's inquiries were quite detailed. Ning Xiumo secretly rolled her eyes, making up a response. The celestial being in my dream likely employed an illusion, as I could not discern their true appearance, only vaguely recalling they wore a cold mask. Dressed in white, exuding an air of great power, resembling a snow sculpture. Emperor Lishuan's expression shifted, and he abruptly stood. The emperor? What? Ning Xiuma's eyes widened. Could it be that her mere fabrication led to an association with the emperor? What a coincidence! Since arriving in this realm, she had heard much of the emperor's legendary status, revered like a deity among mortals. Unfortunately, despite having been saved by him once, she remained unaware of his true form. It seemed that few knew his true face in this land, shrouded in mystery. In her past life, she had encountered countless extraordinary figures, all exuding an air of aloof nobility, speaking in riddles, shrouded in enigma, achieving the highest realm of obscurity. They were widely admired, with many nobles vying to offer tribute and become their disciples. Yet, after a few interactions, Ning Xiuma easily pierced through their facades, revealing their true selves. In her words, so-called masters were merely adept at leading others to display their grandeur, full of bluster, yet lacking genuine skill, complete charlatans. Did you say he wore a garment of white? Was it woven from clouds? Was the mask on his face ever the same? Yet there was a shared aura. Chapter 99. The Emperor's Disciple. Did you say he wore a garment of white? Was it woven from clouds? Was the mask on his face ever the same? Yet there was a shared aura. Emperor Lishuan fired a series of questions at her. Ning Xiumo responded vaguely. That seems to be the case. However, I cannot recall, as I forget the celestial being's visage upon waking. I only remember the medical knowledge imparted to me. Her response was clever, neither confirming nor denying, leaving everyone in a haze of uncertainty. Could it be the legendary dream invocation technique? Emperor Lishuan slowly sat down, increasingly perplexed. It was rumored that the emperor had stringent criteria for choosing disciples, exceedingly harsh conditions. Only unparalleled geniuses were accepted. No royal offspring, no one of unattractive appearance. No talkative individuals, and even those with dark skin were excluded. By this calculation, very few could catch his eye across the continent. And it had been decades since he had taken a new disciple. How could he have inexplicably used the highest form of dream invocation to bestow skills upon Ning Xiuma? This was illogical. More importantly, had he not sworn off accepting female disciples? How could he break that vow? Yet if the celestial being in Ning Xiuma's dream was not him, who else could it be? As far as he knew, the emperor was the only one in the entire Tianxi continent with such abilities. There could be no second. Plus, the description Ning Xiuma provided closely aligned with that of the emperor. What exceptional quality did this girl possess that so captivated the emperor? He couldn't help but scrutinize Ning Xiuma several more times. Could she truly be a prodigy? Was it merely the malfunction of the crystal stone from years ago? No. He needed to observe her personally and assess her aptitude. If she truly was an unparalleled genius, he would disregard royal reputation and allow his most favored son to take her as a consort. He abruptly rose, addressing Ning Xiuma with a gentle demeanor. Xiuma, come with me. Ning Xuemo, unaware of Emperor Lishuan's thoughts, could only follow. Ji Yunhuang's gaze flickered, and he stepped beside her, grasping her hand. Do not fear. I will be with you. Father will not mistreat you. His hand was warm, bringing a slight comfort to Ning Xuemo. She realized that her fortunate turn of fate was largely thanks to this prince's assistance. She felt immense gratitude towards him. In her past life, she had been a leader of operatives, commanding a loyal group. During their perilous adventures, she often reassured them with, I will handle everything, instilling strength in them. They trusted her wholeheartedly, and she consistently devised clever strategies to lead them out of danger. She was accustomed to shielding others from storms, and now someone had stepped forward to shield her. The feeling of being genuinely cared for was indeed delightful. Ninguemo, who was not accustomed to holding hands with others, casually swept her hair aside and withdrew her hand, smiling slightly. Yun Huang, thank you. Ji Yunhuang's heart raced. In recent days, it was the first time she called his name. Previously, apart from his father and elder brother, anyone who directly addressed him by name would have been considered an affront. Yet today, when this young girl uttered his name, a warm sensation unexpectedly blossomed within him. He smiled. Xuemo, there is no need for formality between us. The two followed Emperor Lu Xian into the distance. With the emperor's departure, the courtiers naturally dispersed, leaving behind Ji Yunhao, who had just endured punishment, ignored and unattended. Ji Yunhao could no longer walk and was assisted by guards to lie on a spring stool. He stared blankly at his brother and Ning Xuemo walking away together. His fingers clenched tightly in frustration. She was originally meant to be his wife, perhaps even his concubine, but now she was drifting further away from him, with no hope of returning to his side. A mixture of unwillingness, anger, and resentment churned within him. He felt utterly blind, mistaking a luminous pearl for refuse and discarding it while cherishing a mere fish eye as treasure. Regret coursed through him. If he could turn back time, he would never force her to break their engagement. Instead, he would confine her by his side, allowing her brilliance to shine solely for him. Could he really let go now? No, he refused to accept it. A fierce determination flashed across Ji Yunhao's face. He understood that his father had demoted him to a commoner merely to appease General Hu in Ning Xuemo. A tiger does not eat its own offspring. And it would not be long before his father found a reason to restore his princely status. His estate had not been reclaimed, and his trusted allies remained. He would rise again. The solemn and austere hall was dominated by a monochrome palette of black and white. Furnishings were sparse, with only a crystal platform at its center, upon which stood 5 crystal pillars of varying colors, each flanked by an elder in robes of different hues. Upon the entrance of Emperor Lu Xian, the 5 men bowed in unison, Your Majesty. These guardians of the psychic crystal pillars were unbound by worldly constraints and revered true strength. Thus, they treated Ji Yunhao with greater courtesy than the emperor himself. Bowing slightly, Crown Prince Ning Xuemo finally comprehended the emperor's intent for bringing her here. It seemed the emperor harbored doubts about her innate abilities and sought to reassess them. She raised her gaze to the 5 crystal pillars and then to the 5 emissaries, who scrutinized her with piercing eyes, pondering what expressions they might or should she be deemed a failure. What would the emperor's reaction be? With a quiet sigh, she acknowledged her own reluctance to be labeled a failure. Unfortunately, her petite frame did not guarantee her success. Please assess this young lady's aptitude, Emperor Lu Xian instructed. The 5 elders exchanged doubtful glances towards Ning Xuemo. In the Longkong Kingdom, aptitude assessments were conducted before the age of 3, and this girl was evidently past that age. Moreover, they were accustomed to measuring the abilities of royal offspring, and there was only one princess. Had the emperor sired another child outside the palace? Was this girl also a princess? One elder in red boldly inquired. Emperor Lu Xian frowned at the implication, as if he were a notorious libertine. He was quite discerning in such matters. It was not easy for a dragon's offspring to wander into the world. Ji Yunxiao was an exception. She is Ning Xuemo, daughter of General Ning of Jinyuan, not a princess. Ji Yunhao promptly clarified. The daughter of General Jinyuan? That infamous failure? The elder in green scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Well, it seems her notoriety as a failure has indeed spread far and wide, he mused, as if she had reached a certain caliber of incompetence. Ning Xuemo possessed a calm demeanor. Such aggressive remarks from their lofty status did not faze her in the slightest. She smiled, stepping forward. It is quite an honor for my name to have reached the ears of esteemed elders who guard these crystal pillars. While innate abilities may be predetermined, effort should not be overlooked. Every individual who has strived deserves respect. The 5 of you, being the royal court's chosen elders, must possess exceptional insight and character, unlike the shallow commoners. Would you not agree? The 5 elders were momentarily speechless. Ning Xuemo's words, both flattering and derisive, left them without retort. She stood before them, her eyes sparkling like gems, radiating a serene yet compelling aura that made the elders feel somewhat inadequate. Her remarks stirred their thoughts. Was it truly justifiable for someone born without talent to be scorned by all? Should they not be allowed to live with dignity? The 5 elders, who typically held themselves in high esteem, felt a mix of irritation and a twinge of shame at her words. They could not help but scrutinize Ning Xuemo anew. This girl, regardless of her aptitude, was remarkable. Her poise alone surpassed many so-called prodigies of psychic power. Lady Ning, please proceed, the elder in black gestured, his tone now devoid of disdain. Thank you. Ning Xuemo smiled gently, stepping forward. The aptitude test would follow the order of water, gold, earth, fire, wood. She proceeded to test each pillar as instructed. As she had anticipated, no miraculous revelation occurred due to her status as a time traveler. The first 4 pillars remained unresponsive, showing no sign of illumination whatsoever. On this continent, many were deemed failures, yet even the most ordinary individuals would elicit some reaction from the crystals. The more mundane one's abilities, the more varied their innate psychic qualities. Some could even cause all 5 pillars to faintly glow. However, Ning Xuemo was an unprecedented case for them. Though it was expected, a slight disappointment lingered in her heart, realizing her status as a true failure. Unlike other narratives of powerful heroines, there was no malfunction in the testing apparatus. Despite her initial dismay, Ning Xuemo had prepared herself mentally, so she did not dwell on it for long. However, Ji Yunhao felt a pang of sympathy. As she approached the green crystal pillar, he reached out to stop her. Xuemo, there is no need to continue testing. Ning Xuemo's big eyes narrowed in determination. It's fine. One must see things through to the end, not abandon them halfway. She pushed his hand aside and walked confidently toward the pillar. Ji Yunhao watched her retreating figure, his expression shifting. Not everyone possessed the courage to face failure so boldly. Ordinary girls might have seized the opportunity to withdraw gracefully, leaving a glimmer of hope. But not her. She demanded a definitive answer, regardless of the outcome. The 5 elders regarded her with newfound admiration. This young lady was indeed brave. As Ning Xuemo placed her palm upon the green crystal pillar, as expected, it showed no response. She internally chuckled at the situation and withdrew her hand, shrugging lightly as she stepped down from the platform. However, just as she descended, the previously dim green pillar flickered with a faint glow at its base. All eyes turned toward the crystal pillar, but the light flickered and vanished, returning to its former state. Ji Yunhao, however, felt a surge of excitement and stepped forward. Xuemo, try again. Perhaps you possess wood-based psychic aptitude. A glimmer of hope ignited within Ning Xuemo, and she placed her hand upon the pillar once more. Initially, it remained unresponsive, but after a moment, a faint green light emerged from the base, slowly ascending. When it reached a height of about an inch, it flickered and extinguished, leaving her momentarily stunned. The crowd murmured as they observed the crystal pillar, which stood at a height of 1 meter. The greater one's telekinetic aptitude, the higher the illuminated section would rise. 3 inches represented the first level, with ordinary individuals typically ranging between 3 to 6 inches. Those with slightly better qualifications might reach up to 12 inches, corresponding to the 3rd level, which was considered a commendable standard. However, Ji Yanwang's result reached an impressive 20 inches, marking her as a prodigy. In contrast, Ning Xuemo had struggled for quite some time, managing only a meager flicker of light, insufficient even for the 1st level. The disappointment in Emperor Lishuan's gaze was palpable. After all, she was still seen as a failure, unworthy of his most exceptional son. Ji Yanwang cleared her throat and smiled gently. Congratulations, Xuemo. It appears the previous assessment of the crystal pillar was erroneous. You indeed possess somewhat element telekinetic aptitude. Having spent a while in this realm, Ning Xuemo recognized that her abilities were rather insignificant, barely surpassing that of a complete failure. Yet, she remained undeterred. After all, even a sliver of potential had to count for something. If she utilized it wisely, there was still room for growth. Moreover, she had the opportunity to cultivate her inner strength. This body was indeed an excellent vessel for such training. Clapping her hands, she smiled dismissively and thanked Jian Huang. "Thank you." She then leaped down from the platform and addressed Emperor Lishuan. "Your Majesty, I believe I have no further business here. May I return to my residence?" Having been away for 2 days and a night, she could only imagine the chaos that awaited her at the Jinyuan Marquisate. She wondered whether the international guest had resumed his furious howling due to the inability to communicate with anyone. Before Emperor Lishuan could respond, Ji and Huang joined her on the ground, saying, "Xiaoma, I shall escort you home." The emperor observed his son's unusual concern for the young girl, furrowing his brow slightly. This was not a good omen. He needed to devise a plan to extinguish any inappropriate feelings his son might harbor. His son, being so exceptional, deserved a match equally remarkable, and clearly, Ning Xiaoma did not fit that mold. Just as he contemplated how best to navigate this predicament, a usually composed attendant rushed in, nearly stumbling over the threshold in his haste. Still catching his breath, he exclaimed in a voice tinged with excitement, "Your Majesty, the Emperor. The Emperor has come to visit." A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Emperor Lishuan spun on his heel, striding purposefully towards the exit. "Dispatch orders to sprinkle clean water on the streets, scatter flowers along the path, and prepare to receive the Emperor with utmost respect." After taking a few steps, he turned back to Ji and Huang and Ning Xiaoma, instructing, "You both shall accompany me to welcome him." Ning Xiaoma felt a pang of reluctance. While it was understandable for Ji and Huang to be included, why was the emperor summoning her? Such honors were typically reserved for those of higher status. She longed to return to her dwelling and rest rather than greet an esteemed figure. However, with the emperor's command weighing heavily upon her, she could only acquiesce, albeit begrudgingly. The efficiency of the palace was commendable. Despite the sudden announcement, the palace staff moved with impressive order. Within moments, 2 lines of attendants had formed, swiftly making their way towards the palace gates. Ning Xiaoma walked alongside Ji and Huang, whispering, "It seems the emperor does not visit often." "Indeed. The last time was 18 years ago," Ji and Huang replied. "Wait, wasn't there an appearance just a few days ago?" Ning Kuemo rekallet. "That time, he even granted me justice. That was merely a fleeting visit. He was present for only a quarter of an hour," Ji and Huang clarified. "Ah, so his grand entrance was simply a casual affair," Ning Xiaoma thought, feeling exasperated. "By the way, you mentioned the hot springs in your estate were created by the emperor. Could it be from that visit 18 years ago?" Ji and Huang nodded. "Indeed. I was only 5 then, and my father had just constructed the crown prince's residence for me. I hadn't even moved in when I had the honor of hosting the emperor. He stayed only 2 days before departing, with my father having merely paid him a single visit." Ning Xiaoma couldn't help but mentally criticize the emperor for his grandiosity. How old is this emperor, anyway? She mused. If he is bored and cannot leave, I might as well indulge in some gossip. Ji and Huang shook her head. "I cannot say. I'm not privy to such details. Aren't you his disciple? How could you not know your master's age?" Ning Xiaoma teased. Ji and Huang sighed lightly. "Do not blame me. I fear my master does not know either. The emperor takes on a disciple roughly every 80 years. Currently, there are 18 core disciples, with my master being the youngest at 60 years of age. By that calculation, the emperor has been taking on disciples for about 1,500 years. Ning Kuemo exclaimed, astoniset. And that doesn't even account for the years before he began. In this era, life expectancy bore little difference to her previous world, where ordinary individuals lived to around 80 years. Only those who reached the first level of the earth realm could delay aging and the higher one's cultivation. The longer their lifespan, those who attained the 8th level of the earth realm could transcend the limits of life, living for a millennium, but they would not achieve immortality and would eventually succumb to death. The first few disciples the emperor had taken are now long gone. It was said that only those who broke through to the 2nd level of the heaven realm could truly conquer life and death. Could it be that this emperor had indeed become a divine being? Approaching 2,000 years of age, he could rival the longevity of the celestial beings. As they approached the palace gates, Ning Xiaoma found herself among the welcoming party. At last, she beheld the emperor's carriage, a magnificent sedan chair adorned with the azure sky and bright sun insignia, carried by maidens draped in sheer veils. A youthful, handsome attendant cleared the path, followed by a procession of tall, model-like youths. Aside from the Emperor's carriage, everyone else on the street knelt in reverence, not daring to breathe. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Lishuan commanded all the civil and military officials to bow deeply, and Ning Xuan knew she could not remain standing. Dropping to her knees in compliance, bowing respectfully, Emperor Lishuan proclaimed, "We welcome the esteemed emperor." From within the sedan chair, a single word emerged, precious and scarce. Ning Xuan felt her heart leap. She had finally heard the voice of the emperor. It was ageless, ethereal, like the wind whispering atop a mountain, gently caressing the ears of all present. Emperor Lishuan continued with a series of formalities, expressing his profound honor at the emperor's arrival, his demeanor reverent, akin to that of a celestial being. Ning Xuan's knees ached from kneeling, and she inwardly cursed, finding the emperor's lengthy speech even more tedious than that of some bureaucrats. Yet, she couldn't help but admire his improvisational skill. Unlike others who read from prepared scripts, she had heard that this emperor preferred tranquility and disliked excessive chatter. Why then was he so unusually patient this time? Was it a display of grandeur? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she stole a glance at the sedan chair, wondering why the emperor remained silent despite the lengthy address from Emperor Lishuan. Yet, the entourage stood in complete silence. Not even a cough could be heard, and no further sounds emerged from the chair, leaving Emperor Lishuan to continue his soliloquy, the esteemed emperor showing no inclination to disembark. El Shuendi, feeling slightly embarrassed after speaking at length without receiving a single response, was momentarily taken aback when a young attendant stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the emperor only wishes to rest here for 3 days and requires merely a truly pristine courtyard. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else." El Shuendi's face flushed with embarrassment. The emperor's sudden arrival had caught him off guard, and the palace's preparations were somewhat lacking. His lengthy speech at the palace gates was merely a tactic to buy some time for the servants to make proper arrangements. To his dismay, however, his intentions had been seen through. He could only bow again and say, "Your Majesty, please." The emperor's carriage finally entered. Ning Xuan was finally able to witness the grandeur of the emperor's procession. Young attendants scattered a pristine white flower carpet before the emperor's palanquin, creating a path resembling a cloud. After the emperor's sedan chair passed, another young attendant would gather the carpet, and the entire entourage moved with a lightness that made it appear as though they were gliding above the clouds. It was a magnificent sight, reminiscent of the sun god parading through the heavens, and Ning Xuan sighed inwardly. In comparison to this emperor, the so-called starry old monster who demanded his disciples to chant phrases like cultured and martial, unifying the Jianghu during every outing, seemed utterly insignificant. This was the epitome of grandeur, an understated yet regal display. No wonder he was a ruler who had lived for nearly 2,000 years. His presence was simply awe-inspiring, rendering anyone unable to resist admiration. Chapter 105. The emperor's grandeur. The palace, the residence of the emperor, was meticulously maintained by the eunuchs and palace maids, with every hall kept spotless. However, El Shuendi understood that the cleanliness demanded by the emperor was not merely conventional. It was a pristine condition, untouched by any previous occupants. Fortunately, there were numerous halls within the palace, making it relatively easy to find such a place. The CHNGWN hall was the perfect choice. Under El Shuendi's personal guidance, the emperor's palanquin finally came to a stop at the entrance of CHNGWN hall, and Ning Xuan held her breath in anticipation. She was about to glimpse the true visage of the emperor. Surely, they would not carry the palanquin into the hall? Suddenly, figures of young attendants flitted around the palanquin, enveloping it like a blossoming flower. Ning Xuan's lips twitched. Each of them held a veil of unknown material, densely shrouding the palanquin. The sheer fabric, illuminated by the sunlight, shimmered with a spectrum of colors, and within this kaleidoscope, a figure emerged from the palanquin. Due to the veil's obstruction, Ning Xuan could not discern the person's features, but she caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure resembling an ethereal deity, draped in radiant light as they entered the hall. When the veil was finally lifted, the figure had vanished, and even the palanquin was nowhere to be seen. The young attendants stood in a fan formation at the entrance. Ning Xuan was taken aback. Was this truly it? After all that anticipation, she was left with only a hazy silhouette? How disappointing. No wonder J.Y.N. Huing, as his apprentice, had only seen him twice. This emperor was exceedingly elusive. Every action of his was shielded by an impenetrable guard. Did he even require an entourage when visiting the restroom? She glanced at L.Su.N.D., who was also blocked from entering, and then at J.Y.N. Huing, stifling a yawn as she quietly remarked, "Your Highness, the emperor has already been welcomed inside. I have no further role here. May I take my leave?" Despite the emperor's enigmatic nature, Inning Su-em was not inclined to probe further. She thought it far more appealing to return and gaze upon Tom's sorrowful countenance. Just as she voiced her thoughts, the hall doors swung open, and a young attendant stepped out, announcing, "The emperor invites Her Majesty to bathe before the audience. You may bring 2 individuals inside. The rest may disperse." The emperor cherishes tranquility. Inning Su-em's heart leapt with joy. The emperor could only bring 2 individuals inside, and she was certain she would not be chosen. At last, she would be free to return home for a well-deserved rest. Just as she was about to cheerfully bid farewell to J.Y.N. Huing, L.Su.N.D. spoke up. "Y.N. Huing, Su-em, you two must quickly wash and change. Accompany me to meet the emperor." Inning Su-em felt exasperated. Why must the emperor insist on bringing her along? She was merely a nameless girl with no connections. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that the old emperor had been swayed by her whimsical tales about heavenly gifts, believing that the emperor who entered her dreams was indeed the true emperor? Surely, this could not be happening. She had just blurted out nonsense and stumbled upon the ultimate boss, while L.Su.N.D. might see her as a disciple of the emperor of her dreams. She had no objections, as it could make him more cautious in his dealings with her. However, if the truth were to surface upon entry, what kind of trouble would the emperor devise for her? Just as she sought a reason to refuse, a voice rang out from behind her. "Father, I can accompany you in with Brother Taizi." Chapter 106. The emperor's grandeur. Inning Su-em turned to see a young lady gliding gracefully towards them, her palace gown flowing elegantly. It was the coldly beautiful Princess J.Y.N.Y.O., who harbored feelings for her elder brother. In the presence of her father and brother, she softened considerably, shedding her previous haughtiness. After greeting L.Su.N.D. and J.Y.N. Huing, she subtly edged out Inning Su-em and took J.Y.N. Huing's arm, affectionately saying, "Brother Taizi, may I join you in accompanying father inside?" J.Y.N. Huing, usually aloof, appeared more relaxed upon seeing his younger sister. He gently patted her hand. "Why have you left the training grounds?" J.Y.N.Y.O. pouted. "I happen to return to the palace, and since the emperor requires 2 individuals of comparable status to accompany him, it would not do to bring someone of lowly standing. I am a most suitable choice." "Father, isn't that right?" She shot a pointed glance at Inning Su-em. Inning Su-em stifled a yawn. The emperor's request for L.Su.N.D. to bring 2 individuals inside was merely a formality for worship and listening to instructions. What more could it entail? She had no desire to play the role of a servant. Although the princess spoke with a degree of arrogance, it conveniently aligned with her own intentions. Thus, Inning Su-em seized the opportunity to speak. "The princess is correct. It would indeed be more fitting for her and the crown prince to accompany His Majesty. I have matters to attend to at home and shall not intrude further. I take my leave." J.Y.N. Huing furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Inning Su-em, who wore a smile that suggested she was plotting an escape. L.Su.N.D. decisively interjected. "Y.N.Y.O. cease this nonsense. Su-em, you and Y.N. Huing will accompany me inside. Quickly go wash and change. Ian-Igao. Return to your training and do not create disturbances here. This is an imperial decree. Off you go." At the emperor's command, even J.Y.N.Y.O. dared not defy him. She bit her lip, reluctantly responded with an understood, and shot Inning Su-em a frosty glare before turning to leave. Inning Su-em felt her temples throb. The old emperor seemed intent on ensuring her days were far from carefree, as he had now positioned another adversary against her. Jealous princesses were the most irksome, especially one who was willing to eliminate rivals without scruples due to her feelings for her brother. How utterly detestable. In the northern realm, there exists a beauty standing apart from the world. One glance can topple a city, a second can bring a nation to its knees. Clouds weave garments, flowers form countenances, as if meeting beneath the moonlit jade terrace. At the moment, Ning Su-em finally beheld the emperor. The poetic verses she had once learned to describe beauty surged through her mind. She felt these verses aptly captured the emperor seated before her, though a few words needed alteration. For example, the foremost beauty stands apart from the world, an icy presence untouched. One glance captures the heart. A second enchants the entire hall. Clouds weave garments. Ice forms countenances, as if meeting beneath the moonlit glacier. A living ice sculpture. A stunning, living ice sculpture. A pristine figure, with only hair and eyes of darkness against the brilliant white. Clad in an ethereal robe of cloud-like whiteness, adorned with subtle swirling patterns resembling clouds. It appeared as though the clouds themselves floated and moved in tandem with the figure's occasional gestures. A crown of white jade, resembling clouds, graced his head. The crown appeared akin to mutton-fat jade, yet its luster was imbued with a warmth far surpassing that of mutton-fat jade, exuding a semi-translucent quality, within which faintly swirled the essence of wind and clouds. Flowing like a curtain or a stream of water, his long hair cascaded behind him, trailing alongside his white robe that swept the ground. Under the eaves, a gentle reminder lingered. Please remember our site's mobile domain. Chapter 107. The Emperor's Intent. His long hair, resembling flowing curtains or streams, spread behind him, dragging along the ground with his white robe. The interplay of white and black formed a striking contrast, both embodying cool tones, rendering the scene even more vivid and breathtaking. Indeed, he wore a mask that concealed his entire face, an icy visage that obscured any glimpse of his skin, revealing only a pair of eyes. To be precise, only the depths of his pitch-black irises were visible, without a discernible shape to be seen. Seated there, he seemed enveloped in an aura of ice and snow, rendering his age and appearance indiscernible. Were it not for his tall and upright stature, Ning Suimuo might have struggled to discern his gender. In her lifetime, she had never encountered someone exuding such an intense chill, a mere glance sending shivers deep within her bones. Though it was midsummer and the room should have been stiflingly warm, the emperor radiated an aura that transformed the entire palace into an icy cavern, almost as if a chilling wind howled overhead. Could this emperor possibly be a 1,000-year-old snow monster come to life, so frigid in demeanor? Ning Suimuo instinctively wrapped her garments tighter around herself, her gaze wandering to the attendants beside the emperor, stirring emotions within her. The emperor's attendants were all youthful, their faces strikingly handsome, resembling characters from a painting, each exuding a charm that was hard to resist. Among them stood the youth who had once rendered her service. He stood quietly at the emperor's side, lips pursed in silence. Despite their appealing appearances, each face bore a stern expression, mirroring the emperor's icy demeanor. The young maidservants, in contrast, stood at a distance, refraining from approaching. Though they were of a lively age, they stood like old scholars, embodying the essence of statues. A waste of their vitality. Ning Suimuo shook her head internally, her brow furrowing in discontent. Suddenly, she felt a gaze sweep toward her. Instinctively, she looked up to meet the familiar youth's eyes. Recalling his kindness, she offered him a slight nod, her lips curling into a faint smile. The youth, with eyes like black crystals, regarded her for a moment before shifting his gaze away, resuming his quiet vigil. Ning Suimuo, indifferent to the exchange, sighed softly to herself. During their previous encounter at the square, the youth had been aloof yet retained a certain warmth. Now, standing beside the emperor, he seemed utterly devoid of any human warmth. It appeared that this icy demeanor was indeed contagious. The coldness clearly affected the emperor, who discreetly channeled his inner power to shield himself, barely managing to speak as if nothing were amiss. He delivered yet another eloquently crafted speech. The emperor, seated with lowered eyes, seemed indifferent to his words, leaving Ning Suimuo with only a view of his long, dark lashes. Despite the emperor's prolonged absence over the decades, his grand return to the palace surely bore significance. Yet, he remained silent, embodying a statue-like presence, neither eating nor drinking, seemingly there merely to project an imposing image. Ning Suimuo harbored doubts, casting another glance at the emperor. To her surprise, the emperor's complexion appeared pale, his lips white, though he stood upright. Yet, his robes quivered slightly, and frost seemed to form above his brow. He was evidently chilled to the core. Ning Suimuo too felt the cold, yet within tolerable limits, able to withstand the chill without effort. She glanced again at Ji Yanhuang, who appeared slightly pale, though his complexion was far better than that of the emperor, and he did not tremble. The hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This stillness clearly discomforted Lu Xian Emperor, who, as the host, could not allow the atmosphere to stagnate. However, he had exhausted the formalities penned by the university scholar, having recited them all, and was left to rely on improvisation. Yet, he was unfamiliar with the emperor, struggling to conjure a suitable topic for discussion. Conversation requires reciprocity, yet, amid the throng, not a single soul engaged, leaving Lu Xian Emperor to speak to himself. Feeling awkward, he contemplated his next words. Finally, the emperor broke the silence. Lu Xian Emperor felt an immense relief. He was finally liberated from his predicament. He bowed once more, acknowledging, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave. Your Majesty, the young emperor has brought them for your convenience. Should you require anything, feel free to command them." He gestured toward Ning Suimuo and Ji Yanhuang standing behind him. Ning Suimuo felt a sense of resignation, knowing she had no choice but to comply. Together with Ji Yanhuang, she stood in unison, paying homage to the emperor. The emperor remained silent, merely raising a hand slightly, indicating that they were excused. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Suimuo rose, acutely aware of the emperor's icy gaze upon her. Strangely, during their previous encounter at the square, despite the distance and multitude of bodies between them, she had distinctly felt his cold gaze penetrate her, leaving an unforgettable chill on that sweltering day. Now, as the emperor scrutinized her once more, while still cold, the sensation was oddly diminished, as if they were not the same individuals. Perhaps during their first meeting, the emperor had intentionally aimed to intimidate her, subtly emitting an aura that instilled fear as a form of punishment for her audacity. This time, however, his scrutiny felt ordinary, devoid of the previous intensity. The mask on the emperor's face concealed his expression entirely, rendering it impossible for Ning Suimuo to discern his feelings. Yet, his stoic demeanor suggested he had long forgotten her identity. Lu Xian Emperor, too, observed the emperor's reaction to Ning Suimuo. If he were indeed her master from her dreams, a flicker of surprise or some emotion would surely have surfaced at their reunion. However, disappointment washed over him as the emperor's mask rendered any discernible reaction impossible. Undeterred, he ventured, "Your disciple, Yanhuang, is your student." There is no need for the young emperor to introduce her. Though she appears unremarkable, she possesses unique gifts. Finally, the emperor lifted his gaze, his demeanor still inscrutable, yet his tone bore a hint of emotion as he acknowledged, "Unique gifts?" Indeed, this young woman acquired celestial knowledge in a dream last year, mastering exceptional medical skills, Lu Xian Emperor elaborated. Yet, the emperor merely responded with a neutral, disinterested word. The emperor's response, bland and devoid of depth, left Lu Xian Emperor utterly perplexed, yielding no insights or clues. Although he felt a sense of reluctance, the chill enveloping him was unbearable. He could scarcely stand, and before he transformed into an ice sculpture, he had no choice but to take his leave. The emperor remained in meditation, neither eating nor drinking. The hall was so cold that not even a fly dared to enter, and the space was impeccably clean, as if sterilized. In such circumstances, Ning Suimuo was at a loss regarding her purpose in remaining. She stood still for a moment, glancing at the young maidens and youths, who appeared as if carved from wood, their eyes slightly closed, seemingly in a meditative state. Their evident mastery rendered their breathing inaudible. The entire hall was as silent as a crypt, devoid of even the faintest whisper. Ning Shumao felt a sense of madness brewing within her. Had the esteemed emperor journeyed all this way merely to occupy such a palace and play the role of an ice statue? If he wished to do so, that was his affair, but must he involve her? After all the turmoil she had endured, she had yet to catch a proper sleep and longed for the comfort of the large bed she had recently purchased for her residence. Furthermore, her injuries had yet to heal completely, and standing for too long caused a dull ache to throb in her back. Xuemao, enter a meditative state. The voice of Ji Yanhuang echoed in her ears, a sound that directly entered her mind, unheard by others. A glance at Ji Yanhuang revealed that he too had closed his eyes, deep in meditation. His cultivation was profound, standing so close to him. Ning Shumao could not detect even a whisper of his breath. meditating while standing. She could not abide by such a practice. She would rather return and lie down than remain here as a mere ice sculpture. With a slight smile, she took a step forward and spoke, "Your Majesty, may I inquire if there is anything I can assist you with?" Her voice rang clear like a brook cascading over stones, shattering the oppressive silence that enveloped the hall. Akin to the first flower blooming on a frozen tundra. No one had dared to speak while the emperor was in meditation. Ji and Wang's expression shifted slightly, but it was too late to intervene. Others, as if awakened from stupor, opened their eyes to gaze at the audacious individual who dared disturb the emperor. At last, the emperor opened his eyes, his gaze as dark as obsidian, landing upon Ning Xuemao. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, "You're Ning Xuemao?" It appeared that this emperor could indeed utter more than just monosyllabic responses. She had assumed him to be a creature of few words. "Yes, I am indeed Ning Xuemao. I would like to express my gratitude for your earlier intervention, which spared me from an unjust fate," she replied, exuding the proper etiquette and smiling warmly, revealing a set of 4 delicate teeth, more flawless than an airline stewardess's smile, official and gentle. "Come here." The emperor uttered 3 more words. What could he possibly want her to do? Fan him, massage his shoulders, or perhaps knead his legs? A flurry of questions raced through her mind. Yet she understood the necessity of compliance. She approached, stopping 1.5 meters away and bowing. "What commands do you have, Your Majesty?" Before she could finish her sentence, it felt as though an invisible force tugged at her feet, causing her to stumble uncontrollably into the emperor's embrace. Oh no! She did not wish to throw herself at an imposing ice figure. Ning Xuemao twisted her waist, her body swirling like a butterfly, and in an instant, she regained her balance. Just as she steadied herself, she felt a sudden tightness around her wrist. She stumbled again, nearly toppling into the emperor's expansive white robes. She quickly steadied herself, now standing less than 10 centimeters from the emperor, a distance typically reserved for those closest to one another. Alarm bells rang in her mind. Could it be that this seemingly celestial being, aloof and untouched by the mundane world, was actually a lecherous youth? This emperor's demeanor was truly extraordinary. As he grasped her wrist, he had even placed a silk handkerchief beneath his hand. Was there truly a need for such pretentiousness? She regarded his hand, perfectly shaped with long, lustrous fingers akin to carved ivory. Yet, it felt as cold as iron. Even through the pristine handkerchief, a chill coursed up her wrist, swiftly surging toward her heart. Wherever the cold passed, her blood seemed to freeze. Goodness, he wouldn't be inclined to kill her over this, would he? Instinctively, Ning Xuemao summoned her internal energy to counteract the icy invasion. To her surprise, as soon as her energy clashed with the invisible cold, the chill vanished without a trace. Startled, she almost harmed herself with her own energy. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, redirecting her internal force to the area affected by the cold, reopening the pathways of her blood circulation. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the emperor and Ning Xuemao stood in intimate proximity. The emperor holding her wrist while Ning Xuemao seemed to nearly lean against him, yet her stance was oddly poised, almost as if they shared an intimate bond. Who would have guessed that they had already engaged in a silent struggle, with Ning Xuemao teetering on the brink of death? "You are a waste of psychic energy," the emperor observed, his tone revealing an unexpected depth as he spoke 6 words. Ning Xuemao rolled her eyes inwardly. Could this old man refrain from bringing up such sensitive topics? But within you lies another force. What is it? The emperor continued, his inquiries marked by a growing curiosity. An aura of intense cold enveloped her as he spoke, as if a stream of ice flowed around her. How curious that, despite his frigid nature, his blood remained unchilled. Standing so close to him, the cold was overwhelming, and with great effort, Ning Xuemao resisted the urge to shiver as she replied, "It is a power I cultivated, which you may refer to as internal energy." Internal energy, the emperor repeated softly, his tone enigmatic. Suddenly, he relaxed his grip, granting her wrist its freedom. She immediately stepped back. "Indeed, internal energy. I refer to it in such a manner. Where did you learn it?" "Bestowed by heaven." Ning Xuemao attributed the credit to the heavens, knowing well that they would not expose her. It was an infallible excuse. The emperor regarded her intently. "You are lying." "Not at all," she replied earnestly. "It is truly a skill I brought with me." This was not entirely untrue. for cultivating internal energy was indeed a skill from her own world. As they stood, Ning Shumao observed the emperor, suddenly realizing that this position actually favored her, providing a sense of superiority. The distance between them was so minimal that Ning Shumao could almost count the strands of his eyelashes. She was uncertain about the emperor's features, yet those long, thick lashes were undeniably striking, each clearly defined. Surely, he could not be wearing false eyelashes? His eyes were as black as ink, reminiscent of someone wearing colored contact lenses. What are you thinking about? The emperor inquired, interrupting her reverie. Ning Shumao had no intention of admitting anything. After all, he was the emperor, a figure of both literary and martial prowess, commanding respect from all. I merely meant that the emperor embodies both literary and martial excellence, earning the admiration of all under heaven. She promptly corrected herself, avoiding the phrase unifying the martial world. The emperor was indeed formidable. Not only would he command respect from the rulers of this land, but even the emperors would treat him with utmost reverence. To say he unified the martial world would belittle his true stature. The emperor regarded her for a moment, finally releasing her hand. You are quite the silver-tongued flatterer. Yet your words trail off without conclusion. Ning Shumao looked up at him, but his mask concealed his expression too thoroughly for her to discern his thoughts. She waited in silence, yet the emperor remained taciturn, leisurely wiping his hands with the silk handkerchief. Ning Shumao took 2 steps back. It seems that your majesty has no further matters requiring my attention. I shall take my leave. The emperor continued meticulously wiping his hands, ensuring that each finger and even the spaces between were attended to. Upon hearing her words, he shot her a glance and lifted his hand, tossing a green jujube into Ning Shumao's palm. Eat this. As a connoisseur of poisons, Ning Shumao could discern the nature of any substance that passed through her hands. She gently squeezed the jujube, realizing it was neither toxic nor cursed, thus deemed safe for consumption. She believed it would pose no significant risk to her. She cast a discreet glance at the handkerchief just discarded by the emperor, clearly indicating that he harbored an acute obsession with cleanliness, disdainful of any physical contact with others. As he held her wrist with the handkerchief, he did not hesitate to wipe his hands afterward. A gentle smile graced her lips as she picked up a sleeve, vigorously wiping the jujube, nearly removing a layer of its skin before reluctantly placing it in her mouth. After a few chews, her smile blossomed like a flower. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the jujube. The fruit appeared exceedingly green. Its flavor was unexpectedly sweet, imbued with a rich fragrance that instantly awakened her taste buds. The emperor observed the sleeve that Ning Shumao had discarded on the ground after wiping the jujube. To his misfortune, the sleeve lay next to the handkerchief he had thrown. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he waved his sleeve, causing the 2 pieces of fabric to vanish in an instant, replaced by swirling currents of air that circled around Ning Shumao. A chill ran down her spine as she discerned that these currents were the vaporized remnants of the handkerchief and sleeve. The emperor's prowess was indeed formidable, capable of instantaneously vaporizing objects. He was not merely a charlatan, but possessed genuine skill. The 2 currents of air threatened to freeze her entirely, and she struggled to circulate her internal energy to avoid being instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. However, frost began to form on her face and lips, giving her a somewhat alarming appearance. The boy who had once defended Ning Shumao bowed, imploring, Your Majesty, please show mercy. She is but a child. If she has offended you, I hope you can forgive her. After all, the emperor had once saved her, and she felt genuine gratitude. Seeing the situation turn dire, Ji and Huang stepped forward, also bowing in plea. The emperor's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, shimmered momentarily as he spoke softly. This sovereign does not intend to quarrel with a mere child. I merely wish to test her abilities. With a slight motion of his sleeve, the 2 swirling currents drifted out of the hall, escaping through the door's crevice. A faint gasp echoed outside, soon followed by silence. Although she was deemed a failure, she was not entirely worthless. The emperor finally released her, albeit with some harsh words. Faced with such overwhelming strength, Ning Shumao was wise enough not to engage in conflict. And with a smile, she replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. I bought a watch last year. You are truly a remarkable being. I take my leave. As she turned to depart, the emperor was momentarily puzzled by one of her remarks, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, she slipped through the door. A flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Despite being labeled a failure, this young girl possessed an indomitable spirit, and curiously, her constitution seemed different from that of ordinary people, as she remained unharmed by his icy grasp. As Ning Xiuma stepped outside, the sun shone brightly, warming her, prompting her to stretch lazily in its embrace. However, halfway through her stretch, she paused, noticing the 2 rows of flower-like youths standing in perfect formation outside the door. Remarkably, they had maintained the same posture since her entry. The emperor's discipline was evidently stringent. Truly, a man who has lived for nearly 2 millennia. He himself was as rigid and cold as a coffin lid, and even his subordinates had been trained to exhibit such demeanor, resembling a collection of animated coffin lids. Her gaze fell upon an ice sculpture not far from the entrance. Upon closer inspection, she realized she had not noticed its presence earlier. This sculpture was alarmingly lifelike, with intricate details in its features and attire, resembling that of the palace guards. A sense of familiarity washed over her. She had seen this guard beside the emperor moments before. Ning Xuan noted the half-open mouth and wide eyes of the figure, and a thought struck her. Could it be that this was not merely an ice sculpture, but a real person frozen by the emperor's chilling winds? She felt an irresistible urge to investigate further. Miss, he is encased in ice. He will be freed within 12 hours, but he must not be moved. A young man intercepted her approach, speaking in a hushed tone. His voice was so low that only Ning Xiuma could hear, indicating the necessity of absolute silence in this place where the youths dared not speak aloud and could only convey their messages telepathically. Indeed, it was the emperor's chilling winds at work. She had not anticipated their potency, capable of instantly transforming someone into a block of ice. This was the realm of a true master of mental energy, a wonder that left her yearning to sharpen her own abilities. She aspired to ascend to such heights, to subdue this old charlatan, to freeze and thaw him repeatedly, to watch him continue his pretentiousness, while she sang her conquest upon his back, ensuring he could never rise again. Alas, her petite frame was that of a mental energy nullity. The thought was disheartening. Yet, she recalled that she had started with no mental energy whatsoever. Now, she possessed a modicum of it, suggesting that perhaps her condition was not entirely hopeless. With diligent cultivation, she might enhance her talents further. As she pondered this, she made her way outside. Having passed through several palace gates, she was suddenly greeted by a loud proclamation. The emperor has arrived. She looked up to see a group of attendants surrounding Emperor Lishuan as he approached her with confident strides. Ning Xiuma internally cursed her luck. She had encountered an unusual number of royals lately, and now she found herself face to face with the emperor. She curtsied, and the emperor waved for her to rise, his gaze sweeping over her with a hint of surprise. Did I not instruct you to attend to the emperor? Why are you here? What is there to attend to? He is merely a block of wood and ice. Ning Xiuma silently scoffed, yet maintained her obedient facade. Your Majesty, it was the emperor who allowed me to leave. He likely noticed my frail constitution and showed mercy. A flicker of understanding crossed Emperor Lishuan's eyes. In truth, whenever the emperor traveled, he would accompany 2 of the palace's most important figures, serving as a form of hostage rather than mere attendants. Only upon the emperor's departure would they regain their freedom. It was surprising that Ning Xiuma had been allowed to leave after less than half an hour inside. The emperor was known for his cold demeanor, never one to easily show compassion. The notion that he would take pity on Ning Xiuma, given her fragile state, was hard to believe for anyone familiar with him. Perhaps he deemed her too insignificant to serve as a hostage, leaving only Yunhua. Alternatively, he might be the one who imparted skills to Ning Xiuma in her dreams, thus allowing her release. Both possibilities were equally plausible, and Emperor Lishuan found it difficult to ascertain the truth. He cast another glance at Ning Xiuma, stirred by a sense of curiosity. The emperor's domain radiated a unique aura, one that seemed to repel ordinary mortals. This aura was peculiar, permitting only young boys and girls to linger for extended periods. Anyone who had lost their purity would feel an icy chill upon entering the hall, a cold that penetrated to the bone. Even he, with his considerable cultivation, could barely endure a brief stay, emerging only to shiver by the hearth for an extended period to warm himself. Yet this girl, clearly a mental energy nullity, had remained unscathed after half an hour, lively and vibrant as ever. What could be the reason? Emperor Lishuan realized that the mysteries surrounding this girl with clear, bottomless eyes were far from ordinary, sparking a desire to keep her close and unravel her secrets. Shuama, I previously wronged you. Your father was once my right-hand man, and you are his loyal heir. I shall make amends. What is it that you desire? The emperor's tone was gentle and warm. In the realm of idle flattery, there exists a saying, those who offer excessive kindness are either deceitful or covetous. This is particularly true when it comes to the emperor's attention, which often conceals ulterior motives. Chapter 114. The emperor's rewards Ning Xiuma felt a twinge of wariness, as if a string within her was gently plucked. She stepped back, her small face adorned with a bright smile. Thank you, your majesty. Perhaps you could double the reward of 10,000 taels of gold? Emperor Lishuan pondered. Does this girl only have gold on her mind? She is indeed just a child, unaware of what truly matters. Shuama, gold is but a lifeless object. With a certain status, treasures like gold will come easily, he coaxed. Was the elder emperor regretting his earlier decisions, contemplating a marriage alliance with one of his princes? No, she had no interest in princes at all. She tilted her head and chuckled. Shuama is still young and has no grand ambitions. I'm not interested in an official career. If your majesty feels indebted, perhaps you could consider doubling the gold once more. Gazing at the sun, high in the sky and blazing, she squinted her eyes, slightly parted her lips to stifle a yawn, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, covered her mouth with her small hand, blinking her eyes with feigned embarrassment. Your majesty, I apologize. Shuama is quite fatigued and has acted inappropriately before you. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Emperor Lishuan, with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes, smiled generously. Of course not. If you are tired, it will be best to return and rest. Thank you, your majesty. Shuama takes her leave. As he stood there, watching her diminutive figure gradually fade from view, he mused on her cleverness and resourcefulness. With remarkable medical skills and a beauty yet to fully blossom, it would be a shame for such talent to be lost to common folk. However, if she were to become a part of his family, it would undoubtedly invite scrutiny. She was not worthy of his precious daughter. Thus, the only course of action left was to reward this little girl, promising her a delightful surprise. Since the news of Ning Xiuma's survival had not yet reached the Jinyuan Marquise, her grand reappearance caused quite a stir. Following the initial shock, there was a jubilant celebration within the household. Though she had only been missing for 2 days, it had been a torturous wait for the servants, many of whom had assumed she was dead and left in despair. Upon her return, apart from old Zhong, only 2 guards and 2 maidservants remained. Without hesitation, she publicly rewarded their loyalty and bravery, instantly doubling their wages. Her monthly allowance was already higher than others, and with this increase, gratitude flowed abundantly. Seizing the moment, Ning Xiuma established a new rule. Only loyal, righteous, and courageous servants would be accepted. Those who abandoned their master in times of trouble would never be employed again. With this new decree, those who remained rejoiced, pledging even greater loyalty, while those who had left were barred from re-entering the Marquise, now filled with regret. Upon her return, Ning Xiuma naturally went to visit her companion, the testing beast, Tom. Tom, embodying the dismal essence of the world, seemed to have lost all zest for life. Upon seeing her, it could hardly believe its eyes and, in a moment of excitement, collided headfirst into its iron cage, leaving a painful bump. Chapter 115. A surprise from the emperor. The conversation between the girl and the beast was lively, as Ning Xiuma recounted her recent tribulations, including her experiences in the prison. She was untroubled by the thought of Tom revealing her secrets. For one, it was her friend, and secondly, no one would understand its words. Tom listened with wide-eyed astonishment, its claws scratching the cage in agitation. The royal family is filled with aberrant individuals, especially the old emperor, who treats the daughter of a meritorious official in such a manner. Their conscience must be severely lacking. And that princess is no better. Ning Xiuma shot a glance. Do not generalize. In truth, the crown prince is quite commendable. Had it not been for his intervention, I would not have been able to rise again. Tom's eyes widened. He's indeed decent. Wait, you don't have feelings for him, do you? Defending him like that. He is merely a pretty face. Ning Xiuma rolled her eyes. You are the one with infatuations. I speak only the truth. I have no romantic inclinations towards him. Besides, I do not wish to remain in this world forever. I must find a way to return. Returning is a fanciful notion. We are souls that have crossed over, Where could we possibly go back to? Tom sighed despondently. This society is so primitive and ignorant, lacking in communication. It pales in comparison to our own. Ning Xuema gently patted its head. Do not lose hope. Perhaps we are not entirely without a path back. Stop patting my head. What do you mean we have a chance to return? Tom's eyes widened with curiosity. Ning Xuan nodded. In the past few days, I explored some texts at the prince's residence and stumbled upon information regarding a time-space tunnel. If we cultivate to a certain level of proficiency, we may be able to seek out this tunnel, possibly returning to our era. Tom perked up. The time-space tunnel should exist. We spoke of it in our time. Yet, no one has ever found it. It seemed to recall something, and its spirit waned. Even if we find it, what good will it do? You can return as a person, but I am merely a beast. If I were to return in this form, I would frighten many, and the scientific community would capture me for experiments. No matter how it viewed the future, it appeared bleak. Ning Xuema gave it a disapproving look. Have you forgotten that beasts can cultivate as well? Even foxes can evolve into spirit foxes with human forms. Surely you can too. You have already gained intelligence. So your cultivation should be far more efficient. Once you attain human form, what is there to fear? Tom's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Then I shall give cultivation a try. However, I cannot comprehend the texts in this world. Do not worry. I will acquire some cultivation texts from the prince and translate them for you, Ning Xuema assured, feeling a bond with her fellow traveler. Tom beamed with excitement. That sounds wonderful. Ning Xuema, generous in her actions, ordered a grand feast to celebrate her safe return, allowing both master and servants to revel together. In the realm of Chong Kong, such camaraderie between master and servants was unheard of, and her actions deeply moved everyone. She conducted her affairs with decisiveness and clarity, displaying a commendable demeanor far beyond her tender years, earning the respect and loyalty of all around her. Following a joyous gathering, she instructed that a new recruitment notice be posted, detailing her rules and conditions for employment. Given her generous compensation and the enthusiastic endorsements from existing staff, within an hour, numerous individuals came forth to offer their service. Ning Xuema entrusted Old Zhong with explaining the various rules of the Jinyuan Marquisate, and only after all newcomers agreed did she sign the employment contracts. In a mere half-day, the Marquisate regained its former vibrancy, even thriving more than before. After the meeting, Old Zhong appeared troubled. Miss, after distributing the monthly wages, our remaining funds are dwindling. I fear we may not sustain ourselves for long. Ning Xuema smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. It won't be long before someone brings us more funds. Old Zhong was astonished. The young lady was here all alone, and her scoundrel of a husband had called off the engagement. Who would possibly send her money? Before he could fully contemplate this thought, a melodious sound of music suddenly wafted in from outside, coming from the direction of the Jinyuan Marquis' residence. Moments later, someone rushed in to report, Miss, the imperial edict has arrived. Ning Xuema rose with a smile. Gold has come. Let us go and receive the decree. She had never imagined that her romantic prospects would bloom so abundantly, reaching a terrifying level that made her want to curse. It is said that women who traverse time have many suitors, but this was indeed excessive. She had only just arrived a few days ago and had already attracted 3 prominent suitors. The 6th prince and the crown prince were one thing, being young and handsome. But what the old emperor? He had actually issued a decree to make her a consort, and what was worse, he referred to her as a beastly consort. How ridiculous! The one delivering the decree was the chief steward of the imperial court, Grand Eunuch Lu. Not only did he bring the imperial edict, but he also brought a multitude of gifts, flowing in like a stream, nearly filling the entire hall. After he read the decree, his wrinkled face beamed with the joy of a freshly bloomed chrysanthemum. Congratulations, Your Highness. From this moment on, you have ascended to great heights. The old man had brought an array of royal betrothal gifts, more than sufficient to make a splendid show. The emperor, understanding the difficulties of managing a household alone, had specially ordered several palace maids to assist in preparing for the wedding. All she needed to do was to rest and await the marriage ceremony in 3 days. Ning Xuema restrained the urge to curse the old emperor's ancestors, accepting the edict with a smiling face, expressing her gratitude. The old emperor was indeed a madman. Just days prior, he had schemed against her, nearly wishing her dead, and now he was making a grand proposal to take her as a consort. Was he frozen in the chill of the imperial authority, or was there something that had driven him mad? Ning Xiuma knew she must not lose her temper at this moment, nor could she show the slightest displeasure. Thus, she feigned surprise and joy as she accepted the edict, even rewarding Grand Eunuch Lu with a gold ingot to send him away happily. Once Lu was dismissed, Ning Xiuma turned to survey the hall filled with gifts. The old emperor had indeed been generous. The offerings were either gold or silver, along with a large chest of jewelry and treasures. Ning Xiuma estimated that all these items combined were worth around 30 to 40,000 taels of gold, far exceeding the 10,000 taels she had requested, which was quite generous. However, the old emperor was calculating. If she were to enter the palace as a consort, she would undoubtedly need sufficient dowry. And since she had no other relatives in the residence, she would most likely have to bring these gifts back with her. Your Highness, these can be managed by the maids. You need only prepare to be a radiant bride in 3 days, said the 4 palace maids left by Eunuch Lu. Ning Xiuma raised her hand to stop them, saying indifferently, "You 4 are new here and do not yet understand the customs of the Jinyuan Marquis' residence. There is no need for you to concern yourselves with this." Old Zhong stepped forward. "Old servant is here. Take these gold and silver to exchange for banknotes. The jewelry should be sent to the storeroom." Old Zhong's orders were executed promptly, and in no time, all the boxes had been carried away. The 4 palace maids exchanged glances, and the leader stepped forward. "Your Highness, His Majesty has commanded us to prepare your dowry. How can we do so if you have taken everything?" Ning Xiuma smiled, her dimples like intoxicating wine. "Then you may procure your own dowry, ensuring it is splendid and ample. But since I have taken these, how can you prepare? The emperor said you must use these betrothal gifts for your dowry." The maid pressed. "That is not the case. Since these items are gifts from the emperor, I hold absolute control over them. I will use them as I see fit. And you have no right to interfere." Ning Xiuma's expression cooled. "But how shall we prepare the dowry?" "That is not my concern," she replied, her eyes slightly narrowed. "You should go to whoever issued the command for your dowry and ask them for the funds. Do not think to lay a hand on my possessions." Old Zhong worked efficiently, and soon, all the boxes were removed from the hall. The palace maids, though not entirely inept, found themselves outmatched by the guards accompanying Old Zhong. Frustrated, they hurried back to the palace to report. Emperor Lishuan was in his study reviewing documents when he first heard the report from Grand Eunuch Lu, who had relayed Ning Xiuma's every reaction and word in great detail. Lishuan Emperor nodded slightly. He had expected the girl might display some displeasure, especially since she had been quite close to Crown Prince Jian Huang, perhaps even contemplating the role of Crown Princess. Yet, she had agreed so readily and seemed genuinely pleased. Of course, even if she had refused or disliked it, she could not defy the imperial edict. However, her willingness to accept the marriage proposal certainly enhanced the emperor's prestige. It seemed the girl was wise enough to know how to navigate her situation. Or perhaps she recognized her own limitations and believed it would be fortunate to marry into the palace. A solitary woman like her marrying as a consort was indeed a stroke of fortune. Many daughters of officials entered the palace as mere concubines, ranked lower than consorts. So she was not without merit in honoring her father's name. Moreover, he was not old, only 43, and due to his regal demeanor, he appeared much younger, akin to someone in their 30s, which was an age of undeniable charm. Perhaps that girl had genuinely developed feelings for him. He could not resist glancing at the bronze mirror before his desk, which reflected a handsome face, brows like swords, eyes like phoenixes, a bold nose, and well-defined lips, with a slight stubble accentuating his attractiveness and authority. His appearance was undoubtedly impressive, hence the array of handsome sons he had sired. While he might not rival Jian Huang in beauty, he was still quite handsome, which explained why so many beauties in his harem were enamored with him. Even when he ventured out in disguise, he had still garnered the affection of young women. Thus, it was indeed a high honor for that girl to marry him as a consort. Grand Eunuch Lu, observing the emperor's unusual behavior as he inspected his reflection, was momentarily bewildered by the typically imposing and aloof emperor's current demeanor. At that moment, the 4 palace maids returned, relaying how Ning Xiuma had taken all the betrothal gifts for herself and refused to let them manage anything. Emperor Lishuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It appeared the girl was quite fond of wealth and treasures, not surprising given her circumstances. She would surely be reluctant to leave such riches behind at the Jinyuan Marquis' residence when she married. As long as she had her desires, he could win her over, ensuring she would serve him faithfully in the future. He contemplated allocating additional funds for the 4 palace maids to procure a more lavish dowry for Ning Xiuma, aiming for a grand display. The maids had initially expected a furious reaction from him towards Ning Xiuma, but were taken aback by his calm demeanor. It appears that His Majesty is genuinely fond of Miss Ning, showing such unwavering devotion to her even before their marriage. Once she enters the palace, she is destined to become a favored consort. The 4 palace maids, adept at reading the winds, immediately began to extol Ning Suimuo's beauty and character in unison, before proceeding to the royal treasury to collect their silver. The process of withdrawing funds from the palace is notoriously intricate, and after navigating the lengthy procedures, the 4 maids returned 2 hours later, just as the sun began to set and twilight descended. Upon arriving at the Jinyuan Marquis's residence, they quickly sensed something was amiss. The gates of the Marquis's estate were tightly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Despite their persistent knocking, no one emerged, as if the place had become a desolate abode. Having some experience, they instinctively recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly sent word to the palace. Soon, a contingent of imperial guards was dispatched to forcibly open the gates of the Jinyuan Marquis's residence, and the scene within shocked all present. The servants lay scattered across the floor, their faces ashen and unconscious, including old Zhong, who slumped over a table in the hall, unresponsive and exhibiting signs of poisoning. The lives of the servants were of little concern to them. Their primary focus was on the safety of the Marquis's daughter. Thus, they conducted a thorough search of the entire residence. Yet Ning Suimuo was nowhere to be found. The leader of the Imperial Guards, not daring to delay, promptly reported to Emperor Lishuan and summoned various doctors from the city. After much commotion, Emperor Lishuan arrived, and old Zhong, along with the other servants, was finally revived. They had all been collectively poisoned, but fortunately, it was a common toxin easily remedied by the city's physicians. Thanks to timely intervention, none had perished. However, when inquired about Ning Suimuo's whereabouts, they were as bewildered as the emperor. Everyone recounted how Miss Ning had been instructing them on the management of the household when a faint melody wafted through the air, followed by a delicate floral scent. And before they could react, they had succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 119. The escape from marriage. Emperor Lishuan's expression darkened. Surely, the girl had fled from her marriage. The emperor, a figure of immense authority, was outmaneuvered by a mere girl. Should this news spread, where would his dignity reside? It would be an utter embarrassment, likely becoming a laughingstock across the continent. Did the audacious girl not realize that escaping from a royal marriage was a capital offense? Old Zhong, prostrate on the ground after detailing the events, wept bitterly, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, my young mistress must have been abducted by some nefarious individual. That floral scent was undoubtedly a toxin released by her captor, leading to our poisoning and her abduction. Oh, how pitiful she must be, a solitary girl now unknowingly enduring torment, with no one to come to her aid. I beseech your Majesty to send forth men to retrieve her swiftly. She is the Marquis's only daughter, who was expected to gain the Emperor's favor and rise to prominence, yet now finds herself in such dire circumstances." His lamentations resonated deeply with the officials and imperial guards present. At this juncture, Emperor Lishuan could only acquiesce, labeling Ning Suimuo's disappearance as an abduction. This narrative would certainly preserve the dignity of the imperial family. Fortunately, whether she was fleeing from marriage or had been forcibly taken, both scenarios left her with a tarnished reputation. Rebellion against the emperor warranted execution, while abduction would irreparably damage her honor. In either case, she could no longer be wed to Crown Prince Ji Yinhuang. Though he had a satisfactory explanation for his son, the knowledge that she had escaped left Emperor Lishuan feeling quite vexed. He harbored thoughts of executing everyone in the Jinyuan Marquis's residence to send a warning to the girl. However, she had chosen to poison all in her flight, demonstrating little regard for their lives. Even if he exterminated them all, she would likely remain unperturbed, casting him as a tyrant. Furthermore, any misdirected wrath could invite public outcry and censure from officials. He wrestled with his emotions, unable to express his frustration, feeling trapped in a state of profound dissatisfaction. Taking a deep breath to suppress his boiling discontent, he inquired about the timeline of Ning Suimuo's disappearance. Old Zhong recounted every detail, stating that fearing the loss of the emperor's gifts, Miss Ning had only left behind 1,000 taels of silver, having exchanged the rest for banknotes, which she had carefully secured. Elated at her impending elevation to consort, She had gathered everyone in the hall under the pretext of a celebration, during which old Zhong had covertly administered the poison, creating the illusion of an abduction. Everything had been meticulously planned. She had even anticipated the emperor's expected reaction. As long as she successfully escaped the city and hid in a secluded spot for a few days, she would be free to resume her carefree life. However, her momentary lapse in caution led to her own exposure to the toxin during the chaos. Although her body had grown accustomed to various poisons over the years, this particular strain proved too potent for her fragile form. Despite taking an antidote beforehand, she still felt dizzy and disoriented. After donning a disguise to resemble a beggar, she managed to flee the Marquis's residence, but the toxin began to take its toll. She sought refuge in a secluded alley, attempting to expel the poison through meditation, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. As night fell, the streets were alive with searching guards, creating a tumultuous scene. In every city, shadows lurk in the corners. Many beggars lay asleep on the streets, unnoticed. Thus, when Ning Suimuo lay unconscious on the ground, she attracted no attention, even as search parties passed nearby. Ning Kuemo, having stealthily approached the city gate, observed the rigorous inspections taking place. The guard were particularly vigilant, scrutinizing every child around the age of 10, regardless of gender. Not only does one verify the likeness in the portrait, but hounds are also dispatched to sniff out scents. It must be said that the royal efficiency is remarkably high. Within no time, various depictions of her are plastered at the city gate, the artistry of which is quite impressive, resembling an oil painting, bearing a resemblance to her true appearance by 70 to 80%. However, Ning Suimuo's skills in disguise are not as extraordinary as the legend suggests. With the aid of a popular mask, she could apply makeup, pinch and alter features to create a semblance of another's visage. Under the light, if one does not scrutinize closely, she could easily deceive them. Yet, at present, she possesses no human skin mask, having discarded the repugnant face she had acquired. Thus, her current disguise merely consists of darkening and soiling her delicate features, making her eyes smaller and her mouth larger, still bearing some resemblance to her true self. Chapter 121. Escape from marriage. If someone were to examine her closely, her ruse would undoubtedly be exposed. After a brief reconnaissance at the city gate, Ning Suimuo returned and settled in a spot densely populated by beggars. She calculated in her mind that the old emperor would surely assume she had fled the city. Hence, the outer areas would be the focus of the soldiers' searches, while within the city, it would likely be a mere formality. She decided to linger among the beggars for a few days, as it might prove to be safer. The most perilous places often disguise themselves as the safest. Having been an operative, she understands this well. Thus, she deliberately positioned herself at a bustling street corner, mingling with the beggars, occasionally standing to beg for alms with a broken bowl, just like the others. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, she spoke little, her naturally gaunt frame and dirted face rendering her more beggar-like than the authentic beggars themselves. Unsurprisingly, this appearance earned her significantly less than the others. And after nearly an hour, her bowl contained but a lone copper coin. True to her diligent nature, she embodied her role with utmost authenticity, blending seamlessly into the crowd of beggars, none suspecting her true identity. The world of beggars is indeed rife with competition. Just as her copper coin barely warmed the bottom of her bowl, a filthy hand reached over to snatch it away, blowing on it before eyeing her. "Little one, are you new here? You must learn the rules. That coin belongs to me now." Ning Suimuo lowered her head, retreating a step as if in fear. "If Big Brother wants it, take it. I'll bring you more in the future. Just please don't chase me away." Her submissive demeanor pleased the elder beggar, who squinted his eyes with delight, patting her head. "You're quite clever, little one. From today on, I'll look after you." Perhaps for the first time, he relished having a little brother, excitedly sharing his expertise in the art of begging. Although Ning Suimuo felt an overwhelming desire to knock out his yellowing teeth, she recognized that this was not the time for trouble. Moreover, blending in with the beggars made it easier to conceal her presence, evading the soldier searches. Under the elder beggar's guidance, she indeed managed to collect a few more copper coins, retaining one for herself while handing the rest to him. The elder beggar was elated, engaging her in lively conversation. Ning Suimuo feigned interest while discreetly observing the movements of the searching soldiers. She noticed her uncle and aunt, as well as other relatives who had once visited her home, being taken away by the soldiers. Evidently, they had become suspects in her disappearance. Ninquemo silently tuklet. The old emperor was playing his part quite well, orchestrating events precisely as she wished. None of her relatives were innocent. Their current predicament could be seen as a reckoning for the grievances inflicted upon the original Ning Suimuo, even if they were innocent for the sake of his reputation. The old emperor would undoubtedly stage a thorough interrogation, potentially identifying a scapegoat among them. Such interrogations often involve torture, and the instruments of punishment in the Ministry of Justice would suffice for some time. Chapter 122. Escape from marriage. These individuals had frequently bullied the original Ning Suimuo, often resorting to beatings. Her cousin once even pushed her into a lake during the frigid winter, nearly drowning her. Though she miraculously swam to shore, she fell ill, leaving her even weaker. These people had turned the original Ning Suimuo's life into a hell, and it was now their turn to pay the price. As night fell, the soldiers continued their search in the streets. They likely suspected that Ning Suimuo might be disguised as a beggar, beginning to scrutinize solitary, frail beggars. Ning Suimuo felt a sense of relief. Though the elder beggar was somewhat loud and had a foul odor, he served as an excellent shield. With the city gates now closed, it was evident she would not be leaving the city today, and she would have to endure the night among the beggars. As dawn approached, the eastern sky began to lighten. It was time to check if the gate guards had relaxed their vigilance. Rising from her stinky pile of beggars, just as she was about to step out, a horse galloped down the street, and a voice called out, "At Dushing Tower, the government is distributing porridge and clothing. All beggars under 13 years old will receive double portions. Hurry!" This proclamation stirred a frenzy among the hungry beggars, who all stood and rushed towards Dushing Tower. Ning Suimuo felt a spark of realization. She was quick-witted and immediately sensed a trap. It appeared that the officials, having failed to locate her in the inns, had finally remembered the beggars. Gathering them in one place would make the search easier. If she joined them, she would likely be recognized swiftly. If she refrained, being the only solitary beggar would make her stand out even more. Clearly, the Imperial Guard responsible for the search was not entirely incompetent. As she momentarily hesitated, the elder beggar beside her tugged at her. "Little brother, why are you dawdling? The food at Dushing Tower is delicious, and you surely can't be over 13. Come on, let us go claim our double portions." Soldiers patrolled the streets, casting glances at the beggars. At this moment, Ning Suimuo could not afford to be alone. She had no choice but to follow the elder beggar as they ran forward. The throng of beggars grew larger as they surged toward Dushing Tower, and Ning Suimuo blended in seamlessly, her mind racing with thoughts of escape. As they passed a noble-esque estate, she caught sight of an opulent carriage parked outside, flanked by 2 guards, indicating that some noble was about to depart. Her gaze shifted to the lantern hanging from the carriage. It bore the characters, "How Mansion." Ning Suimuo suddenly realized that this was the residence of the 6th Prince, Ji Yunhao. Having been demoted to a commoner after receiving a reprimand the previous day, the sign for Hao Wangfu had been taken down, replaced simply with Hao Mansion. Today, might Ji Yunhao be exiting the city? Perhaps she could capitalize on this opportunity. Her mind raced with possibilities. Just as she was about to pass the carriage, she clutched her stomach, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my stomach aches." "Big brother, you go ahead. I need to find a place to relieve myself first. Please help me save my spot in line." Chapter 123. The 6th Prince's intentions. Her thoughts raced, and just as she was about to pass the carriage, she suddenly clutched her stomach, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my stomach aches." "Brother, you go ahead. I need to find a discreet place first. I'll catch up shortly. Please help me keep that yellow-toothed man at bay while I slip away," she said, darting into the shadows near the wall. The yellow-toothed man called after her, "Hurry up. If you're late, you won't get anything." He was an old hand, well aware that the government rations were limited, and he feared that if he tarried, he might miss even the soup. They rushed forward, oblivious to the small stone that suddenly flew in from nowhere, striking the leg of the person in the lead. With a cry, that person stumbled and fell, causing a chain reaction that sent several others tumbling down, accompanied by a chorus of curses. The commotion of these beggars naturally drew the attention of the 2 guards watching the carriage. They glanced over, chuckling at the sight of the fallen rabble. Unbeknownst to them, a small shadow seized this fleeting opportunity to slip beneath the carriage, quietly attaching itself to the wooden base. Moments later, Prince Ji Yunhao was indeed carried out in a soft palanquin, followed by a weeping entourage of concubines. Once Ji Yunhao stepped down, the concubines surrounded him, expressing their reluctance to see him go. With a cold expression, he ignored their pleas and, supported by 2 guards, boarded the carriage. "My lord, why must you depart so early? Your injuries have not healed. There is no need to rush. His Majesty has even instructed that you may delay your journey a few days," one concubine lamented, tugging at his robe. "Silence. I've told you. I am no longer a prince, but a commoner. Do you wish to accuse me of defying His Majesty's orders?" Ji Yunhao's voice was icy, laced with reprimand. The concubine fell silent, while another spoke up. "My lord, please do not be angry. We are only concerned for your well-being. Rest assured, His Majesty will not allow you to suffer for long. Once this tempest passes, you will surely be summoned back. We will manage the household affairs diligently in your absence." Her words were considerate, softening Ji Yunhao's demeanor slightly. "That is more like it. Return now," he replied, turning to enter the carriage. The concubines, though reluctant, stood at the entrance, watching the carriage as it gradually disappeared. Due to his banishment, Ji Yunhao's carriage was merely a luxurious but ordinary one, not fit for a prince. He was permitted only 2 attendants, in accordance with royal regulations. Fortunately, the 2 accompanying him were his most trusted personal guards, adept in both combat and various tasks, currently posing as his coachmen. Inside the carriage, Ji Yunhao winced from the pain of his injuries. Though the palace physician had administered the best remedies, recovery was not instantaneous, and he still felt a stabbing ache with the slightest movement. That girl had surely added something to those canes. Otherwise, the pain would not be so excruciating. Yet, after being examined by the palace doctors, none could discern that he had been poisoned. Chapter 124. The intentions of the 6th prince. The pain from the wounds was several times worse than a normal beating, yet no signs could be detected. Since enduring that brutal thrashing, he had not slept a wink, the pain relentless. The combination of fatigue and agony made him irritable, and his thoughts drifted to Ning Suimuo, her bright eyes, her rosy lips, and the charming dimples that appeared when she smiled. Despite her appealing appearance, her personality was nothing short of peculiar, almost devilish. It was truly infuriating to have fallen victim to such a young girl. It left him gnashing his teeth in frustration. If he were to capture that little demon again, what would he do? Ji Yunhao's mind wandered, torn between hatred and an inability to forget her. Every time he closed his eyes, her smiling face and innocent gaze haunted him. No woman had ever occupied his thoughts so completely, leaving him restless. Perhaps his fixation stemmed from his unwillingness to accept defeat at her hands. He thought that once he had his revenge, he would be able to forget her. If he caught her, he would certainly give her a sound thrashing before overpowering her, ensuring that she would submit entirely, seeing no one else. The carriage moved steadily, nearing the city gates within a quarter of an hour. Many were leaving the city in the morning, and the soldiers conducted thorough inspections. Not only were they checking the interiors of vehicles, but also scrutinizing the undercarriages for hidden passengers. Ji Yunhao lifted the curtain to glance at the distant city gate, then let it fall again with a sigh, leaning back against the embroidered cushion. Where could that girl have fled? Though she had been raised in his household, he remained well-informed. He knew all too well about Ning Suimuo's arranged marriage and subsequent disappearance. Before he could fully process his thoughts, a sudden chill coursed through him as a cold object pressed against his neck. "If you wish to live, do not scream," a voice whispered menacingly in his ear. Ji Yunhao stiffened slightly, turning slowly to see a face resembling that of a small calico cat, with large, expressive eyes. Ning Suimuo. "Help me escape, or I will have your life," she commanded, her knife inching closer, drawing a thin line of blood along his neck. She had originally intended to hide beneath the carriage to sneak out, but the soldiers were thorough in their search, even inspecting the underside. Left with no other choice, she resorted to desperate measures. "Ji Yunhao, you must be afraid of dying," she asserted confidently, knowing she could strike him before he could call for his guards. "My lord, we're nearing the city gate. Are you all right in there?" Came a voice from outside the carriage, revealing a guard's suspicion as he detected a hint of commotion. Ning Suimuo's expression shifted slightly. If Ji Yunhao responded incorrectly at this moment, the guard would surely burst in to investigate. "I am fine. Continue driving." Ji Yunhao spoke up suddenly, his tone steady and devoid of emotion. "Understood." The 2 guards, posing as coachmen, fell silent and focused on their task. How perceptive of him. Ning Suimuo eyed him warily, still commanding softly, "When we reach the city gate, you must declare your identity inside the carriage. You are a prince. They will not search the carriage." Chapter 125. Love is hard to distinguish. I am a commoner now. The guards at the city gate are from the Dali temple. They do not heed anyone's authority and will certainly lift the curtain to take a look. Ji Yunhao lowered his voice, gesturing toward the nearby box. "There are servants' clothes inside. Change quickly and pretend to be one of my attendants. You should be able to pass unnoticed." He was actually willing to help her. Had this fellow changed after enduring a beating? But there was no time for her to ponder the implications. Pressing the knife closer to his throat, she commanded, "Open your mouth." Ji Yunhao's gaze darkened slightly, yet he complied, parting his lips. A chilling substance slid down his throat, akin to an icy thread piercing his stomach. "Do not try anything foolish. What I have given you is a soul-severing pill. Without an antidote, it will claim your life within a day, and no one can reverse it," Ning Suimuo said as she finally withdrew the knife. Ji Yunhao sighed softly, his gaze lowered. "Suimuo, rest assured, I do not wish for you to be captured." His father had a penchant for taking concubines every 3 years, often selecting girls as young as 11 or 12. Ji Yunhao was indifferent to this. Sometimes, in an effort to please his father, he would even send beautiful women to the palace. But Ning Suimuo was different. He could not allow her to become a part of his harem, to take on the role of his stepmother. Ning Suimuo sensed his reluctance to see her in such a position, her lashes fluttering slightly. "For now, I will trust you." Upon opening the chest, she indeed discovered 2 sets of servant garments, pristine and new. Judging by their length, they appeared to be of a size fitting her stature. A thought crossed Ning Suimuo's mind. How curious it was that Ji Yunhao, who hadn't brought a servant, possessed clothing for one. Yet, she swiftly set that question aside. The city gates were approaching, and time was of the essence. Within the flower-patterned attire, she had donned a fitted undergarment, allowing her to change into the servant's clothing without hesitation under Ji Yunhao's gaze. She quickly shed the flower-patterned dress, slipped into the servantess uniform, and used a nearby damp towel to freshen her face. She styled her hair into the typical low bun of a servant. Yi Yunhao reclined partially, observing her transformation as if she were performing a magic trick. In mere moments, her appearance had been completely altered. Her dark hair fell over her forehead, partially obscuring her eyes, and her lips were pressed into a delicate line, rendering her convincingly like a servant. The flower-patterned attire was hastily stuffed back into the chest. Having spent half the night mingling in the flower-patterned dress, she carried a faint odor, yet the carriage exuded a pleasant fragrance. Not long after her entry, the unpleasant scent dissipated, leaving the interior delightfully aromatic. Ning Suimuo's gaze wandered, her fingers brushing against the carriage's interior. It was crafted from fragrant wood, a luxury indeed. In this realm, a square meter of such wood was worth a fortune, suggesting that the carriage alone was valued at 10,000 taels of gold. How remarkable that this 6th prince, reduced to commoner status, possessed such an opulent vehicle. Ji Yunhao half reclined on the brocade bedding, instructing her, "Feign fanning me." Naturally, Ning Suimuo had no intention of countering him. She promptly retrieved a fan and began to fan him gently. With her head bowed, she executed the task with surprising expertise. If one overlooked the dagger she discreetly pressed against his left side, she could easily be mistaken for a true servant. "I must summon someone to inform them of your presence. Otherwise, we may be exposed during the inspection," Ji Yunhao murmured. What he said was indeed truthful. Should the guards suddenly discover her presence upon lifting the curtain, it would certainly raise suspicions. Ning Suimuo swiftly acquiesced, "Very well." However, Ji Yunhao regarded her with some puzzlement. "Are you not afraid I might use this opportunity to have them deal with you?" With a smile, Ning Suimuo replied, "Your life is still in my hands. I trust you are not foolish enough to act against your own interests." Her blade was undoubtedly swifter than any shout he could muster, and the poison she had administered would only be countered by her unique antidote. An astute girl, Ji Yunhao mused internally, then lightly clapped his hands. A guard immediately lifted the curtain and entered, his expression shifting upon spotting Ning Suimuo, a glimmer of steel flashing in his palm. "He is my attendant, Jun Qing. Did you hear?" Ji Yunhao stated, his tone calm, effectively averting the guard's potential aggression. The guard, astutely aware of his position, promptly acknowledged, "Rest assured, my lord, I understand." Dismissed, Ji Yunhao waved his hand. Yes, my lord. The guard exited the carriage, lowering his head. Ning Suimuo's eyes flickered slightly. It appeared that the sixth prince was not entirely inept, for he had managed to train such perceptive attendants. Soon, the carriage arrived at the city gates. The sentinel approached to inquire about the occupant. During this interval, another guard swiftly inspected the underside of the carriage, confirming no one was concealed there before stepping back. The two guards driving the carriage identified Ji Yunhao. The sentinel, diligent in his duties, bowed deeply. I apologize for the oversight, sixth prince. However, under the imperial decree, all vehicles, regardless of noble status, must undergo thorough inspection. I beg your pardon. This meant lifting the curtain for their scrutiny. After all, the carriage bore no insignia indicating it belonged to the sixth prince. Ji Yunhao's voice rang out from within the carriage. Lift the curtain for them to see. Familiar with Ji Yunhao from his frequent travels outside the city, the guards immediately recognized his voice, confirming his presence. News of his punishment in the palace due to Ning Suimuo had spread throughout the city, and the guards were aware of it. While other nobles might be suspected of harboring Ning Suimuo, they believed that Ji Yunhao, likely harboring deep resentment towards her, would not stoop to such a level. Consequently, the guards relaxed, merely performing their routine duties as the attendant lifted the curtain, casting a cursory glance inside. The interior was simple and unremarkable. Ji Yunhao lounged lazily, attended only by a servant fanning him. There was nothing amiss. The guards silently criticized the royal family, noting that even in disgrace, the prince maintained his airs and continued to indulge in luxury, suspecting that his fall from grace was merely an fade, and it would not be long before he regained his esteemed status. The guards dared not challenge Ji Yunhao and quickly offered further apologies, ultimately allowing the carriage to pass. Where are you headed? The tall trees lining the path were lush and verdant, the sound of hooves ringing clearly as they crushed the morning mist. They had traveled several miles outside the city, encountering various search parties along the way, all of whom Ji Yunhao easily dismissed with a few words. Ning Suimuo felt an unprecedented sense of security beside him. Once bitter enemies, they now found themselves allied in her escape. A curious twist of fate. Ahead, the outline of a great mountain emerged through the misty dawn. Yet, the carriage turned right, away from the mountain. Ning Suimuo gestured to Ji Yunhao, sixth prince. Consider this a rescue. I will overlook your previous machinations against me. We are even now, and may our paths diverge henceforth. With that, she prepared to leap from the carriage. Ji Yunhao grasped a corner of her garment, a smirk playing on his lips. How can that be even? I struck you 3 times, and you returned the favor 80-fold. While past grievances may be settled, this time, I have saved you. You owe me a debt of gratitude. Ning Suimuo tugged her garment free. You were the one who plotted my imprisonment. Had I not been clever, I would have perished within those walls. It was not I who devised your imprisonment. That was another, Ji Yunhao replied, his gaze darkening. I know well who the mastermind is, but you cannot evade your share of the blame for stirring the pot. Moreover, you owe me your life. My forbearance in not calling in that debt is quite generous. With a swift motion, Ning Suimuo leapt from the carriage. When did I owe you a life? Yunhao quit. Confusion etching his features as he lifted the curtain to watch her. In the iron cage on the square, she replied, brandishing a small package in her hand. I took your snacks. Consider it a small compensation. With a quick turn, she dashed towards the mountain. Where are you going? Ji Yunhao glanced towards the mountain, unease settling in his heart. That is Tianshu Mountain, rife with magical beasts. It's not a place for you. If you have nowhere else to go, you may accompany me. He offered. Ning Suimuo did not pause or look back. Her agility was remarkable, and she was soon far ahead. Though they had settled their past grievances with a smile, they would not become friends. She wished to maintain her distance from his prince. Additionally, she had long desired to explore Tianshu Mountain. This opportunity was fortuitous, for she needed to gather rare herbs unavailable in the market. Moreover, the mountain's dangers provided an ideal refuge from the Emperor's pursuing troops. It was said that even the imperial guards dared not tread there lightly. After collecting herbs for a few days, she would return, unimpeded by any obligations. Ji Yunhao watched her retreating figure until it vanished on the horizon, a sense of loss settling within him. A question flickered through his mind. Although he had wronged her in the iron cage of the square, he had not taken her life. Why, then, did she claim he owed her a life? Had she just poisoned him? A guard reminded him that he should inquire about the antidote. Ji Yunhao finally recalled the pill she had given him, and his heart sank. The girl had claimed that without the antidote, he would perish within a day. Surely, she could not truly wish for his demise. He felt a sudden movement in his sleeve and, upon reaching in, retrieved a crimson pill, inscribed with the word antidote. The guard, concerned, suggested that Ji should seek a doctor in the nearby town to verify the pill's composition. Chapter 128. Not to become friends no need, Ji Yunhao declared, raising his hand to swallow the pill. A warm sensation coursed down his throat, finally dispelling the chilling effects of the previous pill. He chuckled inwardly. Though she was clever, her youth made her considerations somewhat lacking. By leaving the antidote with him, she unwittingly placed herself at risk of being captured or exposed to the officials. The girl was still rather naive. As he sat in meditation to process the antidote, warmth enveloped him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he felt an intense heat surge throughout his body. His mouth felt parched, tinged with bitterness. What was happening? Was this the normal reaction to the antidote? Overwhelmed by the heat, he could not help but shed his outer robe, only to have a slip of paper fall from its folds. The placement was fortuitous. Had he not removed the robe, the note would not have dropped. It bore a succinct message. This antidote suppresses the poison for 5 days. After 5 days, come to the Jingyuan Marquis's residence for the true antidote. Ji Yunhao mused on the cunning of this girl, likening her to a reincarnated fox. Amused and exasperated, he pondered his next course of action. Number 2. Follow her closely and ensure her safety, he instructed. The second guard, puzzled, wondered why Ji would protect someone who had repeatedly plotted against him. Wasn't it more fitting to harbor resentment? Ji Yunhao discerned the confusion in the guard's eyes and replied coolly, I do not wish for her demise. She has yet to provide me with the true antidote. Realization dawned on the second guard, who bowed his head in understanding. Yes, my lord. Ji Yunhao turned to pursue Ning Xiuma. Protect her discreetly. Do not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. Understood, the guard affirmed, swiftly moving in the direction Ning Xiuma had taken. The first guard, watching Ji Yunhao, noted the complexity in his gaze towards the young girl. It seemed the prince held a particular regard for her, evident in the timing of his departure and the garments prepared for her. Despite his demotion, Ji Yunhao remained well-informed. As a prince with ambitions, he had an intricate network of connections. News of events within the city reached him promptly. The renowned bounty hunters of the Dali Temple, accompanied by 12 elite hunters, scoured the outskirts for a night but found no trace of Ning Xiuma. Ji Yunhao deduced that she must still be within the city, prompting his bold exit and ostentatious display. How curious it is that I should aid her, he reflected, glancing at his subordinate, who remained perplexed. The first guard, straightforward, remarked, My lord, I would not wish for her to dominate the harem. The first guard understood well. This clever girl could wield power adeptly, and her acquaintance with the crown prince, Ji Yunhuang, posed a potential threat. Ji Yunhao, rolling his eyes at the suggestion of removing her, thought, if only it were that simple. I nearly fell victim to her schemes myself. Chapter 129. A risky venture, yet, if he truly desired to eliminate her, it would not be insurmountable. Despite her cunning nature, she lacked formidable skills and connections. If he so wished, he could easily orchestrate her demise. But for reasons he could not articulate, he found himself reluctant. Perhaps he felt a twinge of compassion. After all, her remarkable medical skills could prove invaluable if he were to bring her under his wing. Towering mountains pierced the sky, their peaks varying in height, with the outermost being the longest yet shortest in stature. The highest was the 9th peak, beyond which the mountains diminished in height. Viewed from above, the range resembled an open book or strategic formation, with the peaks encircling the 9th, as if in homage. The area was shrouded in mist. Aptly named Tianshu Mountain, a place of legends, it was known to harbor fierce magical beasts, a fact well known to the inhabitants of the Tianxi continent. Ordinary folk dared not venture inside, and even skilled warriors only roamed the periphery, gathering rare herbs or hunting less formidable beasts for glory. However, it was also an exceptional training ground, frequented by disciples of various sections. Yet, they only dared to tread below the 3rd peak. Only those at the pinnacle of their abilities could venture as far as the 6th peak, for the 7th was rumored to be a den for large, ferocious beasts capable of formidable attacks. It was said that the current crown prince had once captured a magical lion on the 8th peak, gaining fame for his exploits. The crystal obtained from that lion was the very one Ning Xiuama had used during her tests of psychic ability within the palace. As for the ninth peak, tales circulated of magical beasts not only fierce and powerful, but also cunning and shape-shifting, rendering them nearly impossible to combat. Throughout the Tian-Ci continent, it was said that only the leaders of the 5 major sects had dared to enter. Others would meet their doom. Ning Xiuama, lacking in psychic prowess, would find even a first peak perilous. Thus, the second guard assumed she would remain at the first peak's edge, unaware of the dangers beyond. What the guard did not anticipate was that Ning Xiuama not only swiftly scaled the first peak, but also the second, having trailed her for merely 3 hours before she began her ascent of the third peak. The mountains were dense with forests, particularly Tian Shu Mountain, a vast expanse of primordial wilderness. The second guard, following her from a distance, had encountered several beasts along the way. What astonished him was Ning Xiuama's extraordinary agility. She adeptly evaded the beasts, skillfully navigating their attacks. Though not the fastest, her movements were incredibly nimble, allowing her to dodge the fierce assaults of the magical beasts at the most critical moments. Chapter 130. A new perspective regardless of how aggressively the beasts lunged. She managed to evade their grasp with uncanny precision. With each careful step, she seemed to dance through danger, leaving the beasts confounded and ultimately dissuaded from pursuing her. She would not linger in battle. Upon evading an attack, she would immediately flee, her route unpredictable, causing her pursuers to spiral into confusion. For those relentless in their chase, she would either shake them off or unexpectedly confront them head-on. The ferocious beast pursuing her would meet a dire fate. Once struck by the flying needles in her hand, which were evidently poisoned, they would fall lifeless to the ground. Often, she would pat the fallen beast's large head and sigh, "Poor child. You are unaware that some individuals are not to be trifled with. Is it not a death wish to be so relentlessly stubborn? I initially intended to show mercy, considering you are a nationally protected species, but alas, you failed to recognize your predicament." After her lament, she would pluck a nearby bouquet or a handful of grass and place it in the beast's ear as a final tribute before continuing her journey, leaving the bewildered second guard in her wake. What manner of creature is this girl? He had previously regarded Ning Xiuama with disdain, thinking her a worthless being. Sent by Ji Yunhao to protect her, he had felt some irritation and resentment, but now he found himself grateful for his presence. This girl possessed too many peculiar traits. Sparking his curiosity, and following her was far from dull. The guard, proficient at the 8th level of psychic ability, faced no pressure traversing the 3 towering peaks. Confident he could protect her in genuine peril. Yet, if she sought to evade pursuers, hiding on the second peak would suffice. Why then did she dash toward the third without a backward glance? Was she unaware of danger, or did she have ulterior motives? 2 hours passed, and the second guard felt increasingly uneasy as the girl effortlessly scaled the 3rd and 4th peaks, now heading toward the 5th. For one of his caliber, the beasts of the 4th peak were manageable, but the 5th peak's creatures were a different matter entirely. Even he dared not confront them. Had this girl swallowed the courage of a leopard? Where did she intend to go? The forest thickened, towering trees obscuring the sun, their trunks draped in various shrubs that concealed all paths. Branches intertwined, toxic and non-toxic plants mingling, creating an impenetrable barrier. An ordinary person would struggle to navigate this wilderness. But Ning Xiuama was no ordinary individual. She was a trained operative skilled in outdoor survival. Despite carrying minimal supplies, she adeptly utilized the surrounding flora to traverse the primordial forest with ease. For instance, when the path ahead was choked with thorny brambles, she produced a long vine, which she had seemingly acquired without notice, and deftly flung it to entwine a nearby tree. Swinging like a pendulum, she launched herself onto the tree, then through the vine again to reach another distant trunk, continuing her aerial acrobatics. Her agility surpassed that of a monkey, prompting the second guard to silently applaud her prowess. Chapter 131. A moment between life and death, not to mention anything else. Her light-footedness exceeded that of a woman with 3rd-level psychic ability. More impressively, her reaction speed and adaptability were remarkable. Even he would have to concede defeat. It was a pity that such a talented girl bore the label of a waste. However, her skills were adequate for the beasts of the first 3 peaks. But could they contend with those of the 5th? Their attacks were not merely physical. They also employed psychic assaults. The larger and fiercer the beast, the scarcer they became, and such was the case on the fifth peak. They were rarely seen. But encounters were often fatal. Just now, as Ning Xiuma swung from a vine, aiming to land on a tree trunk, a green shadow suddenly shot up from the bark. Its gaping maw aimed at her legs. A jade centipede. The second guard's fingers clenched tightly. Ning Xiuma had encountered various centipedes, but had never seen one of such immense size, thick as a bowl and a yard long, its body a vibrant green. Its head resembled a flattened shovel, and countless clawed legs glinted like blades along its sides. Two long antennae waved like serpents in a breeze, and its massive fangs stood as sharp as daggers. Ning Xiuma had no doubt that if this creature bit her, it would cleave her in two. This beast excelled at camouflage. She had no idea where it had been lurking, but it had chosen to ambush her while she was airborne and vulnerable. Quick to react, she flipped her body midair, narrowly evading the centipede's antennae. Her feet nearly brushed against its fearsome fangs as she landed on a branch behind it. Before she could steady herself, the jade centipede emitted a sharp shriek, its tail sweeping toward her in a powerful arc. What speed? Ning Xiuma leapt again, just avoiding the centipede's tail. As she lunged, her palm shimmered with a cold light that aimed for the creature. The needle she wielded was laced with potent venom, capable of incapacitating even an elephant in an instant. Though the centipede was larger than an ordinary one, it remained diminutive compared to an elephant. A successful strike would suffice to incapacitate it. With a metallic clink, her needle struck the jade centipede, but merely bounced off its scales, which were harder than iron. Though uninjured, the centipede was momentarily stunned by the impact and retaliated with a powerful leap toward her. The force of its attack rushed at her like a gale. In a moment of desperation, she performed a somersault, landing on a tree trunk to evade the centipede's assault. The massive creature crashed into a tree with a resounding thud, causing it to topple with a crack. Ning Xiuma plummeted from the height of the tree. Chapter 132. The little girl is astonishing. Forgetting the weight of the creature, Ning Xiuma's hands grasped a nearby vine, wrapping tightly around a tree once more. With a swift tug, she swung outward, preparing to land on another tree, when suddenly, a wave of scorching air surged toward her. She instinctively ducked, narrowly avoiding a fireball that whizzed past her head, striking the vine instead. The vine snapped, disintegrating before her eyes, leaving her with nothing to grasp as she began to fall. The jade centipede, undeterred, leaped toward her, its small, red eyes gleaming with malice. This little brat dares to challenge me? I'll roast you alive. Another fireball shot toward her. The second guard, sensing danger, prepared to intervene, but to his astonishment, Ning Xiuma executed a mid-air twist, narrowly avoiding the fireball. With a flick of her sleeve, she conjured a gleaming long cord that shot forth, ensnaring the centipede's thick body. Using the momentum, she yanked herself upward, while the centipede, caught off guard, plummeted faster. With a resounding crash, its massive form collided with the thorny underbrush below, flattening a swath of vegetation. Meanwhile, Ning Xiuma landed gracefully on a nearby tree, unscathed. The spectacle was utterly riveting, more thrilling than a duel between two masters. The second guard, concealed in the shadows, was entranced, thinking the little girl was simply magnificent. If it weren't for the strict orders from a sixth prince, he might have shouted in admiration. A sudden gust of wind arose, and the emerald centipede, adorned with sharp spines, soared up from the thicket. It seemed to be experiencing this chaotic predicament for the first time, its scales bristling with alarm. With a piercing shriek, a pair of wings sprouted from its sides, and it launched itself toward Ning Xiuma. A flying centipede. The sight of wings sprouting from the centipede was utterly bewildering. Enraged, the emerald centipede unleashed a barrage of fireballs, hurtling them directly at Ning Xiuma. Upon witnessing the centipede sprout wings, the second guard's expression shifted dramatically. Ning Xiuma had provoked a flying dragon centipede, a creature that had cultivated for 500 years. If it had merely been an ordinary emerald centipede, the second guard, with his prowess, could have managed the situation in a dire moment. However, the flying dragon centipede was the king of centipedes, possessing a psychic power that had reached the 6th tier, an anomaly typically found only at the 6th peak. To encounter such a beast at the 5th peak was unexpected. He might not even stand a chance against it. Fear gripped him as he thought he might not escape this predicament. Before he could finish his thoughts, Ning Xiuma darted toward him like lightning. "Hey, old two, don't just stand there, lend a hand." The second guard was momentarily taken aback. Who was she calling old too? Did she have other allies nearby? Surely not. If there were other experts in the vicinity, his abilities would have sensed them. No, her gaze was clearly fixed on him. She was indeed calling for him. As the second guard's handsome visage darkened, Ning Suimuo had already dashed past him, casually brushing aside the leaves that concealed his figure. Thus, the second guard's presence was entirely exposed before the oncoming flying dragon centipede. Damn it! The second guard summoned a dark radiance in his palm, revealing a black iron sword. With a flourish, he created shimmering waves of light. The fireballs that followed Ning Suimuo crashed against this shimmering barrier. Initially perched upon a sturdy tree trunk, the colossal impact caused him to sway. Yet the branch beneath him could not withstand such force. With a crack, it splintered, sending him tumbling down. Fortunately, his lightness of foot was commendable, allowing him to twist midair and land on another tree. The flying dragon centipede, infuriated by his interference, redirected its wrath entirely upon him. Thus began a fierce battle between man and beast, devastating the nearby trees as splintered wood and leaves filled the air, while fireballs danced amidst the cacophony of the centipede's ear-splitting shrieks and the snapping of branches. The second guard, in the heat of battle, also sought the whereabouts of Ning Suimuo. That little girl had drawn this calamity upon him, and now she had vanished without a trace. That ungrateful girl, the flying dragon centipede, swift and vengeful, would not easily relent. It would pursue him relentlessly. While Ning Suimuo had managed to escape, the second guard found himself ensnared in a desperate struggle. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his arms grew weary. The flying dragon centipede was overwhelmingly powerful, its strength and speed formidable, and its fireballs relentless. Each direct confrontation left his arms numb, as if his very bones were about to shatter, and his chest surged with tumultuous energy, threatening to expel blood. Meanwhile, the flying dragon centipede bore only minor injuries, with mere scratches from his sword marking its colossal body. These wounds were superficial and would not impede its ferocity in the slightest. Would he perish here, in this desolate place? There was little hope for reinforcements, and he was evidently no match for this creature. Continuing this stalemate could only lead to his demise. Despair began to creep into the second guard's heart. Yet, as a seasoned protector accustomed to the dance of life and death, he held onto a singular belief. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, one must fight valiantly until the final breath. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to inflict as many wounds as possible upon the beast, even in death. Amidst his dizzying struggle, a clear voice rang out nearby. "Draw it over here." Ning Suimuo had returned instead of fleeing to safety. The second guard felt a warmth in his usually stoic heart. He was sworn to protect his charge, to serve until death. It was instinct to shield her and ensure her escape, and he had never thought it wrong for a master to flee danger alone. Although Ning Suimuo was not his master, she was a lady of nobility whom he was tasked to protect. Her earlier retreat felt entirely reasonable, but her return was utterly unexpected. However, with her limited skills, her return would only lead to further peril and change nothing. "Quickly go, or you won't be able to later," the second guard urged. "Enough chatter, just draw it over here." Ning Suimuo's voice was now firm, tinged with an undeniable authority. The second guard hesitated. He had encountered many assertive young women, but Ning Suimuo's commanding presence was unlike any he had ever experienced. He felt a jolt within him, an instinctive desire to comply, yet leading the creature to her would spell doom for them both. A sharp crack echoed as a severed limb, accompanied by a piercing shriek, struck the side of the flying dragon centipede. Seizing the moment when the second guard was momentarily distracted, Ning Suimuo sprang into action. Although her attack failed to harm it, it successfully enraged the beast, which turned to see her standing on a slender branch nearby, swaying precariously while smiling and waving. "Hey, many-legged monster, come here." The sight ignited a furious response from the flying dragon centipede, which charged at her with a thunderous roar. The second guard rushed forward, alarmed by her recklessness. Just then, the branch beneath Ning Suimuo snapped under the weight of a fireball, sending her plummeting. The second guard's heart sank as he realized she was about to fall into a dense thicket of thorns. If she landed there, even if she survived, she would be impaled by the thorny brambles. The flying dragon centipede, fueled by its hatred for her, pursued her relentlessly, intent on delivering a final blow. Just as Ning Suimuo was about to plunge into the thicket, she deftly threw out a soft rope, ensnaring the flying dragon centipede. With the same maneuver, she propelled herself upward and delivered a swift kick to the centipede. With a resounding thud, the flying dragon centipede tumbled back into the thicket. Ning Suimuo, standing lightly on a nearby branch, flashed a playful gesture at the thorns. Twice in the same spot? You're just a bug, long in size but short on smarts. The second guard, having hastily arrived, marveled at the girl's ingenuity. Her combat experience and quick reflexes rivaled his own, honed from years in the field. She possessed an array of peculiar strategies. Despite the flying dragon centipede's fall into the thicket, he remained vigilant, instinctively positioning himself before Ning Suimuo, prepared for an impending counterattack. This thorny barrier could not contain such a robust creature. It would surely retaliate at any moment. Suddenly, the flying dragon centipede emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive body thrashing within the thorns. Confusion washed over the second guard. Logically, the thorns should have only inflicted minor injuries, not incapacitated. What transpired next was beyond his expectations. After a brief struggle, the centipede began to convulse violently. After a brief moment, it straightened its body and lay still. It was dead. The second guard paused for a moment, then moved to inspect it. No need to check. It is dead, Ning Suimuo interjected, her small face slightly pale as she perched on a branch of a large tree. Evidently, the previous moves had drained her of considerable energy. Her tone, though casual, was resolute. The second guard, having earned his position as Ji Yunhao's closest attendant, was astute and quick-witted. He soon realized that the thorns were poisonous. Yet he recognized them as only mildly toxic. A prick would cause a sharp pain, but would not be fatal. Could it possibly be the nemesis of the flying dragon centipede? He hesitated, instinctively wanting to investigate further. If you do not wish to meet the same fate, feel free to descend and take a look, Ning Suimuo suggested. The second guard halted, gazing at her as she lounged lazily, her small feet swinging gently, embodying a mix of relaxation and seriousness. You poisoned the thorns, the second guard surmised, nearly hitting the mark. Ning Suimuo playfully waved a twig, chuckling lightly. If your master were here, would you inquire so deeply? The second guard was momentarily taken aback. He certainly would not question his master. He bowed slightly. I apologize for my overstepping. Ning Suimuo tilted her head and suddenly broke into a soft laugh. In truth, it matters little to tell you. Wherever dangerous creatures roam, there often lie both their favored prey and their natural enemies. I searched the vicinity and discovered several plants containing potent sap growing on a hillside, a habitat for moles. The marks of the centipede's activity were evident, indicating it frequently foraged there. The vegetation lay in disarray from its massive form, yet those few plants remained untouched. Clearly, they are its natural foes, so I applied their sap to these thorns. The second guard sighed involuntarily. That was quite a risk you took. If those plants were merely fortuitously unharmed and not its enemies, your reckless return could provoke it. If I did not return, you would surely meet your demise. I shall not abandon any of my companions, she replied, sizing him up once more. Though you arrived uninvited, you have nonetheless protected me from the shadows. The notion of being considered a companion filled the second guard's heart with warmth. He, often treated as a mere weapon for offense or a shield for defense, had never before been regarded as a companion by one he was meant to protect. His heart swelled with a newfound resolve, vowing to guard this young lady with his life, not out of duty, but in gratitude for her recognition of his loyalty. Miss Ning, where do you intend to go next? Ning Suimuo blinked, responding with an unrelated remark. I am hungry. The second guard promptly replied, Please wait, Miss Ning. I shall go hunt at once. It was already afternoon. The altitude was high and the forest dense. While the sun blazed outside, the area where Ning Suimuo and the second guard sat was pleasantly cool. It must be said, the second guard was an exceptionally capable attendant, skilled in combat, hunting, and outdoor cooking. A rabbit and a pheasant, roasted to perfection, exuded a rich aroma, igniting Ning Suimuo's appetite. She was indeed hungry. The second guard, noticing her eyes glinting with desire at the roasted pheasant, felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart, a strong urge to protect and cherish her, to present her with the finest offerings. He tore off a leg of the roasted bird and offered it to her. Please enjoy. He subtly channeled his energy to ensure the steaming leg was at the ideal temperature. Thank you, Ning Shuamo replied with a smile, accepting the offering without hesitation. No need for thanks, he said, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such courtesy. What else would you like? I can continue to roast for you. Wings of the chicken, rabbit legs, and some meat from its back, Ning Shuamo casually listed. Very well, please wait a moment, the second guard responded, swiftly tending to the rabbit. Aren't you going to eat? Ning Shuamo inquired, raising the chicken leg. No, I shall eat later, he replied. Please, enjoy your meal first. The second guard worked efficiently. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he paused, looking deeper into the dense forest. What a delightful aroma. It seems we are not the only ones here. A clear male voice rang out from within the thicket. Let's see who it is, a cool female voice followed. This person possesses commendable grilling skills. I, too, am feeling hungry. 4 young men and women emerged from the depths of the forest. 2 males and 2 females, all appearing to be in their 20s. The women donned flowing white garments, ethereal as if they had descended from the heavens, while the men wore white robes that fluttered gracefully, resembling jade, trees swaying in the wind. Each garment bore an embroidered pattern resembling bird feathers, indicating they hailed from the same sect. They were likely disciples from a nearby faction come to hone their skills. Ning Shuamo cast a glance at them and felt an urge to rub her temples. Though their attire was beautiful, it seemed ill-suited for the rugged wilderness. Were they not fearful of becoming targets for wild beasts or getting soiled? She could not help but recall the figure of the emperor, clad in white as pure as clouds and moonlight, its brilliance rendering even the frost and snow beneath it sullied. Surely, these individuals were not disciples of the emperor's sect. No, their garb bore cloud patterns, not feathers. As the second guard recognized the newcomers, his expression subtly shifted, barely betraying a frown. The 4, noticing the pair roasting meat, seemed surprised, particularly at the sight of a girl who appeared to be around 10 years old. Second, what brings you here? The most striking girl among them queried, recognizing the second guard. He could only bow slightly, Miss Zhong. So, it turned out they were acquaintances. Ning Shuamo raised an eyebrow. Had the second guard no name that this Zhong girl referred to him as simply second? Who is this young lady? Zhong inquired, her sharp gaze appraising Ning Shuamo, unable to discern her identity or any remarkable features. What a bold question. My 8th senior sister is asking your name out of courtesy. And you dare to be so ungrateful. Another round-faced girl in white chided. Such arrogance. They expected her to respond obediently to their inquiries, as if they possessed some right. Ning Shuamo, disinterested, turned back to the second guard. I still wish to eat the rabbit legs. Let us continue roasting our meal. Miss Zhong and her companions were thoroughly disregarded. The round-faced girl, clearly accustomed to strutting about, raised her eyebrows in indignation. However, Miss Zhong waved her hand dismissively enough. Jumei, why stoop to the level of a mere child? She then turned her gaze to the second guard. Number 2, how fares your lord? Very well. Thank you for your concern, Miss Zhong, he replied politely. No need for formalities. When you return to your lord, please convey my regards to him, she added. Certainly, I shall relay your message. Miss Zhong nodded and continued. Number 2, your roasted game is quite commendable. Please prepare some for us as well. 15, brother. Kindly hand over the game you have. One of the handsome youths dressed in white nodded and placed several pieces of game before the second guard. The guard paused momentarily, furrowing his brow slightly, yet he nodded in agreement. Very well. Elder sister, who is he? The round-faced girl inquired with curiosity. He is the personal guard of the 6th prince. I have encountered him once at the crown prince's residence, so I recognize him, Miss Zhong replied. Oh, so he is merely a guard. The round-faced girl scoffed, her tone dismissive. I want mine thoroughly roasted. I want mine coated in mud and then dried and depilate. Each of the 4 expressed their culinary preferences, evidently treating the second guard as a servant. Those who reached this place for training were certainly not ordinary individuals. They were all at least 6th-tier practitioners. The 4 of them, clad in white, bore little dust and were not disheveled, indicating their considerable skills. Miss Zhong, having been to the crown prince's residence, must be acquainted with Ji Yinhuang. Ning Shuamo, currently on the run, believed she should maintain a low profile and avoid attracting trouble. Yet, the condescending attitude of these individuals was infuriating, bullying her in front of her. In her previous life as a head of a special operations team, she was fiercely protective of her subordinates. She could scold and reprimand them for mistakes, but could not tolerate anyone else speaking ill of them. Unbeknownst to her, She had subconsciously regarded the second guard as her subordinate, and she couldn't fathom why these individuals were treating him with such disdain. What do you wish to eat? Roast it yourself, Ning Xiuoma said, her expression tightening. How audacious of you. We are honoring him by allowing him to roast the meat. Do you know who we are? The round-faced girl was evidently quick-tempered and exploded at the provocation. Ning Xiuoma smirked. I care not who you are. I only know he is not your servant and has no obligation to serve you for free. Even if he agrees, you ought to express your gratitude. Is that too much to ask for? The round-faced girl was momentarily taken aback by her words. Miss Zhong interjected calmly. He is the guard of the sixth prince, and we are disciples of the crown prince. Therefore, we are entitled to regard his guard as a servant. Does that satisfy you? Ning Xiuoma's eyes flickered slightly. They were indeed Ji Yunhuang's disciples. Did this imply they were also from the Sun and Moon sect? Ning, they are disciples of the worship the Bright sect. Their abilities exceed the 8th tier. We cannot afford to provoke them. Patience is prudent, the second guard whispered to Ning Xiuoma. Worship the Bright sect? Ning Xiuoma rapidly searched her mind for information about this sect. Suddenly, a legend surfaced. It is said that 300 years ago, the emperor had made an exception to accept a female disciple named Yi Qingwan. For reasons unknown, she was expelled from the sect and denied recognition thereafter. That female disciple was fiercely independent and went on to establish the worship the Bright sect. The name Worship the Bright subtly alludes to her origins in the Sun and Moon sect. If these individuals claim to be Ji Yunhuang's disciples, could they possibly be direct descendants of Yi Qingwan, the sect founder? If Yi Qingwan were alive, she would be over 300 years old. Yet her disciples appeared remarkably youthful. Ning, do not be deceived by their appearances. They are all over 70 years old, but they possess remarkable skills in maintaining their youth. The second guard continued to enlighten her, revealing the mysteries of their powers. Indeed, Ning Xiuoma felt a renewed yearning for such powers. What girl would not desire the ability to maintain her youth? Even she was no exception. Only by breaking through to the first tier of the Earth level could one truly achieve eternal youth. The reason they maintained their appearances was due to a special technique taught by their master, which they had learned as well. By the way, what are you two whispering about? The round-faced girl asked suspiciously. Look over there. Is that a flying dragon centipede? A white-clad youth suddenly pointed toward the thicket, exclaiming. This sparked a wave of excitement among the others as they followed his gaze. Miss Zhong's eyes lit up, and her usually haughty demeanor softened with excitement. Indeed, it is the task our master assigned us. We can complete it now. The piercing howl they had heard earlier had indeed come from it. I told you, but you did not believe me. Fortunately, we came to check. This creature was typically found on the 6th peak, yet they had stumbled upon it on the 5th peak. They considered themselves fortunate. Surely it possesses a 6th-grade fire crystal within. We must retrieve it to complete our task. The four of them exchanged words as if the flying dragon centipede was already theirs. I will fetch the crystal, a white-clad youth volunteered. He was about to leap into action when Ning Xiuoma's voice halted him. This centipede is our kill. Do you think you can take it without our consent? Miss Zhong cast a glance at Ning Xiuoma, then turned her attention back to the second guard. Number 2, your skills have improved. You can hunt the flying dragon centipede alone now. Clearly, she did not regard Ning Xiuoma as a threat and did not recognize her contribution in slaying the creature. She shifted her tone. This centipede is precisely what my master requires. Kindly hand it over to us. I assure you I will explain this to your master later. Ere the second guard glanced at Ning Xiuoma and saw her lips pursed in a smile that held no humor. Gathering his courage, he replied, I'm afraid I cannot comply. This creature was Ning Xiuoma's prey, and he felt compelled to protect her claim. Although the flying dragon centipede was a creature of the 6th peak, it was exceedingly rare. One could spend half a month on the 6th peak without encountering a single one. Furthermore, the fire crystal within it was of exceptional purity, rivaling that of an 8th-grade crystal, and was virtually priceless. If Ning Xiuoma could present this crystal to the court, perhaps the emperor would pardon her for her elopement and reward her handsomely. Miss Zhong's expression darkened. You have quite the audacity to refuse me. Few dare to reject the requests of a direct disciple of the worship, the Bright sect. Even disciples of the Sun and Moon sect would show them some deference. Yet this mere guard had the gall to say no. I apologize, but the crystal within the flying dragon centipede is of utmost importance to our master. Until he personally grants his approval, I regret that I cannot comply. I hope Miss Zhong can understand, the second guard said, attempting to remain diplomatic. Given your impressive skills, I'm sure you can hunt a flying dragon centipede yourselves to complete your report, he added, invoking Ji Yunhao's name for weight. He could not mention Ning Xiumo, fearing for her safety. Ning Xiumo regarded the second guard thoughtfully. Though he bore a youthful face, he was serious and composed, surprising her with his articulate and non-offensive reasoning. Miss Zhong hesitated for a moment, a glimmer of anger flashing in her eyes, yet her lips curved into a faint smile. Very well. Since it is something the sixth prince requires, we shall hunt it ourselves. Let's depart. Elder sister. The round-faced girl protested, clearly unwilling to relent. Let us go. Miss Zhong replied curtly. The others, their faces filled with indignation, shot glares at Ning Xiumo and the second guard before rising to leave. Several brothers and sisters paused. Ning Xiumo stood up. Zhong Rushuang turned around and glanced at her. What is it that you wish to say? Ning Xiumo wore an expression of deep apology. We feel quite regretful for not being able to present the flying dragon centipede crystal to you. How about we prepare some wild delicacies as a token of our remorse? Her voice was melodious, her gaze clear and sincere, evoking a fondness in these seemingly ageless individuals. Moreover, they were genuinely hungry and too lazy to cook for themselves. What's more, it was difficult to resist such a feast of color, aroma, and flavor. This young lady is quite considerate, they thought. Very well, we shall indulge in this meal to ease your conscience. Zhong Rushuang and her three companions took a seat. The second guard felt a twinge of despair. It was not that he was unwilling to prepare wild delicacies for them, but having finally seen off these troublesome beings, Ning Xiumo had insisted they stay, and he was unsure what complications might arise. Did she know of their identities and was trying to avoid offending them with such gestures? He could not fathom Ning Xiumo's intentions and could only begin to prepare the wild delicacies. Ning Xiumo rushed over, rolling up her sleeves. Let me assist you. It will be quicker this way, lest these brothers and sisters go hungry. The second guard was about to refuse her help, urging her to rest instead. However, Ning Xiumo flashed him a smile and winked. Uncertain of her motives, he decided to let her be. Zhong Rushuang and her companions had no suspicions. They were only wary of the young acolytes under the emperor's command, while the others posed no threat. Besides, this child spoke so sweetly, clearly a young girl, and was clearly not one of the emperoress. What was there to fear? One of the youths in white jested with his companions. Second, could this little girl be your secret wife? She's quite pretty and her hands are deft. The second guard froze momentarily, instinctively wanting to retort. Yet, Ning Xiumo shot a glare at the young man, muttering softly. It's not like that, though her cheeks turned crimson, inadvertently confirming the jest. The others exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. This little girl was still a bit naive. Zhong Rushuang, who had harbored some suspicion, found her defenses completely lowered at this moment. The wild delicacies cooked quickly, and as anticipated, they were a feast for the senses, stirring their appetites. The round-faced girl eagerly grabbed a roasted rabbit, ready to dig in. Wait! Zhong Rushuang stopped her, producing a silver needle from somewhere, pricking the rabbit and inspecting the needle, which gleamed as before. Only then did she feel assured and handed it back to the girl. Clearly, she was highly cautious, testing each dish presented to her companions with the silver needle to confirm they were free of poison before allowing them to eat. The meal was devoured in a whirlwind, and in mere moments, only bones remained. Zhong Rushuang stood up. Thank you for the delicious wild delicacies. We must take our leave. She exchanged glances with her companions, and they all rose, bidding a hasty farewell to Ning Xiumo and departing towards the distant thicket. Ning Xiumo waved enthusiastically. Safe travels, dear brothers and sisters. I wish you success in finding what you seek. When had this girl become so obsequiously warm? The second guard couldn't help but steal another glance at her, only to find she was hastily scribbling on the ground. Beware of a sneak attack during retreat, thorns ahead. The second guard froze, and in that instant, the change occurred. For beams of golden light accompanied four figures as they launched a rapid assault towards Ning Xiumo and her companion, striking like thunder and lightning, aimed directly at their vital points. Clearly a lethal maneuver that left no room for survival. Fortunately, alerted by Ning Xiumo's warning, both were prepared. They retreated swiftly, appearing frantic as they leapt into the thicket. Zhong Rushuang had not anticipated that the combined deadly strike from the four would fail. Upon looking up, She saw Ning Xiuma and the second guard standing atop the thicket, observing them. The young girl seemed quite furious, her wide eyes demanding, "Why do you wish to kill us?" Having revealed their intentions, Zhong Rushuang no longer concealed her motives. "Because you must die." They were determined to acquire the crystal within the flying dragon centipede. However, they did not wish to provoke the royal family of the Chongkong Kingdom, so they opted for murder to eliminate potential witnesses. The round-faced girl added with a cold laugh, "Initially, we intended to grant you a quick end, considering your assistance in roasting the meat, but your lack of understanding leaves us no choice but to be ruthless. Wise one should refrain from futile struggles. Surrender and accept your fate." The youth in white grinned smugly. "If you choose to take your own lives, we may even grant you a complete burial. Should we be in a generous mood, sparing you from exposure in the wilderness?" Another young man chuckled joyfully. The four of them began to inch closer to the thicket. "You're being too cruel," Ning Xiuma exclaimed, but in her fervor, she forgot she was standing on thorns, and her foot slipped, causing her to tumble down with a yelp. The second guard hurriedly leapt down to catch her. The thicket was taller than a person, and, as they jumped, they vanished from sight. Zhong Rushuang's eyes narrowed. Could there be a trap hidden within those thorns? She smirked inwardly. No need to pursue. The locust swarm will finish them off. With a sweep of golden light, they unleashed their attack on the thicket. The four clearly had become accustomed to working together, deftly coordinating their strikes from four directions against the thicket. Their combined strength was formidable, and what appeared to be thick, sturdy thorns crumbled under their assault, branches snapping and juice splattering everywhere. Like a mowing machine, they advanced towards Ning Xiuma and her companion's hiding spot. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Zhong Rushuang's lips. Their refuge was precisely where the flying dragon centipede lay lifeless. Once the thorns were cleared, they could retrieve the crystal. It was a twofold benefit of silencing witnesses and cleaning up the scene. After disposing of the second guard and the young girl, they would use corpse-dissolving powder to eliminate their bodies, ensuring no trace remained. The four, eager to succeed, paid no heed to the chaos of thorns around them. In a matter of moments, they reached the lair of the flying dragon centipede. Zhong Rushuang caught a glimpse of the second guard's row corner. "Ouch, my head hurts." The round-faced girl suddenly cried, clutching her head in anguish. "This fool is trying to slack off again." Zhong Rushuang cursed under her breath, about to scold her when she felt a sharp object collide violently with her forehead, pain overwhelming her. She couldn't help but let out a low cry, instinctively reaching for her head. It felt as if countless sharp thorns had suddenly penetrated her skull, jabbing and piercing, causing her to scream in agony as she collapsed to the ground. The other three fared no better, tumbling to the ground in a similar state of distress. Clearly, they were all suffering immensely, their once regal demeanor forgotten as they writhed in agony, their cries echoing around them, startling the surrounding birds into flight. Ning Xiuma and the second guard emerged from the thicket, having sheltered behind the corpse of the flying dragon centipede, which had shielded them from harm. The second guard surveyed the writhing four, and then turned to the smiling Ning Xiuma. "What has happened to them?" Poisonet Ning Quemo replied coldly, her gaze fixed on their struggles. The second guard was puzzled. He had never seen Ning Xiuma administer poison. In the thicket of thorns, the poison she once released seems erroneous. It makes no sense that those individuals were poisoned while he, amidst the same thorns, felt nothing. Nevertheless, observing the four of them lying down, he breathed a sigh of relief. If a conflict were to arise, he and Ning Suimuo would be utterly outmatched, awaiting their demise. For now, they had narrowly escaped the calamity. Chapter 142. Elimination of witnesses. This poison was administered by you? He could not help but inquire. Ning Quemo smirket, her lips curling playfully. What do you think? She deftly returned the question. The second guard finally fell silent. "You wretched girl, what kind of trickery are you up to? Quickly provide us with the antidote." Zhong Rushuang exclaimed, suppressing her pain. "Does it hurt?" Ning Suimuo stood gracefully atop the thorny branches, swaying yet refusing to fall. "Little girl, please help us with the antidote. We can let bygones be bygones." One of the white-clad youths, now rolled into a gray-clad figure, realized it was not the time to be obstinate and began to adopt a conciliatory approach. "If you cure us, it would only allow us to eliminate you to silence our mouths. Are you out of your mind, or do you think I am?" Ning Suimuo continued to smile mischievously, her words infuriating yet unassailable. "We won't eliminate you to silence you." Zhong Rushuang insisted, her voice rising with indignation. We merely jested with you, hoping to scare you into handing over the fire crystal. We had no genuine intention to kill you. Zhong Rushuang attempted to rise despite the pain, but the agony had spread from her forehead throughout her body, making any movement excruciatingly unbearable. Is that so? Ning Suimuo smiled coyly, unabashedly tearing apart her falsehood. You feared that this matter would reach the crown prince, worried about how to explain it to him, and contemplated silencing us to cover your tracks, didn't you? Zhong Rushuang's face paled. The girl had guessed correctly. At this juncture, she could only stubbornly deny it. Little girl, you are mistaken. It is not as you think. We truly meant you no harm. If we wanted to kill you, we could have done so while you were roasting meat earlier. You refrained from attacking then because you were unclear about our capabilities. After all, you saw the flying dragon centipede fall into our hands, leading you to underestimate our skills. You aimed for a decisive strike while we were most vulnerable, and besides, you were genuinely hungry, coveting our culinary skills. Ning Suimuo counted on her fingers as she spoke. Zhong Rushuang's complexion grew even paler. She had not anticipated this little girl could see through her schemes so clearly. How shameless! They say one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Yet here you are, consuming our hospitality and then plotting our demise to seize our possessions. Such is the style of your cult. Truly brazen. Zhong Rushuang, having her conspiracy laid bare by the girl, felt a hint of embarrassment despite her usual thick skin. And what of you, little girl? You poisoned us in the wild game you served, didn't you? It seems you had planned this all along. Zhong Rushuang was not foolish. With a moment of reflection, she grasped the crux of the matter and could not help but retort. But I tested the food before eating. There was no poison. Ah, you are not entirely dim, Ning Suimuo chuckled. However, you're only half correct. I did indeed poison the wild game you consumed. But if eaten alone, it is merely a seasoning, not truly toxic. Had you eaten and departed without plotting against us, you would have faced no consequence. Yet, you feasted upon our hospitality and schemed to kill us. The sap within these thorns is likewise a poison, innocuous on its own. But when combined with the toxin in the wild game, it becomes a lethal concoction. Chapter 143. A Twisted Teacher-Disciple Relationship. Zhong Rushuang realized the intricacy of the girl's scheme and felt a grudging admiration. The second guard also regarded Ning Suimuo with newfound respect. What might have been a perilous battle was effortlessly resolved by her cunning. It appeared she had discerned their plot long before. How could such a small figure possess such keen insight, surpassing even him, a man accustomed to the brink of danger? However, how to deal with these individuals? They belonged to the Bai Ming sect, whose leader was fiercely protective of his disciples, who were spoiled and intolerant of humiliation. Should they kill them, the leader would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Furthermore, she possessed knowledge of soul-calling techniques. Even if they were to eliminate these individuals and destroy their bodies, the leader would eventually summon their souls to seek retribution. At that point, neither he nor Ning Suimuo would escape unscathed. They would meet a tragic end, and the repercussions would extend beyond mere physical death. Their very souls would be dispersed. Yet, releasing these individuals would also pose a grave risk, as they could retaliate. Caught in a bind, the second guard conveyed his concerns to Ning Suimuo telepathically. Ning Suimuo had initially intended to return their malice in kind, but upon hearing his apprehensions, she furrowed her brow slightly. The soul-calling technique was indeed a troublesome matter. She could take lives but lacked the means to annihilate souls. No wonder the Bai Ming sect acted with such impunity. They were backed by a master so formidable, one who was also a disciple of the emperor. It seemed the emperor, too, was quite eccentric. He had permitted such unruly behavior from his sole female disciple, turning a blind eye to her actions. Was there some unspoken secret between them, akin to the romantic entanglements portrayed in certain tales of immortals? The image of the emperor, clad in white like snow, flashed in her mind. It resembled the icy demeanor of a master entangled in a tumultuous romance with his disciple, who was cast out yet allowed to harbor both love and hatred, becoming the infamous exterminator. After contemplating the four writhing in pain before her, Ning Suimuo recognized that the affairs between the emperor and his disciple were of little concern to her. The immediate dilemma was how to resolve the situation peacefully. The round-faced girl, in agony, shouted vehemently, "You wretched girl, you are doomed. How dare you scheme against us? Once I recover, I will skin you alive and extract your tendons, making you experience the torment of being unable to seek life or death." Zhong Rushuang, noticing the hesitation of the second guard, understood his concerns and took a deep breath. If you know what's good for you, cure us now, and I shall refrain from making things difficult for you. We can part ways amicably. Delay any longer, and our enmity will be sealed. We will pursue you to the ends of the earth. This proposition was relatively enticing, prompting the second guard to look towards Ning Suimuo. Chapter 144. A Twisted Teacher-Disciple Relationship? Ning Suimuo smiled faintly. What do you all propose? If you cure us, we can spare your lives. The white-clad youth, now in disarray, spoke with a tone of arrogance, secretly vowing to torment them severely. First, provide us with the antidote. Another youth chimed in. The quartet, drenched in sweat and looking disheveled, was in a precarious situation. What shall we do, Miss Ning? These individuals are vengeful. The second guard relayed his dilemma. Ning Suimuo appeared troubled, pondering for a moment before sighing. This truly puts one in a difficult position. Allow me to consider. Second, let's not engage with them for now. Let's first retrieve the fire crystal. The second attendant also decided to temporarily set aside the perplexing issue at hand and indeed proceeded to slay the flying dragon centipede for the crystal. Meanwhile, Zhong Rushuang and the others were nearly driven to the brink of madness, as this wretched girl could ponder at her leisure while they felt as if they were enduring agonizing torture, unable to wait another moment. The four of them, in various states of threat, enticement, and insult, with flushed and pale faces alike, attempted to coax Ning Xuema into detoxifying them first. However, Ning Xuema paid them no heed, arms crossed, eagerly observing the second attendant as he extracted the crystal. The flying dragon centipede, with its tough copper skin and iron bones, required a delicate incision at a small nest on its abdomen to peel away its flesh, akin to tearing through iron sheets, which was particularly laborious. Ning Xuema displayed no signs of impatience, watching with rapt attention. In stark contrast, the others were in torment, drenched in cold sweat, their garments in disarray. After an hour, their resolve finally crumbled. They ceased their insults and could only utter a chorus of desperate pleas, with the round-faced girl even kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. 2 hours later, the second attendant finally extracted a 2-foot-long, blood-red, translucent fire crystal from within the dragon centipede. As soon as the crystal appeared, it radiated a dazzling brilliance, casting a fiery glow around. At that moment, the four individuals lay prostrate on the ground, utterly devoid of strength to beg for mercy, resembling dead dogs. The second attendant, having worked up a sweat, wiped the fire crystal clean and handed it to Ning Xuema, saying, Miss Ning, please take this. Ning Xuema examined it briefly before tossing it back to him, replying, You keep it. I have no need for it. She had no interest in the crystal, and considering its weight, it would be a cumbersome burden as she intended to gather herbs on the mountain. The second attendant, believing Ning Xuema was unaware of the crystal's value, could not help but explain, Miss Ning, this crystal is exceedingly rare. With slight polishing, it becomes an excellent tool for testing fire affinity. Additionally, practitioners of water affinity can utilize it to form a formation during their training to avoid falling into the depths of madness. Water and fire are opposing forces. When a water practitioner overexerts themselves, the yin energy within them surges. Only by using a fire attribute crystal to neutralize it can this peril be averted. It appears your affinity lies with water. Ning Xuema glanced at him. Then I shall gift it to you. Although this attendant served Ji Yunhao, he was a man of great loyalty and integrity, qualities Ning Xuema held in high esteem. Moreover, as he was her companion at present, she felt no reluctance in offering the crystal. Chapter 145. A Tale of Master-Disciple Torment. The second attendant looked at the fire crystal in his hand, and then at Ning Xuema, his eyes flickering with emotion. He expressed his gratitude and carefully stowed the crystal away, recognizing that some favors are best cherished in silence. Miss Ning, where are we heading now? He inquired. To Zhu Yufeng, to gather herbs, Ning Xuema replied. Miss Ning, please assist us in detoxifying, and we are willing to lead the way, Zhu Yufeng stammered. You are no match for Zhong Rushuang. Ning Xuema approached slowly and knelt before her, scrutinizing her. Are you contemplating that once the poison is lifted, you will shred me to pieces? No, I swear I would never, Zhong Rushuang hastily assured, sensing a glimmer of hope in Ning Xuema's demeanor and not willing to let it slip away. Very well, then you must swear an oath. If you break it, Your master shall never gain the emperor's forgiveness and will be barred from returning to the sun and moon sect, interjected the second attendant. Zhong Rushuang's complexion paled. How can our matters implicate our master? If you have no intention of breaking your oath, why fear for your master? The second attendant pressed unyieldingly. Ning Xiumao smiled lightly. If you cannot even muster such an oath, it shows a lack of sincerity. All right, I swear I will not seek vengeance against the two of you. If I break this oath, let my master suffer. Zhong Rushuang recited the poisonous vow as Ning Xiumao had instructed. The other three, upon witnessing her vow, followed suit, swearing similar oaths for their lives. The second attendant let out a long sigh of relief. Miss Ning, please detoxify them now. They will not dare to break their oaths. Ning Xiumao was aware that the inhabitants of the Tianzi continent placed great importance on oaths, as it was said that those who swore and broke their vows would swiftly face dire consequences. Thus, once an oath was made, it would not be broken even amidst the gravest of grievances. An hour later, Ning Xiumao and the second attendant were on their way to Luohua Peak. Miss Ning, did you not say we were headed to Zhu Yufeng? The second attendant questioned, noticing the apparent contradiction in their direction. That was merely a ruse to deceive those four. Ning Xiumao replied without looking back. The second attendant continued, having sworn not to seek vengeance against us, and considering their skills, it would be beneficial to have their assistance in clearing the path. They merely guaranteed not to seek vengeance against us. But that does not preclude them from harboring ill intentions along the way, such as luring fierce beasts to attack us or leading us into perilous territory. Do you truly believe they would come to our aid if we encounter danger? Rather than being constantly on guard, it would be wiser for us to part ways. The second attendant was taken aback, realizing the wisdom in Ning Xiumao's words, and fell silent. It was said that their master, Yi Qingwan, possessed soul-chasing techniques, which Ning Xiumao regarded with some skepticism. In truth, had it been her nature, she would have opted for a swift resolution by eliminating the four when she had them subdued, rather than exerting herself to restrain them, fearing future repercussions. However, Yi Qingwan's soul-chasing techniques did give her pause. She was still quite weak, while Yi Qingwan had reportedly reached the 8th level of the Earth tier, with hundreds of disciples under her command, making her a formidable presence on this continent. Chapter 146, A Tale of Master-Disciple Torment. If such a person wished for Ning Xiumao's demise, she would have no chance of escape. To confront such a formidable foe in her current fragility would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant shaking a tree. Utterly irrational. The second attendant nodded and recounted several harrowing tales of how Yi Qingwan employed her soul-chasing techniques to exact brutal revenge for her disciples' deaths. Each story was chilling, with each victim meeting a gruesome fate. One such individual was even a prince of a nation who, after inadvertently killing a disciple of the Beiming sect, was pursued and burned alive on the city walls, with even the emperor of that nation too afraid to voice his anger. Ning Xiumao frowned slightly, realizing that Yi Qingwan was even more deranged than the infamous exterminator. Her tyranny was so pronounced that the emperor turned a blind eye, suggesting a peculiar sentiment existed between them. What led to Yi Qingwan's expulsion from the sect by the emperor? The second attendant shook his head. That is an ancient tale from over 300 years ago, and no one knows the exact reason. Both the Sun and Moon sect and the Beiming sect have kept their lips sealed. I have merely heard that the emperor accepted her as a disciple for 3 years, only to decree her expulsion, never to see her again. Ning Xiumao listened to the gossip with great interest. How do you know she wishes to return to the sect? After all, she has already become the founding master of the sect herself. What a splendid position it is to be a master, teaching disciples without the constraints and regulations. The second guard sighed. The entire Tianzi continent is aware of Senior Ye's desire to return to the Sun and Moon sect. Unfortunately, the emperor remains steadfast, refusing to see her. It is said that Senior Yi has exhausted every means to meet him, yet has been unsuccessful. The emperor truly possesses a proud disposition. It seems that Yi Qingwan harbors genuine affection for him. Surely the emperor cannot be entirely indifferent. Otherwise, he would not allow her to act recklessly. Perhaps it is due to the concern for their master-disciple relationship. The emperor, being a figure of high stature, would not tolerate any blemish upon his reputation. Hence he swiftly severed ties with Yi Qingwan, yet it seems he cannot entirely let go. Over the past 300 years, it remains a tangled affair. Although he expelled Yi Qingwan from his sect, he has since refrained from accepting any female disciples, rendering Yi Qingwan his sole female disciple. How reminiscent this scenario is of a fantasy drama I watched prior to my transmigration. I never expected to witness such a living tale in this world. By the way, has Yi Qingwan married? Has the emperor taken a wife? The second guard cast her a peculiar glance. Although Senior Yi has an eccentric temperament, she is exceedingly disciplined and has never engaged in any physical contact with men. Thus, she remains unmarried. While she has many female disciples, any male disciples are instructed by the female ones, resulting in their lower status. As for the emperor, he is a divine being. Which mortal woman could possibly be deemed worthy of him? Naturally, he remains unmarried. Despite their separation, the man is still single, and the woman is still unwed. A tragic tale of master and disciple love. As they conversed, they quickly approached the foot of the falling flower peak. Atop the peak grows a rare herb known as the heavenly ice grass, which, when combined with other herbs, can enhance one's constitution and cleanse the marrow. Ning Xuema has been studying this herb recently. She has gathered all other ingredients, but this particular herb remains elusive, and it must be consumed immediately upon harvesting to yield its effects. Chapter 147. Serpent and Scorpion Mountain. Since Ning Xuema intends to gather herbs, she has meticulously prepared herself, knowing that this herb only flourishes in the shaded areas of Falling Flower Peak, and that two types of venomous creatures guard the area: a golden star magic snake and a celestial star scorpion. Both are deadly creatures with a level 3 psychic power. Although their psychic abilities are not particularly high, they are numerous. It is said that there are swarms of these snakes and scorpions atop the mountain, rivaling the Serpent and Scorpion Islands. Due to the herb's singular nature and stringent conditions for use, few have dared to venture here over the years. The second guard had also heard of this place. Upon initially hearing that Ning Xuema planned to venture there, his first instinct was to deem her reckless. He was aware of her inferior constitution, but surely it was not worth risking her life to improve it. Thinking she was unaware of the dangers, he began to warn her, only for Ning Xuema to interrupt him. I am fully aware of the risks. I have researched everything beforehand. You need not accompany me to the peak. You may remain at the foot. I have my own methods for gathering the herbs. This was her undertaking, and she did not wish to put anyone else in danger alongside her. After a moment of silence, the second guard removed the fire crystal from his back, concealing it in a hidden tree hollow before stating, I shall accompany you. The prince is not here. You need not adhere so strictly to the rules in protecting me. Ning Xuema, there is no need for persuasion. I have made up my mind. Wherever you go, I shall follow. He was not motivated by rules, nor solely by the sixth prince's orders. As a guard, he understood the importance of avoiding danger. If it were merely for the sixth prince's command, he would have merely done his best, but would not have sworn to follow her into danger. He followed her out of loyalty to her. Observing his resolute expression, Ning Xuema recognized that he was determined and could not be dissuaded. She acquiesced. Very well, I will take you with me. But you must follow my lead on the peak, and not a single mistake can be made. The second guard looked at her suddenly serious face, feeling a strange sense of authority emanating from her, compelling him to comply. What transpired next was a bizarre and terrifying nightmare for the second guard. As they approached the peak, Ning Xuema unexpectedly sprayed him with an odd concoction from head to toe, leaving no inch of skin untouched. The scent was pungent and peculiar. She doused herself similarly before boldly leading him to the peak. What they first encountered were snakes, golden serpents of various sizes, some as thick as water pythons, others nearly a meter long, writhing among the rocks and hanging from trees, creating a dizzying spectacle. The second guard, typically bold, felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine at the sight of so many serpents. These snakes were venomous. A single bite would result in instant death, even beyond the reach of a celestial being. The mountain offered no path, only the erratic trails left by the snakes. The second guard fought against his nausea and fear, holding his breath as he cautiously advanced, following Ning Xuema's prior instructions. Chapter 148. Serpent and Scorpion Mountain. Curiously, although they walked upon snakes and were flanked by them, none of the serpents attacked. They regarded the intruders as inconsequential. It was evident that the peculiar liquid Ning Xuema had sprayed upon them was effective. At this moment, the second guard felt immense admiration for Ning Xuema. Most girls would be terrified of snakes, He had witnessed a so-called psychic prodigy scream in terror at the sight of a single serpent. Yet here, in the midst of a snake pit, he struggled to maintain his composure, fighting against the urge to tremble. Yet, remarkably, Ning Xiumo walked gracefully through the serpents, unfazed. Even when a golden serpent over a meter long fell from a tree and landed on her neck, she did not flinch, allowing the serpent to slither around her before it departed. Whoever claimed that the daughter of Lord Ning was timid and ineffectual was utterly blind. From all that he had seen, this girl was an unprecedented talent, intelligent, wise, daring, meticulous, with a mind filled with depth and unique skills. She surpassed her father in every regard. Whoever was fortunate enough to wed her would possess a blessing beyond measure. It was a pity that their lord had missed such an exceptional girl. They traversed the snake-laden terrain without incident. Though the second guard was slick with cold sweat, he managed to maintain his composure, albeit his face was pale. Curiosity piqued, he wondered about the substance she had sprayed on them, theorizing, "It seems they regard us as kin." Ning Xiumo placed a finger to her lips, smiling, a secret formula, unique. The second guard, recognizing the nature of secrets, refrained from inquiring further. He glanced ahead. There should be a scorpion nest as well. The scent on us should still work. Add one more. Ning Xiumo succinctly replied, producing 2 small vials from her person and spraying both of them once more. This time, the odor was even more peculiar, a foul stench that nearly made the second guard sneeze. How the air was tainted with an unpleasant odor. The second guard nearly pinched his nose, nearly suffocated by the stench. Ning Xiumo's eyes curved with mischief. Do you prefer to smell foul enough to keep the scorpions at bay, or fragrant enough to attract them to dine with you? Well, he decided to endure a little longer. They had ventured deep into the mountains, and, at last, they encountered the scorpions. The scorpions were far fewer than the snakes, operating solo. Some were as large as a peepa, while even the smaller ones were as big as a hand fan, each moving with the swiftness of lightning, their elevated tails resembling banners fluttering in the wind. The second guard felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was aware that the scent emanating from him resembled that of a rooster. It was said that scorpions feared chickens, but these colossal scorpions, should one be seized, would undoubtedly dwarf any rooster. Would they still be afraid? Yet, he had clearly overthought it. A natural enemy is indeed a natural enemy, and the scorpions here were repelled by the very scent of chicken droppings that clung to them, wherever they roamed. The scorpions scurried hurriedly, vanishing into the underbrush in the blink of an eye, as if they were fleeing from danger. Chapter 149. Companions, everyone regarded this place as perilous. Yet it seemed that with the right approach, traversing such terrain was not as daunting as it appeared. If he were to gather herbs here in the future, he would bring a rooster along, or perhaps apply some chicken droppings to himself. However, the snake-infested area posed a challenge. The scent there was something he could not quite identify, let alone concoct a remedy for. Don't get any wild ideas, Ning Xiumo interjected, having discerned his thoughts. The ordinary rooster doesn't carry the same scent as we do. It is the fragrance of the heavenly chicken, an arch enemy of these scorpions. So that was it. The second guard couldn't help but glance at her again, realizing that the little girl was exceptionally well prepared and had thoroughly researched this place. It appeared she had not ventured here recklessly. She was composed and confident. As they turned a bend in the mountain, a stunning sight unfolded before them, a vast expanse resembling a sea of stars. No, it was a field of grass that sparkled like stars. The grass stood densely, for 5 dozen stalks, each over a foot tall, with a pale blue hue, their thick, rounded leaves resembling tiny stars, adorned with a delicate layer of frost that glimmered softly under the setting sun, exuding a gentle fragrance. To his astonishment, the second guard found an abundance of heavenly ice grass here. His eyes lit up, and he instinctively moved forward. Ning Xiumo gestured for him to halt, and then drew a short dagger that glimmered with a crimson sheen. Unsheath your weapon. Startled, the second guard thought she might be challenging him to a duel. Rest assured, Miss Ning, all the herbs here are yours. I shall not lay claim to a single one. Ning Xiumo shot him a sidelong glance. Stop with the chatter and draw your weapon. I need you to coat it with a special poison to counter another breed of venomous snakes and scorpions. Relieved, the second guard promptly handed her his sword. Ning Xiumo applied a transparent ointment to the blade before returning it to him. Use it sparingly. This is all I have. Remember, we each take 1 stalk of the herb and then withdraw. Do not be greedy. Her tone was serious, and the second guard hesitated. May I, too, take a stalk? Of course. Having entered a treasure trove, how could I allow you to leave empty-handed? This herb can slightly enhance your abilities. Once you've harvested it, consume the leaves immediately. The stem is inedible. Remember. The second guard was overwhelmed with gratitude and whispered, "Thank you." In the Long Kong Kingdom, any treasures discovered by guards were the sole property of their master. Even a vast patch of herbs would be monopolized, leaving them with nothing unless they achieved some monumental feat worthy of a reward. Yet now, for reasons unknown, he was allowed to collect 2 stalks, and without hesitation. Ning Xiaoma had assigned one to him. For a girl like her, he would gladly risk everything to repay her kindness. Taking a deep breath, the second guard said, "Miss Ning, if we are limited to 2 stalks, then I shall forego mine. You need it more than I do. Enough of this nonsense. If I say you can take one, then take it. Remember to be cautious when harvesting. The stems might release venomous creatures." The second guard complied. Ning Xiaoma's eyes sparkled. "Good, then let us begin." In unison, they sped toward the patch of heavenly ice grass. Chapter 150. Trouble as they approached. She swiftly wielded her dagger, dispatching a red snake that had leapt from the underbrush, and seized a stalk of heavenly ice grass. With a quick motion, she consumed the star-like leaves and nimbly retreated 3 paces. The second guard had been observing her movements, and with practiced agility, he mirrored her actions, swiftly dispatching a scorpion before harvesting a stalk himself. His motions were fluid and graceful, but as he collected his first stalk, he suddenly felt a wave of gratitude for Ning Xiaoma's kindness and decided to gather a second stalk for her. However, as he reached for another, he was met with a sudden onslaught. 2 red and 1 gray shadow darted toward him. Simultaneously, 2 silver flashes shot past him, targeting 2 of the shadows. He swung his sword in defense, cleaving through one of the shadows. Yet, the shadow struck by the silver light merely paused, spewing forth 2 puffs of faint purple mist. The second guard managed to evade one, but the other enveloped him completely, leaving him reeling with nausea and plunging toward the heavenly ice grass. "You fool!" Ning Xiaoma exclaimed. Unable to catch him in time, she swiftly kicked him away just as he was about to fall. He tumbled onto a hard patch of ground, groaning as he curled up slightly. "Who told you to be greedy? Did you take my words lightly? This is not how one seeks death." Ning Xiaoma returned, fuming and unleashing a tirade of scolding upon him. The second guard's face turned pale, his insides churning as he realized the gravity of his mistake. He shrank back, apologizing, sorry. Clutching the stalk of heavenly ice grass tightly, he trembled as he offered it to her. "This one was hard to come by. Please, take another." Realizing that his extra harvest was meant for her, Ning Xiaoma's anger flared anew. "Fool, who asked you to meddle? If it were possible to gather more, do you think I wouldn't do so myself? You absolute imbecile." Having spent time with her, he was accustomed to her smiling demeanor. But this was the first time he witnessed her in such a fierce rage. When she was angry, an imposing aura surrounded her, causing him to instinctively shrink back, resembling a frightened quail. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to see Ning Xiaoma darting back toward the patch of heavenly ice grass. "Where are you going?" "Be quiet and stay there. I'll find an antidote for you." The second guard, already aware of the dangers lurking in that patch, felt a surge of despair. "Please don't. My life isn't worth such trouble for you." Ning Xiaoma paid him no heed. Having traveled together for so long, she had unconsciously begun to regard him as her subordinate. Although her subordinate had acted foolishly and made a grave mistake, she could not bear to watch him perish. The second guard had been injured by the venomous mist of a snake, and if not rescued in time, he would succumb within half an hour. The sole antidote for this poison was the gallbladder of the very snake that had attacked him. Having already wounded the creature with her silver needle, it had retreated into the grass, and she now had to track it down once more. As the book review and beautiful picture contest approached its conclusion, there were still 8 days left for participants to cast their votes, with the voting commencing on October 1st and the event concluding on October 10th. Those who had not yet joined were urged to seize the opportunity. Chapter 151. The aerial acrobat in this region, the icy grass was surrounded by snakes and scorpions, each patch of grass sheltering one of each creature, maintaining their boundaries. If they were to harvest from only one patch, they needed to slay a single serpent. However, attempting to harvest from a second patch would incite the creature's wariness, prompting them to assist one another in defense, leading to unpredictable attacks. Fortunately, these venomous creatures were primarily focused on protecting their herbs, As long as the plants remained undisturbed, they remained docile, merely watching intruders with their tiny, bead-like eyes. The snake that had attacked the second guard was likely lurking near where he had gathered herbs, close to two particular plants. After a cautious search, Ning Xiuma finally spotted the two serpents, her silver needles still embedded in them. She could not disturb the herbs they were hiding among, lest it provoke the surrounding poisonous creatures. Instead, she shot two more tranquilizer needles. Moments later, she returned with the two dazed snakes. Although one had inflicted the initial injury, the two were identical, making it impossible for her to discern the culprit. Therefore, she decided to bring them both back. In the brief time it took, the second guard had begun to foam at the mouth, his face turning an alarming shade of green. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he felt a sense of relief upon seeing Ning Xiuma return safely, but soon fainted, overwhelmed by the agony he had endured. He felt as though he had swallowed 2 pounds of bitter herbs, his tongue nearly numb from the taste. He instinctively attempted to vomit, but a finger pressed against his lips warned him, "Dare to retch, and you shall see what happens." The young girl, though small, exuded an impressive aura. Gritting his teeth, the second guard swallowed the bitter gall. After a moment, Ning Xiuma observed his still green visage and sighed. It seems that wasn't the right one. While speaking, she extracted the gallbladder from the other snake and held it to his lips. "This one should do. Swallow it." With a grimace, the second guard complied and ingested the second gallbladder. The remedy proved effective, and his complexion gradually improved as the dizziness and pain subsided. Ning Xiuma had successfully snatched his life from the brink of death. With the antidotes secured, they could not linger in this place teeming with venomous creatures. Once the second guard regained his strength, Ning Xiuma began preparing for their descent. Although the poison had been neutralized, its potency lingered, leaving him weak. He could only muster enough strength to walk. After she finished gathering her belongings, she turned to him, concerned. "Are you certain you can walk? You can rest a while longer if needed." He shook his head. "No need. I can manage the descent." He did not wish to burden her further. This place was too perilous, and every moment counted. Ning Xiuma, seeing him steady on his feet, felt reassured. She too wished to leave this den of serpents and scorpions. Employing the same method they had used to arrive, they proceeded without incident, evading the attentions of the scorpions and snakes. Just as they neared the exit of the golden snake's territory, the sky suddenly darkened, and a fierce wind began to blow. The previously calm golden snakes became agitated, fleeing into crevices and underbrush. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 serpents had vanished without a trace. Chapter 152. The aerial acrobat Ning Xiuma instinctively looked up to see a massive cloud approaching. No, it was not a cloud, but a flock of birds, eagles, and falcons. Yet these birds were astonishingly large, each the size of a small house, their golden eyes and dark feathers glimmering in the moonlight as they soared towards them like gliders. The second guard recognized their form, his expression shifting in horror. Golden-eyed eagles from 9 peaks, level 8 magical beasts. How did they come here? Level 8 magical beasts. Ning Xiuma felt a chill. They were not to be trifled with. Urgently, she grasped the second guard's hand, and they fled. The eagles, natural predators of snakes, were undoubtedly drawn to the golden serpents, but should they notice the 2 living humans, they would likely consider them as a meal as well. Not far away, a small cave offered a potential refuge, and they dashed inside just in time, their speed remarkable as they sought safety. The cave was not large, but sufficiently deep to shield them from the enormous eagles, whose size suggested they could not even fit their beaks inside. Outside, the wind howled, mingled with the shrill cries of the eagles, while the ground trembled beneath their feet, signaling that the birds had landed on the peak. Soon, the sounds of rocks tumbling and serpents hissing filled the air as the golden snakes, unable to hide well, were forced to confront their fierce foes. Ning Xiuma cautiously peered out from the cave's entrance, gasping in shock as she witnessed the eagles employing freezing techniques. With a mere exhalation, they unleashed a gust of frigid air, immobilizing the snakes that had sought refuge in the crevices. Their sharp beaks shattered the stones, effortlessly extracting the trapped golden serpents. The captured snakes, paralyzed by the cold, could not coil around their captors, while the eagles remained unbothered by the venomous mist the snakes released, opting instead to bite. These eagles were evidently adept at catching snakes, targeting the vulnerable spots with precision. When a snake attempted to strike back, the eagles merely flicked their heads, rendering the serpent limp and lifeless. Once they had secured their prey, The eagles would flap their wings and ascend, clearly intending to return. With most of the snakes retreating into caves and crevices, the eagles faced some difficulty in their hunt. Those hiding in shallow shelters were easily unearthed, while the deeper ones eluded capture. Then, Ning Xuemal witnessed a peculiar sight. The eagles began to tear apart the mountainside. Their beaks, sharper than any metal, gouged out massive chunks of stone, gradually enlarging the cave entrance to facilitate their feeding. Ning Xuemal's heart raced at the realization that their sanctuary was not as secure as she had hoped. It seemed these eagles possessed the same abilities as woodpeckers, using their beaks to excavate to reach their quarry. Just then, one of the eagles seemed to sense life within the cave and approached with purposeful strides. Chapter 153. The Aerial Acrobat. This was dire. Ning Xuemal recoiled, retreating deeper into the cave alongside the second guard. Cautioning her, he suddenly grasped her arm, and she felt something slick beneath her feet. Alarmed, she stepped back, glancing down to find a massive serpent coiled at their feet. Roughly 2 meters long and as thick as a small barrel, its triangular head raised high, cold green eyes fixed intently upon them. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and Ning Xuemal, with her limited abilities and poor night vision, initially struggled to discern the interior. Just moments ago, she had nearly stepped on the serpent's tail. Aware that this particular snake was known for its irritable temperament and formidable attack strength, Ning Xuemal realized that she and her companion had emitted a considerable amount of body heat during their recent flight, causing their scent to differ from that of the serpent's. Logically, the snake should have launched an attack, yet it merely glared at them with its glistening green eyes for a brief moment before retracting its body and closing its eyes, allowing the cave to descend back into darkness. Suddenly, a massive beak intruded from outside, with a tongue extending into the cave, desperately searching the depths. Ning Xuemal and her companion held their breath, pressing themselves against the cave wall, thankful for the cave's depth which kept them out of reach. However, as they watched the vivid red tongue glide past them, a chill ran down Ning Xuemal's spine. The tongue could penetrate so deep. The birds in this world had undergone significant mutations. After a moment, the tongue retreated, but Ning Xuemal scarcely had time to relax before the sound of the beak pecking against the stone echoed ominously. With a thunderous noise, large stones began to tumble down, and the entrance to the cave widened visibly. It seemed the bird had caught wind of the snake or some other prey inside. The two had retreated to the deepest recesses of the cave, and at this rate, they would soon be expelled by the bird's beak. They could not afford to remain passive. The bird would soon use its tongue to probe again. Ning Xuemal swiftly coated their weapons with different potent poisons, and as the bird's tongue entered once more, they leapt forward, thrusting their swords. With a pair of hissing sounds, both blades pierced the tongue, causing blood to spatter. The bird let out a piercing cry, retracting its tongue with lightning speed. Had they not withdrawn their swords quickly, they would have been dragged out as well. From outside came the cries of hawks, clearly agitated by the pain. Moments later, the bird's cries ceased, replaced by a frenzied pecking, indicating its fury had escalated, and it was now determined to enlarge the entrance more rapidly. The poison had evidently been ineffective. This bird consumed toxins regularly, developing a formidable resistance. Their plan to incapacitate it with poison had failed once again. Moreover, having learned from its previous encounter, the bird no longer used its tongue to investigate, but was intent on relentlessly widening the cave's entrance. A hissing sound emerged from behind, and the two turned to see the golden serpent opening its eyes once more, flicking its long tongue at them, its large head inching closer. Instinctively, Ning Xuemal stepped back, inadvertently moving toward the cave entrance, where the massive bird's beak awaited them. Chapter 154. Aerial Acrobat. Ning Xuemal felt a surge of realization. The snake was attempting to force them out as scapegoats. The birds would seize food and fly away. If they were driven out, they would become prey, ensuring the snake's safety. Such cunning from a mere serpent. Resolute, Ning Xuemal and her second guard exchanged determined glances and then launched simultaneous attacks from either side. The snake was ferocious and highly poisonous. A single bite could spell disaster. Fortunately, Ning Xuemal had researched the snake's temperament and weaknesses prior to their encounter, equipping herself with various antidotes. In normal circumstances, the second guard could handle the snake, but having just recovered from poison, he was severely weakened, able to exert only a fraction of his strength. Together, they struggled mightily to subdue the golden serpent, ultimately killing it and pushing its corpse toward the entrance. The massive beak swooped in, seizing the dead serpent and dragging it outside. They had narrowly escaped disaster. The second guard, still shaken, exhaled deeply. Before he could utter a word, the sound of stone being pecked echoed once more. Surely, they were not to be spared even with a scapegoat at hand. In the blink of an eye, the cave entrance had widened sufficiently for the bird's entire head to intrude, its beak darting toward them like lightning. With nowhere left to retreat, and Ning's Suimuo positioned at the periphery, the beak aimed directly at her chest, summoning her courage. She prepared to defend herself with her sword but was suddenly yanked aside. The second guard had swapped places with her, taking her position just as the beak lunged forward, dragging him outside. "Ning girl, take care," were the last words he managed to utter, sacrificing himself to grant her a fleeting chance at survival. Ning Suimuo felt a thunderous roar in her head as she witnessed the second guard being pulled toward the cave's mouth. She sprang into action, her sword slicing through the air toward the massive beak. A resounding clash of metal sounded as her blade left a mark upon the beak, causing the bird to recoil painfully. But in the process, she was inadvertently pulled outside, her clothing snagged on the feathers of the bird's head. Now, dangling precariously, she scrambled to sever the entangled fabric, only to find the bird suddenly lifting into the sky, ascending swiftly into the clouds. Ning Suimuo hesitated to cut the remaining ties. Instead, she hastily secured herself further to the bird's head, gripping its feathers tightly, fearful of plummeting to a disastrous fate. To her surprise, the second guard had not perished. He was clutched in the bird's beak, gazing up at her with tears in his eyes, overwhelmed by her bravery in facing such peril alongside him. Ning Suimuo felt an overwhelming guilt for the predicament they found themselves in. "No time for words. Conserve your strength," she urged sternly, unwilling to entertain his feelings of remorse. Chapter 155. The peculiar amber of the second guard, understanding the gravity of the situation, ceased his struggles. Ning Suimuo had ridden various flying contraptions before, but this was her first experience of being airborne while clinging to a bird's head. The bird, irritated by the added weight of two individuals, began to flail, attempting to shake Ning Suimuo loose. The sensation of soaring through the air was 1,000 times more exhilarating than any roller coaster. It bore a danger 1,000,000 times greater. Ning Suimuo felt her stomach churn violently, on the verge of retching. She clung desperately to the bird's feathers, her body being tossed about in the turbulent air. In contrast to her precarious position, the second guard watched her with bated breath, calling out warnings of caution. Ning Suimuo understood the peril she faced. The bird's frantic movements had already severed 2 of her ties, leaving only one precariously intact. Taking a deep breath to suppress the nausea from the sudden weightlessness, she flipped over and managed to secure herself atop the bird's head. Using all her strength, she anchored herself firmly. Her small frame made her weight less burdensome, and as she settled, the bird began to fly more steadily, tiring from its earlier turmoil. And it veered toward the 9th peak of Tianshu Mountain. Though they had temporarily escaped death, their future remained bleak. The 9th peak was said to be a mysterious realm only ventured by the leaders of various factions. As a novice, Ning Suimuo, along with her second guard who possessed only a fraction of knowledge, questioned whether they could survive if they even made it past the bird's beak. "Ning girl, I'm truly sorry for dragging you into this," the second guard lamented, filled with guilt. "Enough chatter. Conserve your strength," Ning Suimuo replied curtly. At this moment, courtesy is not a priority. Preserving strength to seize every opportunity for survival is of utmost importance. The speed of the eagle's flight is extraordinary, and the biting wind makes it difficult for her to open her mouth. Riding atop such a high-flying bird inevitably induces dizziness. So she simply closes her eyes and quietly regulates her breath. Although the future appears bleak, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, she is determined to endure. After approximately 15 minutes of flight, the eagle's speed began to diminish. Ning Shima opened her eyes to witness the landscape swiftly receding beneath her, with countless towering trees flashing by. Following the bird's trajectory, she noticed a jagged black cliff in the distance. Undoubtedly, this was the eagle's nest. She could not allow herself to be taken there, for it would mean certain death. Desperately, she scanned her surroundings for a suitable landing spot. However, the bird continued to soar high above, and below lay only trees and rocky terrain. Should she fall, no matter where she landed, the impact would be catastrophic. In her moment of despair, she suddenly heard the distant sound of cascading water. Her spirits lifted. Where there is a waterfall, there is bound to be a pool. And if they could reach the water, perhaps salvation awaited them. Tensing her body, she severed the last strap of her garment caught in the bird's feathers with her dagger, then used a strap to cover one of the eagle's eyes. Instinctively, all birds tend to fly in the direction they can see, and this eagle was no exception. Ning Xiuama cleverly adjusted its flight path towards the sound of water. The sound grew louder, and soon a lake emerged not far ahead, its surface a deep blue, indicative of significant depth. Indeed, fate had not forsaken her. Prepare for extraction, she commanded her second guard, who immediately braced himself. As the eagle approached the lake, she suddenly swung herself from its feathers, thrusting her dagger towards one of the eagle's eyes. Chapter 156. Such occurrences she would never allow again. No matter how resilient a bird's exterior, its eyes remain its most vulnerable point. Amidst a spray of blood, the bird screeched in pain, and the second guard tumbled from its beak, plummeting like a meteor into the lake below. Ning Xiuama wasted no time. Having succeeded in her attack, she leaped from the bird's head and plunged downwards. With two resounding splashes, they crashed into the lake's surface, creating enormous waves. Although the eagle had descended slightly under Ning Xiuama's control, it still hovered 100 meters above the water. Falling from such heights, even into water, would bring about a perilous impact. Despite adjusting her position like a diver, as she struck the water, her mind went blank, and she sank uncontrollably towards the lake's depths. Fortunately, the lake was deep, and after diving for several meters, she still could not discern the bottom. When she finally shook off her dizziness and struggled to the surface, half a minute had passed. Just as she emerged, gasping for air, a fierce wind swept over her, casting a shadow above, and a pair of talons lunged toward her head. A booming voice rang in her ear, and a figure leaped forth, pushing her back into the water. With a splash, the pressure on her head suddenly lessened. She looked up just in time to see her second guard being lifted into the air by the eagle's massive claws. Ning Xiuama surfaced, shouting in despair, only to watch helplessly as he was carried skyward. My name is Shirtu Xiuama. It has been a pleasure to meet you in this life. It is worth dying for. In the next life, I only wish to be your guard. The second guard's waist was crushed by the eagle's talons, his insides ruptured. He understood that he had no chance of survival. Rather than being taken back to the nest to be devoured, he preferred to end his life. This would also sever Ning Xiuama's thoughts of rescuing him. With that, he mustered his strength to utter his final words, drawing his sword across his neck, blood spraying forth as life ebbed away. Crimson droplets fell from the sky, creating ripples in the water as they drifted away. A few drops landed on Ning Xiuama's face, still warm. She touched her fingers to the blood, feeling it slide away, and closed her eyes momentarily. She knew he was gone. She had failed to save him, yet he had rescued her twice. He was her first true companion in life and death, and she never expected him to perish here. She did not even know the true name of this second guard, who bore a youthful visage yet always maintained a stoic demeanor. She recalled that certain royal princes would establish specialized training camps to cultivate a cadre of personal guards. The children in these camps were often abducted from a young age, unaware of their origins, lineage, or even their names. Their daily existence revolved around relentless training and combat. Following rounds of brutal eliminations, most children perished, while the strongest survived to become the prince's guards. Their sole purpose for living was to serve loyally, functioning as the sharpest blades and the strongest shields, devoid of individual names, only code names. The second guard was undoubtedly one of the most exceptional among them. Chapter 157, A Deathly Parting. The second guard was indeed remarkable. He barely remembered his childhood name, which he had never disclosed to anyone. At last, he revealed it to the girl he trusted the most. The eagle had long since departed, leaving bloodstains spreading across the lake's surface in rippling circles. Ninguemo, submerged in the water, gazed at the vanishing silhouette of the eagle, her fists clenched tightly. If only she were stronger, perhaps her companion would not have perished. She refused to allow such a situation to recur. Thus, she must grow stronger and survive. The ninth peak, renowned as the most perilous location, was not a place for novices like her to linger. Her immediate objective was to escape safely. She swiftly scanned her surroundings, encircled by towering peaks that framed the expansive lake at its center. The terrain bore resemblance to the celestial pool of Changbai Mountain. Could this lake be a volcanic crater? Upon further inspection of the surrounding peaks, her brows furrowed higher. 8 mountains of varying heights encircled her, each subtly resembling elements of the 8 trigrams, some like dragons, others like tigers, phoenixes, or even tortoise-serpent hybrids. Ning Xiuma's heart stirred. Was this not the left green dragon, right white tiger, front vermilion bird, and rear black tortoise? The positions of these 4 peaks aligned perfectly with the cardinal directions. The remaining 4 peaks were notably shorter, their forms somewhat irregular, resembling certain animals. Yet she could not discern their likenesses at the moment. Each peak exhibited distinct colors. Some shimmered like snow, others blazed like the dawn, some glimmered emerald, while others appeared as dark as the night, each possessing its own allure. Cascading down each peak were waterfalls, their hues mirroring those of the mountains, flowing directly into the vast lake below. Such a scene was ethereal, beyond even the most vivid dreams. More importantly, this arrangement of peaks was conducive to gathering the essence of heaven and earth, especially with the silent homage of the other 16 peaks of Tianshu Mountain. Their spiritual energy would converge upon this 9th peak, making it unsurprising that the most formidable magical beasts could emerge from here. This was a natural sanctuary for cultivation. If one could train here, the efficiency would be unparalleled, with progress astonishingly swift. Was this a masterpiece of nature or the handiwork of human ingenuity? If it were a natural formation, the coincidence was astounding. If it were crafted by humans, what kind of being possessed the might to move mountains and fill seas? Unless they were deities. Contemplating deities, the image of the emperor flashed through Ning Xiuma's mind. Was it truly him? She shook her head. It was impossible. If that individual possessed such abilities, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the heavens and become a deity rather than remaining on this continent. Perhaps he was a natural phenomenon, a masterpiece left by the heavens in this world. The most beautiful places are often the most perilous. Ning Xiuma, indifferent to the scenic beauty, knew she had to leave the lake, ascend a peak, and seek a path downwards. She found herself at the center of the expansive lake, surveying the surrounding mountains. Since this location resonated with the principles of the 8 trigrams, she decided to venture through the opening of life. Choosing a direction, she began to swim towards the shore. It was evening, coinciding with the full moon, which hung in the sky like a vast silver disk, casting shimmering reflections upon the lake's surface, reminiscent of scattered pearls. The moonlight was as delicate as gossamer, gently rippling with the water. Chapter 158. She must survive. In the lake, there seemed to be a subtle current. As Ning Xiuma swam, she could feel that current coursing through her, weaving within her body, a sensation reminiscent of the warmth experienced in the prince's hot spring, yet even more intense. This lake was indeed a place of extraordinary natural wonders, brimming with the essence of the earth. The spiritual energy here was most potent, allowing even someone like her, who struggled with mental energy, to perceive its strength. If a genius were to arrive, they could likely achieve in 3 days here what might take 3 years elsewhere. How curious that such a treasure should remain unclaimed. Even if only the sect leaders were permitted entry, they should surely seek to possess this place, perhaps establishing a refuge here, or at the very least visiting regularly, rather than the infrequent presence described by Ji and Huang, who suggested they rarely came, perhaps not even once in a decade. This seemed illogical. Ning Xiuma longed to linger in the lake's embrace. Perhaps if she submerged herself for 10 days or half a month, she could emerge as a pillar of talent. Yet, having gone nearly half a day without sustenance and exhausted from her efforts, she was ravenous, her stomach pressing against her back, eager to find a place to rest and replenish her energy. The moon appeared to her, a giant pastry, tempting her to pluck it from the sky and take a bite. After swimming for some time, she suddenly sensed something amiss. At her current speed, she should have been nearing the shore, yet upon glancing ahead, she found herself still distanced from the bank, as if she were merely treading water in place. How strange. In this area, every direction appeared clear and picturesque. Even the shapes of the flora along the shore were distinctly visible. She could see the traces left by her movement in the water, yet the shore remained elusive, as if she were ensnared in a ghostly barrier. Ning Xiuma had traversed many dark paths before, even through deep forests and burial grounds, where she had encountered similar barriers. However, those were shrouded in fog, obscuring her path, unlike the clarity she experienced now. To ensure her safety, she resorted to a method to dispel such illusions, slicing her finger to draw a simple talisman. This technique, learned from an exorcist, was infallible against such barriers. Yet, despite invoking her most potent method, it proved ineffective. She remained adrift in the lake's center. This lake was undeniably peculiar. Had she chosen the wrong direction? She attempted to swim in another direction, opting for the opposite course. To her astonishment, as she swam forward, less than a meter, the once placid waters began to churn violently, forming whirlpools before and behind her, waves crashing and threatening to engulf her. Desperate, she struggled against the tumult. Her swimming skills were exceptional. She relied on her strength to resist the whirlpool's pull, managing to distance herself. Yet curiously, every time she swam forward, a larger whirlpool would appear, each more powerful than the last, nearly pulling her under several times. Turning back, she found the sights of the whirlpools eerily calm, as if they had never existed. Chapter 159, No Way Up to Heaven. No door down to earth. Ning Xiaoma dared not take further risks and turn back. At that moment, the turbulent waters around her softened, transforming into tranquil azure waves, reflecting the sky like a mirror. She was left speechless. Could the previous chaos have been an illusion? Yet, the immense force of the whirlpool had felt all too real. She tried swimming in various directions, each time encountering new perils. To the south, a colossal beast, resembling the legendary water monster, leaped from the depths, nearly drawing her into its gaping maw. Initially, she told herself it was an illusion and to disregard it, until the creature's tail struck her waist, nearly fracturing her. Fortuitously, her reflexes were sharp. She only sustained a glancing blow. Realizing the danger, she turned to flee, and the beast vanished. Other directions brought no respite. One path revealed an erupting volcano, with molten lava cascading down. Had she not evaded swiftly, she would have been incinerated. Another led to a quagmire, thick and treacherous, where even a feather could not float. Ning Xiaoma knew that should she fall in, there would be no escape. She had explored all directions. Apart from the initial opening she had chosen, the remaining paths were dead ends. Gazing at the distant shore, which remained tantalizingly out of reach, a chill spread through her. Was she destined to drown in this bizarre lake? Suddenly, a bird's cry echoed through the sky. Ning Xiaoma looked up to see a creature with a human head and a bird's body swooping toward her on the lake's surface, evidently intent on making her its next meal. Instinctively, she considered diving into the water to evade it, but a sudden idea struck her. As the bird's claw descended, she twisted her body and sent a ribbon from her hand, ensnaring the bird's talon and pulling tightly. Surprised, the bird faltered. Seizing the moment, Ning Xiaoma leaped and grasped on its legs. The bird took flight, realizing too late that it had caught a slippery prey. As it flailed with its other claw, Ning Xiaoma was shielded by the bird's thick thigh, allowing her to escape its grasp, while it inadvertently drew blood from its own leg. After several failed attempts to dislodge her, the bird resorted to breathing fire, but she evaded deftly, causing it to singe its own feathers. With no curses left to utter, the bird abandoned its efforts to dislodge her and took to the skies, heading for its nest. Ning Xiaoma's aim was to escape the strange lake. She could devise another plan once she was free. However, to her dismay, the bird seemed to be trapped as well, as it flew forward yet remained ensnared within the lake's confines. The bird flew for a while, seeming to panic, and began to flail about aimlessly like a headless fly. Ning Xiaomo, holding onto its thigh, observed that the surrounding scenery remained unchanged, yet the great bird appeared to encounter something that terrified it to the core. Its body began to tremble, and it struggled violently. Numerous wounds opened up on its wings, body, and talons, each varying in shape, some as if they had been torn apart, others resembling cuts from sharp instruments, and still others appearing as if pecked by some creature. Ning Xiaomo felt a surge of fear. It seemed that the bird, much like herself in the water, was under attack from the illusions, and these were tangible assaults. A sudden cold wind slashed towards Ning Xiaomo, its fierce howl carrying an unusual, fishy odor. Reacting swiftly, she let go with both hands and plunged back into the lake with a splash. Almost simultaneously, she heard the bird emit a mournful cry as its two legs were severed by some unseen force, causing its body to lose balance and tumble into the water. Clearly, this bird was no adept swimmer. After a few flounders, it slowly sank to the bottom. The lake's surface returned to its previous calm, the ripples gently undulating, as if nothing had transpired. Nang Suimuo's entire being bristled with unease. It appeared that not only was there something peculiar about the water, but even the sky above the lake held its own mysteries. Moreover, this vast expanse of water seemed devoid of any mechanisms. Could it be the legendary restrictions set by deities? She hoped she was not so unfortunate. As she looked around in despair, she felt a profound sense of hopelessness, akin to being trapped with no escape in sight. Had she known this would happen, perhaps she would have accepted the old emperor's proposal, becoming that so-called beast consort, rather than enduring such torment here. This despondent thought flickered through her mind, but was quickly brushed aside. Her character was such that she would not easily surrender until the very last moment. While others might give in at the Yellow River, she would persist even beyond it. Unless she breathed her last breath, she would find a way, even if it meant battering through obstacles. She refused to believe that this situation was utterly hopeless. Perhaps a glimmer of hope lay just beyond her reach, waiting for her to discover it. Taking a deep breath, she resolved that since any direction she swam would be futile, she would simply float in place, calming her mind and restoring her strength. The water around her began to ripple gently, and countless delicate currents surged into her body, coursing through her meridians. These currents, unlike her cultivated inner energy, seemed to wind like green vines, blooming along their path, making her feel as if she had shed a few pounds. When the current reached near her dantian, it paused momentarily before vanishing without a trace. Nang Suimuo realized that while others' dantians stored their mental energy, hers seemed to devour it. Whenever she cultivated even a bit of mental energy, it would be completely absorbed upon entering this region. Did her dantian perhaps conceal some monstrous entity that feasted on mental energy? She exerted herself to use her inner sight, trying to glimpse the situation within her dantian. But all she saw was a thick white mist. Bewildered, she knew that others could see their spiritual roots when using inner sight after cultivating their mental energy. The higher the root, the stronger the energy. Yet, she could not even catch a glimpse of her roots, let alone the leaves. After all this turmoil, her stomach growled with hunger, a fiery sensation raging within. Looking up, she was startled to see the previously submerged bird now bobbing half-submerged not far from her. She swam over and drew out her dagger. The bird was not made of iron and steel. Its flesh was quite easy to cut. She quickly sliced off 2 pieces, disregarding the odor, and stuffed one in her mouth. The bird was grotesque, and the meat was rather tough, more arduous to chew than leather. Nang Suimuo swallowed 2 pieces with difficulty and could consume no more. Indeed, she recalled the second guard mentioning that the magical beasts here contained crystals. This bird, being native to the 9 peaks, must have reached level 8 of mental energy. Its body could very well harbor precious crystals. If she could survive and bring that crystal back, it would indeed be a splendid achievement, making her journey worthwhile. She promptly began to dissect the great bird. Fortunate to have witnessed the second guard extract crystals before, she knew where to look within the creature. After a short while, she finally retrieved a transparent red crystal, resembling a deer antler, from within the bird's ribcage. The crystal measured no more than a foot in length and was less than an inch in diameter, appearing quite delicate. Nang Suimuo examined the crystal thoroughly. Its quality seemed inferior to the one found within the flying dragon centipede, suggesting that the crystals from the 9 peaks were not as fine as those from the 6 or 7 peaks. As she held the crystal, intending to sense the spiritual energy within, she was taken aback when, upon channeling her energy, a force surged from the crystal directly into her palm, causing her entire arm to feel electrified and numb. This sensation spread rapidly throughout her body, rendering her as stiff as a wooden post, unable to drop the crystal, while a searing current of energy raced through her, swiftly reaching her dantian. Then, just as before, the energy vanished without leaving a spark behind. As the current dissipated, Nang Suimuo regained her senses. She opened her eyes to find herself sinking 2 meters deep in the water, resembling a heavy log, and hastily began to paddle her limbs to resurface. Strangely, although the previous heat from the red crystal had been uncomfortable, its disappearance brought her a sense of relief, and she noticed a significant increase in the inner energy within her dantian. Looking at the red crystal in the water, she gasped. The vibrant red hue had transformed into a grayish-white bone, as if all its nourishing energy had been completely drained. This scene appeared rather eerie. Nang Suimuo discarded the bone and examined her hands. Her slender fingers bore a rosy hue and seemed more nourished than before. The thin calluses on her palms had faded almost entirely. Ning Suimuo paused for a moment, wondering if her hand had acquired the legendary ability to absorb energy. Shaking her head, she dismissed such trivial concerns and resolved to find her way out first. As she carefully scanned her surroundings, she suddenly perceived an enhancement in her vision. Where she once could only vaguely discern the tree trunks on the shore, she could now clearly see the direction in which the topmost leaves pointed. Since even the sky above the lake bore restrictions, it proved that the constraints were not limited to the water itself, but extended to the surroundings. Ning Suimuo's gaze fell upon the surrounding mountains, and she noticed that the 4 towering peaks, resembling divine beasts, seemed to shift ever so slightly. How peculiar could mountains shift? After observing the 8 peaks for a while, she finally discerned that they, along with the central lake, were slowly rotating. As they turned, their shapes began to morph. The one resembling a white tiger gradually elongated, hinting at a transformation into a green dragon. A sudden realization struck her. Could this be the 9 stars, 8 trigrams formation? The more she looked, the more it resembled one, and her astonishment grew. The 9 stars, 8 trigrams formation was something she had encountered in a book before, possessing inscrutable powers. If she had suitable materials, she could also set it up. However, arranging such formations typically required stones and trees and would be laid out on a grand revolving platform to correspond with the 9 celestial bodies. Due to the stringent conditions needed to establish such a formation, Ning Suimuo had only ever discussed it theoretically, never having attempted to construct it. Unexpectedly, I found myself here, surrounded by towering peaks that seemed to rotate in unison, an utterly inconceivable phenomenon. Indeed, the wonders of this world cannot be understood through conventional reasoning. Ning Guimel, having discerned the formation, knew precisely how to dismantle it. She swam forward a meter in the water, then retreated half a meter, gliding diagonally for a foot, and then horizontally for 3 feet. Continuously changing her direction, she soon realized that the illusion she had previously encountered had vanished. An hour later, a sudden brightness enveloped her vision, and the scenery around her transformed entirely. The great lake remained unchanged, yet the surrounding landscape had morphed dramatically. The original divine beast mountain had vanished without a trace, replaced by a towering peak that pierced the heavens, standing like a graceful maiden amidst the surroundings. Its slopes cloaked in ice and snow, shimmering with a translucent whiteness under the moonlight. Flanking the peak were 2 waterfalls cascading down like silk, splashing droplets that fell into the great lake below. On either side of the towering summit were smaller hills, resembling attendants of a celestial maiden, arranged in a row. Wisps of white clouds floated between the mountains, shrouding the scene in a dreamy haze. At first glance, it resembled a divine being accompanied by celestial children traversing the mortal realm. Ning Xuemo fixated on the highest peak, which was entirely snow-white, devoid of any blemish. A sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had encountered this mountain before. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly realized that the peak resembled not a maiden, but the revered emperor. The mountain's grandeur echoed the flowing white robe he wore, while the glacier cascading from its summit mirrored his long hair. Yet there was a distinction. The emperor's hair was jet black, while this peak, if it could be said to possess hair, was as white as snow. Despite this minor difference, the resemblance was striking. Could it be that the emperor had modeled his appearance after this very peak? It was indeed possible. Extraordinary individuals often have extraordinary ways of presenting themselves. Now ashore, the verdant grass felt like a soft carpet beneath her, and she sat comfortably, akin to lounging on a plush sofa. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Her bones ached as if they might crumble, yet she hesitated to recline, fearing she might not rise again. With no guardian to protect her in this perilous place, she dared not enter a meditative state, opting instead to close her eyes and catch her breath, all the while remaining acutely aware of her surroundings. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and opened her eyes, turning to gaze at the great lake behind her. She froze in astonishment. In the center of the previously empty lake, an odd platform had materialized, layered and resembling a mosaic of emerald leaves. It was about the size of an octagonal table, glimmering softly under the moonlight. Yet, what astounded Ning Xuemo even more was the sight of a small child seated upon the platform. This child appeared to be exquisitely carved from fine jade, looking to be about 2 years old, with closed eyes, a prominent nose, and delicate pink lips, adorned with a vermilion birthmark shaped like a flower bud on his brow. Clothed only in a pale, silver belly band, his arms and legs were as white as lotus stems. He sat in a meditative posture, his long, silvery hair cascading like a curtain, glinting under the moonlight. The platform, positioned at the heart of the lake, was bathed in moonlight, surrounded by a misty haze, while only his figure stood out distinctly. The moonlight graciously wove a faint silver halo around him, resembling a celestial glow. Ning Xiuma gazed intently at the child, her mind racing with possibilities. She certainly did not believe he was human. After all, this was the ninth peak, a realm inaccessible to ordinary mortals. No child from any household could inadvertently wander into this place. Holding her breath, her gaze fixated on the vermilion birthmark, which bore a resemblance to a ginseng flower. Could this be the legendary ginseng doll? Her eyes brightened with realization. Observing his fair limbs, she envisioned a plump, white ginseng sprout. Ginseng is known for its restorative properties, and it is said that a ginseng takes 100 years to assume a human form, 500 years to develop facial features, and 1,000 years to attain complete human attributes, typically appearing as a child. Folklore surrounding ginseng dolls is abundant, with the most famous tale suggesting that consuming one grants eternal life. The mythic figure Zhang Wolao is said to have ascended to immortality after consuming a ginseng essence. This secluded locale, coupled with the peculiar lake, rendered it plausible that a ginseng could have cultivated itself into a child over millennia. To her astonishment, she had stumbled upon such fortuitous luck. Having encountered this being, she could not let the opportunity slip away. Consuming this ginseng doll might enhance her powers significantly, transforming her into a prodigious beauty capable of navigating this continent with ease. More importantly, with newfound strength, she would have a greater chance of escaping this mountain. Taking a deep breath, she examined her belongings, realizing that capturing the ginseng essence required silver needles and red thread. She possessed silver needles and thread, though regrettably, it was not red. However, she was undeterred. She lightly sliced her fingertip with a small knife, letting her blood stain the thread crimson, and then sealed it in a small vial. With everything prepared, she slipped back into the water. A skilled swimmer, she could hold her breath for 3 minutes while diving, gliding through the depths like a silent pike, her path directed toward the platform. Closer, ever closer. The distance was approximately 500 meters, and she only paused to breathe twice along the way, stealing glances at the child, who remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger approaching swiftly. As she neared the verdant platform, Ning Xiuma slowed her pace, gathering her strength in the water while clutching the silver needle tightly. With the introduction of a significant character, the anticipation grew. The delicate aerial roots are hollow, with fine streams of water coursing within them. Ning Xiuma can even discern the bubbling flow of water inside the roots, which is directed towards the seated boy. Could it be that this lad not only draws in the essence of the moon, but also absorbs the spiritual energy from the lake? This indeed is a splendid method. The spiritual energy here is most potent. If one cultivates properly, a year spent here could equate to a century elsewhere. No wonder this ginseng doll appears so vibrant and astonishing. No matter how adept you become, today you shall become my meal. She resembled a serpent stalking its prey, silently gliding forward, gradually closing the distance, before suddenly launching her attack. The silver needle in her hand gleamed like flowing light, propelled by a red thread directly towards the boy's belly. Swift, precise, ruthless. These 3 words could only begin to describe Ning Xiuma's strike, yet the boy was utterly unprepared. He had not even opened his eyes before the silver needle pierced his garment. To Ning Xiuma's astonishment, the moment the needle made contact with his garment, it shattered as if struck by a crushing machine, instantly vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, the red thread held firm, wrapping around him several times. There was a chance. With remarkable speed, Ning Xiuma leapt from the water, resembling a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. With a splash, she landed on the green leaf platform, only to find her arms empty. She opened her eyes wide, realizing the boy who had been seated on the green platform was nowhere to be seen. Just as she had leapt down, her arms had nearly encircled the boy's body, but instead, they embraced only empty air. The red thread had indeed ensnared him. Ning Xiuma hastily examined the red thread, discovering one end attached to her pinky while the other was wrapped around the ginseng doll, which had submerged into the water. Truly, a creature skilled in cultivation, it was remarkably alert. Ning Xiuma's figure sprang into action, ready to dive into the water. However, the green leaf platform beneath her suddenly expanded, rolling towards her. Clearly, this platform intended to envelop her like a dumpling filling. It was undoubtedly the work of the ginseng doll. With a light push from her toes, she leapt into the air, narrowly escaping as the surrounding green leaves began to close in. Her movements were undeniably swift, but the growth of those green leaves was even more rapid, rivaling lightning. Just as she appeared to be breaking free from their grasp, the leaves inexplicably extended another 2 feet, suddenly closing in on her. Surrounded by a canopy of verdant foliage, her head collided with the leaves. Though they were soft, the impact stung fiercely. Falling onto the green platform below, she found herself entirely enveloped by the leaves, akin to being trapped within a blooming bud. Naturally, she was unwilling to remain ensnared, thrashing about within her green prison. Yet, while the leaves appeared tender and fragile, they were more resilient than leather. No amount of striking or slicing could yield a gap. She could not find a single inch of escape, and to make matters worse, the leaves began to constrict further, compressing her from all sides. Enclosed within, the space grew increasingly suffocating, her breath becoming shallow. Desperately, she searched for a way out. Oblivious to the boy standing a short distance away on the water's surface, his silver hair billowing like satin in the breeze. His deep blue eyes, reminiscent of ocean waves, fell upon the green bud, encasing Ning Xiuma, a flicker of surprise passing through them. How could someone breach this place? Impossible. The red thread she had cast was now hooked around his delicate finger. His long lashes fluttered down, as if sensing something. Moments later, he opened his eyes, astonishment deepening as he beheld the girl ensnared within the green bud, a girl of negligible psychic ability. A mere waste of potential had somehow managed to intrude here, a phenomenon more remarkable than the 8 wonders of the world. Were he to encounter such an extraordinary individual under normal circumstances, he might have spared her, perhaps even observed her for research, or casually imparted some skills to elevate her miraculous potential. However, this location forbade any outsiders from entry or knowledge, with no exceptions permitted. Thus, the boy's lips thinned, a glimmer flickering in his gaze, his fingers gradually tightening. With his movement, the green bud began to constrict at an accelerated pace. Ning Xiuma sensed the tightening around her, realizing that at this rate, within a minute, she would be crushed into a mere clump of flower fertilizer. It appeared this ginseng doll was no benevolent creature. While she hesitated to strike him, he seemed quite willing to crush her. Unable to resist, Ning Xiuma tugged at the red silk thread between her fingers. This thread, said to be the fabled silk of celestial silkworms, had been a precious gift from Ji Yanhuang, which she had safeguarded closely. Its unparalleled resilience made it an excellent tool for escape in dire situations. Using it to ensnare the ginseng doll was a serious gamble, knowing ordinary threads would likely prove ineffective. As she tightened her grip on the red thread, it became taut. Evidently, something still anchored the other end. The doll had yet to escape, remaining submerged. If she could pull him over and subdue him, perhaps she could escape this cursed green sphere. Ning Xiuma steadied her breath, channeling her internal energy into the slender thread, and with a sudden yank, she gasped softly. The thread felt as if it were tethered to a mountain. And instead of pulling him closer, she stumbled back, pain shooting through her fingers as the thread dug in her palm, drawing blood that fell like pearls. The boy outside maintained his grip on the thread. Her tug merely caused him to furrow his brow slightly. After sensing her strength, his gaze returned to the green sphere, seemingly peering through the layers of leaves to observe her. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt an icy gaze scrutinizing her from within. This sensation was so vivid it caused her body to stiffen. The Emperor? No, the Emperor was still in the palace of the Longkong nation, playing the part of an ice sculpture. It was said he would remain for 3 days, and not even 2 had passed. He should still be in meditation. How could he be here? A mere illusion, undoubtedly. At that moment, her blood dripped onto the green leaves beneath her. Strangely, the leaves did not absorb it. Instead, the droplets rolled like pearls. The leaves trembled as if repulsed by the blood, shaking vigorously to expel the blood droplets, ceasing their rapid closure. The leaves feared her blood. Ning Xiuma saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Without hesitation, she slashed her hand with a dagger, cutting deeper for effect. The blood gushing forth like a stream. She spun like a top, smearing her bloodied hand against the walls. The entwined leaves recoiled, and soon the green sphere began to disperse, unveiling the starry sky above. Almost as soon as she glimpsed the heavens, Ning Xiuma soared upwards, her sense of direction uncommonly precise as she darted toward the boy standing amidst the rippling waters. "Little ginseng doll, let us see where you shall flee this time." The moment she broke free, the boy seemed poised to cast a spell, but upon hearing her words, he paused, momentarily taken aback. In the fleeting moment of his distraction, Ning Xiuma lunged forward with the swiftness of lightning. The young boy, caught off guard, was seized by her embrace. With a resounding splash, they tumbled into the water, sending droplets soaring into the air. The supple, delicate skin of the child was as smooth as milk chocolate, and Ning Xiuma was adept at holding him. Her right arm encircled his upper body, encompassing his small arms within her grasp, while her left arm restrained his legs, rendering him immobile. The two of them rolled in the water, unable to halt their momentum, as Ning Xiuma struggled to maintain her balance. With her face mere inches from his, their eyes locked. His azure gaze sparkled like an enchanting sea, tranquil as an icy lake, yet shimmering with life. Ning Xiuma's heart raced at the sight. Having already concluded that he was a ginseng doll, she found herself yearning to take a bite, but the allure of his captivating eyes held her back momentarily. Her lips brushed against his tender cheek, so soft it seemed like they would yield to pressure. The contact felt akin to touching a piece of cool jade. The child, evidently unaccustomed to such close proximity, squirmed slightly in her arms, tilting his head back to evade her lips. Despite his attempts to escape, Ning Xiuma, undeterred, tightened her embrace and gently pecked his soft lips. They felt like delicate tofu or jelly, seemingly melting upon contact, imbued with a subtle fragrance that was simply irresistible. Although Ning Xiuma had encountered many people in her past life, she had never truly interacted with an infant. Initially intending to assert her dominance with a kiss, she found herself overwhelmed by the desire to bite down on those soft lips. Yet, she hesitated, fearing she might ruin such a beautiful visage. In that moment, a sense of guilt washed over her, akin to defacing a masterpiece. However, hunger gnawed at her. After all, capturing this ginseng doll was meant to satiate her appetite. Caught in a moment of indecision, she held onto the child's mouth, torn between her desire to bite and the realization of the consequences. The child seemed to sense her intentions, and a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes. His small hands, trapped in her grasp, began to form a gesture of magic. But Ning Xiuma, ever astute, remained vigilant against his potential sorcery, tightening her grip as she preemptively thwarted his efforts. In an unexpected turn, his tiny tongue darted into her mouth, startling her into releasing his lips. She stared at him, astonished that such a small child could engage in such an act. Yet, she quickly discerned that he was not attempting to kiss her, but rather to cast a spell with his tongue. Just moments earlier, his tongue had brushed against hers, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have found herself overwhelmed, perhaps even choking on water. This little ginseng doll was clearly unwilling to be captured, making every effort to escape her grasp. Yet, she remained unyielding. As she held him tighter, her fingers inadvertently brushed against a red thread adorning his delicate hand. Unlike ordinary silk, which would dissolve upon contact with blood, this celestial silk retained its vibrant hue. The contrast of the bright red against his pale skin was striking. Ning Xiuma's curiosity was piqued. She recalled that the red thread was initially tied around his waist, yet somehow it had shifted to his finger. Could it be that the thread, designed to bind the ginseng doll, had a mind of its own? Perhaps it moved to the most vulnerable part of him, like his pinky. As she entwined the thread around him, she also inadvertently wove it through his long hair, which floated around her wrist and shoulder, tickling her. She was cautious. This child was not only powerful, but also a ginseng doll, and his hair could potentially ensnare her. Having subdued him, she could not afford to let her guard down and risk being ensnared by his own locks. After a brief struggle, Ning Xiuma managed to halt their descent in the water, pausing to gather her strength for an ascent. However, she was perplexed to find that he had suddenly become significantly heavier, as if she were cradling a stone. She glanced down at the child, who wore an expression of calm defiance, his lips curled in a slight smirk, challenging her. Initially, she had considered using a dagger to threaten him, but with both hands occupied, she had to think quickly. Leaning down, she whispered playfully into his ear, "If you pull any more tricks, I might just nibble on your ear." Though speaking underwater posed challenges, her proximity allowed her voice to carry, albeit in an odd tone. As she finished, she playfully bit his earlobe, eliciting a momentary stiffness in his body, yet his weight became normal once more. With a sense of triumph, she released his ear and began to swim upward. Breaking the surface, Ning Xiuema exhaled deeply. Though their time underwater was brief, it had been taxing. The moonlight illuminated the child's glistening skin, and upon closer inspection, she found his features astonishingly exquisite, akin to a crystal doll. She was captivated, unable to tear her gaze away. "What do you intend to do?" The child finally spoke, his voice ringing clear like a crystal wind chime, tinged with an icy undertone. "Can you guess?" Ning Xiuema replied with a playful smile, revealing her bright white teeth. The child's azure eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I can't guess." "Then there's no need to. Soon enough, you'll find out. Be good, and I might make this pleasant for you." With a reassuring smile, she began to swim towards the shore. Chapter 169. He is her ingredient. The child's eyelashes were damp, and he pursed his small lips, falling silent. Ning Xiuema stepped through the water, always attentive to his movements, fearing he might conjure some new trick. The child seemed to have indeed lost his enchantments. His small face gently nestled against her chest, obedient as could be. The lake shimmered with rippling emerald waves, and the green leaf platform had vanished without a trace. Under the moonlight, the lake's surface resembled a mirror, if it weren't for the small child in her embrace. Ning Xiuema would have almost believed everything that had just transpired was a dream. She swiftly swam to the shore, lifting the child out of the water, her forehead glistening with sweat from exhaustion. Sitting on a large stone at the water's edge, she held the child tightly, unwilling to place him on the ground. The ginseng doll was likely adept in earth-dodging techniques. If she set him down, he might disappear in a flash. How could she possibly consume him? Ning Xiuema's gaze wandered over the little doll, and she suddenly comprehended the feelings of the esteemed Tang Song when he once consumed ginseng fruits. The ginseng fruits he received resembled small children, but were not alive. At least they were still fruits, which could be bitten into without hesitation. Yet the one she held, with his soft skin, twinkling eyes, and rosy lips, was evidently a little human being, a beautiful child at that. She couldn't bring herself to harm him. No matter where she bit, she felt she would be committing a grievous sin. She was not a soft-hearted person. She had taken many lives in her lifetime, but she had never harmed a child, let alone consumed one. It seemed Zhang Wolao was far more ruthless than she. Perhaps she should close her eyes and toss him into a pot to stew, but there was neither pot nor firewood here. Oddly enough, although the lake was surrounded by trees, not a single fallen leaf or dead branch was in sight, unless she ventured further afield. She raised her head to survey the distance, where oddly shaped rocks and lush trees loomed, cloaked in darkness under the moonlight, appearing both mysterious and perilous. This was the 9th peak. Any creature that ventured out from here would keep her occupied for quite a while, so it was best not to provoke them just yet. A soft rumble echoed in their ears. It was Ning Xiuema's stomach growling. "I'm so hungry," she admitted, swallowing hard. "You're hungry?" The child spoke again. "Indeed," Ning Xiuema replied, her expression stern, her gaze falling on his silvery hair that glistened like moonlight. An idea struck her. She raised her hand and plucked 2 strands of his hair, staring at him with hope. "What are you doing pulling my hair? Casting a spell?" The child raised an eyebrow, observing her. After a moment, Ning Xiuema's face fell. Dramas can be misleading, she thought. She vividly remembered seeing someone pluck a hair from the ginseng elder, which then transformed into ginseng tendrils. Yet, the strand she held remained unchanged, stubbornly just hair. Could it be that only the elder's beard could transform, while the doll's hair could not? "Why can't your hair turn into ginseng tendrils?" Ning Xiuema asked, drawing a short knife, resting it against the child's neck. "Quickly produce some, or I shall consume you right here." The little doll's lips twitched, and he glanced at the knife on his neck, then back at her. "You want to eat ginseng?" "Yes, transform it quickly," Ning Xiuema insisted, pressing the knife down slightly. This knife was a gift from Ji and Huang, sharp as a razor's edge, gleaming with a cold light under the moon. Chapter 170. He is her ingredient. The child's skin was as tender as lotus root, and she yearned to take a bite but did not wish to harm him. Although the blade rested on his neck, it was handled with care. The child sighed softly. Then let me go, and I will provide you with ginseng. You're too tightly held. You can't even move your hands, Ning Shuamo replied. If you let go of me, I won't run away, the child assured her. A hint of frustration in his voice. Release one of my hands, and I can give you a century-old ginseng. Ning Shuamo was somewhat skeptical. This little doll was too cunning. He had already tricked her once, and she had to be cautious. After pondering for a moment, she relented and loosened her grip on one hand, the one tethered by the red thread. Then hurry up. If you try any tricks, I will sever your little head. She pressed the knife against his throat, her tone dripping with menace. The child, however, seemed genuine, not intending to deceive her. He gently patted his belly, and a rather stout ginseng sprouted forth. Ning Shuamo's eyes lit up as she reached out to take the ginseng. It appeared to indeed be a century-old, fully developed, plump and white, with dozens of tendrils sprouting below. Ning Shuamo smiled with her eyes narrowed. With this ginseng, she could finally feast and no longer endure hunger. It seemed this little doll was genuinely a ginseng doll. Otherwise, how could he simply produce ginseng by patting his belly? Had she stumbled upon a treasure? Was his belly a bottomless pouch? If he could conjure ginseng with a tap, could she do the same? Ning Shuamo, a practical person, immediately put her thoughts into action and began to pat his belly. Yet, nothing emerged. Undeterred, she continued to pat all over, inadvertently descending too low, her hands landing between his legs. The child, who had been smiling, now shifted his expression slightly. With a flick of his fingertips, a spell was instantly formed. A flash of white light dazzled her vision, and instinctively, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, her arms felt empty, and when she opened her eyes in haste, the little doll had vanished without a trace. Darn it, he escaped, Ning Shuamo exclaimed, leaping up and scanning the surrounding ground. The ginseng doll likely used earth-dodging techniques. He could only run underground. Yet, the ground around her was covered in fragrant grass, and she could not find a single hole. She glanced at the red thread tied to her fingers, which fluttered in the wind, while the child at the other end had long since disappeared. Searching the grassy area yielded no ginseng either. With a sigh, she sat back on the stone. If he had fled, so be it. Even if he were in her grasp, she still wouldn't know what to do with him. After all, she couldn't bring herself to bite him, and holding on to him was exhausting. Fortunately, the ginseng he had given her remained sufficient to satiate her hunger. Cautiously, she tested it with a silver needle to ensure it was not poisonous before slowly consuming it. She was exceedingly hungry. A ginseng the size of a small radish was swiftly devoured, finally alleviating her hunger. The child had not deceived her. The ginseng was indeed over 100 years old. Having just emerged from the water, and with the cold high-altitude weather, she felt chilled to the bone and almost shivered as she sat there. Chapter 171. He is his ingredient, however. After consuming the ginseng, a warm sensation enveloped her belly, a surge of heat coursing through her, dissipating the chill within moments. To her surprise, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Wiping the perspiration away, she felt a stirring in her heart. This ginseng must be much more potent than she had imagined. She could not simply treat it as a mere radish, consuming it without thought. She needed to harness its essence to maximize its benefits. Glancing around, she noted the surrounding tranquility, with only the whispering mountain breeze breaking the silence, devoid of any other sounds. To her astonishment, this place resembled a hidden paradise, even after all this time on shore. She had yet to encounter any of the feared magical beasts of legend. She was, after all, single and alone in such a perilous place, which naturally caused her unease. Resolutely, she rose to her feet and began to rearrange the large stones by the lakeside. With her internal energy having reached a certain level, moving these stones was not overly strenuous. She placed them in an orderly fashion, arranging them according to a specific pattern. In no time at all, she had formed a formation based on the principles of Chiman Duanjia, divided into 8 gates, full of myriad transformations, capable of withstanding the might of 100,000 troops. Seated in the center of the formation, she felt a sense of security. Typical magical beasts would not dare approach her. Once everything was set, she exhaled softly, settling onto a large stone to meditate and circulate her energy. Unbeknownst to her, not far away, a small figure had reappeared on a tall tree. At this moment, the child had discarded his original garment, now donning a small robe, as white as snow, adorned with faint patterns. Behind him, a moon as large as a disk hung in the sky, its silvery light flowing gently over his robe. His silver hair danced with the breeze, creating a scene as picturesque as a painting. Unfortunately, Ning Suimuo was oblivious to it, having completely entered a meditative state. The child perched high in the tree, overlooking the entirety of the scene, surveyed the stone formation surrounding her, and then turned to observe her seated figure, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his deep blue eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a formation set without the aid of mental power, merely by haphazardly placing stones. She seemed to believe that a chaotic arrangement of stones could repel the ferocious beasts in this area. Even the weakest of magical creatures could easily shatter these stones with a casual swipe of their claws. After all, she was still a child, somewhat naive. His gaze shifted to her meditative posture. At this moment, Ning Suimuo was cultivating her internal energy. Thus her sitting position was distinct from the gestures used for cultivating mental power. His vision was extraordinary. He could see that she was completely drenched, her clothes clinging to her form, allowing him to discern the subtle changes in her skin, which indicated the flow of energy within her. Such an unusual method of cultivation. Such an intriguing aura. Such a peculiar girl. He had never seen anyone quite like her in all his years. As Ning Suimuo's internal energy surged faster, the heat generated caused her clothes to dry visibly. Steam began to rise from her head, resembling a steamer resting atop her. The child watched with great interest, momentarily forgetting his own cultivation. After a while, his eyes sparkled, and he gently plucked a large leaf, folding it expertly until it took the shape of a tiger. With a flick of his fingers, he cast it into the formation. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and the green leaf transformed into a vibrant tiger, letting out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Startled, Ning Suimuo opened her eyes and looked outside the formation, only to spring up in shock. What a colossal tiger! It was twice the size of any Siberian tiger she had ever seen, but what astonished her most was its emerald green fur. She had encountered white tigers, snow tigers, and those with yellow and black patterns, but this was her first encounter with one draped in verdant hues. Indeed, this was a bizarre world inhabited by bizarre creatures, perhaps a unique species of the ninth peak. Ning Suimuo fixed her gaze on the tiger as it darted through the formation, clutching her short knife tightly. Perhaps this creature was not merely a tiger, but the legendary Qiongqi. It seemed that the Qiongqi in games had peculiar colors. Yet this one lacked wings. Its eyes were also green, burning brightly like ghostly flames under the moonlight. The tiger landed within the stone formation, and it seemed to immediately catch the scent of Ning Suimuo, letting out a furious roar as it lunged toward her. Despite its massive size, the beast was remarkably agile, leaping over 2-meter-high stones effortlessly. It leapt onto a large rock and then pounced toward Ning Suimuo at the center of the formation. With a resounding crash, it collided with an unseen stone, clearly taken by surprise. With a shake of its head, the tiger stared ahead, bewildered. It had not seen the stone before its impact. Looking around, the scenery had transformed entirely. Just moments ago, it had seen scattered stones, the largest of which stood only 2 meters tall. Yet, after a single leap, the stones had seemingly grown to heights of 4 or 5 meters, encircling it and leaving no escape route. Enraged, the tiger leapt repeatedly, but each time it did, it struck its head against an inexplicable stone. It appeared that many areas were clear, yet upon leaping, it would collide with a newly emerged boulder in midair, leaving it dazed and furious. Naturally, due to its immense strength, the stones it struck were shattered to pieces. Thus, the child hidden among the leaves of the tree observed the ensuing chaos. The tiger, which seemed so fragile, was now wildly crashing around the stone formation, appearing on the verge of capturing Ning Suimuo, only to instead foolishly bash its head against the stones, growing increasingly enraged. The child, weary of watching the tiger's foolish antics, turned his attention back to the stone formation. Without the enhancement of mental power, these ordinary stones seemed to possess an illusory effect. Though the formation appeared unremarkable, it emanated a subtle aura that caused an inexplicable sense of dread. His gaze swept over each stone, transitioning from indifference to intense focus. This formation was unlike anything he had ever seen, compelling him to observe it further. In this world, few things could captivate his attention. Yet this little girl had repeatedly defied convention, stirring a spark of intrigue within him. Her cultivation and the formation she had created were sights he had never witnessed before. Where could she have learned such techniques? He crossed his arms and continued to watch. Although the array she had conjured was peculiar and powerful, the stones were ultimately ordinary. With each collision from the green tiger, more stones were reduced to rubble. Once the number of stones diminished beyond a certain point, the formation would collapse, leaving the girl to confront the green tiger directly. How would she respond, and what unexpected tactics would she employ? Ning Suimuo, within the formation, cursed under her breath. This magical beast was too formidable. Its skull was harder than stone, and if it continued this way, it would reach her in no time. She had to eliminate it before the formation fell apart. With a sudden movement, she sprang into action, her palms blossoming like lotus flowers as she struck each stone with precision. Her agility allowed her to navigate the formation with grace, suddenly darting past the green tiger. The creature instinctively swiped a paw but only struck a stone, shattering it, while she cleverly sheltered behind another stone, beckoning it with a teasing smile. Green fur, come here. Try to catch me. The girl's smile was radiant, yet the green tiger showed no mercy, letting out another thunderous roar as it lunged forward. With a crash, its head collided with a stone, shattering it, but from the fragments emerged several glimmers of cold light, piercing into its forehead. The green tiger staggered back slightly, but did not fall. It merely shook its large head and continued its reckless charge within the formation. Ning Suimuo had set poison needles within the gaps of the stones. Even a dinosaur would have been incapacitated in an instant. Yet she never expected the green tiger to remain unscathed. The tiger, surprisingly, possesses a remarkable resistance to toxins, truly a manifestation of the peculiarities of the ninth peak. Ning Xiumao, having set multiple poisons within the boulders, even resorted to the most potent anesthetics, attempting to lure the green tiger into a collision. Each dart struck the tiger's head, yet it suffered no harm whatsoever. The green tiger remained as imposing as ever, crashing into the stones with renewed vigor. Debris flew amidst a cloud of dust, causing Ning Xiumao to cough and feel a slight headache. It appeared that this tiger was impervious to any poison. Thus, she could no longer afford to waste her poison needles and needed to devise a different strategy. Her gaze landed upon the tiger's lush green fur, and an idea sparked in her mind. Could its verdant hue indicate an affinity for wood, making it vulnerable to fire? With a swift motion, she retrieved a fire starter from her belongings, igniting it against the wind, and ventured forth, brandishing it before the green tiger. The tiger recoiled sharply and swiped at her with a massive paw. Had it not been for her agile reflexes, that claw would have surely severed her hand. However, the gust from the tiger's swipe extinguished her flame. Ning Xiumao had no intention of engaging in direct confrontation. She darted away, utilizing the boulders as cover to evade the tiger's pursuit. It seemed evident that the creature feared fire. Ning Xiumao concluded this with certainty. Within her surroundings stood a grand tree, its branches flourishing and canopy expansive. With the agility of a monkey, she ascended the tree and broke off a vibrant green branch. Meanwhile, a young boy clad in white, perched on another tree, observed her actions with keen interest. A subtle smile graced his lips, for he was astute enough to discern her intentions. She aimed to create a torch, having surmised that the green tiger was indeed afraid of fire. Yet, the branch she held was robust and laden with sap, brimming with life. How could she ignite it with just a single fire starter? Perhaps desperation had clouded her judgment. The young boy, still observing, felt a sense of amusement. She had attacked him at his most vulnerable moment, disrupting his training and jeopardizing his progress for the year. Should anyone else have dared such an affront, they would have been reduced to mere ash. He had shown her a modicum of restraint. The young boy leaned lazily against the tree, watching as Ning Xiumao busied herself below. Suddenly, he found that life was not as tedious as it once seemed. How would she ignite a fire? If one possessed the power of pyrokinesis, such a task would be trivial. He himself could incinerate an entire grove of trees with a mere flick of his sleeve. Yet, this girl was clearly lacking in such abilities. Before he could fully contemplate this, he noticed Ning Xiumao gripping one end of the branch with a small hand, her eyes gently closing in a posture of concentration. Moments later, to the boy's astonishment, the branch visibly faded from green to yellow, then dried before his very eyes. What sorcery was this? It appeared as though she were siphoning the very life force from the branch. The boy, now serious, straightened his posture, deep in thought. Ning Xiumao, was indeed testing her limits. She had previously drained a crystal of its spiritual energy, transforming it into a dry stick. Employing the same internal energy on the branch, she succeeded in rendering it into a mere dry rod. The once lush leaves now withered, and with a flick of her fire starter, she ignited it. Moments later, a blazing torch blazed in her hand. Once the flames grew sufficiently fierce, she leapt into action, wielding the blazing torch like a sword aimed at the oncoming green tiger. Boom! The tiger, caught off guard, found its fur ignited as if doused in oil. It let out a mournful howl, collapsing as if made of paper, consumed by flames in the blink of an eye. Ning Xiuma was left in stunned silence, gazing at the small pile of ashes that remained. She had anticipated the tiger's fear of fire, but not to such an extent. She had hoped to salvage some roasted tiger meat, but the air was filled only with the scent of charred leaves, devoid of the anticipated aroma of cooked meat. Nor did she find any remnants of the tiger's spiritual crystal. The only explanation for this was that it was not a genuine tiger, but rather an illusion conjured by some sorcerer. That little ginseng child. It seemed that the mischievous creature had not strayed far and was still plotting against her. The child harbored a significant grudge, unwilling to distance itself from her. Lurking in the shadows, Ning Xiuma's eyes flickered as she circled the spot where the green tiger had vanished, only to stumble and glance at her palm, which was stained with fresh blood. A silver needle had pierced her flesh, glimmering faintly in the moonlight. Cursed! She cursed under her breath, pulling out the needle and reaching for a small vial, intending to tend her wound. Yet her fingers trembled, making it difficult to extract the powder. Suddenly, her legs buckled, and she collapsed. With a resounding thud, her head struck a large stone, causing her body to shudder before falling still. The boy in white, his long lashes fluttering, regarded the motionless figure of Ning Xiuma, who lay there, seemingly affected by her own poison. A pool of deep purple blood began to form beneath her head, indicating a severe poisoning. Indeed, the young girl was still quite tender in age. Having concealed so many toxins within her, coupled with the recent battle, it was entirely plausible that she had inadvertently harmed herself with her own needles. His gaze fell upon the blood pool, and he pondered whether she might perish in this very spot. He stood there, arms crossed, observing her for a good 15 minutes, while the wind tousled her garments, rendering her curled form both solitary and fragile, as if a mere gust could disperse her. The boy in white, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, suddenly crafted a wolf from leaves and cast it down beside her. It transformed into a magnificent wolf, circling Ning Xiuma and sniffing about. Suddenly, it bared its gleaming fangs and bit into her small leg, drawing forth deep purple blood. The wolf raised its head and let out a long, mournful howl that echoed throughout the mountains. Yet Ning Xiuma remained motionless. It appeared the young girl was truly unconscious. In the blink of an eye, the boy in white had appeared before her, flicking his fingers at the wolf, which instantly morphed back into a mere leaf. He leaned down to inspect Ning Xiuma, intended to turn her over for a better look. But in that instant, a twist of fate occurred. Ning Xiuma, with lightning speed, sprang up and lunged at the boy in white. Her movement was astonishingly swift, her explosive energy akin to light itself. He was caught entirely off guard, and she tackled him to the ground. With a thud, he struck the earth, his head colliding with a stone, and stars danced before his eyes. Simultaneously, he felt a sharp chill and pain coursing through his limbs as multiple silver needles penetrated his body. His vision darkened, and his body became numb. He barely managed to utter, "If you kill me, you cannot escape the ninth peak," before succumbing to unconsciousness. Ning Xiuma, her dagger poised to pierce the boy's heart, hesitated at his final words. She raised her hand to swallow a pill, gasping for breath, before lowering her gaze to the mischievous child trapped beneath her. She tilted her head in contemplation and unceremoniously produced all the threads she had on her person, binding the little creature tightly. Her earlier act of feigning poisoning had indeed been a ruse to draw this little one down. To enhance the illusion, she had deliberately ingested a toxic pill, one that would not claim her life but would cause a slight ache in her bloodstream. More importantly, this poison rendered her blood a dark purple hue, creating an appearance akin to one who had suffered severe toxicity. The little ginseng doll was remarkably cautious, even going so far as to summon a wolf to test her. Chapter 176. Becoming her captive, had she not possessed a strong mental fortitude and immense patience, she might have leaped up the moment the wolf circled around her. Nevertheless, She had prepared for such an eventuality. Should the wolf dare to bite her vital areas, she would indeed spring into action. Fortunately, it appeared that the boy had no intention of genuinely seeking her demise, for the wolf's bites were not aimed at critical spots. She gritted her teeth and endured, managing to withstand the ordeal. Only when the boy descended and approached her did she seize the opportune moment to strike, achieving instant success. It seemed that the ginseng doll, while adept in sorcery, was merely average in terms of speed and stamina. Having suffered such a significant loss at the hands of this boy, Ning Xiaoma would certainly not hold back in her counterattack. Once she had him pinned down, she swiftly unleashed several tranquilizer needles, incapacitating him without hesitation. Initially, she contemplated ending his life. After all, a ginseng doll was a tremendous source of nourishment. However, she feared that should she slay him, he would no longer retain his doll-like form, but revert to his ginseng state, which would render the consumption less palatable. Yet, the boy's final words caused her to hesitate as she observed his exquisitely delicate features, making it difficult to proceed. In truth, she was not intimidated by his last statement. As she often asserted, she was not one to be easily frightened. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the back of the doll's head, where fresh crimson blood was oozing. Instinctively, she dipped her finger in it and brought it to her nose to sniff. Goodness, how alarmingly realistic. The ginseng doll could indeed bleed, and the scent was indistinguishable from that of human blood. She then examined the flower-like cinnabar mark on his forehead, and a question surfaced in her mind. Was this truly a ginseng doll? What if that cinnabar mark merely resembled a ginseng flower by coincidence? Yet, even if he were not a ginseng doll, he certainly could not be human. What child could wander into this place, endowed with such formidable magical power? With a mere flick of his hand, he could conjure real animals reminiscent of Taoist sorcery. This little creature was evidently skilled, and she had heard that Taoist practitioners, upon reaching a certain level, could cultivate a primordial infant which could exist apart from the body. Could it be that this little doll represented the primordial infant of some deity? Ning Xiaoma was taken aback by her own conjecture. She had perused numerous texts on cultivation in this world, yet the concept of a primordial infant seemed absent. Such notions were only mentioned in the Taoist texts of her own realm. Moreover, those texts indicated that while a primordial infant might resemble a child of 1 or 2 years, its features would remain true to the original person, merely shrunken in size. This creature, however, possessed the quintessential appearance of a child, delicate and charming, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle and kiss. It truly required a considerable amount of courage to contemplate feasting upon him. She glanced down at him again, and to her surprise, he had changed into a different outfit, no longer clad in a belly band. This small white robe suited him well, accentuating his adorable visage even further. The little doll reminded her inexplicably of Hubba from Demon Slayer, who, though not human, was endearingly charming and evoked pity, making it hard to bring harm to him. Moreover, this doll was a perfect representation of a human child, and beautiful children are inherently likable, even if one is aware they are a monster. When the little doll awoke, he found himself bound tightly like a rice dumpling upon a large stone. Chapter 177. Should I roast you or stew you? Upon awakening, the little doll realized he was bound tightly like a rice dumpling atop a large stone. Ning Xiaoma's binding technique was exceedingly skilled, employing a classic 5-flower tie that secured not only his limbs but also separated and bound his fingers. He could not even muster the strength to perform hand seals or incantations, let alone move a single finger. Ning Xiaoma sat not far beside him, a fire crackling before her, casting flickering shadows upon her delicate face. Sensing his awakening, she turned to him with a smile. Under the moonlight, her 4 small white teeth gleamed brightly. Little one, how shall you meet your end? Shall I roast you or stew you? The little doll did not struggle. After a moment of silence, he replied, roasting lacks nutrition, while stewing is nutritious, but you have no pot. Ning Xiaoma, he speaks the truth. Yet, the little doll's calm demeanor irked her. He seemed confident that she would not kill him. Irritated, she approached him, twirling a short knife in her palm. Indeed, roasting may be less nutritious, but it is far better than going without. Perhaps I shall skewer you and roast you instead. I have roasted suckling pigs before. Their flavor was exquisite, and I can only imagine that a ginseng doll would not taste too shabby either. The little doll pursed his lips, falling silent. Ning Xiaoma squatted before him, tapping the hilt of her knife against him, her demeanor deceptively gentle. What do you think? Do you have any better suggestions? If not, we shall proceed with this delightful decision. Those deep blue eyes of the little doll were fixed on her face. Her large, bright eyes sparkled as she smiled at him, her cheeks adorned with dimples. She appeared innocent and kind-hearted, even somewhat childlike, yet she was a cunning little demon at heart. His eyes, profound and enigmatic like the unfathomable depths of the ocean, held her gaze for a moment, causing her heart to flutter. She coughed lightly and abruptly averted her eyes, measuring the knife against his delicate face. Perhaps I shall first slice a few pieces from that pretty little face of yours to roast and taste. The little doll's face was as tender as porcelain, and as Ning Xiaomo drew the knife slightly closer, he instinctively flinched, causing the blade to graze his cheek and draw forth a bead of blood. Ning Xiaomo paused, quickly retracting the knife. What a pity it would be to mar such a beautiful visage. The little doll seemed unfazed by the injury, his eyes glimmering with a subtle smile, so faint that even Ning Xiaomo, who had been observing him closely, nearly missed it. Release me, he said clearly, and I shall guide you off the 9th peak. Who would believe you? Ning Xiaomo retorted, sitting down. Last time, you claimed you wouldn't run, yet you vanished in an instant, scheming behind my back. Last time, you were too bold, daring to tease. Ning Xiaomo recalled the moment she had playfully tapped his belly band, inadvertently brushing against his most private area. She cleared her throat, casually laughing as she cast a mischievous glance downward. What could possibly be amusing about you, little bean? Do you even possess the size of a sprout? The little doll thought to himself. This girl has an audacity beyond measure. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time he encountered such a brazen girl. Since meeting her, it seemed he had experienced numerous firsts. Chapter 178. Should I roast you or stew you? This was the first time someone had breached the formation he had set in the lake, the first time he had been captured, and it was by a seemingly useless little girl. He had weathered countless storms, yet he found himself unceremoniously upended in a ditch, not to mention others. Even he found the situation somewhat amusing. He cast a sidelong glance at her. The little girl had truly expended effort to deceive him, as evidenced by the egg-sized bruise on her forehead, which looked rather alarming. Fortunately, she was quite clean. The bloodstains had been washed away, leaving her face fair and pleasing to the eye. If you refrain from touching me again, I promise I won't flee. Without my help, you cannot descend from this 9th peak. At the break of dawn, you shall find yourself exposed to the gaze of various beasts. Even 10 of you would be torn to shreds, for they would not extend the courtesy that I have. You may be polite to me, but Ning Xiaomo scoffed. If you unleash tigers and wolves upon me, if it weren't for my cleverness, I would have been devoured by that green tiger already. They would not truly harm you. The boy slowly spoke. Look at the bite on your leg. Ning Xiaomo glanced down at her leg, where the wolf had bitten her, and suddenly froze. The wound, which had appeared gruesome moments ago, with a significant tear, had been treated by her. Yet, it was merely a cessation of bleeding, with her self-made ointment applied. No matter how miraculous her medicine, it could not erase the injury in an instant. Astonishingly, there were no traces of the wound left, not even a small scar, and she felt no pain. You just used an illusion to fool me, Ning Xiaomo remarked, lowering her pant leg, her tone considerably softened. It seemed that the little one had not genuinely wished for her demise. He did not respond to her trivialities, but simply asked, "Can you trust me now? Just because you didn't harm me earlier doesn't mean you won't now. You are too cunning." I remain wary. Ning Xiaomo candidly expressed her concerns. You, little girl, are quite the trickster yourself. The boy pursed his lips, his voice even more subdued. There are 3 hours until dawn. After 3 hours, the barrier here will disappear. You may not trust me, but you can await your fate at the hands of the beasts on this mountain. Is there truly a legendary barrier? Ning Xiaomo could not help but glance around. The lake mirrored the surroundings, the shadows of the mountains reflected upon its surface, complemented by the round moon above, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. Since entering this lake, apart from the illusions she initially witnessed, she had not encountered any beasts, which did not align with the dire legends. Could it be the barrier's influence? Did you create this barrier? The boy closed his eyes, offering no response. After a moment's contemplation, Ning Xiaomo suddenly bent down and lifted him. Come with me down the mountain. She could not fully trust this little one. Did he not possess methods for dealing with various beasts? Thus, she would take him with her. Should danger arise, he would surely speak up. Little one, we are now in the same boat. If I cannot escape, neither can you. Should peril arise, you must warn me, or else I may be devoured by a beast, and you would become the other's snack. She carried him, striding along the lakeshore toward the lowest mountain peak. Chapter 179. Shall I roast you or stew you? The boy was tightly bound, lying awkwardly in her embrace. Yet he seemed unfazed, merely casting a glance at her. You are quite distrustful of others. Ning Suimuo pressed her lips together. As an agent, apart from her closest companions, trusting anyone was a rarity. The cost of misplaced trust was simply death. The boy raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon her face. A fallen noble lady, seldom venturing out. Where does such cunning originate? Ning Suimuo's arms stiffened slightly as she regarded him. You know my identity? The boy replied nonchalantly, I know. How could he possibly know? Was he not a ginseng doll raised in the deep mountains? Doubt flickered in Ning Suimuo's eyes. The boy seemed to sense her confusion, his eyes curving into a smile. You do not believe I am a ginseng fairy, and as a fairy, I can surely divine. Ning Suimuo laughed, a mischievous glint in her eye. Then predict when I shall toss you into a pot to stew. The boy fell silent, though carrying someone. Ning Suimuo moved swiftly to escape. She climbed expertly, the trees resembling those from the southern regions, with thick trunks and expansive canopies. Their aerial roots, cascading down like myriad dragons seeking water, a magnificent sight. These towering trees bore similar appearances, their large leaves resembling hands, each leaf growing upwards. Orderly yet dense, as moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the leaves with a faint silver glow. This small hill was densely populated by such trees, and as Ning Suimuo walked through, it felt as though she traversed a forest of hands, an indescribably eerie sensation. What kind of trees are these? Ning Quemo inquired. It feels rather unsettling. The child closed his long lashes, seemingly asleep, offering no response. It appeared he was still sulking over her refusal to untie him. Ning Suimuo decided against further questioning him and continued forward. Fortunately, although the leaves of these trees appeared peculiar, they did not possess any other oddities. They emitted no toxic gases, nor did they resemble carnivorous plants. Beneath the grand trees lay rugged stones, layered like shale, uncomfortable to tread upon. Ning Suimuo pondered, typically, high mountains were adorned with coniferous forests, especially in rocky crevices, predominantly pines and cypresses. Yet here, the trees bore vast leaves and numerous aerial roots. A clear trait of tropical rainforests, while the climate was cool and dry, seemingly unsuitable for such flora. Anomalous indeed, as it defied the natural growth patterns of the earth. As she walked, she inadvertently kicked a smaller aerial root of a large tree. It broke underfoot, releasing a faint, transparent sap. Feeling a bit parched, Ning Suimuo eyed the sap and contemplated drinking it for nourishment. Cautiously, she first tested it with a silver needle, confirming its harmlessness before lifting the root to drink. The sap was surprisingly sweet, and after her first sip, she yearned for more, quickly draining the entire root's contents. Chapter 180. In the same boat, still craving more, she drew her dagger, intent on cutting another root for more sap. With your constitution, you can only drink this much. Any more would be detrimental, the boy interjected suddenly. Ning Suimuo cast him a sidelong glance, her skepticism evident. She had merely quenched her thirst, and the sap only made her desire more. You may not believe me, but if you drink until you bleed, do not say I did not warn you, the boy replied coolly, closing his eyes once more. Such sweet water could lead to bleeding? It was merely sap, not a potent tonic like ginseng or deer antler. As her gaze returned to the roots, a thought struck her. These roots connected to the most lush parts of the leaves, and the leaf stems predominantly grew near the roots. Looking up at the moon, she wondered if these hand-shaped leaves absorbed the moon's essence, subsequently channeling it into the roots. The roots plunged into the rocky crevices, all facing the same direction. Ning Suimuo recalled seeing a slender stream outside the forest when she first arrived. Its flow clearly led to the Great Lake. I understand now. The water in that lake is formed from the sap within these roots. The boy's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but he remained silent. Ning Suimuo felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have drunk more from the lake. The trees on each peak were supplying the lake with the moon's essence. No wonder he sat there absorbing nourishment. She recalled the layered green platforms. A new question arising in her mind. Did ginseng even grow in water? Those large green platforms did not resemble ginseng leaves at all. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the boy's tender face. No wonder you are so exquisite, your skin so smooth. It is nourished by the essence of sun and moon. The boy's brows twitched slightly, yet he remained too lazy to open his eyes. His lips formed a delicate pout, glistening like petals kissed by dew under the moonlight. Translucent and radiant, Ning Suimuo couldn't help but lean down to plant another kiss on his lips. The little child stiffened slightly. Before he could react, Ning Xiuma had already lifted her head and cheerfully remarked, "The flavor is delightful. Truly, one who has absorbed the essence of the sun and moon." The child, a crack seemed to form in the icy lake of his gaze. "You always have this penchant for kissing strangers." His voice carried an icy breeze. In such a brief span, she had already kissed him twice. "Little one, you are mistaken. First, you and I are not strangers. Second, and most importantly, you are not yet a man." Ning Xiuma pinched his cheek gently. "You are merely a small child, an infant, hardly even a boy. In our era, every child received affection. And which era might that be?" The child clearly seized upon her words. Ning Xiuma, not overly concerned, replied casually, "It is the time I inhabited in my previous life, a civilization both refined and advanced." Ning Xiuma was not typically loquacious, but having been trapped in this remote mountain for so long, encountering someone capable of conversation was a rare delight. This little child seemed not to engage much with the world and was unlikely to divulge her secrets. She briefly elaborated on the civilization, scenery, systems, weaponry, mobile devices, and networks of her former time, growing increasingly nostalgic as she spoke. While she had not found her era particularly remarkable while immersed in it, distance had fostered a profound yearning. Chapter 181. "You are not feverish." The child listened in silence, not interrupting her as she described her era, appearing to be an attentive audience. His gaze held a contemplative quality, and he gently closed his eyes as if sensing something. When she finally fell silent, he spoke, offering her a succinct assessment. "You are not feverish. You are not speaking nonsense. Your imagination is quite impressive." Ning Xiuma discerned that he clearly did not believe her. Indeed, while time-traveling tales proliferated in her era, most individuals would remain skeptical if someone claimed to have traversed from ancient times, viewing them as either mad or delusional. Moreover, in this realm, such assertions were undoubtedly fanciful. Whether he believed or not mattered little to her. She merely sought a sounding board for her thoughts. She adjusted his small body and, unfazed, said, "Then consider it a whimsical dream." The child appeared to have gained a modicum of conversational interest. "Who taught you martial arts?" Ning Xiuma, wishing to avoid further explanations, simply cited a credible and unverifiable source, the emperor. The child paused briefly, regarding her with a half-smile. "Are you certain it is he?" "Absolutely. That is the common consensus." "Then describe his appearance." "You already know?" Ning Xiuma glanced at him. "I do," the child replied succinctly. "Then do you know him?" "Young lady, it is now my turn to inquire." The child's demeanor shifted, exuding an unexpectedly formidable aura, causing the temperature around them to drop. Yet Ning Xiuma remained unperturbed, narrowing her eyes. "Little one, it is now my question. You are my captive, and you must answer me." The child's gaze lowered slightly. "Very well, I am your captive. I will answer you. I know him, and our relationship is quite profound." Ning Xiuma's eyes widened in surprise. "You, so young, know that old trickster?" The moment the words left her lips, she realized her blunder. The child, though appearing youthful, had likely been training for a considerable time and might indeed have known the emperor. Was it not said that the emperor occasionally visited the ninth peak? The child's forehead twitched. "Old trickster?" His tone hinted at a suppressed growl, and his gaze held a significant depth. "You have quite the audacity. This suggests you were lying earlier. If he were your master, would you dare to address him so?" Ning Xiuma had prepared her retort and began to weave her tale. "Little one, you simply do not understand. Old trickster is actually a term of endearment in our culture. Old refers to venerable, trickster denotes a deity, and stick signifies something extraordinary, akin to calling a true pillar of society a heavenly white jade column. The emperor, being of noble status, serves as the spiritual support for the people of this continent. Thus, to call him old trickster is a mark of respect." The child gazed at her in silence for a moment, then closed his eyes and fell silent. Ning Xiuma, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you curious about what he looks like? Aren't children typically inquisitive?" Yet the child seemed to lack curiosity, appearing rather disinterested. "Of course I know. he asserted coldly. He is terrifyingly cold, clad in white, with hair cascading to his ankles, a chilling mask upon his face, and a tall, imposing stature. Ning Xiumao recounted the emperor's appearance as she had seen in the Grand Hall. The child regarded her anew. It is evident you have truly encountered him. Indeed, he imparted his skills to me. Yet, as far as I know, the emperor does not accept female disciples. You lie without batting an eye. Every rule has its exceptions, does it not? The child remained adamant, as if he were intimately familiar with the emperor. Come now, since you claim to know him well. You must be aware of his true visage. Pray, tell me what lies beneath his mask. Bored with the conversation, Ning Xiumao decided to indulge her curiosity. Why should I divulge that to you? The child retorted, You have never seen his true face, have you? Huh, you are merely boasting. Yet this cannot be entirely your fault. It is said that no one has seen it. He likely prefers it that way. After all, with his immense renown, everyone reveres him as a deity. If he were to reveal a face that was less than appealing, it would shatter their illusions, would it not? The child's lips twitched slightly. You speak so disparagingly behind his back. Aren't you afraid he would learn of your words and mete out punishment? With a mere gesture, he could obliterate your very soul. I merely speak the truth. If his visage were truly so unappealing, why would he wear a mask? His hair is indeed beautiful. It flows long, as if cascading like a waterfall, which serves to enhance his youthful appearance. The child found her reasoning unassailable, and with that he ceased the unfruitful discussion, offering her a sidelong glance that was both amused and enigmatic. Though this child appeared innocent, his expressions and words conveyed an unsettling depth, sending chills down her spine. Ning Xiumao had initially doubted whether he was a mere doll. Now, she was nearly convinced. No true child would possess such maturity. As the round moon hung low in the sky, Ning Xiumao realized that in no more than 2 hours, dawn would break. She finally ascended to the mountain's peak and gazed down the other side, only to be momentarily taken aback. Below lay a vast lake, its shape, size, and surrounding scenery eerily reminiscent of the large lake she had just departed. Had she taken a wrong turn? Ning Xiumao hurried to the other side, peering down once more, and the realization struck her like a thunderclap. The landscape below mirrored that of the previous side. Was this a marvel of nature, an uncanny reflection crafted by the universe itself, or had she encountered some spectral phenomenon? Hey, what on earth is happening? Ning Xiumao attempted to rouse the slumbering child in her arms. The child, eyes still closed, appeared to be sound asleep, completely ignoring her attempts. If you do not open your eyes, dear sister shall use a knife to carve your face, Ning Xiumao threatened, playfully mimicking a knife on his cheek. The child remained unresponsive. Ning quemo smirket, truly unafraid. Then do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall first sketch a tortoise upon your left cheek and a little bird upon your right, ensuring that you appear splendidly unique, garnering admiration from your peers. Chapter 183. A grasshopper on the same rope. The young child seemed to be subdued by her creative threat and finally opened his eyes. However, his words nearly incited Ning Xiumao's ire. There's a barrier here. No matter where you go, it remains. Until the barrier dissipates, you cannot escape. Ning Xiumao rarely lost her temper, but at this moment, she was almost gritting her teeth. If you knew it would be like this, why did you not say so earlier? I endured nearly 2 hours of climbing with someone on my back. The child retorted, You didn't ask. I thought you were merely bored and wanted to climb a hill for fun. Ning Xiumao felt an overwhelming impulse to hurl this little brat against a rock, and indeed, she did so, not by throwing, but by casting him aside onto a nearby stone. She then seated herself upon another rock. You promised to send me out of the 9th peak, she said ominously. Yes, I did say so, but only if you release me, the child replied leisurely. The conversation circled back to familiar grounds, and Ning Xiumao scoffed. Do you think me foolish? If I were to release you, you would vanish without a trace. Perhaps plotting against me from behind. Falling once at the same spot is understandable. Falling twice is sheer folly. After a brief pause, she stood once more and decisively hoisted the child as though he were a mere sack, tossing him behind her. Then finding several slender vines to bind him securely to her back. If I cannot escape, you shall not evade either. Our fates are now intertwined. The child sighed softly and ceased his chatter. Ning Xiumao chose to ignore him and strode purposefully northward. Her sense of direction was always keen. She distinctly remembered ascending from the southern slope. Thus, even if the northern vista bore resemblance to the other side, it might merely be an illusion. Her path was assuredly correct. Carrying the child had hindered her mobility, but with him secured behind her, she moved with remarkable speed. The child opened his eyes slightly, and from his vantage point, he could only see Ning Xiuma's fair neck. This girl possessed a spirit of unwavering determination, which garnered his respect. He closed his eyes again, resting one ear against her back, where he could hear the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. In such dire circumstances, her composure was commendable. Perhaps this child was a hidden gem. Though she lacked mental prowess, it did not preclude her from future achievements. He smirked slightly, reflecting on the rarity of such feelings. For years, he had not experienced this sensation. With the moonlight bathing him, he remained oblivious to the subtle changes occurring behind him, unaware that the strands binding him were gradually dissipating. When Ning Xiuma entered a forest adorned with palm-sized leaves, she soon concluded that she had encountered something akin to a ghostly wall. She recognized the root she had previously severed and the marks she had made upon a grand tree to avoid losing her way. Disheartened, she decided to return to the lakeside. Since she could not escape the barrier, it was wiser to rest until dawn, when the barrier would vanish, allowing her to depart. Chapter 184. Encountering an attack again as she settled by the lake, she reflected on her previous campfire, which still lingered, with a few embers remaining. "Little one, you are quite formidable," Ning Xiuma said, as she took a seat on a large rock by the lake. "Let us meditate together until dawn. When the barrier dissipates and the beasts emerge, should they wish to consume me, I shall first cast you out as bait." Before she could finish her veiled threat, the child suddenly warned, "Be cautious, retreat." Instinctively, Ning Xiuma reacted, her feet propelling her backward as swiftly as the wind. With a resounding splash, a dark figure erupted from the water, crashing onto the shore and sending sprays of water high, landing precisely where she had just rested. Clearly, had Ning Xiuma not reacted promptly, she would have been caught by this creature and consumed. As it landed, an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloped the area. Even Ning Xiuma, seasoned as she was, shuddered upon glimpsing the creature. What manner of beast was this? A Komodo dragon? No, it lacked the horns, and its size dwarfed that of a Komodo. Before her stood a creature the size of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Could it be that dinosaurs had not perished in this realm? The beast, adorned with glistening green scales, bore a striking resemblance to a Komodo dragon, yet sported a pair of razor-like horns atop its head and a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. Ning Xiuma had no doubt that should she hurl the child towards this creature, he would be devoured in an instant. Retreating swiftly, she exclaimed, "Hey, little one, did you not say that there was a barrier here, preventing ferocious beasts from entering? What is this creature?" Before she could voice her complaints, the beast opened its maw, unleashing a barrage of sharp green arrows that rained down upon her. Is it truly necessary to launch a deadly assault right from the start? Ning Xiuma thought as she darted behind a massive tree, narrowly evading the onslaught. The sound of arrows striking the tree echoed violently, causing it to splinter and crash to the ground. Ning Xiuma had to evade once more. As she narrowly escaped the falling tree, the air filled with a piercing shriek as more arrows hurtled towards her. Ning Xiuma suspected that the creature harbored a mechanism for rapid-fire arrows within its maw, relentlessly bombarding her with projectiles. With her current abilities, she could not afford a direct confrontation. Instead, she relied on her superior agility to evade the creature's relentless assault. Fortunately, the terrain was littered with large stones, providing ample cover. The beast's arrows were lethal, shattering anything they struck into fragments. Countless stones crumbled under the hail of arrows, sending dust soaring into the air, obscuring her view. Ning Xiuma exerted every ounce of strength to evade the creature's attacks, her clothes soaked with sweat, burdened further by the child on her back. "You should toss me aside. You'd have an easier time," the child suggested again. "Not a chance. At a critical moment, I might need you as a shield," Ning Xiuma retorted, her words laced with venom. She meticulously avoided exposing her back each time she dodged, fearing that the child she carried might inadvertently be harmed. Deep down, she felt a twinge of regret. Had she foreseen this, she would have unbound the restraints on the child at her back. After all, he possessed magical abilities and might have been able to defend against the beastly dragon's assaults. Now, however, his limbs were tightly bound, fingers clustered together, rendering him incapable of casting spells or even defending himself. Were she to cast him aside now, he would undoubtedly become a delightful morsel for the dragon. Please, don't use me to feed the dragon, the child whispered softly in her ear, his cool breath sending an involuntary shiver down her spine, almost causing her to falter in the face of the dragon's onslaught of arrows. One green arrow pierced her pant leg, narrowly missing her calf. Be quiet, little imp. I haven't even considered feeding you to it, she retorted, irritated as she narrowly evaded another barrage of arrows. Amidst the tempestuous assault from the dragon, she remained on high alert, her movements fraught with desperation. And speaking only served to distract her. As another wave of arrows rained down upon her, she realized there was no shelter left to hide behind. The emerald projectiles flew towards her like shooting stars, and panic gripped her heart. She feared she might be turned into a pincushion. Unwilling to accept such a fate, she resolved to wield her dagger against the arrows aimed at her vital points, hoping to deflect as many as she could. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared before her, and a faint crescent-shaped shield materialized, intercepting the arrows, which shattered upon impact amidst hissing sounds. Who intervened to save me at this moment? Where did this ally come from? Ning Suimuo instinctively glanced back, only to hear the familiar voice urging her. Stay focused and continue to move toward the water's edge. It was the child's voice. A question flickered through her mind. How'd he manage to get so close to her ear when he was bound so tightly to her back? She had been fully engaged in her battle with the dragon, her concentration unwavering, yet she had failed to notice the child's unusual behavior. She sensed that the boy had propped himself up, his small hands now resting atop her head. Chapter 186. This little rascal is utterly untrustworthy. Ning Suimuo nearly flung him away in frustration. Just as she prepared to act, the golden shield vanished, and the dragon's onslaught commenced anew. With a heart full of unanswered questions, she relied on her unique light-footed techniques to evade the assault, moving gracefully like a ribbon of moonlight amidst the rain of arrows, narrowly escaping several near misses from the barrage. Hey, create another shield, Ning Suimuo shouted amidst her frantic movements. I can only summon one every quarter of an hour. The child replied, Is there a cooldown period for that? Surely you possess other tricks after living on this 9th peak for so long. Otherwise, you would have become a snack for the magical beasts long ago. I do, but I can't access them right now, he said, a hint of regret in his voice. How did you survive this long without being devoured by magical beasts? It's a miracle. Ning Suimuo couldn't help but grumble. This world is rife with miracles, like how a useless person like you managed to reach the 9th peak. Be cautious as you approach the water's edge. I have one more trick up my sleeve. Given that the dragon emerged from the water, Ning Suimuo harbored a lingering fear of the lake and kept her distance. The dragon blocked her path, making it exceedingly difficult for her to draw near, much more so than it would be to keep away. Is your trick effective, or will it merely serve as a temporary shield? It's an offensive spell. We'll see its efficacy when I use it, the child responded succinctly, offering no guarantees. Fine. I can't remain passive forever. Perhaps this final trick of yours will prove useful. With a resolve to gamble, she began to edge closer to the lake while dodging the arrows. Despite its massive size, the dragon was remarkably agile, relentlessly pursuing Ning Suimuo and leaving her no respite. After a tense struggle of several moments, she finally managed to maneuver around its bulk and near the water's edge. Heaven help me. Please let there not be another dragon lurking in the depths. Otherwise, I will be trapped between a rock and a hard place. Quickly, unleash your spell. Ninquemo urket, nearly stumbling into the water. Suddenly, she felt a lightness at her back. The child, who had been securely perched on her shoulder, vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Was he trying to escape using water magic? After all, she had first encountered him in the lake. This little rascal is utterly untrustworthy. The dragon's attacks were too fierce and dense for Ning Suimuo to spare a moment for complaints. She had no time even to glance back. As yet another wave of arrows approached, retreat was no longer an option. Doing so would plunge her straight into the lake. Given that the dragon was a water creature, she would not stand a chance in the water. Instinctively, she attempted to dodge left when a flash of blue light caught her eye, and a transparent water barrier enveloped her. The green arrows struck the barrier, causing it to sway gently, yet none penetrated. They all fell harmlessly to the ground. A flicker of hope ignited within her. A miracle had indeed occurred. The little ginseng doll finally took action. Wasn't he supposed to have exhausted all his offensive techniques? With the protective barrier in place, she finally had a moment to glance back, and what she saw left her astonished. Chapter 187. The final move, the little ginseng doll floated in midair, his small hands forming seals before his chest. His silver hair billowed like satin, swirling around him as waves of water surged like a tide. The blue froth accentuated his white attire, painting a scene of breathtaking beauty. What astonished Ning Suimuo was not just the doll's appearance, but the extraordinary aura he exuded, a rare, formidable presence that sent tremors through her being. Though he was merely a child of less than 2 years, he radiated an air of majesty that made even the frenzied dragon pause in its assault. Eyes wide and body tense. With a sudden gesture, the child pointed forward, unleashing several shimmering azure ice blades that pierced the dragon's vulnerable underarm and neck. Though there was no bloodshed, nor any visible wounds on its skin, the dragon emitted a chilling wail and leapt into the air, exploding into several pieces amidst a cacophony of sound, showering blood like a rainstorm. Ning Suimuo had been standing there, transfixed by the spectacle, when the protective water barrier suddenly dissipated. She was caught unawares and drenched in the torrent of blood, becoming a ghastly figure herself. Wiping the blood from her face, she glared at the little doll. "You little rascal, could you not have waited for the downpour to finish before dropping the barrier?" With a splash, the little doll, who had been hovering in midair, plummeted into the water, sinking without a splash. He had unleashed a tremendous spell and was now utterly spent. It was only natural. For one so small to wield such power, exhaustion was to be expected. Ning Suimuo dove into the water and soon located him. To her surprise, the little fellow had assumed a meditative posture, eyes tightly shut, as if he had fainted. Concerned he might choke, she reached out to pull him up to the surface. However, he inexplicably shifted away from her grasp, his voice echoing in her ear, "Don't worry about me. Focus on cleaning yourself." Ning Suimuo, still stained with the beast's blood, found herself in the odd position of being the one saved, while the child appeared to express distaste at her appearance. It seemed he had a touch of cleanliness about him, a trait common among those who favored wearing white garments, and often they possessed a severe aversion to dirt. For instance, that esteemed emperor, even when grasping her wrist, would do so through a handkerchief. Although it was evident that this little fellow was not as young as he appeared, Ning Suimuo could not help but indulge him, choosing not to contend with the child. She cast a glance at the small child, who, though not awake, was already swimming far from her vicinity. It seemed this little creature was aquatic, able to converse effortlessly in the water, clearly immune to drowning. So she decided to ignore him for now and focus on cleaning herself. The sticky blood on her body was quite discomforting. However, before that, she needed to extract the crystal from the dragon. Now, Ning Suimuo had become quite adept at extracting crystals from within magical beasts. Although the dragon's body had been shattered, the crystal inside remained intact, glimmering with a deep emerald hue. She grasped one end of the crystal and began to channel the inexplicable power within her once more. As the vibrant green of the crystal gradually faded, she felt a surge of electric currents coursing through her body, invigorating her with each pulse. Unable to resist, she quickened the flow of energy within her. Suddenly, she felt those currents rushing in like a torrent. A sharp pain erupted throughout her body, as if her veins were about to burst. Her temples throbbed violently, and in a moment of alarm, she instinctively attempted to slow the force within her, only to find it disobedient, accelerating instead. She felt as if she were a balloon, expanding without restraint, on the verge of bursting. This sensation was unprecedentedly terrifying, prompting a scream to escape her lips. A sudden splash of water behind her caught her attention, followed by a chilling current striking the back of her head. She gasped in surprise and collapsed, losing consciousness. A figure clad in white floated gracefully beside her, casting a glance at her bloodied form. Ning Suimuo had intended to absorb the crystal's power before cleansing herself, never anticipating such a predicament. Her blood-soaked garments clung to her, revealing the tumultuous motion of her skin beneath, as if countless ferocious serpents writhed within her. She was truly unconscious now, unaware of the man standing nearby, a figure robed in flowing white, with silver hair cascading like a curtain behind him. His deep blue eyes mirrored the darkest depths of an icy lake, shimmering under the moonlight, capable of freezing one's very essence with a mere gaze. His features were sculpted as if by divine hands, rendering any attempt to describe him utterly inadequate. The moon seemed to shy away, retreating behind clouds. As he stood beside Ning Suimuo, the wind stirring his robes, creating a sound like whispers of dreams. This man's beauty eclipsed even that of celestial maidens, making one hesitant to stand beside him. Such a visage, if revealed to the world, would drive all women to madness and compel men to despair. Yet, despite his extraordinary beauty, he exuded an aura of cold indifference, as though untouched by worldly concerns. He looked down at the disheveled Ning Xiuma, his brow furrowing slightly in distaste at her soiled appearance. However, he knew that if he neglected her, she would soon face dire peril, risking self-detonation like the monstrous dragon. "Fool," he muttered softly, bending to lift Ning Xiuma into a seated position, inadvertently smudging his hands with her blood. His fingers curled slightly, as if to cast a spell to cleanse her, but he hesitated, perhaps reconsidering, and a faint white light emerged from his fingertips, swirling around her. As the ethereal glow touched her, the boiling blood within her veins gradually subsided, returning to a state of normalcy. After he had treated her pressure points, her flushed face regained some color. He exhaled softly and took her small hands in his own, noting the blood and grime that marred her delicate skin. With a frown, he employed a small cleansing spell to purify her hands. Ning Xiuma had been busy in recent days, often embroiled in battles, resulting in blisters on her palms, which she had pricked with a silver needle. Though the blood was gone, the marks remained uneven to the touch. The white-clad man glanced at her hands and then at the bruise on her forehead, recognizing the fierce spirit within the young girl, despite her tender years. What kind of environment had shaped such a character? He brought his palms close to hers, closing his eyes momentarily. Moments later, a gentle green light emanated from her hands, flowing into his. The fabric of his robe billowed as if caught in a tempest, and soon, the turbulent energy within Ning Xiuma finally calmed, restoring her flushed complexion to normalcy. He released her hands, arranging her into a meditative posture, ensuring that even in her unconscious state, she remained stable. As if in deep concentration, he retrieved the crystal she had dropped, noting its slightly dulled end, a clear indication of the power she had drawn from it. He examined the crystal closely, shaking his head slightly, acknowledging that the young girl was still too inexperienced. Despite possessing a unique skill, she could not afford to be so greedy in her pursuits. Her small body had limitations, yet she had recklessly absorbed the energy of an 8th-tier magical beast crystal, akin to a brook attempting to swallow the ocean, which was bound to lead to disaster. It was fortunate that her blood vessels had not ruptured entirely. Ning Xiuma's body still trembled slightly, a lingering reaction from the near explosion of her veins, requiring expert care to fully recover. Though unconscious, traces of pain lingered on her face. Her brows knit in discomfort. If not attended to promptly, her condition could deteriorate, leaving her bedridden for the remainder of her days. The white-clad man stood in silence for a moment, letting out a barely audible sigh. He raised his hands, enveloping her in a soft white light that lifted her from the water, before gently discarding her into the depths. The tattered remnants of her clothing were effortlessly pulled away by his graceful hands, exposing her delicate form. Unbeknownst to Ning Xiuma, she lay bare in the water, everything concealed and revealed before the white-clad man. Due to her recent conscious efforts to nurture herself, her body had begun to show signs of development. Her skin now more refined and pale, with subtle contours emerging. Any ordinary man witnessing such a bewitching scene might find his heart racing and blood surging. However, the man in white clearly did not share the same sentiment. The small figure before him was no different from a piece of pork belly in his eyes. He floated beside her, his palms stirring the water as he meticulously cleansed her. Although he possessed great strength, it was evident that he had never attended to anyone before. His grip was rather heavy-handed while washing Ning Xiuma, and in the end, while her small body was indeed cleansed, devoid of any trace of blood, he inadvertently left behind many faint blue finger marks on her skin. As he was in the midst of washing her, Ning Xiuma's eyelashes fluttered twice, indicating a potential awakening. The man glanced at their current situation and decisively struck the back of her neck again, causing her to sink deeper into unconsciousness, rendering her unable to awaken for a while. He meticulously cleaned even under her fingernails before finally releasing her, lifting her onto the shore. Her own garments, tattered and dirty, were evidently not to his liking, as he rummaged through his sleeve to retrieve a small pouch. From within, he produced a set of pristine white robes. Hastily dressing her without consideration, Strangely, the white robe, which had initially appeared to be for an adult male, shrank dramatically upon adorning the petite Ning Suimuo, fitting her perfectly. Her long hair tumbled disheveled over her shoulders, contrasting starkly with her new attire. The man in white, seemingly a perfectionist, could not abide this mismatch. Thus, he retrieved a comb from who knows where and began to style her hair. Being inexperienced in attending to others, his movements were somewhat clumsy, occasionally tugging at her hair. Fortunately, Ning Suimuo remained unconscious. Otherwise, she would have grimaced in discomfort. Once her hair was untangled, it became smooth, and he continued to comb through it, eventually forming an elegant bun and adorning it with a pearl hairpin. It was only after he finished that he paused, inspecting her hairdo and then his own hands, an unusual expression flashing in his eyes. He had never styled a girl's hair before. In fact, he rarely even managed his own, typically binding it with a jeweled headband. He was astonished that he could create such a lovely hairstyle in such a short time. Was this a gift? He examined her once more. Now, Ning Suimuo resembled a freshly baked pastry, immaculate and devoid of any dust. Finally satisfied, he sat upon a large rock, cradling her in his arms. Surprisingly, her petite form fit perfectly against him, and it was comfortable to hold her. Moreover, in her unconscious state, she was compliant, her arms and legs pliable, allowing him to position her in a lotus-sitting posture. He then joined her hands within his palms, closing his eyes to begin mending her injured meridians, a soft white light emanating from him, circulating around them like flowing water. Clearly, the task of mending her meridians was physically taxing. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, trickling down his nose and landing gently on her face. Chapter 191. The mysterious man in white. Her small face grew increasingly rosy, indicating a positive trend in her condition. After nearly an hour of nurturing her meridians, he confirmed that her body had fully recovered before finally releasing her and rising to his feet. However, the moment he stood, he stumbled slightly, a flash of white light enveloping him, and the man in white vanished, leaving behind the small ginseng doll that Ning Suimuo had spoken of. He stood still for a moment, his lips twitching slightly as he cast a wary glance at the still sleeping Ning Suimuo. Was this little girl his nemesis? He had planned to restore himself to normal after 3 days of meditation in this place. But unexpectedly, his final night had been interrupted by her, forcing him to carry her and use his psychic abilities to fend off threats and heal her injuries. Having never encountered such a situation before, he was without experience. When he regained his human form, he thought all was well, but upon using his powers again, he discovered the severity of the aftereffects. He reverted to his child form. When would he be able to change back? He looked up at the sky, where the first light of dawn was beginning to appear. Soon, the barrier would dissipate, and the fierce beasts of the 9 peaks would emerge. With his diminished powers, he would be unable to conjure the same barrier. Without his protection, this little girl would not survive even a moment atop the 9th peak. It seemed he had no choice but to find a way to escort her down first. What a troublesome little girl. Ning Suimuo was abruptly awakened by a sharp slap. Get up. More magical beasts are coming. The voice was crisp and lively, softer than a tender grape. At the mention of magical beasts, Ning Suimuo shuddered awake, bolting upright. Where are the beasts? She glanced around, suddenly struck by a realization. Had she traversed realms once more? The sun had risen, its half-red visage peeking over the distant mountains. She stood by the water's edge. It was not the enchanting lake from the previous night, but rather a sizable deep pool surrounded by steep cliffs. Towering trees, gnarled like dragons, flourished on the cliffs, casting a vibrant tapestry of greens. Most importantly, the peculiar trees with palm-like leaves that she had seen last night were nowhere to be found. Water cascaded from various heights into the pool at her feet, the sound like thunder, splashing everywhere. Where was she? What had happened to the majestic mountains and the beautiful lake she had seen the night before? Surely, last night was not merely a dream. Her gaze fell upon a crystal rod at her feet, one end grayish-white and the other verdant green, looking rather odd. This was the psychic crystal she had extracted from the strange dragon. Scanning the area, she noticed the dismembered remains of the dragon. Everything around her confirmed that this was no dream. Last night had indeed transpired. But where was that little ginseng doll? Ning Suimuo quickly searched her surroundings, but found no sign of him. Had she imagined hearing his call while she was unconscious? She rubbed her forehead, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, causing her thoughts to tangle as she began to awaken fully. With the dragon's remains and the crystal rod, all signs pointed to her being in the same location as before. She recalled the child mentioning a barrier, indicating that the enchanting sights she had witnessed last night were likely illusions within the barrier, not reality. Now that dawn had arrived, this was the true scene revealed after the barrier's dissolution. The vast lake she had seen the night before must now be this deep pool. Oh no, the child had sunk to the bottom of the lake last night. He wouldn't he be in this deep pool? Would he? Had he escaped? Or had he drowned? Ning Suimuo peered into the pool, ready to shed her garments and plunge into the water to investigate. But upon noticing her own attire, she paused. She was clad in a pristine white robe, smooth as satin, comfortably fitting her form, while her previous tattered clothes had vanished without a trace. She felt exceptionally clean, as if she had just emerged from a sterilization cabinet. Even her fingernails had been neatly trimmed, and there was no trace of dirt to be found. She gently touched her hair and then ran to the edge of the pond to take a glance at her reflection. Her dark hair framed her face, adorned with two round floral buns, accentuating her large eyes and petite mouth, rendering her appearance both ethereal and adorable. Although Ning Xuemo relished dressing in a youthful manner, it was merely a guise to conceal her true strength. Now, clad in such a delicate ensemble, she felt an unexpected sense of discomfort. Most importantly, she vividly remembered being covered in blood before losing consciousness, and this pristine appearance clearly suggested she had bathed. She lifted her garments to inspect her arms and legs, which were as white as freshly washed lotus roots. Then, an alarming realization struck her. She was not wearing any undergarments, only a luxurious robe draped over her. Ning Xuemo felt flustered, thinking this was akin to a seductive uniform. It was evident that the little ginseng doll was responsible for this transformation, as the white robe bore a striking resemblance to that worn by the doll itself. After gazing long enough, a voice suddenly broke the silence from behind her. Startled, Ning Xuemo turned to see the little ginseng doll emerging from behind a waterfall. "Did you use magic to wash me?" she blurted out. "You were too filthy, and my power was insufficient," the doll replied succinctly. Ning Xuemo's lips twitched at the implication that he had dragged her into the pond for a wash. Her mind conjured an image of the small figure pulling her, much larger than him, into the depths, swimming around her, and meticulously cleaning her. The thought was overwhelming, too beautiful to bear, and she quickly dismissed it. She shot a wary look at the doll. "You've seen me completely bare." The doll scrutinized her from head to toe, unperturbed, and remarked, "There's nothing noteworthy." Ning Xuemo felt a mix of embarrassment and exasperation. "I haven't fully developed yet. Give me 3 or 4 years, and I will be a standard beauty, with suitors circling like vultures." She glanced at him. "Unlike you, who has been around for millennia, yet remains a mere sprout." Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed her mind. "Why do I feel like you've shrunk a little?" It was an odd sensation. He appeared younger than before, now resembling a child of 1.5 years instead of 2. Unable to resist, she picked him up. "Ah, you've also gotten lighter." Holding him close, she peered into his eyes, pondering, could it be that you are currently experiencing a reverse aging phase? Growing smaller by the day, he extended his tiny hand to caress her cheek, a faint smile gracing his lips as he spoke for the first time at length. "Little girl, because you are so foolish, you have hindered my true form, causing me to shrink." His hand was smoother than her face, albeit slightly cold, making her feel as if a piece of ice was pressed against her skin. Ning Xuemo's heart softened, realizing the little one had indeed sacrificed his vitality for her sake. She recalled binding him previously, and a pang of guilt washed over her. She examined his tiny hand, which remained unblemished, no marks from being restrained, still as pristine as jade. "Little one, I need some pants," she said, "as I'm currently bare beneath this robe. I have nothing suitable for you." He shook his head. "Even if you don't have anything appropriate, you could at least fashion something better than being exposed." An idea struck her. "How about your belly wrap? Could you lend it to me? I can tailor it." The doll glanced at her, his tone neutral, no. He casually gifted her a fine robe, but would not part with the belly wrap. Perhaps it was a treasure of sorts. "Do you possess any other clothing? Regardless of size? I can stitch something together." Her request was modest. She merely sought a pair of underpants to avoid any embarrassing moments. The little one pondered briefly before reaching into his sleeve and producing a piece of fabric, handing it to her. "This is all I have." Ning Xuemo examined the snow-white cloth, irregularly shaped, resembling half a pant leg. She was puzzled, expecting him to offer a spare pair of pants rather than just a piece of fabric. Without further thought, she took the cloth and began cutting it with a knife. She had ample needle and thread at hand, and soon she fashioned a triangular pair of underpants, slipping behind a large stone to put them on. The little doll observed her intently, glancing at her handiwork with curiosity. He had never seen such a style before. This peculiar girl was unusually nimble and resourceful. Now clad, Ning Xiaoma felt a surge of confidence. The underpants were remarkably comfortable, and she smiled, holding the little doll's hand. Where did you acquire such fine fabric? You should not linger here. Otherwise, you may become prey for the beasts, he warned. Ning Xiaoma, taken aback, looked up to see two golden-eyed hawks swooping down towards them. She had suffered greatly at the talons of these creatures the previous night. If not for them, her second guard would still be alive, and she would not have found herself in this predicament. The image of her second guard's bloodied face flashed in her mind, and her eyes glinted with cold determination. Little one, shall we eliminate these two creatures? The doll regarded her thoughtfully. You harbor animosity towards them? They are responsible for my friend's death. I seek vengeance. This world thrives on the survival of the fittest. If you lack the strength, death is inevitable. To seek revenge, one must possess the power to do so. Recklessly confronting them would be sheer folly. His tone bore the gravity of a mentor imparting wisdom. Ning Xiaoma felt a mixture of frustration and realization. She was being lectured by a child, yet she understood the truth in his words. The sight of her enemies stirred her heart. In her previous life, she was unparalleled, navigating both the light and dark with ease, repaying kindness and enmity alike. She never allowed her subordinates to suffer, protecting them fiercely. If one fell at the hands of another, she would ensure retribution without fail. Yet this time, her second guard had perished for her sake, and she had not even been able to secure his body, watching helplessly as it was taken away by those wretched birds. These creatures were impervious to poison and weaponry. With her current strength, attempting to kill them would be a fool's errand. She pressed her lips together, reminding herself that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. One day, she would return to vanquish these birds and reclaim their nest. For now, however, her priority was to descend the mountain safely. You are right. We should leave, Ning Xiaoma said, pulling the little doll along as they prepared to flee. The two golden-eyed hawks were headed toward the corpse of the monstrous dragon below. Unaware of their presence behind the large stone, they had enough time to escape unnoticed. If you wish for vengeance, I can teach you a technique, the little one offered again. Ning Xiaoma's eyes brightened at the prospect. What technique? She was eager to learn, hoping it was not too late. The hawk's weak spot is located 3 inches beneath their left wing. They are adept at ice techniques, belonging to the water element, thus can be countered with a weapon of the earth element. The little doll spoke in a nonchalant tone, causing a vein to throb on Ning Xiaoma's forehead. Although she had discerned the weakness of the golden-eyed eagle, attacking it beneath its wings was no easy feat. Moreover, all the weapons she possessed were of the metal attribute. Where could she possibly find a weapon of the earth attribute? She glanced around, observing the shattered rocks scattered about. Grasping a piece in her hand, she looked at the little doll and asked what her next move should be. Surely, he would impart some technique to her. The little doll responded straightforwardly. The next step depends on you. Ning Xiaoma felt a twinge of annoyance. The little doll, noticing her expression, spoke slowly. Your current strength is rather inadequate. You may choose to retreat for now and return when your skills are honed. No one would mock you for backing down at this moment. Ning Xiaoma slightly lowered her gaze, smiling as she replied, the word retreat has never graced my dictionary. She then patted the little doll on the shoulder, adding, you should hide well. I may not be able to protect you later. Chapter 195. Soaring through the air with a swift motion, she charged towards one of the golden-eyed eagles. The 2 eagles were busy devouring the corpse of the monstrous dragon, standing on either side of it, their heads bowed in gluttonous feasting. It was only when Ning Xiaoma nearly reached the eagle's feet that it noticed her. The golden-eyed eagle, a quintessential glutton, despised being disturbed during its meal. Upon spotting the swiftly approaching Ning Xiaoma, it instinctively lunged to peck at her, too lazy even to employ its freezing technique. Clearly, it did not regard the diminutive human as a threat. Ning Xiaoma deftly sidestepped with a peculiar footwork, her movements rapid and elusive. Despite the eagle's quick response, it failed to snag even a corner of her garment. Infuriated, the eagle pecked furiously, its beak darting like a chick pecking at grains. But Ning Xiaoma evaded each strike with her uncanny footwork. In the course of her evasions, she sensed a noticeable enhancement in her inner strength, which naturally elevated her agility as well. Light as a feather, she darted around the golden-eyed eagle with astonishing speed. The eagle, now enraged, unleashed its magical artifact, exhaling a bone-chilling white mist in an attempt to freeze Ning Xiuma in place. However, she was as slippery as an eel, weaving left and right, evading the icy breath effortlessly. Instead, the ground beneath her became as slick as an ice rink. Generally, once an animal's footing is compromised by ice, it is bound to slip. Even the agile spirit monkeys are not exempt. Yet, Ning Xiuma was an exception. Having mastered skating, she executed her moves with such finesse that even a world champion would struggle to match her. Now, as the ground turned treacherously slick, she thrived, her speed surpassing her previous pace, leaving the keen-eyed, golden-eyed eagle only to catch glimpses of her fleeting shadow. At last, Ning Xiuma found an opportune moment. With a leap, she clung to the eagle's left leg. The eagle, both furious and startled, dared not expel another icy breath lest it freeze its own claws. It let out an enraged screech and flapped its wings, ascending into the air. Attempting to scratch at Ning Xiuma with its right claw, she nimbly dodged, twisting and turning as if dancing around a pillar, evading its grasp while it inadvertently plucked out a few of its own feathers. The other golden-eyed eagle, evidently its mate, sensed something amiss and raised its head in surprise. With sharp eyes, it clearly saw the petite Ning Xiuma bouncing atop its partner's leg. To the eagle, she resembled a ping-pong ball atop a basketball, insignificant in comparison. Ning Xiuma was attacking the female eagle, while the male, a consummate glutton, continued to devour a chunk of the monstrous dragon's flesh, glancing at its mate for a moment, hesitating briefly before returning to its meal. Creatures like the monstrous dragon were typically not to be trifled with, but such a rare opportunity to feast upon its flesh could not be easily relinquished. It believed its partner could handle the tiny, flea-like human without its assistance. The little doll, perched behind a large stone, observed the airborne struggle as the female eagle performed acrobatics in the sky, soaring high, veering diagonally, and diving sharply. Clearly, this eagle aimed to send Ning Xiuma crashing to the ground, executing aerial maneuvers more intricate than a plane's display. Having experienced such a scenario once before and improved her skills since, Ning Xiuma clung to the eagle's leg like an unyielding adhesive bandage. Chapter 196. How infuriating. It has barely eaten. Despite her previous experience and enhanced abilities, Ning Xiuma remained perilously balanced on the eagle's leg, resolutely gripping its feathers, showing no sign of relinquishing her hold. Instead, she gradually climbed higher. Clad in white, she stood out against the dark brown of the eagle's body, and the wind billowed her garments dramatically, making her appear as a butterfly dancing in the sky. This breathtaking scene captivated the little doll, who observed Ning Xiuma inching towards the left wing of the golden-eyed eagle with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. He had never encountered such a tenacious and clever girl before. It dawned on him that not all girls were delicate and frivolous. What vengeance was she striving for? According to his information, this girl had no real friends, relying solely on an old servant. Could her only friend be that old servant? No, the servant's skills were mediocre, barely reaching the second peak, and certainly not capable of provoking a golden-eyed eagle. Who could it be? His curiosity piqued. He remained seated, still and silent, his eyes never leaving the aerial duel between the eagle and Ning Xiuma, fingers subtly forming a spell, yet uncast. As the female eagle flitted about desperately, Ning Xiuma found herself in a precarious position, not daring to take any chances. The eagle soared high, and she refrained from directly attacking its weak spot, for fear of plummeting should it succumb mid-flight. She sought revenge, but was not willing to gamble her life for it. Thus she remained vigilant for an opportunity. The eagle's frantic movements failed to dislodge her, only serving to intensify its fury as it longed for the dragon's flesh below. How maddening! It had barely taken a few bites. Its mate, oblivious to the chaos, continued to feast, the meat visibly diminishing at an alarming rate. The female eagle, now furious, resolved to return to the ground, deeming the tiny nuisance on its leg a negligible threat. It yearned to eat without sharing, and this imbalance gnawed at its psyche. With a swift motion, it drew its wings closer and began to dive. This was the moment Ning Xiuma had been waiting for. Her body tensed as she prepared for action. Closer, ever closer, she saw they were merely 30 to 40 meters above the ground. Suddenly, she surged upward like an arrow released from its bow, positioning herself beneath the female eagle's left wing. With her sharp stone firmly in hand, she plunged it towards the weak spot the little doll had mentioned. Little doll, do not deceive me. My success hinges on this pivotal moment. She accurately targeted the spot and infused the stone with all her inner strength. The thrust was as effortless as piercing through tofu. With a resounding thud, blood gushed forth, and the female eagle let out a mournful cry, its body swaying as it began to fall. Being a bird, and in the midst of a downward descent, it possessed a degree of flight inertia. Although it tilted, it did not plummet straight down, instead passing directly over the deep pool below. Now was her chance. Ning Xiaoma immediately released her grip and dove into the depths of the pool. The sound of splashing echoed as both the small and large figures fell into the water. A moment later, Ning Xiaomuo emerged from the water, witnessing the lifeless body of the female eagle floating nearby. She had succeeded. She had finally avenged herself through her own strength. There was another eagle, whose mate had perished at her hands, and it would undoubtedly seek retribution. As she surfaced, Ning Xiaomuo was already on guard, gripping a sharp stone in preparation for the male eagle's approach, ready to mimic her previous tactics. Suddenly, a piercing cry from the male eagle echoed in her ears, and a massive shadow shot into the sky, quickly diminishing into a mere speck before vanishing completely. Ning Xiaomuo mused to herself. Wasn't it said that eagles were the epitome of loyalty and love? They were supposed to have only one mate throughout their lives, and upon the death of that mate, they would not live on alone. A renowned poet had even penned a famous verse. What is love in this world? That compels one to pledge life and death. Such classic poetry turned out to be misleading. How could it be so deceptive? Even if the eagle did not seek death for its mate, it should at least avenge its demise. Instead, it had merely flapped its wings and fled. Ning Xiaomuo felt her worldview shatter. Come on, in just a few hours, you've jumped into the lake 3 times, a cool voice chimed in from above. Belonging to the little boy, Ning Xiaomuo climbed ashore, only to realize the peculiar nature of her attire. It was impervious to water. Even after emerging, her garments billowed gracefully, untouched by a single drop of blood. The little boy had generously gifted her a set of enchanted clothes. Beaming with joy, she scooped him up from a stone and planted a kiss on his little lips. Moi, dear. The little boy calmly wiped his mouth. They had known each other for less than a day, and she had already taken liberties with him 3 times. To his shame, he found himself becoming somewhat accustomed to it. His reaction to her sudden affections was no longer one of disdain. Is that what a kiss means? He inquired. Yes, replied Ning Xiaomuo with enthusiasm, before setting him down and gazing at the massive bird floating in the water. This is the first monstrous creature I have slain. I'll extract the crystal from its body. The little boy grasped her arm, urging her. There's no time, if you don't want to be surrounded by beasts. You must leave quickly. Aware of his extensive experience on the mountain, Ning Xiaomuo did not question him further and instinctively reached to carry him. I'll take you with me. Though the boy possessed considerable abilities, his small stature would certainly hinder his speed. He deftly evaded her grasp. It's inconvenient to carry me. Just give me a ride on your back. Without hesitation, he jumped onto her back. Which way is the fastest route down the mountain? Ning Xiaomuo inquired. To the east. He replied, clearly familiar with the terrain. She immediately turned and sprinted eastward. As she exited the valley, she heard the growls of wild beasts behind her, an unseen aura of menace causing the ground beneath her to tremble. The sounds indicated that various creatures had entered the valley, and not merely one had set out to pursue her. Ning Xiaomuo exhaled in relief. Fortunately, she had run swiftly enough. Otherwise, her petite frame would have been insufficient to withstand the onslaught of those magical beasts. Further east, there were no paths, only a steep cliff resembling a fan. Fortunately, numerous trees grew atop it, and with her excellent lightness skill, climbing it was not particularly arduous. As they ascended, the little boy remained obediently on her back, his small hands loosely wrapped around her neck. His breathing was so shallow that Ning Xiaomuo could hardly detect it, and his weight was significantly lighter than that of other children his size, around 10 pounds at most. Therefore, despite carrying him, she felt no fatigue as she scaled the cliff with ease. Along the way, they encountered several magical beasts. Today, the little boy was especially formidable. Before Ning Xiaomuo could react, he unleashed a series of spells, eliminating the beast before it even reached them. Ning Suimuo noticed that the spells he cast varied according to the beast they faced, each radiating hues of yellow, white, green, and blue, each spell a bane to the respective creature, leaving them no chance to retaliate. What is your attribute? Ning Kuemuo pondered, for she had heard that the geniuses of this continent typically possessed singular attributes, with rare cases of dual attributes. The few she knew, such as Ji Yunhao with his metal attribute, Ji Yunhuang with wood and fire, and the second guard with water, all conformed to this norm. Yet this little boy exhibited mastery over 5 attributes, each executed with remarkable finesse. "I am no ordinary being," he replied coolly. Indeed, he was not human. He was a ginseng doll who had cultivated for millennia. "Little ginseng, could you spare me a ginseng root? I'm feeling hungry," Ning Suimuo teased. "Little girl, I'm much older than you. Calling me grandfather might not even be accepted. Please refrain from such childish terms," he replied, his tone unexpectedly mature. "Ah, I see. You must be thousands of years old. But who told you to take on the form of a child? If you had grown up and transformed into an adult, perhaps then I would call you grandfather," Ning Suimuo chuckled. The little boy pursed his lips, unwilling to argue with a child, and slightly closed his eyes, knowing that she would eventually call him grandfather. "By the way, we have been through life and death together for quite some time. I still do not know your name." "Surely, ginseng beings have names, right?" He paused for a moment before responding, "You may call me Jiuzun." The name Jiuzun sounded quite grand, reminiscent of the title for emperors on Earth. If an old emperor were to hear this, he would likely accuse him of great disrespect. "He cannot concern himself with me," the little boy replied nonchalantly. This was true. As a ginseng doll of the 9th peak, he was entirely unknown to the earthly emperors, and thus, they had no authority over him. After some contemplation, Ning Suimuo declared, "Then I shall call you Xiao Jiu or Xiao Zun. I think Xiao Jiu rolls off the tongue better. Call me Jiuzun," he insisted stubbornly. "Very well, Jiuzun it is." Ning Suimuo decided not to argue over such trivial matters. "Xiao Jiuzun, are you the 9th in your family? Is it possible that there are 9 ginseng dolls?" The little boy's forehead twitched, and he replied softly, "I have no siblings." "Is that name of your own choosing?" "Sort of." Ning Suimuo realized that this little fellow harbored considerable ambition, influenced heavily by human culture, and perhaps even harbored aspirations of ruling or reigning. The name indeed sounded grand, though it lacked the essence of a personal name. Yet, given his nature as a ginseng doll, it was not surprising for him to possess such an unusual name. As they conversed, they dispatched another horned lizard. The lizard attacked with remarkable speed, its fireballs possessing considerable power, capable of instantly incinerating nearby stones. If Ning Suimuo had faced it alone, she might not have survived even a single encounter. However, with the little ginseng doll by her side, their synergy was impeccable. She focused on evasion while he unleashed spells, and within just a few exchanges, the horned lizard was defeated. Ning Kuemuo, who had initially doubted her chances of escaping the 9th peak, now brimmed with confidence. With this little companion by her side, it felt as though she had activated a cheat code, making battles refreshingly exhilarating. She contemplated ways to keep him by her side permanently. "What are your future plans?" "Xiao Zun," she inquired. "Remove the Xiao," he replied decisively. "Very well, Jiuzun. You don't intend to remain in this mountain for eternity, do you?" "Certainly not," he affirmed without hesitation. "That's good to hear. It seems this little boy is eager to venture into the world. Indeed, he is aware of certain matters from the outside world, and it appears he often descends from the mountain." "You have seen my body completely," Ning Suimuo remarked, as a voice from the heavens interjected. "There is nothing remarkable to behold," was Jiuzun's most candid assessment. Ning Suimuo suppressed the impulse to throw him off the cliff and reason with him. "Even if there is nothing to see, you have seen it all. You must understand that for girls in this world, being exposed is akin to losing their virtue." Jiuzun's deep blue eyes narrowed slightly, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. "Then you must take responsibility for me," Ning Suimuo replied with conviction. "Responsibility? Marry you?" Jiuzun's voice held a tone that was neither joyful nor angry. "That is unnecessary," Ning Suimuo shook her finger. "You have only grown this much in such a long time. By the time you become a man, I shall have long since turned to dust. Perhaps even my bones would have decayed. I cannot wait." Surprisingly, she was not seeking to compel him into marriage. That was of no concern to her. Jiuzun's gaze flickered slightly, yet he remained composed. "Then you intend to remain by my side until I depart from Tianshu Mountain? I can carry you on my back." Ning Suimuo proposed her terms. She typically carried a burden of 30 to 40 pounds with ease, and this light figure was no burden at all, providing her with a sense of protection, a worthwhile exchange. I agree to protect you for 1 day, only 1 day, Jiuzun stated, his tone leaving no room for dispute. This was his limit. He had already broken several rules for her. All right, 1 day it is. A full day, 12 hours, 24 hours. You may leave me this time tomorrow, she declared. Jiuzun's brow furrowed slightly. A single day? I have other matters to attend to at night. I cannot take you with me. A single day is merely half a day, Ning Suimuo protested. Jiuzun was too weary to argue further. Ning Suimuo understood that despite his small stature, he was resolute in his decisions. Since he had made up his mind, it would be difficult for her to sway him. If she hurried, 1 day would likely suffice. As they conversed, they finally reached the summit, where the sun had just begun to rise. The day was only starting, and she had ample time. All right, 1 day it is, a full day indeed, she reiterated. Jiuzun's brow furrowed slightly again. 1 day, he conceded, but he had other matters to attend to by nightfall. Upon reaching the mountain's peak, Ning Suimuo rounded a large rock and was met with a breathtaking view on the other side. She was left stupefied. The other side of the mountain was a sheer drop, a near 90-degree angle, plummeting hundreds of feet downwards, shrouded in swirling clouds that obscured the bottom. To make matters worse, the cliff face was as smooth as glass, devoid of any trees or even a blade of grass to anchor oneself. Having traversed many famed mountains and rivers, this was her first encounter with such a slick cliff. While her agility was exceptional, the mirror-like surface of the cliff deterred her from leaping down carelessly. Are you playing me for a fool? Ning Suimuo's tone was sharp as she shot a sideways glance at the diminutive figure beside her, wishing she could kick him off the edge. Indeed, this was the closest point to descend from the mountain. Jiuzun appeared unfazed. It is indeed close. A direct leap would lead to the bottom in under a minute, provided you do not end up as a pancake. Ning Quemo inhaletepli, casting him a sideways glance before locating a large boulder to sit upon. Bring me another ginseng root. She needed to replenish her energy for the subsequent mountain climbs. Do you think a century-old ginseng is akin to a carrot? Jiuzun retorted, settling across from her. You are the king of ginseng. Acquiring one should be a trivial task. Without ginseng, you cannot eat anymore, he replied tersely. It seemed this little girl had already cemented his identity, and he was too indifferent to correct her. After all, their connection was as fleeting as dew, and he had no desire to reveal his true identity lest it frighten her. Besides, in his current guise, he preferred to keep his identity concealed. Should she truly discern who he was, he might have to silence her. This intriguing little girl was better off living a long life. Ning Suimuo, possessing excellent medical skills, was well aware that ginseng was a powerful tonic. In the past, consuming even half a portion would likely send her into a nosebleed. However, her current physique was markedly different. Her internal energy had surged, and she could absorb the essence from crystals. She believed her body could no longer be judged by ordinary standards, capable of treating potent tonics as mere sugarcane. Yet it seemed that was not the case. But now, she was quite hungry. Unable to resist, she glanced at Jiuzun again. What else do you have to eat? With her naturally sparkling eyes, they appeared even more glistening due to her hunger. Most people would find it difficult to resist such a gaze, compelled to offer her food. Yet Jiuzun was no ordinary individual. He completely disregarded her expression and simply stated, "You can eat cloud tiger meat." They had indeed slain a cloud tiger not long ago, and its carcass lay not far away. Ning Suimuo mused that this ginseng child was rather impoverished, possessing only a single ginseng root in his pocket. The campfire blazed anew, with the cloud tiger's meat sliced into portions and skewered over the flames. While Ning Suimuo excelled in many skills, her talent for outdoor barbecuing was rather mediocre. Despite using ample seasoning, the resulting flavor was simply unpalatable, so much so that her former subordinates would describe it as atrocious. In truth, cloud tiger meat was succulent, even superior to beef. But after grilling several pieces, she found the meat either charred on the outside and raw on the inside, or transformed into dry jerky. As she nibbled on the unsatisfactory meat, she couldn't help but reminisce about her second guard. Regrettably, she would never again savor his exquisite barbecued fare. A sense of melancholy washed over her, making it increasingly difficult to swallow the dry meat in her hand. While she toiled away, Jiuzun entered a meditative state, clearly uninterested in her culinary efforts. Eventually, perhaps drawn by the unpleasant aroma of her cooking, he opened his eyes, his brow twitching at the sight of Ning Suimyo resolutely swallowing a piece of half-burnt meat. Jiu Zun examined the charred morsel in her hand with incredulity, seemingly unable to comprehend that such a clever girl could possess such abysmal cooking skills. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he approached, snatching the dry meat from her grasp and tossing it aside. "This is fit for dogs. Allow me to handle it." "Little ginseng child can actually cook," Ning Suimyo remarked. Half convinced, yet she relinquished her position to him. Moments later, as she beheld Jiu Zun's culinary prowess, her eyes glimmered with anticipation. To her astonishment, he showcased an exceptional talent. The meat he prepared was rich without being greasy, delicious beyond compare, surpassing even the skills of her former barbecue master. Indeed, it was even better than her second guard's handiwork. Just the aroma wafting from the grill made her mouth water uncontrollably. Furthermore, watching him cook was a delight in itself. Every motion, from slicing to grilling, was fluid and efficient, producing mouth-watering morsels with ease. Could it be that this little ginseng child was accustomed to feasting on meat? "Jiu Zun, you must often roast meat, for the flavor is truly remarkable. I had assumed you survived solely through photosynthesis, drawing energy from the sun and moon. Yet it appears you also indulge in earthly fare," Ning Suimyo praised as she relished the delectable meal. The young master paused slightly, lowering his gaze to his hands, seemingly taken aback by his own adeptness at such tasks. After a moment of silence, he procured a cloth from somewhere and wiped his hands clean, stating calmly, "Let's eat." He returned to his meditation on the large stone, clearly having no intention of partaking in a meal. He had roasted a considerable amount of meat, which Ning Suimyo relished with great satisfaction. The thought of persuading him to return home with her filled her mind like an overwhelming tide. "Little master, aren't you feeling rather lonely up here in the mountains?" "Moderately," he replied. "Look at you, all alone without a friend. You probably lack even a conversational partner. Why not come back to the Marquis's residence with me? There are many people there, including a peculiar beast. You could play with it when you feel bored." "I shall not. I can take you to other places as well. Just look at yourself. You've become so dull in the mountains. You're just a child, full of vitality, yet you now carry yourself like a miniature adult, attempting to mimic the aloof demeanor of the emperor. You are the young master, not the emperor himself. He is an old man. You are not. Do not imitate him." "Old man?" The young master's brow twitched slightly as he cast her a fleeting glance. "Do not hastily judge matters. Sometimes you might find yourself gravely mistaken." Finally, he spoke more than usual. "Your statement implies that my assessment of the emperor was incorrect. He is not an old man. Surely he cannot be just a child." Ning Suimyo, perceptive as ever, interjected, "Is that so?" Chapter 202. The Emperor. The old man Ning Suimyo's words sparked a sudden realization within her. Could this young boy not merely be a mere child, but rather the emperor's nascent spirit? He had departed from the royal palace of the Chongkong kingdom to cultivate here. Yet it did not align with the practices of this era, which favored the cultivation of mental energy over Taoist arts, of which the concept of the nascent spirit belonged. Moreover, if he truly wished to venture out of his nascent state, he would require an utterly tranquil and secure location, free from any disturbances, an obscure meditation chamber rather than the imperial palace, especially considering he had left behind several attendants and even Ji Yanhuang. Ji Yanhuang had mentioned that the emperor always had company when entering the palace, occasionally engaging in conversation, rather than remaining in a meditative state like an ice statue. Under such circumstances, it was clear that he could not afford to venture out of his nascent state. Furthermore, although the emperor wore a mask obscuring his true visage, his hair and eyes were undeniably jet black. Ning Suimyo had carefully observed him. It was not a wig or colored lenses, but genuine. In contrast, this young boy had azure eyes and hair as white as snow, indicating they were not the same individual. Perhaps this boy had indeed encountered the emperor before. After all, both had lived for over a millennium. It would not be surprising if they recognized each other. "Young master, have you truly glimpsed the emperor's true appearance? What does he look like?" Humans are inherently curious, particularly when faced with someone veiled in mystery. They yearn to peel away the mask and behold the truth. With a faint smile, the young master regarded her. "You are quite young, yet already harboring such curiosity." "Curiosity? Hardly. I am not infatuated with an old man." "Old man?" His exasperation was palpable as her repeated references to the emperor's age provoked a desire to retort. What if he is not an old man, but rather possesses remarkable beauty? He quipped, casting her a sidelong glance, adding a rather sharp remark, perhaps even more beautiful than you. Despite her youthful appearance, she was undeniably a beauty in her own right. The thought that such a man might surpass her in attractiveness was quite a notion. Ninquemo replied. I am not interested in such enchanting men. What do you mean by enchanting? The young master fell silent for a moment, his ignorance evident. The term was entirely foreign to him. It refers to a kind of profession, she began, intending to explain, but reconsidered, realizing that introducing new terminology would only complicate matters further. Instead, she opted for a straightforward explanation. It means someone with effeminate traits, a false woman. This clarification seemed to resonate with the young master, whose expression nearly cracked with disbelief. Who suggested to you that he is effeminate? Why, you did. Did you not say he is more beautiful than a stunning woman? Ning Suimuo took another bite of roasted meat. Rest assured, I have never been attracted to excessively beautiful men. No matter how captivating the emperor may be, I would not be swayed. She preferred men with strong, rugged features, akin to the steadfast mountains. Her modern idol had been the rugged Sylvester Stallone, not the delicate, pretty boys of the current era. Let us hope you remember your words forever. He replied with a hint of indifference. The conversation had become rather stifling, so he opted to change the subject. As a young lady of the Marquis's residence, why are you not content to remain within the confines of your estate? What brings you to this secluded mountain? After a moment of contemplation, he added, Are you attempting to escape from something? Chapter 203. The Beast Goodness. This little fellow is rather perceptive and seems to know quite a bit, suggesting he often mingles among mortals. Ning Suimuo bit into the meat. Do you know Emperor Lishuan? What is your relationship with him? I know him, but we're not close. Why do you ask? Is your presence here related to him? Regardless of how worldly a mere spirit could be, it was improbable for him to cultivate a relationship with an emperor, considering his youthful appearance was a veritable elixir of life that the emperor would covet. It was said that Emperor Lishuan often celebrated festivals atop the city walls, reveling with the common folk, many of whom recognized him. It was conceivable that the young spirit had slipped among the crowd and caught a glimpse of him. Thus, his claim to know him, albeit without any personal connection, was not entirely unfounded. Ning Suimuo's thoughts raced, swiftly piecing together the implications. She smiled. Indeed, it is quite relevant. He has taken a liking to me and has sent an extravagant dowry. The young master scrutinized her. Isn't that the sixth prince you rejected? Why would Emperor Lishuan insist on his brother marrying you? Ah, you are quite well informed. You even know about that. Ning Suimuo regarded him with suspicion, wondering how much he truly knew. I visited your capital over 10 days ago, the young master explained succinctly, observing her greasy lips and fingers. Tossing her a piece of cloth. Wipe your hands. The cloth was pure white, clearly fine silk. Ning Suimuo examined it discreetly, noting that both the craftsmanship and material were of the highest quality. However, it was not the same as what she had seen the emperor use. The patterns and textures differed, suggesting they were indeed not the same person. The sixth prince is unworthy of you. Given that you had a wager with him and the young master of the emperor as witness, your engagement ought to have been annulled. How dare Emperor Lishuan oppose it? You misunderstand. The dowry is not for the sixth prince. Rather, he intends to make me a consort, or perhaps a beast consort. The mere thought of such a title ignited her indignation. Beast consort? The young master regarded her thoughtfully. I see. But why would you wish to flee from such an opportunity? To marry an emperor and enter the harem is a dream for many women. Please, I am only 13. He is over 40, old enough to be my father. I refuse to marry a man who is half buried in the grave. Ning Suimuo exclaimed, rising to her feet. Enough gossip. Let's be on our way. The young master stood slowly, realizing that in her eyes, 40 was indeed akin to being half buried within a coffin. Then let us go, he conceded. Ning Suimuo, now familiar with the terrain, hoisted him on her back and strode purposefully northward. This path was impassable. She needed to find another route. Where are you headed? To the North Peak. That wretched bird brought me up from that direction. Though it was perilous, I managed to observe the terrain while riding on the golden-eyed eagle. While the descent may be steep, the abundance of trees will aid in my descent. The North Peak is too far. We should take this route, the young master insisted, clearly averse to a longer detour. Dear, this cliff is barren. How could I possibly descend? Why not sprout wings and carry me down? Without turning back, Ning Suimuo continued onward. Suddenly, she stumbled. her legs feeling as if bound by some unseen force, rendering her unable to move an inch. A faint voice echoed behind her. You can only walk this way. You will find a solution. Ning Suimuo thought to herself. No need to ask. This little creature is responsible for my predicament. Let me go, little ghost. I have no time for your games. Ning Suimuo's voice turned cold. She despised this feeling of confinement, especially as her time was truly limited. Follow my instructions. The voice insisted, showing no sign of yielding. A faint white light emanated from his fingertips, pointing towards her feet. Ning Suimuo felt a warmth surge through her legs, compelling her to walk toward the edge of the cliff. Her expression changed as she attempted to control her steps, but it was futile. The precipice loomed just a few yards ahead. Release me. Even in her most composed state, Ning Suimuo could not maintain her calm. With a swift motion, she aimed to throw the small figure on her back away. Yet, it felt as though the child were glued to her, resisting her every effort as her feet continued to move uncontrollably forward. This little rascal intends to kill her. Why was everything fine just moments ago? Confusion flooded her mind. But in a moment of life and death, she had no luxury for contemplation. Her expression hardened, and the short blade in her hand glinted ominously. If you continue your antics, I will not hesitate to end you. Wait until you possess the ability to do so, came the dismissive reply, not halting the control he exerted over her movement. Without hesitation, Ning Suimuo's body jolted, and she thrust the blade backward with lightning speed. Although her legs were restrained, her upper body remained free. This strike was executed with precision, embodying the essence of her martial prowess. Just as her blade was about to connect, a small hand grasped her wrist. Such a heartless girl, resorting to lethal measures so quickly. That small hand, soft and warm, could barely encircle her wrist, yet possessed an unyielding strength, rendering Ning Suimuo's wrist numb and immobile. Jump down. I will accompany you, the voice whispered coolly beside her. In the next moment, Ning Suimuo screamed as her body plummeted downwards. Monster! Pervert! She thought, feeling an urge to curse. The wind howled past her, her body plummeting like a cannonball. As she focused her thoughts, the child behind her began chanting a mantra. The roaring wind contrasted sharply with the clarity of the child's voice, as if he were speaking directly into her mind. While most would succumb to panic and chaos in such a perilous situation, Ning Suimuo remained remarkably calm, her mental fortitude shining through. Upon hearing the incantation, she immediately began to follow its guidance, concentrating her thoughts on the required energy points. In mere seconds, amidst such dire circumstances, she was able to focus her energy, a feat beyond ordinary capability. The child clinging to her back regarded her with a flicker of admiration. Strangely enough, after following his instructions, her descent began to slow. Her body no longer felt like a falling cannonball, but resembled a kite with a severed string, swaying precariously through the air. Now, condense the energy in your legs and make 2 diagonal steps, the voice instructed, still cool and detached. Ning Suimuo complied without hesitation. As she fell, she had initially been a considerable distance from the cliff wall, yet now it was as if she were walking in zero gravity, effortlessly crossing 2 significant steps toward the mirrored stone. Without waiting for further instructions from the child, her blade instinctively thrust forward, embedding itself in the stone wall. Halting her descent, she had fallen several dozen yards. Although she had managed to slow her fall, the inertia jolted her wrist painfully, causing her palm to bleed anew. Looking up, she saw the ethereal mist. Looking down, the fog swirled, obscuring the depths below. The child on her back felt like a flag suspended in mid-air, threatening to be torn away at any moment. The burning pain in her palm urged her to grip tighter, and she steadied herself, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Or fright, she thought. The child's gaze flickered with a hint of appreciation. You are indeed teachable. Now, withdraw your blade and descend using the same method. Teachable? More like a fool. Ning Suimuo's voice turned icy. If I had failed just now, would I have plummeted to my death? If you were to fall, I would retrieve your remains, he replied, as if offering her comfort. Ning Suimuo scoffed inwardly. If it were possible, she would gladly throw him off. She ceased her conversation, scrutinizing the stone wall and her blade, contemplating a safer descent. The terrifying sensation of falling without support was something she never wished to endure again. Since the stone wall could hold her blade, she devised a plan to slide down gradually. This blade, having endured her trials, remained sharp and intact, now her lifeline. Cautiously, she began to withdraw the blade, aiming to use it for support as she descended. The child behind her recognized her intentions, and with a flick of his fingers, her blade was yanked from the stone, sending her plummeting once more. Curse you! Ning Suimuo fumed internally, though she refrained from vocalizing her anger. It was not fear of the child that silenced her, but the realization that speaking would disrupt her focus and lead to her demise. As she cursed, her body instinctively began to follow the child's instructions. Drawing on her previous experience, she maneuvered with greater skill, angling herself toward the mirror-like stone wall once more. Just as her blade was about to plunge into the stone, a flash of darkness shot toward her face. The object approached with incredible speed, and Ning Suimuo barely had time to discern what it was. Suspended in midair, she could not shift her position, so she resorted to deflecting it with her blade. Yet, the object was too agile, evading her strike and lunging toward her throat. Ning Suimuo's previous tactic had failed, and she was left helpless as a row of sharp teeth bore down upon her. A flash of white light emerged from behind her. She was still fighting for her life in the air, yet a peculiar glimmer flickered in the 9 eyes behind her. She could not approach the stone wall any closer. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Suimuo had already approached the stone wall for the 3rd time, plunging her knife towards it. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of a balloon bursting. Before Ning Suimuo could comprehend what had happened, a massive vortex suddenly erupted from the stone wall, pulling her in. Must it be so bizarre? She thought, bewildered by the appearance of a vortex resembling water on the stone wall. In the depths of the swirling darkness, Ning Suimuo found herself involuntarily spinning, akin to being trapped in a washing machine on high speed, causing her head to spin. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp anything that could stabilize her. But the surrounding surface was smooth and offered nothing to hold on to. Am I about to be swallowed by some monstrous creature? Ning Suimuo lamented silently. She recalled the sensation of something she had touched earlier, and if that were indeed the case, she had no chance of survival. Being devoured by its gullet would lead to her immediate demise. Resolute, she thought that perhaps if she struck it once, it might recoil and cough her out. Ning Suimuo was a person of action. Despite the tumultuous spinning, her strike remained swift and decisive. Yet, before she could execute her move, her wrist was suddenly grasped, and the voice of the 9 sovereigns whispered in her ear, "Let it be." At last, she noticed him again. Amidst her rapid rotations, he remained firmly attached to her back, even more securely than an octopus. His small hand clutched her wrist, sapping her of any will to resist. Ning Suimuo felt utterly drained, even lacking the strength to curse. She simply closed her eyes. Fine, let it be. We shall both be swallowed by the monster and turn to excrement. With a splash, they plunged into the water. Ning Suimuo struklet briefly, feeling as if she were enclosed within a flexible membrane. Despite having fallen into water, she sensed no liquid surrounding her when she reached out. Suddenly, a light sound reached her ears, like the rupture of a protective film, and water surged in from all sides, overwhelming her. Ning Suimuo realized that a protective barrier had enveloped her, undoubtedly created by the 9 sovereigns on her back. No wonder she had felt no impact during her fall. What was his purpose? He had forced her to leap off a cliff, yet taught her skills at the brink of death. The scenario echoed a fable where an eagle pushes its eaglet off a cliff to teach it to fly. If it survives, it proves it can soar. However, unlike the eagle, which waits for its young to grow feathers, she had been unprepared, lacking even the power of telekinesis, and was thrust into this predicament. The fact that she had not perished was not merely luck, but a testament to her strong mental fortitude and exceptional reflexes. Ning Suimuo surmised that the 9 sovereigns did not intend to cultivate her, but rather to conduct a perverse experiment, treating her as a test subject. Chapter 207. Test Subject. A deviation, a fire of indignation simmered within her as she fought her way to the surface. Emerging from the water to find herself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. Initially, she believed she had plunged into the stomach of a monster. The water beneath her, perhaps its gastric fluid. However, the aroma surrounding her contradicted this notion. Unlike the pungent scent of gastric acid, the atmosphere here was fragrant, reminiscent of medicinal herbs and flowers, cool and refreshing. With no light to guide her, she ventured cautiously forward, the only sound being the splashes she created. The entire world seemed to consist solely of herself. After a moment, she halted, realizing that the 9 sovereigns, who had clung to her like a persistent shadow, had vanished. Her back felt oddly light, an unprecedented sensation of ease. After a brief silence, she tentatively called out 9 sovereigns. The stillness was palpable, with only her heavy breaths piercing the silence. Undeterred, she called out several more times, yet received no reply, nor could she detect any sign of him. Had he turned invisible or simply departed? The child had remained remarkably composed. Ning Suimuo had no reason to believe he would encounter any misfortune. If she could navigate this place unscathed, surely his extraordinary skills would allow him to do the same. Was she left here as part of another twisted experiment? It seemed unlikely. She recalled the moment she approached the stone wall. He had attempted to stop her, but events unfolded too rapidly for her to react. Continuing to explore her surroundings, the oppressive darkness gave her the impression of swimming in a cosmic black hole, devoid of boundaries or companionship. The solitude was suffocating, evoking a profound despair within her. The frigid water numbed her exposed skin, and only then did she fully appreciate the warmth provided by the robe she wore. She was certain that without it, she would have succumbed to the cold, frozen solid. No wonder they said the 9th peak was the most perilous place. It harbored unfathomable mysteries. Were there other ferocious beasts lurking in the depths of this dark water, poised to ambush her? As if in response to her sudden thought, a cacophony erupted from the depths, suggesting the approach of a large aquatic creature. Ning Suimuo's hair stood on end, her body tensed as she glanced back. But the surrounding darkness obscured her view. An ominous presence loomed closer, chilling her to the bone and constricting her breath. The sound intensified, a foreboding wave building in the dark. Ning Suimuo felt her limbs grow cold as the water surged forward like a tidal wave. Surely, what approached was not some prehistoric sea monster, perhaps a creature akin to a long-necked dragon. Before she could finish her thought, 2 green lanterns ignited in the depths of the darkness. In such absolute blackness, any flicker of light was blinding. Ning Suimuo instinctively shut her eyes, only to hastily reopen them, turning to face the 2 glowing lanterns. Ning Suimuo felt a buzzing in her mind. What she thought was a lantern was, in fact, the eyes of a monstrous creature. The size of those eyes implied an enormous body. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and swam forward with all her might. She was not even in the same league as this beast, leaving her no chance to fight back. She was hardly enough for it to consider a mere snack. But just as she swam a distance of 10 feet, a fierce wind surged behind her, and the water beneath her suddenly roiled, creating waves that shot up several feet high, lifting Ning Suimuo to the crest. A colossal maw, reminiscent of a blue whale, charged toward her atop the wave. The scene was akin to the most terrifying nightmare, freezing her in place, unable to evade the impending doom. Was she truly destined to perish silently here? After all her struggles and perseverance in this world, she felt a surge of defiance. She refused to surrender. There had to be another way. Even if she were to die, she would at least confront this creature. Perhaps it was merely a giant in form, lacking substance. Suddenly, warmth surged through her dantian, and her previously frozen body regained mobility. With a swift maneuver, she darted past the monstrous jaws and plunged into the depths below. She knew she could not escape this beast simply by fleeing. Her only option was to fight with all her might. The cacophony of rushing water deafened her. Even beneath the surface, as she was tossed about, the creature's vast body surely extended deep into the water, providing her the opportunity to strike. Following the current, she maneuvered toward the creature's location and, with great effort, reached its smooth, slimy scales. Touching it sent a jolt through her. Each scale was as large as a dustpan, making her dagger appear no more than a sewing needle in comparison. Could such a small weapon inflict harm? Though doubt lingered, the glimmer of hope for survival propelled her to thrust the dagger into the crevice between the scales. A piercing shriek erupted from the darkness, louder than a train's whistle. And before she could react, an immense force propelled her into the unknown. Realization dawned on her. Her strike had landed on the creature's tail, provoking its wrath. With a single flick of its tail, she was sent soaring, nearly losing her breath as she hurtled like a shooting star into the abyss. She feared colliding with any rocks that might lie hidden below, which would shatter her into 1,000 pieces. Just as her thoughts spiraled into despair, she noticed a mass of jagged rocks rushing toward her, sharp and menacing, reminiscent of scenes from melodramatic films. Should she collide with them, her fate would be sealed. providing a feast for the sea monster. In that moment of helplessness, she closed her eyes, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. Would a gallant hero descend from the heavens to rescue her, igniting a passionate romance thereafter? Chapter 209. The hero from the heavens would a valiant knight indeed come crashing down to catch her in his embrace. Suddenly, she collided with a surface that felt both hard and soft, causing her to blink in astonishment. Could it be true? A hero had arrived to save her, and more astonishingly, he bore a striking resemblance to Sylvester Stallone. As Ning Shuma's eyes widened in disbelief, the Stallone-like figure cradled her and gracefully descended to the shore. At last, her feet touched solid ground, and everything that followed felt surreal. The rugged hero set her down, and to her astonishment, produced a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere, unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward the pursuing beast. The cacophony of gunfire rained down like a storm. Ning Shuma stood there, bewildered, grappling with her fragmented perceptions. Could it be that her idol Sylvester Stallone had crossed over into this realm? It was utterly unbelievable. He had arrived armed, unlike her friend Tom, who had encountered far less fortune. A searing pain throbbed in her chest from the creature's tail strike, causing her blood to surge and her throat to taste metallic. She suppressed the urge to vomit blood, fearing her ribs might be fractured. Reflexively, she touched her chest, discovering a significant indentation. 3 ribs were indeed broken. The beasts atop the mountain were known for their armor-like scales, and she feared the underwater creature would be similarly impervious. Though Stallone's marksmanship was impeccable, akin to a sharpshooter, it would be futile if he could not penetrate the monster's armor. As she looked up with growing concern, she witnessed the Stallone figure's gun spewing flames, bullets ricocheting off the creature's dark hide, producing sparks and a metallic cacophony. It was clear that the creature was irate, swimming furiously toward the shore, its massive head looming like an island in the water, its fangs glinting ominously. Ning Shuma's heart raced as she scanned the shore for a suitable weapon. Alas, all she found were stones. If only she had a penetrative round, she could pierce through its thick hide. Taking a step back, she felt something beneath her foot and looked down to find a handheld rocket launcher. Her heart raced with joy. She was an agent, skilled in firearms, and had not touched such weaponry since arriving in this world. Seeing the launcher felt like reuniting with a long-lost family member. She hoisted it onto her shoulder, emboldened by the newfound power. Aiming at the monstrous creature barreling toward her, she pulled the trigger, and a fiery projectile shot forth. Her aim was true, striking the creature squarely in the neck. It let out a furious roar, a gaping wound appearing as blood sprayed like a torrential waterfall. Success! A smile crept across Ning Shuma's lips. No matter how formidable the creature, modern weaponry held its own. Yet, she recalled that the monsters of this realm were notoriously resilient, particularly those of the Ninth Peak, endowed with formidable psychic abilities, perhaps even possessing extraordinary self-healing.